The White Tower has descended, and the world has entered a death dungeon mode, bound to an infinite simulation system. Zheng Xun, who has been forced to grind through the beginner level 1,000 times, states, "I have cleared it, feeling great, now I'm going to shark you all." From then on, White Tower players often encountered a newbie wielding a big hammer, initiating a destructive clear style. The sun is shining, the rain has stopped, and you feel like you can do it. Playing is one thing, joking around is another. Don't mess with Zheng Xun. Years later, Zheng Xun stands at the peak of the White Tower, reflecting. He has become a deity, but also a neurotic **** Chapter 1, after the 999th clear ***.
Brother, play with me. The 999th time. This was the 999th time Zheng Xun heard this line.
Zheng Xun lowered his gaze. A little girl in a red cloak, only reaching his waist, looked up with a stiff smile. She wore a red hood that covered her head, with 2 braided pigtails falling beside her ears, little leather shoes, white short socks, and a bamboo basket in her right hand. Apart from her unusually pale complexion, she looked no different from an ordinary child, but Zheng Xun knew that in 15 minutes, this little girl's face would split into 4 pieces from the middle, like an evil flower blooming, each petal's edge lined with sharp teeth, and in the center, it would spew out something that resembled both flower stamens and a tongue, covered in barbs. It has a name, Little Red Riding Hood. As the final boss of this dungeon, it masqueraded as a harmless NPC from the start, hiding among players, helping them with puzzles and providing hints. Only when the final scene Grandma's little house appeared would it tear off its false exterior, revealing its true form, devouring players until not a bone fragment remained. Ordinary players would truly be deceived by its cute and innocent appearance. Upon reaching the little house and seeing the beautiful girl transform into a troll man-eating flower, 9 out of 10 would be scared out of their wits. Chapter 2, I have good luck, I'll go ****. Zheng Xun excitedly circled around the new players, wanting to stick close to each of them. He started to attract people. He was reserved around the girls, maintaining a distance of 2 steps, smiling at them. There were 9 people, 7 men and 2 women. The men ranged in age from 20 to 35, while the 2 girls looked to be in their 20s. One wore a smoky purple professional outfit, probably a white-collar worker. The other, the first to greet him, wore sportswear and looked like a college student. Everyone present was stunned into silence by his strange behavior, with the bolder one stepping forward to ask, "Are you an NPC for this dungeon?" "Me? I'm not," Zheng Xun replied, turning his neck, and suddenly, his gaze fixed as he pointed behind everyone. "It is." The 9 people were startled, automatically parting into 2 groups, revealing a little girl in a red dress who had appeared behind them without them noticing. Familiar braided pigtails and little leather shoes, along with the small bamboo basket on her arm. And then came the opening line. "Hello, unfamiliar brothers and sisters. Could you please help me? I live in the adjacent Lucky community, and my mom asked me to visit my grandma who lives in the Happy community." Chapter 3, The God of Battle from a Trash Zone ***. Threes Dungeon. Damn, what luck this newbie has. The Threes Dungeon seems to have been cleared less than 50 times across all servers combined, right? The last time was by the Minke Guild. If I remember correctly, the clear time was over 70 hours. And there were heavy casualties. The party they led suffered the least damage, taking over a month to recover. Zone 1089 is too difficult. How do we survive? Sigh, there's no hope. The bullet screen was filled with despair, and the players looked gloomy. A tall, impatient young man rushed forward and grabbed Zheng Xun by the collar. "What the hell are you pulling? Threes, how do we clear it?" The other suited man and the hoodie guy quickly came up to intervene. "Don't escalate the conflict. There will always be a way." The suited man played the mediator. Yeah, the hoodie guy chimed in, then curiously turned to ask the suited man, "Bro, what's threes?" The suited man hesitated. Zheng Xun, who was forcibly lifted and then let go, coughed twice, not bothering to argue with the tall youth. The bullet screen was still enjoying the drama. Internal conflict? Fight. Fight. Don't fight anymore. Zheng Xun's voice was a bit hoarse. He gestured with his hand, pointing at the storage cabinet behind him.
Chapter 4 I'm just a rookie. After Zheng Xun made his move, the atmosphere in the team changed. The Wang brothers were the first to befriend him. "Dude. That move was great. Are you some talent from a big guild sent down to rescue us from this trash area?" Zheng Xun remained polite yet distant as always. No. I'm just a rookie, I don't understand anything. The older brother among them gave a thumbs up. No wonder you're a master, your personality is so low-key. Yeah. Stop being modest, man. Zheng Xun wasn't being modest, he genuinely didn't understand anything. He had died and come back to life. Waking up in the Little Red Riding Hood dungeon, where he had loved and fought with his dear Hongji 1,000 times, leaving his mind a bit unbalanced. Hearing someone speak to him normally felt like a distant world. The Wang brothers wanted to engage him further. Dude. Do you think we 10 have a chance of surviving this death dungeon? Zheng Xun had an inscrutable expression. Difficult. He was confident in himself. There were only 5 or 6 monsters that could cause death in this dungeon, but there were plenty of frightening things. Dying from fright was also very possible. Zheng Xun was now considered the only expert in this rookie team, even though he didn't have that self-awareness. Chapter 5. It must be our person's silver contract. It's actually a silver contract. Minkyu is so generous. What's a silver contract? Silver contract is a type of contract between a guild and a player. The highest level being gold contract, followed by a silver contract, bronze contract, and a regular contract, as well as leasing contracts. Generally, gold and silver contracts are special contracts for core internal players, promising not only high salaries, but sometimes even positions in management. Minkyu is ranked in the top 20 of the leaderboard, and they unexpectedly offered a silver contract. How much do they value this rookie? Is that an ordinary rookie? That's the god of war Zheng Xun from the trash area. Zheng Xun. Ha, that's too funny. Minkyu must have suffered a lot in the last dungeon. Bringing in a monster rookie is like giving the guild a shot of adrenaline. Mainly, Minkyu didn't expect that an ordinary A-level dungeon would actually unlock an SSS-level hidden side quest. They didn't bring many people and almost lost them all. At this moment, Mr. Xun was arguing with a college student named Zhong. Zhong Yufei accused him of having double standards, saying that when they fought the spider, he slapped him. But when it came to Shu Li, he told her to look down at the little flower. Chapter 6. I'm following you. The team unknowingly split into 2 factions, with Zheng Xun and Meng Chang leading their respective groups. Zheng Xun had no intention of forming a small faction. With his strength, he could completely speed through without taking damage, but he chose not to do so because he felt uncertain. In this round of the Little Red Riding Hood dungeon, not only were there 9 unfamiliar players, but there were also subtle differences in some small details compared to the 1,000 times he had experienced it before. It was harmless, but worth raising his guard. They had received a clue from a photo, which Zheng Xun had seen countless times before. The photo depicted a family of 4, Little Red Riding Hood, her parents, and her grandmother. Little Red Riding Hood stood in the middle holding a small lamb toy, while her parents' faces were scratched out, leaving 2 empty holes. The grandmother smiled lovingly, standing behind Little Red Riding Hood, her aged hand gently resting on her shoulders. Does this photo have any deeper meaning? Shu Li asked. Chen Zicheng furrowed her brows, her female intuition sensing a problem. The parents have a bad relationship, right? Standing beside the old lady, their bodies and expressions look very stiff. Jiu Yuanheng glanced at the photo and asked Zheng Xun, what do you think? Zheng Xun didn't want to say anything. He had read this story 1,000 times and could recite it backward. Chapter 7. 2 Grandmothers' Silver Contract. The reporters were in an uproar. Minkyu actually offered Zheng Xun a more favorable deal. Instantly, the White Tower Forum, major marketing accounts, and live broadcasts were all ignited by the news. The highlight of this event was not only Minkyu raising Zheng Xun's treatment again, but also the fact that a silver contract with a rookie was hard to associate with. Silver, as the name suggests, is a contract above the silver contract. As major guilds mature, the original divisions of gold, silver, and bronze can no longer meet the demand. leading to the emergence of 3 additional types of contracts. The silver contract not only indicates that Minkyu places great importance on this rookie they are about to sign, but also directly considers him as a core talent for future guild development. Such contracts usually appear for long-serving members who have been with the guild for several years, possessing not only ability, but also loyalty. It was unexpected that Minkyu valued Zheng Xun so highly. Other guilds, which were initially just observing, couldn't help but suspect that Zheng Xun had some special skills that Mink's people had noticed. They gradually released news saying they wanted to sign Zheng Xun. Mr. Urchui's market value suddenly soared. Chapter 8 Reward Settlement. The barrage started going crazy. Did I hear that right? These 2 voices are indeed identical. It sounds like both grandmothers are speaking. Fake Sun Wukong, fake grandmother. According to the original story of Little Red Riding Hood, the wolf disguises itself as the grandmother. Which means one of these 2 is the real grandmother, and the other is the boss. How do we distinguish? That previous photo. Wasn't there Little Red Riding Hood and the real grandmother in it? There are no other clues. But there's no wolf in that photo. As expected of a 3S dungeon, it's really twisted. Look at Zheng Xun, he seems completely unfazed. Does Ursihui really understand the situation? He looks like he hasn't woken up. It's driving me crazy. Zheng Xun's eyelids were half closed, and he indeed didn't look very spirited. He wasn't sleepy. It was just that he had already gone through this last level 1,000 times, and even the most patient person would get annoyed. There was a brief plot involving intergenerational affection, and Zheng Xun was just waiting for this segment to finish. How many times has he said it? Can the developers give a button to skip the plot? It's really unfriendly to someone like him who does multiple runs. After the affectionate scene between the grandmother and Little Red Riding Hood ended, the grandmother, who lay in the bedroom and only made sounds, also came out. Chapter 9 Mink's additional conditions. Wow. It's the first time I've seen someone have a subordinate. Quite rare. The White Tower isn't stingy with items and weapons. But they won't easily let their NPCs go. And this NPC clearly has a high level. Mr. Ursihui is so lucky. In a 3S level dungeon, just surviving is already a blessing. What good rewards can they give? Speaking of which, after they finish claiming their rewards, they will leave the White Tower, right? Mink's people could be waiting outside. Is Zheng Xun really going to join Minkyu? Before mentioning those 2 hits, his strength displayed in the boss fight far exceeded expectations. Yeah, a triple kill level, that's enough to make it into the top 15 of the personal leaderboard, right? Aren't the strong players in front coming to steal the kills? Just waiting for Minkyu to pick up the cheap kills. There are probably concerns. Last time, Qinglan used a copper sign and ended up with a fake item, and now it can't even be sold at a discount. It's a burden. Are you talking about Huaxian? He must be under a lot of psychological pressure, but he does have strength. No matter the reason, he's done for now. The rewards have been claimed, and Little Red Riding Hood's dungeon is completely over. The colorful virtual blocks dissipated, and a few survivors stood in the empty hall. Chapter 10 Dream World. No wonder Minkyu is so eager and willing to pay any price. Xiao Jun's reasoning makes sense, but Zheng Xun has to remind him. Xiao Vice President, the danger level of the dungeon is obvious to anyone with eyes. The survival rate of your guild leader's relative is almost 0. We all know that Xiao Jun's perfect expression finally showed a crack, but the guild leader said, if you're alive, we want to see you. If you're dead, we want to see the corpse. Zheng Xun nodded. So, does Mr. Zheng agree? Zheng Xun shook his head. Hey, Chengji, you have a fiery temper and speak directly. What's wrong with you? Are you playing with us? Su Heong propped her chin with one hand. Mr. Zheng, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them. Don't be shy. I won't join Minkyu, but I will help you farm the Huayan dungeon. Zheng Xun's clear eyes fixed on Xiao Jun, who was sitting in the middle. This is my response. As for whether to agree, the decision is up to you in Minkyu. You're not joining the guild, yet you want to help us. Cheng Ji's surprise was written all over his face. Where did you come from, a saint? Saving all beings. Zheng Xun smiled, a sly grin on his face. I don't want your silver contract, but I will propose other conditions. Don't worry, they will definitely be within your acceptable range. Chapter 11. Don't scare the NPC. Full level already. Zheng Xun, filled with curiosity, opened his wristband, and a semi-transparent virtual screen popped up, displaying all his information. Name, Zheng Xun. Level, LV99, Mental Power, 999, Combat Power, 999, Card Slots, Time Stop Card 1, Resurrection Card 1, Weapon, Inflatable Hammer, Romantic Pink with Star Patterns. A favorite of tough guys, affiliation, Little Red Riding Hood, a reclusive girl with 4 faces, don't call her a kid. Call her Sister Hong, evaluation. Hard to believe someone really refreshed the first level 1000 times and leveled up to maximum. Good luck, boring mad thing. Zheng Xun looked at the last evaluation column, speechless. Could it be that he wanted to refresh it 1000 times? So annoying. Although he was inexplicably stepped on by this evaluation, the good news was that due to his persistence in the novice level, he actually leveled up to max. It's hard not to think of some legends about the sword god of Shili Slope. Even though he reached max level, Zheng Xun didn't feel particularly proud. The White Tower has been around for many years. Many people must have reached level 99 by now. This shouldn't count as an achievement. Stay humble. Completely unaware of the external situation, Zheng Xun naturally didn't know that the current number 1 on the personal leaderboard was only level 48. Chapter 12. Drink unexpectedly. The NPC couldn't see his affiliation. That's good. The fat security guard covered his chest, eyes wide open, staring at Zheng Xun in horror. Zheng Xun, with a mischievous heart, not only didn't explain, but also added, didn't you see? Maybe only I can see it. The fat security guard was so scared that his eyes rolled back, nearly passing out. All right, I was just joking to tease you, bro. Zheng Xun hurriedly supported him. The security guard finally came to his senses and complained, little Zheng. You, on your first day here, are already pulling my leg. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so easy to scare. The two walked back to the security room, the fat security guard taking heavy steps, mumbling ahead. Behind them, Zheng Xun was still holding the little girl's hand. He lowered his head, finger to his lips, and gently shushed. Little Red Riding Hood covered her mouth, eyes dazed, nodding vigorously. The security guard fiddled with his tight coat. A large bunch of keys hanging from his belt. After fiddling for a while, he found a square-headed key and opened the security room door. With 2 clicks, the overhead light bulb flickered, casting a dim yellow light. The fat security guard introduced himself as Lee. And security guard Lee took out 2 thick books to block the broken window, then pulled down the greasy curtains. Chapter 13. I am deliberate. The wristband suddenly popped up a message, reminding Zheng Xun that he was about to arrive at the airport. Following the prompt, Zheng Xun saved his progress and returned from the simulation to reality. When he woke up, he saw the 3 members of Minkyu. Su Heong reminded him that they were about to arrive at the airport, and Mink's private jet was waiting. Zheng Xun nodded, his mind still not pulled away from the simulation he just experienced. 3 lives were actually at stake. Moreover, that enthusiastic stuttering security guard didn't seem normal either. He wondered if he had already become a pervert, or if he was unaware of his own death. Zheng Xun put on the player wristband that Cheng Ji had bought for him on his left wrist and fastened it. He looked up at Xiao Jun. I want the recording from the last time we entered the Huayin dungeon. Xiao Jun nodded. It's all prepared for you, you can watch it after getting on the plane. After receiving a positive response, Zheng Xun stopped asking questions and began fiddling with the wristband. Just like in the dream. He caught a glimpse of the icon for the simulated dungeon. Zheng Xun pretended not to see it, the icon wasn't conspicuous, and the other 3 naturally didn't notice it. Many players download all sorts of messy apps on their wristbands. This is not uncommon. He opened the White Tower forum, and a virtual screen popped up with a variety of posts, everything you could think of. Chapter 14 Captain Xiao Dao Zheng Xun pressed the pause button and enlarged the screen. He wanted to see how many players entered the dungeon. Besides Captain Xiao Dao, this time in the Hawaiian dungeon were Vice President Xiao Jun, 2 male players, and 1 female player. A total of 5 people. Just like Zheng Xun's simulated process. After entering Hawaiian High School, the first NPC they encountered was security guard Old Li. After Li Yuchu narrated 3 bizarre murder cases, Dao Xueqing suggested that they take the night shift. With someone to cover, Old Li happily left with his enamel mug. Then Dao Xueqing led the team into the teaching building. Upon entering the building, the Minkyu second team first saw an NPC girl named Xiao Yin, who acted as a guide in this dungeon, similar to Old Li, explaining the story background. As an A-level dungeon, the monster levels are not high. After they dealt with 2 headless vengeful spirits, they smoothly arrived at Class 5 of the second year, the first crime scene mentioned by Old Li. The boss in the classroom scene of Class 5 is a male teacher, with the surname Shu, who jumps to his death. As the first boss to appear, his strength is not very strong, and is easily defeated by one of the male team members with a single strike. The second scene takes place in a storage room at the end of the corridor, where the boss is a security guard with the surname Feng. This creature, due to its terrifying appearance, frightens one of the female team members, causing her to scream, which inexplicably provokes it into a frenzy. Chapter 15. This is not working. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, I watch Sen Miao mining in the instance. What's so interesting about mining at 4 in the morning? It's a stress reliever. Shui's mining is all over the place, as expected of Shui. Damn. Minkyu is going down. What? I'm awake, I'm completely awake. 068 District Live Stream, Hawaiian 4th Middle School Instance, hurry over. Zheng Xun stood outside the White Tower gate, looking energetic, facing 4 yawning Minkyu team members. He was familiar with Xiao Jun and Cheng Ji. And there were 2 new additions, 1 male and 1 female. The male team member was called Xiao Wu, looking very young, around 20. The female team member, Li Shuang, was a substitute from Team Minkyu. The 2 newcomers seemed inexperienced, as their anxious eyes revealed their nervousness. Half of the main force from Team 1 was absent. Zheng Xun wasn't foolish and could tell that Xiao Jun was betting everything on him, not wanting to lose their ace. To Minkyu, Zheng Xun was an outsider. Even if they failed, it would only mean an outsider was lost. However, Xiao Vice President was willing to risk his life for a gentleman, which showed his courage and wisdom. Some viewers in the barrage noticed this little scheme. Is a Kui now part of Minkyu? Chapter 16, May I Knock You Out? Because they failed to defeat the final boss, the White Tower automatically determined that this instance was not completed. The 4 who were pushed off the rooftop remained dazed until the game scene faded away. Cheng Ji, you're spinning. Why did you push us down? Zheng Xun stood aside, looking unfazed, his fingers tapping on the screen projected from his wristband, already prepared to re-enter the instance. If they defeated the final boss, the White Tower would declare the instance a success. The entrance would close permanently, and no one could enter again. While Zheng Xun was fierce against the boss, he remained level-headed, remembering the original task. And this, keep it. He picked up a caramel-colored cloth bag from his feet, and tossed it beside Cheng Ji. What is this? Task reward, a bag of gold coins. Failing the instance also yielded gold coins, which could be exchanged for items and weapons in the trading market. It was Li Shuang's first time in an instance, and she didn't have time to experience anything before following the others. She cautiously asked, so what do we do next? We go in, Zheng Xun replied without hesitation, until they triggered the 3S side quest. Chapter 17, the pitiful NPC fleeing in panic. Old Li glared at Zheng Xun, as if looking at a living devil. The devil smiled gently. Ha ha ha. Is Akui finally going to take action against the NPC? I knew this kid was hiding a trick by not talking. Akui is quietly plotting something. So is this method really feasible? Zheng Xun was true to his word. His movements were swift and fluid as he knocked Oldly unconscious with a porcelain jar. Nothing happened. It worked, Zheng Xun said, lifting Little Red Riding Hood by the nape, as if grabbing a cat. Let us go, don't waste time. He rushed out the door, heading straight for the teaching building. At the entrance of the teaching building, he would see a faint figure, the second NPC. A girl named Xiaoyin. If they passed normally, Xiaoyin would run away at the entrance, and players couldn't catch her even if they tried. This was the case when Zheng Xun led the team through the instance the first time. Everyone had seen it. However, just because a person couldn't be caught didn't mean other things couldn't. Zheng Xun smashed open the rickety door of the teaching building and pointed at the fleeing Xiaoyin, saying, "Hong Hong, chase." Little Red Riding Hood excitedly stuck out her tongue and dashed out like a roaring firecracker. Chapter 18, Hand-holding success. The time was set back 10 minutes. Zheng Xun successfully took down the ruthless male teacher in the classroom and then arrived at the storage room. The experience in the storage room was even more bizarre. Zheng Xun called out, "Hong Hong, go." Little Red Riding Hood pulled out a kitchen knife from her basket adorned with a bow and pushed the door open, rushing inside. Zheng Xun closed the door behind him, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall to wait. Less than 2 minutes later, a polite knock came from inside. "Brother, please open the door." Zheng Xun turned and opened the door. Little Red Riding Hood had cleaned herself up, her little face pale, raising her left hand to hold his. The storage room door was now ajar, and thick liquid flowed through the gap. As the crow camera flew away, it captured the scene inside for a fleeting moment. The viewers who saw that scene almost vomited. What the hell? Is Sister Hong too fierce? After all, it's a high-risk level. If it weren't for Zheng Xun's triple kill last time, it would have wiped out the whole team. So scary. But this subordinate actually listens so well. I saw some subordinates chasing after their masters to bite. Akui teaches well, right? When does he have time to teach? Isn't just a couple of days between instances. Chapter 19, Rich but Angry Xun Ge, do you want to take a break? Zheng Xun was bending down to adjust his pant legs when he heard someone talking to him. You're Xiao Wu. He wasn't too concerned about his companions. After all, he would ultimately rely on himself. After a moment of thought, he remembered the young man's name in front of him. Yes. Xiao Wu looked extremely introverted. With such a personality, he was able to initiate a conversation with someone unfamiliar, which showed he admired Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun shook his head. It's fine. I'm not tired. He was speaking the truth. As long as he was in the instance, he could have endless energy. It was in the real world that he easily felt fatigued. Therefore, he wanted to enter the instance as soon as possible. Zheng Xun, Xiao Jun also stepped forward. Any clues? Facing Xiao Jun, Zheng Xun spoke a bit more, as the president was absent, and he was the acting leader. He was still waiting for Ming Qiu to exchange conditions. This instance wasn't particularly difficult. If there was a challenge, it was triggering that hidden side quest. Zheng Xun honestly said, I'm really curious, which unfortunate person in your team had such power to drag all of you down at once? Zheng Xun had studied the video footage of Team Ming Qiu during their instance run. Chapter 20, The truth revealed. Every player, who chose to become a White Tower player, had already contemplated the issue of life and death since the day they registered. Even a player as gentle as Li Shuang is prepared for this. No need to worry, Xiao Jun said, since the 4 of us are here. We've already considered all the consequences. All right, Zheng Xun nodded, I'll just pick a random order, and you can follow me in sequence. You don't need to take action when we encounter the boss, just stay close to me. The first to follow Zheng Xun into the dungeon was Li Shuang. With little experience and fearing that she might say something to distract Zheng Xun, she followed him anxiously, not daring to breathe too loudly. At one point near the storage room, she almost screamed, but quickly covered her mouth. After the first round ended, when they exited the dungeon, Li Shuang's legs went weak, and she slumped to the ground. They had survived. Zheng Xun didn't spare her a glance and immediately called for the next person. The second was Cheng Ji. Although Cheng Ji was straightforward, he didn't cause trouble. Zheng Xun had said before they set off that no one should take action, and he really held back. Instead, it was Zheng Xun who stared at him after they cleared the level. "What are you looking at?" Cheng Ji asked irritably. Chapter 21, Only Speed is Unbreakable. What does Zheng Xun's words mean? I don't know, a code. By the way, this Xiao Wu looks unfamiliar, I've never seen him before. How could Xiao Jun bring him? Is Ming Qiu really that short on people? Who knows? Maybe he was brought in last minute to fill the numbers. Let's see if a Kui can do this, if not, I'm going to go crazy. Does Zheng Xun have any sense? He looks like he has no strength. Is he a newcomer? You can say a Kui has no brains, but you absolutely can't say he lacks strength. Thank you, a Kui, for speaking up for me. Ha 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 ha. Zheng Xun pushed open the rooftop door. Outside, it was dark and moonless, and the cold wind blew in gusts, giving people goosebumps. As usual. When they stepped onto the rooftop, Xiaoyan appeared. After finishing his lines, it was time for the boss to make an appearance. Upon seeing the hazy white shadow, Zheng Xun released Little Red Riding Hood. Sister Hong, go, keep an eye on her. Liang Qiuyin, as a boss, was scared before she could make any moves by the little girl next to her. The girl's face split into 4 parts, looking terrifying. And she was holding a blooded kitchen knife. Liang Qiuyin took 2 steps back, looking for help from Zheng Xun, who was not far away. There was a trace of pitifulness on the boss's face. Chapter 22, Strange people. Smoke and dust filled the entire scene, and fine sand fell from the top. Is it over? It should be. This hidden boss is really scary, just hearing it shout makes my heart race. I didn't dare to open my eyes, fearing I'd see a Kui's corpse. Is a Kui still alive? He should be. Zheng Xun lay on the ground for a long time. Long enough for the viewers in the live stream to think he had passed out, before propping himself up with his hands and getting up. Cough, cough. He coughed a couple of times, waving his arm to brush off the dust in front of him, looking like he had choked. Zheng Xun got up from the ground and turned to look for Dao Xueji's figure. Dao Xueji was pinned under 2 stone slabs, but fortunately, the slabs overlapped to form a triangle, and didn't press directly on him. Zheng Xun pulled him out. I dead? Dao Xueji's eyes widened in disbelief. Yeah, you're dead. Zheng Xun, being annoying, deliberately scared him. His words startled Dao Xueji, who quickly got up and checked his heartbeat and body temperature. Thank goodness. I'm still alive. Brother Xun, my sister. Ge. A huge painting filled with vibrant colors fell from the wall, and a grayish figure crawled out from behind it. Chapter 23, Zheng Xun's Conditions. Zheng Xun woke up in a spacious and bright room. The warm sunlight poured into the room through the half-open window, making it feel as if he was still in a dream. He spread his palm and stared blankly at his fingers. The door was knocked twice, and after receiving no response, the person outside pushed the door open. It was Dao Xueqing. Brother Zheng, you're awake. She was first surprised and then very happy. Dao Xueqing was wearing a light yellow long dress with a Mingqiu team uniform over it, which belonged to her. She held a tray with breakfast, warm water, and a small bottle of vitamins. Zheng Xun looked around the room. It seemed to be a special examination room for patients, but it was decorated quite warmly. Dao Xueqing moved the chair next to the bed with her calf and placed the tray on the bedside table. You should eat something first. His stomach was empty, and it was rare to feel hungry. Zheng Xun didn't hold back and picked up the bowl of porridge to eat slowly. How long did I sleep? A day and a night. Dao Xueqing picked up an apple and peeled it slowly. After you fainted at the White Tower. We called a car to take you back to the guild, and you've been sleeping ever since. Cheng Ji and brother Xiao have both come to see you. But you weren't awake at that time. My brother has social engagements now. Once he has some free time, he'll come to visit brother Zheng. Chapter 24. The guild superstar Zheng Xun wanted to start his own guild. He proposed that Ming Qiu handle the entire process. Establishing a guild is not an easy task. Zheng Xun had gone through the newcomer guide. First, a substantial amount of money is needed to register the guild name. Secondly, a series of materials must be provided to the player association to prove the guild's ability to operate. Although the requirements seem few, each one is challenging to meet. Because the conditions are hard to fulfill, players who want to start a guild usually first establish a studio, akin to a small guild, which operates in a manner similar to a formal guild, to ensure a smooth transition once the requirements are met. However, Zheng Xun didn't want to be that troublesome. There is a shortcut. As long as a guild ranked in the top 20 is willing to act as a guarantor, players can be qualified to start a guild. Ming Qiu happened to rank 18 in the most recent points tally, meeting the requirements. Generally, large guilds are unwilling to act as such guarantors, as it's a thankless task that could lead to trouble. But Ming Qiu now owes Zheng Xun a huge favor. The person he saved is the president's sister. Zheng Xun stated that he wouldn't make any demands that would put Ming Qiu in a difficult position. Dao Xueji and Xiao Jun exchanged a glance, and the latter spoke up. Chapter 25. Breaking News. White Tower Forum. Is Ming Qiu about to announce Zheng Xun? Hurry in to discuss. As the title says, link, Ming Qiu will hold a press conference in 2 days. Second floor, came too early, don't know what to say. Waiting for the god to come in to discuss. This news is unclear. Ming Qiu only said they would hold a meeting, but the participants were listed, and Zheng Xun's name is among them. Okui is last. Doesn't look like an announcement. If you want to announce a new member, shouldn't you start by introducing them? It seems like the negotiations didn't go well. This time, Huayin's performance in the second round was too outstanding. Ming Qiu is a bit beneath him. They even offered a silver contract and he didn't want it. Zheng Xun, don't be foolish. His style is too distinctive, making it hard to fit into other guilds' team systems, which could easily become a liability. Zheng Shen wants you to teach him how to do things. Don't give him too many lessons. What's going on upstairs? No way, Zheng Xun is still a newcomer and already has fans like this. Probably just anti-fans in disguise. We'll know in 2 days. I hope the second round doesn't suffer losses. Competing with a guild of a certain size is easy to get tricked into losing everything. If Ming Qiu doesn't secure Zheng Xun, shouldn't other guilds be thinking about it? I haven't heard of any guild having private contact with the second round. Mainly, Ming Qiu looks like a sure thing, so other guilds might find it hard to make a move. Chapter 26. Troublemaker Yang. Zheng Xun wants to start his own guild. As soon as the news broke, all major platforms exploded. As the recently spotlighted newcomer, Zheng Xun's direction, after consecutively clearing 2-3s difficulty dungeons, is a matter of concern for many players and guilds. The vast majority speculate that he will join one of the top 10 prestigious guilds. It's just a matter of which one. But no one expected Zheng Xun to declare at the press conference that he would not join any. The second round is starting a new guild. Is there a master to interpret the impact on other guilds? Is the newcomer Zheng Xun's move self-destructive? Everyone says that Zheng Shen starting a guild is a dead end. Are there any supporters for Zheng Shen? Online discussions are rampant, and major media outlets are looking for opportunities to interview Zheng Xun himself. But since throwing out that explosive news, Zheng Xun seems to have evaporated. He hasn't cleared any dungeons and no one has spotted him. When reporters asked the Ming Qiu Guild They seemed to have been silenced by the vice president. Everyone couldn't clarify Zheng Xun's whereabouts. While the outside world was in an uproar, Mingqiu was going about their business. Training and dungeon clearing in an orderly manner. Where did you dig up this garbage again? Chapter 27, that won't do if the first time was a coincidence. Then the second time is hard to explain. The material dungeon Zheng Xun chose is very remote. He obviously picked it carefully to avoid people. Normal people wouldn't mine in such a secluded place. Although puzzled, he said nothing, just nodded as a greeting. As before, their communication was minimal, each mined their own. The material dungeon has a fixed time limit, with 4 hours being the maximum. After Zheng Xun finished mining, he carried the ore on his shoulder. When he turned around, a full sack of ore was waiting behind him. This was the ore mined by Huzi Yang, who left a note for Zheng Xun, but was nowhere to be found. Zheng Xun didn't hold back, and took 2 bags of ore back to Mingqiu. Did you find money? Cheng Ji, who was taking something from his room during training, happened to see Zheng Xun's face full of undisguised joy and couldn't help but ask. Kind of, I ran into a good-hearted person. Cheng Ji was baffled. The next 3 days were like this. The two met in the mining dungeon, silently mining, while Huzi Yang left the ore for Zheng Xun. Unknowingly, thanks to selling the ore, Zheng Xun had already saved up a decent amount. On the 4th day, in the mining area, Huzi Yang stood at the bottom of the pit, focused on mining with a pickaxe in hand. Chapter 28. Come out to play. The teleport room wasn't equipped with incandescent lights, only a few dim wall lamps. This made everyone's faces look even gloomier. Huzi Yang had a pale face, lips pressed tight, silently listening to the scolding from the third team's captain. You usually don't pay attention during training. And you sneak out to play. You said you felt unwell, and then what? Playing isn't tiring. If it weren't for your teammates being worried about you acting alone and reporting to me, I would still be in the dark. The captain was so angry he was speaking without thinking, and the vice-captain of the third team chimed in, belittling Huzi Yang. Xiaohua, don't blame us for scolding you. Since coming to Qinglan, you've just been coasting. I haven't seen you contribute anything to the team. The first team's captain and vice-captain, Xu Guan and Meng Yijia, said nothing. Xu Guan silently looked at Huzi Yang, while Meng Yijia still had a smile on her face. Xiao Liu, say less. Zi Yang is young and just at the age of wanting to play. He knows he was wrong, so just let it go. Team leader Liu of the third team quickly flattered. Yes, Vice-Captain Meng is right. Huzi Yang, the vice-captain is speaking for you, just admit your mistake and it's over. Team leader Liu isn't a bad person. He usually has strict requirements for Huzi Yang. But when the latter claimed to be ill, he also gave him time off. Chapter 29. What bad tricks are you using? Zheng Xun was like a salted fish hanging there, ignoring everyone else's expressions, and just waving at Huzi Yang. After all, he was known for not reading the room. And he didn't need to. His bold appearance carried an air of righteousness, making it hard for others to immediately think of questioning him about what he was doing in Qinglan. It was Meng Yijia who reacted first. Mr. Zheng, what are you doing here? Me? I was halfway through mining with Xiaohua when he left without saying a word. I was unhappy and came to see what he was doing. He hooked a finger over the edge of the teleportation portal, leaned down, and pulled something up. Then tossed it out with a thud. It was a bag of ore. After his treasures came out first, Zheng Xun then supported himself on the edge and flipped out. As an uninvited guest, Zheng Xun was more at ease than anyone else there. He sat cross-legged on the ground, guarding that bag of ore, and chatted with the others. I see you all aren't doing anything serious. I thought you were called back for training. We are indeed discussing training matters with Zi Yang. This is internal to Qinglan, Mr. Zheng. If you wish to visit, please make an appointment. Meng Yijia said grandly, but this tactic had no effect on Zheng Xun. If this tactic worked, Xiao Jun would have long since kept Zheng Xun in line. Chapter 30, Learning well is hard. Learning badly is easy. The number of dungeons in the White Tower is uncertain. No one has been able to count an accurate number to date. After clearing a dungeon, it closes and disappears. If not cleared, it can be opened an unlimited number of times. Periodically, a batch of dungeons will refresh, with varying difficulty. Major guilds need to clear dungeons to increase points, obtain high-level weapons and subordinates, and improve their rankings. For well-established guilds, it's rare for a random dungeon to open. Usually, they collect a lot of relevant information, conduct calculations, simulations, and comprehensive assessments to ultimately select suitable dungeons to enter, increasing their success rate. Dungeons chosen by large guilds are usually marked on site. Dungeons are open to all players, and do not belong to any specific guild. However, when players see a dungeon marked by a large guild, especially one ranked in the top 20, they will also weigh their options. Such dungeons often present considerable difficulties. Those who aren't skilled enough can only serve as additional reference material for the large guild's technical team, and whether they can make it out is still unknown. The markers are placed in a not particularly conspicuous, but still visible location on site. Online maps can't see these markers, and the large guild can't blatantly claim the territory. Chapter 31, Don't be too ridiculous. Zheng Xun started his live stream at 5 a.m. He was currently outside the White Tower number 3 in Zone 179. One of the marked dungeons of the Qinglan Guild. The screen shook a couple of times, and Zheng Xun's face appeared in the center of the live stream. Hey! Can you hear me? Zheng God. What the hell, it's a Kui. Dead guy, remember to come back. Where have you been these days? I almost didn't recognize who it was. I thought you accidentally died in some dungeon. Didn't you say you opened a guild? Why are you still soloing? No money to recruit people. Ham, I know everyone misses me. The comments were all sorts of things, with many trolling him. When someone becomes popular, controversies follow. Zheng Xun now had quite a few fans, but many also couldn't stand him. Zheng Xun ignored the negativity, and treated everything as friendly greetings. He came to clear a dungeon today, not going for difficulty, just for everyone to have some fun watching. I have to say, Zheng Xun is currently a hot player at the White Tower, drawing traffic by himself. Just like last time, he was running the dungeon in the early morning, very unusual. But within just 5 minutes, the live stream gathered hundreds of thousands of viewers. Laughing to death, a Kui said no difficulty. For the newbies in the live stream. This guy has only cleared 2 dungeons since debuting, and each was 3S level. Chapter 32, No high-intensity. Cheng Ji was pouring oil professionally, fearing to be unseen. Specifically tagging the main and vice team of Qinglan. Half a minute passed, and neither responded, so others dared to show their faces one by one. The door was knocked on, and Cheng Ji said to come in. With a creak, a small head poked in. It was Dao Xuecheng. Brother Cheng, are you up? Xiao Ji asked me to show you the second team's training schedule. I've adjusted it. Okay, let me take a look. The two went out to the corridor and sat on the sofa. Cheng Ji asked Dao Xuecheng if she had watched Zheng Xun's live stream. Yes. I caught the early morning stream. Was it the marked dungeon of Qinglan? Should I tell Brother Zheng? Cheng Ji flipped through the training schedule, speaking in a mysterious tone. Your brother Zheng knows what's in his heart. Huh? Dao Xuecheng, being clever, quickly understood there was something fishy going on. It must be that Zheng Xun and Cheng Ji conspired to make trouble. So, will Qinglan target Brother Zheng? Cheng Ji scoffed, smirking. That little brat Zheng Xun. If he doesn't target others, he'll thank the heavens. Besides, he's purposely targeting now. Don't worry, Qinglan won't make a move this time. Ignorance is bliss, right? Chapter 33, Occasionally change your thinking. 30 minutes. Zheng Xun announced, causing an uproar in both the forum and the live stream. Half an hour. How is that possible? Didn't Zheng Xun clear the A-level dungeon in under 13 minutes last time? But that was an A-level dungeon. As long as it has an S rating, the difficulty multiplies regardless of the dungeon. This was indeed true. Currently, the highest dungeon level at the White Tower was SSS. But the difficulty gap between 3S and 3S dungeons was still significant. Some dungeons were rated 3S simply because their upper limit was 3S. Players suggested the General Association divide higher difficulties, but the association had no say. Dungeon difficulties were determined by a lottery machine, making human decisions meaningless. Dungeons with an S rating averaged around 23 hours of playtime. Larger maps took longer, while smaller ones were quicker. Nevertheless, half an hour was considered extreme. Not only the comments and forums, but other guilds watching were also somewhat surprised. The Wansha Guild, He Yuxing had just finished a round of training. Casually resting his long legs on the table, sipping water while watching the live stream. When Zheng Xun said 30 minutes, he spat out his water. A teammate across threw a sofa cushion at him, scolding him in disdain. Chapter 34, Artistic Atmosphere Must Be Strong. I'm shocked, what the hell? What is this? Can this be solved like this? What kind of puzzle solving is this? Ha ha ha, although I expected it, Okui really did it. Is this puzzle solving or demolition? I think I heard something. Oh crap, could it be that the monster appeared? Fearing what came, a hoarse roar echoed from the dark corridor, accompanied by the sound of something crawling rapidly. It really is. What the hell, that thing looks so damn ugly. Okui, run! Zheng Xun was no longer in the leisurely stroll demeanor from before. He grabbed the key and the hammer, running fast with long strides. If he hadn't pulled his legs back in time, the tooth of the painted corpse would have torn the flesh off his calf. Players violently breaking boxes would trigger monsters in the dungeon, and the painted corpse in the Alice dungeon was an unsolvable monster that couldn't be fought head-on. Zheng Xun knew this well, so he smashed and ran, leaving a shadow behind. In front of him was a red door, perfectly matching the red key in his hand. Zheng Xun unlocked and kicked the door in one motion. Once inside, he braced himself against the door panel to lock the monster outside. The iron door, opened with the correct key, automatically sealed when closed, preventing the monster from entering. The barrage let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 35, the end of the map reveals the dagger. The Alice dungeon offered a total of 3 rewards. 1 portable door, can change size at will, easy to carry. Looks like a rectangular shield, but can also serve as a shield. 1 unlimited refill water bottle, a must-have for home and travel, essential for the poor. And 1 downgrade card, reduces dungeon difficulty by 1 level, which can make you very happy, noob. Zheng Xun received these 3 items. Not sure if it was because it was only S level, there were no subordinates to collect this time. But thinking back, the only monster he encountered in the dungeon was that ugly painted corpse, which wasn't cute at all and was quite boring, only opening its mouth to bite people. He had no thoughts of collecting anything. With the task completed, Zheng Xun turned the 2 subordinates and rewards back into data, storing them in his wristband, and casually left the White Tower. The barrage hadn't reacted yet. Is this over? The thrilling 30 minutes. I didn't expect it to really be 30 minutes. Did Zheng Xun really clear Qinglan's marked dungeon so smoothly? Compared to this, Okui's strength is even more frightening. What exactly is Okui's background? S level, soloing, 30 minutes. I can't even speak anymore. Chapter 36, 1-person guild. The dungeon in Area 547 is Qinglan's next marked book. If we can reluctantly argue that Zheng Xun's involvement with Alice was a coincidence, then this time, with 547, is simply unacceptable. Zheng Xun has maps of marked books from various major guilds. It's not hard to guess who sent them to him. Xu Guan exited the chat page and searched for someone in the contacts. He sent a message to Xiao Jun. Did you give Zheng Xun the map? A concise question. It was shortly after dinner, and he guessed the reply wouldn't take long. But Xiao Jun replied almost immediately, how could that be? The Xuanhui Guild isn't even on the list to get that map. Xiao Jun denied it, but only a fool would believe him. Xu Guan thought about the matter for about 8 or 9 minutes, including the 547 dungeon and Mink's attitude, before replying to Zheng Xun, Wazian won't rent it out. And 547's book won't be given. Half a minute later, Zheng Xun replied with just one emoji, a smile. Xu Guan glanced at it, threw his phone onto the bed, and went to get a towel to dry his hair. On the other side, at the Minkyu Guild, Zheng Xun saw the message and threw his chopsticks into the plate. Xu Guan really was impervious to persuasion, unyielding to both soft and hard tactics. Xiao Vice President sat opposite him, and the two were in Mink's cafeteria. Chapter 37. I have evidence since Xu Guan replied to Zheng Xun that 547's marked book wouldn't be given away, he called a meeting overnight. The conference room was brightly lit and silent. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, 547's dungeon number 6, the White Tower, would be entered. Xu Guan stood with his back to the whiteboard, addressing the 4 team members in the conference room. The 4 members were 3 men and 1 woman. The only female member, Wang Shudong, had a relatively calm demeanor and looked somewhat worried. Captain, will it be too rushed? In the past, we always needed at least 3 days to prepare for marked books. The crew-cut male member, Yin Lixin, rebutted, Zheng Xun has already climbed above us. Are we just going to let him pry away all the guild's marked books? That's not what I meant. I meant we shouldn't let Zheng Xun disrupt our rhythm. There was no time to hesitate. If we let him pry our books again this time, where would Xinglan's face go? The two argued back and forth, their emotions visibly escalating. Xu Guan rapped the table to signal them to quiet down. Meng Yijia waited for them to stop talking before speaking up. Xu's decision isn't wrong. Shudong, being well prepared is certainly good, but Zheng Xun is petty and won't give up easily. He is already targeting our guild. Chapter 38, Good, very spirited. It's a kui. Zheng God, Kui kui, my kui kui. Enough upstairs, who are you disgusting? There were a few bystanders in Xinglan's live stream, counting Zheng Xun as half a fan. When he appeared, they excitedly sent several bullet comments. However, this was Xinglan's territory, and soon, guild fans began to stir. You stole someone else's things and still dare to come. What a big face. Thief! Thief! Xu team, hurry up and kick him out. Although Zheng Xun's fans were few in the live stream, they were fierce and fought back powerfully. Oh, so this is the quality of the big guild fans, really eye-opening. What is wrong, are you Xinglan the rulers of the universe? Why don't you say the White Tower was built by your family? Stop blabbing there. If you have the guts, go rob him. This escalated, and the guild fans and Zheng Xun's fans began to tear into each other, exchanging friendly greetings about each other's household registrations within the permissible scope of the live stream's guidelines. It must be said that the small group of Zheng Xun's fans, surrounded by guild fans, were quite brave, managing to hold their ground in the argument. As both sides became increasingly heated, the room manager intervened and banned a few users, bringing some quiet. Inside the White Tower, Zheng Xun stood alone, facing 5 opponents. Chapter 39, I am weak and helpless. The smell of burning filled the air, and everyone opened their eyes again to find themselves facing a large, abandoned door. The surface of the door was painted with patterns resembling marine creatures' tentacles. Looking up, a giant cartoon octopus loomed above the door. Its colorful paint had become blurred from years of exposure to wind and rain, dripping down in streaks, while the eye areas were hollowed out, creating 2 empty holes that looked bizarre and eerie. This was a deserted paradise, open and quiet, in a state of decay. The 5 members of Xinglan all looked unwell. Given the oppressive feeling this dungeon gave off, the difficulty was likely not low. Everyone was anxious, except for one person, who seemed oblivious and exclaimed, "Wow! What a big octopus!" Zheng Xun remarked. Ha 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 ha, you've killed the entire atmosphere. Is a kui getting hungry? So big a fish. Can't stew it all in one pot. Be serious. We're still in the dungeon. After Zheng Xun's compliment, he noticed the other 5 looking back at him. Oh? You're paying attention to the player's states, right? May I ask, what does team member Yin think of this octopus? Yin Lixin was too angry to say anything. And what about team member Luo? Chapter 40, No one stops me at the moment of flying out. Yin Lixin felt his insides jolt. He thought he was going to die. He landed face first into the dirt and spat it out, turning to glare at the instigator. They had successfully escaped from the hanging corpse forest, with Zheng Xun being the last to come leisurely over. Yin Lixin lay on the ground. And even though he had taken a hit, his tone was still furious. That kick of yours almost killed me. Zheng Xun was someone who wouldn't take grievances lying down. He immediately squatted down. You young man, don't you know how to be grateful when someone saves you? Why are you so annoying, Herm? Herm. He poked Yin Lixin's back with his finger, poking until the other shouted in protest. Once the person completely stopped moving and resisting, he let go and stood up. While they were arguing, Xu Guan and Meng Yijia had already investigated the road ahead. It was the center of the paradise, with several large amusement park rides. Xu Guan pointed his staff behind him, noting that there were currently no monsters in sight, but to be doubly careful as they passed through. Hearing Xu Guan preparing to set off, Yin Lixin scrambled to his feet. Captain, wait for me. Zheng Xun saw his agile figure and gestured to the audience. See that? Audience friends, it's a medical miracle. Chapter 41. I am at the General Association in the General Association's live stream. Is a kui saving Qinglan's vice captain? It must be. If he wants to save someone, just say so, can't he be a bit less awkward? Who knows, he might just be here to watch the joke. Oh? Why is Zheng God saving his enemy? Enemy? Does Meng Yijia have a grudge against our kui? No way, they are not very familiar with each other. If they are not familiar, there's no grudge. Look at the behavior of that group from Qinglan before. I say don't save them, it's a thankless task. Brothers. Don't give Zheng Xun a lecture, he knows what's in his heart, let's just wait and see him show off. Zheng Xun has a lot of fans in the General Association, and many are worried about him and think it's not worth it. The atmosphere in the Qinglan live stream room is completely different. How's the vice captain doing? I'm dying of anxiety. What did Team Xu say? Damn. Zheng Xun went down. Zheng Xun. Where's he going? That door goes directly to the vice captain. He wouldn't be trying to run because he saw something was off, would he? I think so too. Saying he's going to find the vice captain is just an excuse. What about Team Xu and the others? Damn. Team Xu and the others are getting ready to leave. They really believed that Zheng Xun. After seeing Zheng Xun make a move, Xu Guan exchanged a glance with Luo Mingzhuan. They have been old friends for a long time, no words were needed, their expressions showed that they both trusted Zheng Xun. Chapter 42. I just love to help through the backup camera ball. The viewers in the live stream saw everything. In the Qinglan Guild's live room, the fans seemed to be in disbelief. What? What are they talking about? The mechanism was set by the vice president. How is that possible? Vice President Meng is such a good person, I trust the vice president. But Zheng Xun really almost got cut in half. That's fake, it's all fake. Zheng is definitely putting on a show. I also believe in the character of the vice president. If he had a bad character, those teammates who have worked with him wouldn't trust him so much during interviews. The General Association's live stream room is already filled with curses. That Meng Yijia. What a thing. Caused me to lose my second hammer. Damn. Is he doing it on purpose? How can there be such a person? The bullet screen is a mess of Morse code, and the moderator is flustered, adding blocked words and silencing users. Then someone posted, "Brothers. That group of fools from Qinglan is pulling in the live stream." Now it's good. The General Association's live stream room instantly lost 50,000 viewers. There were already some signs. Zheng Xun's fans, to put it nicely, have amazing solo combat abilities. To put it bluntly, they are reckless and gang up. They instantly flooded into Qinglan's guild live stream, and they couldn't even block it. Chapter 43 I don't eat with just anyone. Why does Zheng Xun get a reward? Zheng Xun put in effort, he should have won. But why is it the same size as Team Shu and Brother Luo's? The Qinglan fans in front should have some shame. Without Zheng Xun, your team would now be carried out, and the horn would blow to start the banquet. You understand? Forget it, some people are selectively blind, it's pointless to explain. More than anything else, I'm more curious about what the reward for the second hammer is. Quickly open the second hammer and take a look. Unlike usual, the fans are extremely eager. But this time Zheng Xun didn't unpack it in public. What are you looking at? He said confidently, these are all outsiders, it's inconvenient for me to unpack. He held the gift box and was ready to leave. Xu Guan thoughtfully asked him if he needed a car to pick him up. HMPH. Zheng Xun was still putting on airs. I now have a dedicated driver, I don't need yours. Just as Zheng Xun finished speaking, someone pushed the door from outside. Cheng Ji, wearing sunglasses, shouted at the door. Old Zheng, where are you? You've been dawdling for ages. Did the people from Qinglan tear up the ticket? Luo Mingzhuan laughed when he saw who it was. Cheng Ji, a high roller worth tens of millions, not doing his high-profile job, but going to drive for someone. Has he really let himself go this much in just a few days? Cheng Ji's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense, I'm willing. Zheng Xun is now our Minkyu giant panda, and he still owes us several books that haven't been settled yet. Old Zheng, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Chapter 44 It was then before Huzian arrived. Xu Guan had already been mining for more than half an hour. Zheng Xun had a lot of complaints. This wasn't good, that wasn't good. Xu Guan would give him a piece after mining it, but it was either too small or the quality was bad. And the most ridiculous was that he complained it didn't look good. Xu Guan held a piece of ore in his hand, grey and dusty, with a layer of sandy shell outside. If you didn't peel it, you couldn't see the ore inside. Can you really tell the good from the bad just from the appearance? Xu Guan asked Zheng Xun, but from his tone, he actually knew Zheng Xun was making things difficult. My eyesight is good. Zheng Xun raised his eyebrows. Hurry up and dig, if you don't dig enough, you're not allowed to go home. Huzian was very cautious next to him, looking around. One is a friend, the other is the boss. He took the initiative to step forward and said, Captain, how about I help you? He thought Xu Guan had already worked hard after finishing the dungeon today, and this small task he could help with, since he had good stamina and experience. But Xu Guan shook his head. It's fine, you do your thing. With a loud clang, Zheng Xun struck the iron pick against the stone face. No whispering. Little Hua, you too, get to work quickly. Zheng Xun was simply treating people like labor. All right. Chapter 45 I'll take you to a good place. Zheng Xun found himself in the 7th hospital in a dream. Unsurprisingly, this was his next dungeon, but what puzzled Zheng Xun was that this didn't feel like a dungeon at all. The little white building in front was bright and warm, with lush green ivy full of life, children playing and frolicking in the grass outside the hospital, and elderly people in patient gowns sitting in wheelchairs, slowly pushed by young nurses. This scene had nothing to do with horror, terror, or the bizarre. How could this be a dungeon? Zheng Xun stood outside the gate, and a red rubber ball bounced on the ground, rolling out through the gap in the door, and into Zheng Xun's hands. A little girl with pigtails ran over, her small hand reaching through the bars. Brother. That's my ball, thank you. Zheng Xun held the ball in one hand, and he could even feel the warmth of the sunlight from its rough surface. He reached out to return the ball to the girl. Just as the soft tips of the girl's fingers touched the ball, the scene suddenly changed. Like a film with editing errors, flickering twice. The warm afternoon disappeared, everything around faded and dimmed, the ivy quickly withered and fell. Like frozen veins cutting into the surface of the wall. Chapter 46 I'm really a genius. Zheng Xun had one arm hanging naturally, while the other hand tightly grasped his elbow, looking extremely nervous. The noise from the crowd around grew louder, and he anxiously looked at the audience below. The sweat beads on his forehead reflecting the scorching light above. He looked very tense. Zheng Xun said, "Is your hand untrained?" "It can't be. I haven't paid attention to Inshue's news for too long. He should have been in the first team all along." Cheng Ji replied. Zheng Xun opened his wristband to check the information about the Inshue Guild. A tap of his finger brought up the news that Shen Yuan, one of the senior leaders of Inshue, was killed while inspecting the guild's new site, which seemed to have caused quite a stir at the time. Shen Yuan was once the president of Inshue, but later he claimed health reasons and voluntarily gave way to the current president. In the years under Shen Yuan's leadership, Yinzhu has always been a regular in the top 10 rankings. However, ever since the new president took over, Yinzhu's strength has declined significantly, barely hanging around the 20th position, struggling to survive. This Zheng Xun is Shen Yuan's only son. Just like Cheng Ji said, he became famous at a young age, debuting at 11 and leading a team to clear dungeons by 15, showcasing his talent. A highlight reel of Zheng Xun was attached in the post, and Zheng Xun clicked on one of them. Chapter 47, Raise the Flag. Isn't he the one who recently started clearing SS dungeons? Cleared about 2 or 3. He's almost catching up to Zheng Xun's own record. It seems there are top-ranked guilds wanting to recruit him, and he himself has quite the ego, looking down on anyone who isn't in the top 20. Zheng Xun has sharp ears, and he absorbed all the discussions about this little Zheng Xun. He turned to Cheng Ji, who was blissfully watching the match, completely oblivious. Zheng Xun poked him in the ribs, and Cheng Ji exaggeratedly dodged, exclaiming, "Ouch." Luckily, at the last moment, he realized he couldn't expose his identity and quickly covered his mouth. "What's wrong?" he asked the suddenly agitated Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun still had questions for him. "What's with this little Zheng Xun?" "Huh?" Cheng Ji suddenly became hesitant, not at all like his usual straightforward self. Zheng Xun transformed his finger into a knife hand, gesturing towards Cheng Ji's ribs. I'll confess everything." Cheng Ji hurriedly surrendered, explaining to the emotionally off-kilter Zheng Xun in the fastest way possible. It turns out this little Zheng Xun has only recently gained fame among players, his real name being Jiang Feiguang. Like Zheng Xun, he rose to fame from a bad district and subsequently challenged high-difficulty dungeons, achieving his best record of clearing an SS dungeon without taking damage. Chapter 48, I'll let you have 3 moves. Zheng Xun stood there, exuding a sense of justified authority. The referee turned to Jiang Feiguang, asking for his thoughts. Jiang Feiguang felt confused. He was there to challenge Zheng Xun, to gain the identity of the defender and successfully defend his title, thus boosting his popularity. He didn't expect this unexpected guest to disrupt his plans. And what terrible taste in clothing he had. He didn't want to waste time and energy, planning to tell the referee that he refused such an arrangement. But the masked person across from him spoke up. "Aren't you the one called Little Zheng Xun? If you were the real Zheng Xun, you wouldn't refuse such a request." Jiang Feiguang didn't care about anything else. He was focused on comparing himself to Zheng Xun. He was in a conflicted mindset, both unable to stand Zheng Xun and subconsciously following in his footsteps. Therefore, he couldn't stand to hear anyone say he's not as good as Zheng Xun. However, Jiang Feiguang was somewhat smart and knew he couldn't lose his cool. He cautiously replied, "I only do my own thing. I look down on this little Zheng Xun title." "You want to refuse? Then you really can't compare to Zheng Xun," everyone is right. The masked person's quick wit truly angered Jiang Feiguang. Chapter 49, Brother. Don't thank me blindly. The masked person's second round was even more decisive than the first. This time, he seemed unwilling to torment anyone, and used the most decisive moves to end everything. Compared to a wheel battle, this simultaneous attack tested the competitors' sharpness, and their ability to coordinate their bodies. Their minds had to predict while timely directing their limbs to follow. It was dazzling. The 8 contestants showcased all sorts of martial arts, making it hard for the audience to keep up. In such a situation where even seeing clearly was a challenge, the masked contestant in the center of the arena managed to handle them one by one. Incredible, this was no longer something a human could accomplish. Which guild does this person belong to? I really need to know his identity. Could it be some newcomer practicing their skills here? A newcomer? That's impossible. This level is comparable to Zheng Xun. I haven't seen a Kui without his weapon. His array of props is too destructive, creating a cloud of smoke where nothing can be seen. Stop guessing. Didn't Zheng Xun just finish a dungeon? He should be resting. The discussions below were buzzing, and the battle above was nearing its end. The masked person knocked the last contestant off the stage. Is that it? He looked around, seemingly a bit bewildered, before finally nodding. That's it. Chapter 50. It's all Jiang Feiguang's fault. Many people were familiar with Zheng Xun's face, often seen in the live stream. But when the real person appeared offline, the audience was still thrilled. Is it the real Zheng Xun? It really is God Zheng. Wow. The one who repelled over 30 players and successfully defended his title is actually a Kui. The audience was both shocked and delighted, unable to believe it. Among them were some with varying expressions. The instigator Jiang Feiguang originally just wanted to recognize his opponent's face to prepare for a rematch next time. Seeing the other party cover their face, he felt unsatisfied. So he came up with a plan to expose this person's true identity. He initially thought it was a deep hidden fan of Zheng Xun. But Jiang Feiguang never expected that the person he had been fighting with on the stage was the very one who haunted him like a nightmare. He clenched his back teeth tightly, thinking this was bad. Previously, most online comments believed Zheng Xun was better than him. They just hadn't had a direct opportunity to compete. Now, he had delivered a head on a platter to the other party. As a newcomer, who had debuted not long ago, he was unwilling to be trampled underfoot by Zheng Xun. So Jiang Feiguang quietly slipped out of the noisy crowd and called his team outside. Chapter 51, About the rumors. Let me say a few words. The forum was buzzing all night, and indeed, wherever Zheng Xun was, there was traffic, bringing a storm of controversy. The hottest thread was about the stark difference in character between Zheng Xun and Jiang Feiguang, both newcomers. As the title suggests, the original poster is just a passerby, not a fan of anyone. After watching several replays of Zheng Xun and Jiang Feiguang's dungeons, is Zheng Xun really just a reckless lone wolf, completely disregarding his companions' lives just to grab rewards? Video. Front row, arrived early, waiting for the big shot to come in and analyze. Front row leaving a name. Setting up a little stool, obediently. Wow, the original poster is harsh. Zheng Xun's die-hard fans can be quite crazy. The original poster better pray for good luck. Same as above, Doge head for life. Original poster. Remember to turn off private messages. See you on the next account. No way. The original poster is using the Paradise Dungeon to talk about companions. Who doesn't know that Zheng Xun was just a reporter in that dungeon? The cut from the corpse forest. What does that prove? Everyone in the team was too busy to help each other. Xu Guan didn't help anyone either. Here they come. Zheng fans are getting anxious. To the one above, if you talk about Zheng Xun, just talk about him, don't drag me into it, Xu team. Take away. Am I the only one concerned about when the forum became like a fandom? Fandom fans get out of the tower circle. Chapter 52, The accomplices are here. I can't believe it, Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun is actually facing off against Jiang Feiguang directly. I'm dying of laughter, Okui. Is the way to defeat rumors to solidify them. Ha ha ha, as expected of me, Kui. Okui, don't say I'm suppressing newcomers. I just want to provoke all of you. Zheng Xun's fans were giggling in his live stream room, while on the other side, Jiang Feiguang's live stream room was filled with worry. Xiao Jiang, don't be too tough. Zheng Xun is cunning and must have bad intentions. Xiao Jiang. Why don't we change the dungeon? There are thousands of dungeons. If this one doesn't work, we can switch. What are you doing? Are you getting scared before the fight even starts? Xiao Jiang, don't be afraid. Zheng fans, take a look at how flustered you all are. In the end, a fan of Zheng Xun, who was just watching, also mixed in. Jiang Feiguang finally figured out what was going on through the audience's comments. He didn't expect Zheng Xun to come in person. For a moment, he felt a bit flustered. After all, he had seen Zheng Xun's strength firsthand and had fought against him. That person's fighting style was unpredictable, and his physical skills were superior. Not an easy opponent to deal with. Moreover, he had specifically studied the other party's dungeon records. Once Zheng Xun entered the dungeon, it was like a wild horse that couldn't be reined in, and no one could predict what he would do next. Chapter 53. I am sunny and cheerful. Zheng Xun had a good memory. He could remember the names of clues and the faces of NPCs in the dungeon after just one glance. He didn't pay attention to many things in the world outside the dungeon, and many people didn't care either, but that didn't mean he was face blind. If he said he was face blind, he would definitely be lying. Besides, the first dungeon left a deep impression on him, after all. It was his first connection with this White Tower world. He naturally remembered the faces of the players who had gone into the dungeon with him. So when Zheng Yu appeared at the entrance, he immediately recalled who the person was. The boy in the hoodie, who had been compared to him as a sleeping dragon and a phoenix chick. After a while without seeing each other, Zheng Yu hadn't changed much, still carefree and very enthusiastic. He took the initiative to greet Zheng Xun. Zheng Ji. Long time no see. I didn't expect to run into you here. Zheng Xun nodded. What are you doing here? Zheng Yu, still full of blunt honesty, said, Zheng Ji. Don't you like challenging high difficulty starting dungeons? This one only has a rank, and has been thoroughly analyzed online. It's basically no challenge for you. Zheng Yu probably didn't mean to belittle anyone, but his simple words really put Jiang Feiguang down quite a bit. Chapter 54. How many scenes are there? Wow. Those players in the movie. What? It can be played like this. What is so surprising? The cinema dungeon was already thoroughly analyzed on the forum, right? This is just the beginning, the later parts are even more exciting. No spoilers. Let us consider the new players, please. Don't spoil it. Isn't there a rule in the live stream? Just watch how Zheng Xun performs. With Zheng Xun here, there won't be any problems. The cinema dungeon is an A rank, with relatively high difficulty, but not as terrifying as S rank. As for why this dungeon is famous, it's not just due to its danger, but also its high entertainment value. According to players who have already published guides online, the scenes in the cinema dungeon are not many, probably only 2 to 3. The problem lies in whether it's 2 or 3. This issue had sparked arguments online. It started when a brother posted a thread titled "Just survived the A-rank cinema dungeon, everyone can come in and ask anything." At that time, the cinema dungeon was not very well known, and netizens were more curious about how the poster survived an A-rank dungeon. The poster roughly described the scenes in the cinema dungeon and the attacks used by the bosses. Netizens began to discuss in the comments, and initially, everything seemed normal. Chapter 55. Strange requests. When Zheng Xun spoke, the other three looked over to see what new discovery he had. Zheng Yu leaned in closely. Zheng Xun wasn't looking at the illuminated screen, but turned his head to the back. The texture here didn't feel like a wall. He flicked his wrist, and his flashlight turned on, casting a straight white light onto the wall behind. Everyone's gaze followed the white light of the flashlight. They were astonished to find that the so-called wall was actually a white screen. Wow, they can show movies there too. No wonder so many people say that entering the cinema dungeon feels like being in a maze. Who wouldn't be confused? Could it be that all the walls around are screens? Then the previous online debate about 2 scenes or 3 scenes makes sense. I don't think it's that simple. Now that only one is lit, it's already dizzying. If all 4 sides light up, wouldn't that just confuse us more? By the way, how come no one discovered that the walls inside are all screens before? Mainly because once the dungeon started, the screens showed shadows that looked exactly like themselves. Anyone would be impacted by that. The bullet chat section was buzzing with discussion. But the 3 people in the dungeon felt uneasy. They were worried about what changes would occur once the screens lit up. Chapter 56 Faction Dungeon, Holding Hands. Did I hear that right? Okui, do you want to listen to what you're saying? Zheng Xun must have his reasons for saying this. Monkey scratching head. Zheng Xun is results-oriented. This lazy person definitely skipped a large part of the reasoning process, and directly brought up the answer. The previous friend made a valid point. Okui indeed does this, too lazy to write the steps and just gives the answer. Those who don't know would think he is copying someone's exam paper. Isn't it too strange for 4 big men to hold hands? The person who said this was unaware. He was just providing a method, and whether others listened was up to them. The reason he didn't choose to be reckless himself was that they entered the cinema dungeon as a team of 4. During the simulation, he had always been alone. If the other 3 listened to his suggestion, that would be great. They would clear it in one go. If they didn't listen, after exiting the dungeon, he would knock the other 3 out and run through it himself. 2-pronged approach. Zheng Xun had a good virtue. As long as he entered a dungeon, he would never come out empty-handed. He saw what he wanted and got what he desired. He must take the rewards from the cinema dungeon. Although Zheng Xun's tone was ordinary, his words hit the ground like thunder. Chapter 57 I am targeting you, wow. Why did Okui suddenly pull out his true form? What does it mean by Okui's true form? Ha ha ha, that is too funny. Why did Okui suddenly take out that macho tears hammer? What is this macho tears hammer? What a weird name. It's that pink inflatable hammer that even macho men would cry over when they see it. Ha ha ha, don't laugh at me, what a ridiculous name. Could it be that there will be a battle wheel? But I didn't see anything in the previous forum guide that required a battle. Don't even mention the battle wheel. I feel like I haven't seen 2 monsters at all. What do you mean there are no monsters? Aren't all those things on the screen monsters? Those things have no combat ability, and no one has ever seen them come out of the screen. The discussion in the bullet screen area is heated, and although some are just fishing in troubled waters, some viewers are indeed speaking the truth. No one has found traces of monsters in the cinema version. This itself is strange. How could there be no monsters in version A? It's hard to get an A rating just by solving puzzles. Yet, that's the reality. Reviewing all the cinema version replays, not a single player encountered a monster. They were just inexplicably teleported outside the dungeon, and couldn't clear the level no matter what. Chapter 58, Shadow. When Zheng Xun brought down that hammer, no one realized what had happened. Even the well-informed He Yuxing and the always carefree Zhong Yu were stunned. Zheng Ji, what the hell? The 2 rushed to stop him, thinking Zheng Xun had suddenly gone mad and would do something impulsive. Although he and Jiang Feiguang weren't on good terms, this was in front of so many people. There were so many cameras filming. If he wanted to act, he could do it privately. The viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. They knew Zheng Xun had always had a serious problem, but they didn't expect him to go this crazy. although there were some personal grudges. It wasn't to the extent of taking someone's life. Even though they couldn't see it, the bullet screen was also trying to persuade Zheng Xun to calm down. Don't act impulsively with that second hammer. Second hammer. If you want revenge, at least do it secretly. I'm leaving the stream. If Zheng Xun's hammer falls, it won't be good. Jiang Feiguang's live stream was also in chaos. Why is no one managing this? My little Jiang. Why is this lunatic Zheng Xun allowed to enter the dungeon? What is the association doing? Guys, I've found the reporting phone number for the association. Click my avatar quickly. Inside and outside the dungeon was a mess, but Zheng Xun showed no hesitation with that hammer. Chapter 59, Big Black. Although reluctantly, the four of them ultimately walked out together. Holding hands felt too awkward, so Zheng Xun suggested they hold each other's weapons instead. Zheng Xun walked at the front, his hands behind his back, holding the hammerhead of the inflatable hammer, while Zhongyu held the other end. Then came He Yuxing and Jiang Feiguang in that order. Zhongyu was curious. Brother, is your hammer light to carry usually? It's inflatable. Oh, so when you need to use it, do you have to pull out the air plug and blow it up? No need. The following process went smoothly. They arrived at the maze Zheng Xun had seen during his simulation, and the four of them struggled to navigate through the audience seats, finally reaching the safety exit again. The green pass appeared repeatedly, which was really frightening. When they heard the success prompt, apart from Zheng Xun, the other three let out a sigh of relief. The bullet screen also relaxed. Finally out, this repetitive dungeon is the most disgusting. The second hammer is really going to scare me to death. When he hit Jiang Feiguang, I was already thinking about which place I should go to deliver him food. But how did the second hammer notice that Jiang Feiguang had changed? He shouldn't be familiar with Jiang Feiguang, right? Chapter 60, Sealed Version. Zheng Xun accepted Cheng Ji's invitation and went to a hot pot restaurant. The place was packed on the weekend, but fortunately, they had reserved a table in advance. The two wore masks to avoid attracting too much attention. However, due to their tall stature, they inevitably drew many gazes. Zheng Xun covered his head with the hoodie of his sweatshirt, and they strode through the restaurant until they finally reached the reserved private room. Cheng Ji beckoned with his finger, pulled down his mask, and let out a long breath. Fortunately, I wasn't recognized. Otherwise, if the vice president finds out, I would be in trouble. Does Xiao Ji manage that much? I'm currently under house arrest, and the vice president wants me to have less contact with you. People outside won't think you're coming to Minkyu, but will guess whether I'm going to be poached to Xuanhui. That can't be. Zheng Xun declined. You're too expensive. My little broken guild can't afford you. Although it was impossible, Cheng Ji was quite dissatisfied with such a direct refusal. You can't just focus on entering dungeons now. What about your guild? Zheng Xun had been fiddling with his phone since he entered, seeming very busy. So what should I do? You should pull in sponsorships for projects. Forget about the training camp, you don't have money now. But you have your own traffic. Signing a few advertisers shouldn't be a problem, right? Chapter 61, Disappearing Players. The red soup hot pot in the center of the square table was bubbling, while the outside was filled with the sounds of people. Cheng Ji's words, however, cooled the lively atmosphere. Room 201. Zheng Xun frowned. Was it only room 201, or did they only enter the odd-numbered side? Only 201. No matter what the players in the dungeon said about going to 202 or 205, to the viewers in the live stream, they were all going to 201. Is the layout inside the same? If the layout is different, it means they are still different rooms. The most ridiculous part was here. According to the players' descriptions, what they saw was indeed different rooms, with different furnishings and hospital beds inside. But to the viewers, they were repeatedly entering the same room. Zheng Xun said nothing. He held a pair of chopsticks in his left hand, half-cooked meat left unattended, seemingly deep in thought. Cheng Ji took a sip of boiled water. These star players avoided drinking alcohol unless on special occasions to protect their physical functions, and even drank less juice. Did Team Qinglan notice they were going in circles? Didn't Huoziyan and Meng Yijia later go to the operating room? Chapter 62, Ready. Zheng Xun recalled to this point and asked Cheng Ji, "Have you ever encountered a situation where you found information related to yourself in the dungeon?" Cheng Ji moved his chopsticks nimbly, impatiently picking out the chili from his bowl. Hearing Zheng Xun's question, the irritation on Cheng Ji's face faded, replaced by surprise. "Information related to yourself? What do you mean?" "If you drop something in the dungeon and pick it up before it resets, I've heard of that." Zheng Xun shook his head. "Not like your own stuff dropping in the dungeon. I mean, within the dungeon scene, like some text clues or photos, documents, etc., showing your name, birthday, or similar." Cheng Ji's mouth opened wider. How could there be such a situation? "Old Zheng, have you encountered this? That sounds a bit scary." "Generally, text clues in dungeons are related to NPCs or bosses' backgrounds. How could they be associated with players? Are players NPCs or bosses? That would be chaotic." He didn't manage to throw away a small piece of chili on his chopsticks, putting it back into the bowl and mindlessly stirring, ruining the whole bowl of rice. Chapter 63, 1 fan equals 10 Black. Zheng Xun is going to the 7th hospital. The 7th hospital is restarting after a year. The participating player is the recent rising star Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun is once again opening an S-level dungeon. Wasn't the 7th hospital closed? Can Qinglan let Zheng Xun down? Is there anyone who understands coming in to discuss? Unlike in the past when live streams started only after reaching the White Tower. This time Zheng Xun opened the stream on the way to Area 079 to meet the audience. Compared to the previous unannounced streams, this time it felt like a small warm-up. This brief warm-up was enough for him to explode with dozens of hot posts on the forum. Other platforms also rotated trending topics. In the era of the White Tower, everything related to the White Tower carries huge traffic. And Zheng Xun is currently at the top of that traffic. In the past, there have been newcomers whose debut sparked discussions. But no one has maintained such a high level of discussion as Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun never plays easy dungeons. Every dungeon he tackles is of high quality, high difficulty, and quite popular among players. From the initial life and death battles in the server to the recent highly entertaining cinema dungeon, every one of his dungeons is very noteworthy. Of course, this is not Zheng Xun's intention. He is not deliberately looking for dungeons with gimmicks. Or rather, many times it is others who bring those high difficulty dungeons to him. Chapter 64, Medical Record. Zheng Xun said to let Huoziyan be the president of the Xuanhui Guild. And this can only be said to be taken lightly by everyone both on and off the screen. Little Huo. Run quickly, haha. This man is pondering how to get something for nothing again. I'm dying of laughter. Osihui, if you're too lazy to manage your own guild, hurry up and pack your things, and find a rich guild to marry into. I see Osihui is really both lazy and a slacker. He lets Huoziyan be the president, and probably has to sign some kind of oppressive contract that says even though you're the president, you can't manage me. The person in front, if Osihui saw you, he would have to say, you really hit the nail on the head. Zheng Xun is rambling. But his ease has relaxed Huoziyan, making the tension in his heart loosen. I will do my best, he assured Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun smiled with satisfaction. The two of them pushed open the door of the 8th White Tower one after the other. Like other dungeons, there is a teleportation key leading to the dungeon here. The previous process was no longer procrastinated. Zheng Xun punched the button, and when they opened their eyes again, they stood outside the door of the 7th hospital. The two players present were not seeing this dungeon for the first time, although they were very happy outside. When they really entered the dungeon and saw the familiar high walls and old hospital buildings, Huoziyan's face became serious again. Chapter 65, Anomaly in the payment slip. Zheng Xun is not someone who likes to make a fuss, but he is not dull either. After all, he has simulated it thousands of times. He knows how the simulation works and how the real dungeon works. If a crucial clue in the dungeon had been altered or a scene that must be passed through had changed, Zheng Xun might not be as confused as he is now. In the initial simulation of the 7th hospital dungeon, he was very concerned about the medical record page with his name and photo on it. However, the specific simulation segments did not show that this medical record page had any significant use. Why go through all the trouble to delete information that is not useful? That would only draw more attention to it. The bullet comments followed the discussion. What is Hui thinking? Spacing out. This 7th hospital dungeon really deserves its 5-star horror rating. Just looking at it makes my scalp tingle, let alone standing inside. Zheng God, stop spacing out. We can't stay here long. My intuition tells me something will happen. The person in front, we are already in the dungeon. What intuition are you talking about? What dungeon doesn't have an incident? Why is this page of the medical record blacked out? So strange. Something unusual must be going on. Everything else can be read normally, only this page has a problem. It seems this patient must have a serious illness. Chapter 66, On the Stairs. What the heck? Did you see the date on that payment slip? Isn't that today? Could it be that there are still people living in this abandoned hospital? Don't scare me. I am getting goosebumps. Trying to analyze rationally. If 501 is still paying, it means that person is still in the hospital. That should be the final boss, right? So does that mean we have to go to the 5th floor to clear the dungeon? Who remembers how many floors Qinglan reached last time? 4 floors, or was it 3? In any case, it definitely didn't reach the 5th floor. How big is the scene of this dungeon on the 5th floor? Does this building even have 5 floors? Isn't there only 4? Oh my. What is being said upstairs? If 501 is there, it must have 5 floors. Who said I was talking nonsense? Haven't you seen the replay of Qinglan's dungeon? They checked the elevator, the highest button only goes to the 4th floor. I'm really going to be scared to death. Don't scare yourself. It's normal if there isn't an elevator. Maybe for safety reasons, the 5th floor can only be accessed via the stairs. In the 7th hospital, players can only use the stairs to go up and down. By the way, wouldn't an elevator be more convenient? If the 5th floor can only be accessed via the stairs, wouldn't that mean the people in the hospital want to prevent something from coming down from the 5th floor? Chapter 67, He's a UN in such an empty hospital. The sudden appearance of a person shocked both the bullet comments and Huzian. Perhaps he is not even human. What the heck? What is that? It scared me. Wearing a patient gown. Is it a patient? Family, my quilt moved, I'm leaving. I'll come back for the replay tomorrow. When did he appear there? I remember the stairs were empty when I first looked. Little Hua, act like me. His expression is exactly how I feel right now. This 7th hospital dungeon is too exciting. Is it really only rated S? At the moment the unfamiliar patient suddenly appeared, the bullet comments fell silent for a moment, and then flooded with RRR as everyone was scared. Huzian was also shaken, but turned to look for Zheng Xun. Where is he? The person who had just been a few steps above him suddenly disappeared. And Huzian's heart sank. He thought to himself, if even Zheng Xun is gone, that would be truly terrifying. His gaze inadvertently glanced down. And it turned out Zheng Xun had crouched down, facing the suddenly appearing patient. The patient, who only said a meh, also turned his head. And the two of them gazed at each other with affection. Chapter 68, Unable to exit 201. Zheng Xun continued his exploration of the 2nd floor, which was a bit complex, and he needed to find the key to the 3rd floor. Huzian followed closely beside him. He was more familiar with this place. So he wasn't panicked. His Yuan stood behind him, silent, lost in his own world. The patient Heziyuan's brain was operating at high speed. I don't think this Heziyuan looks like an NPC, he seems a bit dim-witted, doesn't he? What's wrong? Can't someone who's not smart be an NPC? First, he said he was a sheep, and then he said he was a bear. I see this kid talking with a bit of philosophical meaning. Brother in front, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital too? I have acquaintances who can help you. What is he thinking? He doesn't engage in conversation, doesn't he provide any hints? Do we have to explore it ourselves in the end? I think Erchua's mental state matches him quite well. Wait, it seems like he is about to speak. Let us listen. Is he finally going to provide a hint? Heziyuan indeed opened his mouth, showing intent to speak. But as soon as he spoke, he slapped everyone in the face. Actually, I am a bear named Heziyuan. What the hell, a bear named Heziyuan? Chapter 69, Little He Mushroom, why did Ersihui smash that mirror? Damn. That hit from Huozian was too fierce. I didn't even react. Is there anyone to speak up for Little He? His mirror is shattered. And he is falling apart. Slowly piece yourself back together, Little He. Ha ha ha, this NPC Little He is a bit funny. He seems to have a richer vocabulary than other NPCs, but he is also a bit neurotic. How does he manage to be both silly and smart? If I remember correctly, didn't he say something like this when he was in the Qinglan dungeon? What phrase? The one where he praises himself for being handsome. Damn, that phrase shouldn't have triggered any keywords, right? NPCs rarely make actions unrelated to puzzles and plots. And his action of looking in the mirror is a hint. I agree with the previous brother. The mirror itself has a meaning of symmetry and overlap. And many places with mirrors have spatial distortion and deformation. Now it makes sense. No wonder Ersihui asked Xiaohua to smash that mirror. But Ersihui is too perceptive. Did he notice something while watching the Qinglan replay? I saw him discussing it with Huozian before entering. Chapter 70. I don't believe NPCs. Huozian found a photo. The photo is quite old, the camera paper has yellowed, and the edges are curled. Unfortunately, the date label is damaged. There are a tall and a short person, one male and one female, who seem to be a father and daughter. The tall man is wearing a white coat and round glasses, looking cultured. He should be a doctor from the 7th hospital. He is holding the girl's hand. The girl appears to be about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 braids and wearing a purple dress. Looking at their ages and the pose in the photo, they look a bit like father and daughter, but it could also simply be a doctor-patient relationship. However, this photo being placed alone in the drawer means it must have some special significance for the doctor, even if the girl is a patient. But that is not the main point. The main point is that the girl's hand is being held, yet her expression is very tense. Her smile isn't genuine. It's forced. She seems to be afraid of something. The expression of the girl in the photo isn't quite right, is it? Are these two a father and daughter? They look a bit alike. You can't say they look alike, right? The photo is so blurry. How can you tell? Chapter 71. Who is afraid of whom? At the end of the 2nd floor corridor, a hanging lamp is dangling from the ceiling. The outer circular shell is damaged, and the bulb flickers on and off. There is a sliding alloy door blocking the way, with an old brass lock hanging on it, requiring players to use a key to open. The key is currently in Zheng Xun's hand. At this moment, 3 people are standing by the door: Zheng Xun, Huozian, and Heziyuan, who is trying hard to diminish his presence. Patient Xiao, he was originally 1,000 unwilling, but under Zheng Xun's coercive threat, he had no choice but to follow. Zheng Xun called him to follow for his own little scheme. During the simulation, he discovered that Heziyuan is quite different from the NPCs he encountered before. Whether it's Hengjie, Xiaoyin, or Da He, as NPCs of the White Tower, they all have a relatively fixed set of behaviors. Xiaoyin was a bit surprising. she, Li Yueying, displayed a certain self-awareness in the dungeon. But even so, Li Yueying still tried to disguise herself as an NPC that only executes fixed commands. If it weren't for Zheng Xun's keen perception, no one would have realized that she actually possesses the ability to think and judge until Huayin's book was cracked. As for the current Heziyuan. Chapter 72, Red Ball, Damn. What kind of weird move is Ersihui pulling now? Ersihui is watching you. I'm dying of laughter. I really want to smash open Erchui's head to see what's inside. Ersihui gives off the vibe of thank goodness I turned my head quickly. Otherwise I wouldn't have caught you, you little turtle. Ha ha ha, this is so damn awkward. I can almost see the faces of those people in the photos turning into sweaty yellow bean faces. Suddenly, footsteps behind them stop, and Huoziyan notices and turns around. What's wrong, Zheng Xun? Taking advantage of their conversation, Heziyuan, who is leading, tiptoes to sneak away. Huoziyan didn't even turn his head, but accurately grabbed the back of his collar. Ah, the poor patient Xiao, he has been gripped by the throat of fate. From the speed of Huoziyan's action, it's clear he has some skills. But he is more concerned about Zheng Xun's state, with such strong power. Stopping suddenly must indicate a big problem. Zheng Xun is still gazing affectionately at the faces in the photo, his lips moving. He is talking to Huoziyan. Xiao Huo. 3-2-1 Chapter 73, Xiaohe, Danger. At the same time as the red rubber ball appears, a string of children's laughter slips past the ears. Fading from near to far, echoing in the empty corridor, adding a touch of terrifying atmosphere to this eerie scene. The third-floor corridor has one side with windows. The pale moonlight shines through the broken glass, casting shadows on the floor. In the darkness, a pair of feet in red shoes suddenly appears. The barrage section is about to freak out. What the hell? There's a child in that shadow. Damn. This is too scary. Did this scene trigger last time in Qinglan? I have no memory of it. No, right? Didn't Qinglan only reach the operating room on the third floor before being forced to interrupt? I remember it that way. Then how come Zheng Xun's experience this time is completely different from last time? With Heziyuan, an NPC that has never appeared before. Now there's also a scary child. It's understandable that the audience in the live stream is questioning. Clearly, it's the same 7th hospital dungeon. But it's completely different once it reaches Zheng Xun. Some viewers feel confused, but some experienced players say that S-level and above dungeons are like this. The changes are significant, the side quests are numerous, and the plot is complex. Chapter 74, Overwhelming Public Opinion. Da He is highly efficient. The speed at which it moves is as fast as how much it doesn't want to be in the same room as Xiaoyin. Finally, Heziyuan was brought before Zheng Xun, tightly bound. Little he lay on the ground, not wanting to lift his face, completely giving up. Zheng Xun squatted down and greeted him kindly. Oh, isn't this little he? I was worried when I saw you wandering off just now. Heziyuan angrily turned his face away from Zheng Xun. The little red hat was nowhere to be found, and the little girl had also disappeared. But Zheng Xun was not worried. Hongjie could handle everything. He extended his hand to signal Da He to climb up and retrieve it. Then he patted little his shoulder. All right, stop playing dead. You'll be needed for the next part. Heziyuan reluctantly stood up from the ground, neither responding nor retorting, primarily just providing company. Compared to the second floor, the distribution of rooms on the third floor was relatively sparse, and most of them were empty, with nothing worth searching. If there was any highlight on the entire third floor, it was the operating room at the end of the corridor. This was also the place where Qinglan had the incident. To be precise, it was the turning point for Huoziyan and Meng Yijia. Chapter 75, It's Not Your Fault. Zheng Xun walked over to take a look. Huoziyan was holding a blue-covered picture book filled with children's drawings. Where did you find this? Just now, it suddenly appeared on the ground. The style of the operating room was at odds with the picture book. And it seemed to have appeared suddenly, as if intentionally meant to be discovered. Huzian held the cover of the book with one hand and flipped through the pages, while Zheng Xun directed the flashlight at it. The picture book was not very thick, probably about a dozen pages, filled with crayon drawings by children, showing a very immature style, likely drawn by someone quite young. The first page had a warm tone. It depicted 3 doctors in white coats, each with a smiling face. This was the content of the left half of the page. The right half showed a father and daughter, with the father holding the daughter's hand, smiling, while the daughter looked very scared, tightly clutching a teddy bear. On the second page, the father was absent, and the daughter sat alone on a small stool in the ward, surrounded by a group of nurses in white clothes. The composition of this drawing had the daughter sitting at the top of the page, with the nurses forming a half circle around her, each face still adorned with bright smiles. Chapter 76. The late Truth Zheng. This NPC was quite special. It was mentioned before that his role was to increase the difficulty for players. As long as he was present, players, and even the audience behind a screen, would be led in circles. Zheng Xun discovered this secret during simulations. The patient, little he, could only verify the player's mental state and create chaos. He wouldn't directly attack players, but would bring a lot of interference. His ability seemed to be hiding and confusing. He could complicate matters for 201, and affecting just a simple crow camera was not a problem for him. His Zheng did not show obvious hostility towards the player. Zheng Xun confirmed this during the simulation. He guessed that the disruptive actions taken by the other party might not even be intentional. It was precisely because of his unintentional actions that Huzian had been oppressed and misrepresented for so long. But Zheng Xun did not want to blame these issues on an NPC who thought he was a flower. The wrongdoer was still Meng Yijia. No matter what danger he encountered in the operating room, the one who harmed him was not Huzian, yet he placed all the blame on a newcomer, who was still sacrificing himself to save him at that time. Chapter 77. Fake the creature Huzian faced in the corridor, although it looked like it could drain sanity points quickly, was still slightly inferior compared to the one in the operating room. A barking dog doesn't bite. This creature was humanoid, dressed neatly, and had well-groomed hair. If not for the fact that most of its body was stained with blood and it held a cleaver with a cold glint, Zheng Xun might have sat down to chat casually with it. Given Zheng Xun's current mental state, he could only say he perfectly blended into the 7th hospital. Fortunately, his companion was Huzian. If it had been a random stranger, and he claimed he wasn't the boss of this instance, but was disguised as a player, no one would likely believe him. Joking aside, Zheng Xun's hammer was not a joke. The two faced off, neither moving. The atmosphere was so quiet it felt like it could freeze. Suddenly, the creature moved first. It swung the cleaver toward Zheng Xun. With a quick lean back, Zheng Xun dodged the sharp blade. He gripped the hammer he had planted in the ground, switched modes, and swung hard, forcing the creature to retreat. "Nice knife," Zheng Xun said, fixing his messy hair. "I want one too." Ignoring his casual remark, the man in the corner charged again. Chapter 78. Not a good person. The girl kept talking to herself, and through her words, one could grasp the whole story. She was not actually a patient of the 7th hospital. Her father was a doctor transferred here for work, and without a mother. She could only grow up in the hospital. From the day her father brought her to the 7th hospital, she noticed the oddities here. The uncles in white coats and the aunties in nurse uniforms, they are all bad. I hear them often speaking in a language I don't understand, like another language. Very fragmented, rustling, like the sound of insects crawling. I see that beneath their white coats, they have rotted away, ribs sticking out, stuffed full of bad organs. Maybe not just one person's. I told Dad, but he never believed me. I'm afraid Dad will become like them, so I want to escape with you. Unfortunately, Dad changed anyway. The girl hugged the book tightly. The change started little by little. First, it was expressions, then behaviors, and after that, language. Dad. When you tell me stories, there were many times when those words I couldn't understand were mixed in, and I was very scared. I don't want Dad to become like that, so I keep Dad in his best form forever. Chapter 79, politely declined by selectively omitting Cheng Ji's extreme remarks. Zheng Xun finally understood the purpose behind these two friend requests. The two were not quite the same. Cheng Ji said that while both had the potential to recruit him, He Yuxing leaned more towards personal intentions, while Mo Qian was clearly there on a mission. He Yuxing was a highly popular star player in the Wansha Guild. His personality was extroverted, and he had good relationships with many players from other guilds, and was relatively familiar with Cheng Ji. After calming down, Cheng Ji believed that He Yuxing simply wanted to make friends with Zheng Xun. But Mo Qian was different. The operational model of the Jirding Guild was so mature that if it recognized second place, no one would dare to claim first. Although there were a few guilds that could compete with Jirding in terms of overall strength, in terms of commercial value excavation, and expansion of the business landscape, Jirding was absolutely the leader, especially in the operation of team players. The scout of the guild, when assessing newcomers, not only looks at their abilities, talents, and personalities, but also pays attention to the contestant's physical appearance. The face is part of the strength, a saying attributed to a veteran scout from Jirding. In Chapter 80, everyone will die. According to Cheng Ji, He Yuxing should be a warm and friendly person. However, after his friend was accepted, he only sent Zheng Xun 2 words and a punctuation mark, hello. Zheng Xun expressed confusion. Does he still seem reserved? He didn't understand why the other party suddenly wanted to get to know him, but they are around the same age, so why be so restrained? He sent a meme. But at that moment the car went over a speed bump, causing a jolt. I give you 2 punches JPG. Oops, I mistakenly sent that. Zheng Xun retracted the message. His original intention was to send the not often used obedient Master Ma, but the car hit another speed bump. Hey, your dad is here JPG. Retracted. Hello. He Yuxing. During a break in training, was hydrating while staring at his phone, witnessing Zheng Xun's 2 retractions in real time. He choked on his water and coughed for a long time. I saw it, speechless, Zheng Xun replied. Sorry, I don't usually use that greeting meme, it's buried at the bottom. So what tone do you usually use when chatting with people? What memes do you send? The friendship request from He Yuxing to Zheng Xun was also a spur-of-the-moment decision. He originally thought that Zheng Xun, with his aloof personality, wouldn't easily accept it. In Chapter 81, stubbornly clinging on, Zheng Xun being added to the large group caused quite a stir among the contestants and the guild. The situation had been somewhat out of control since He Yuxing asked Cheng Ji in the group why he hadn't added Zheng Xun. Contestants were frantically spamming question marks while gossiping about what was happening. I didn't see wrong, did I? He Yuxing from Wansha is asking why Cheng Ji hasn't added Zheng Xun to the group. What a complicated relationship, doghead. He Xiao, did you drink too much? It can't be your dog sending messages, right? Can dogs evolve to this extent now? And Cheng Ji, who originally didn't want to get involved in this 3-person drama, was mentioned again. Minkyu Cheng Ji, who the hell mentioned me again, thank you very much. Cheng Ji's snarky personality resurfaced, engaging in a brawl with his friends in the group. He Yuxing kept playing dead, no, he was about to die. It wasn't until Captain Xiao from Wansha sent a message in the group that he weakly replied, okay, Captain Monkey crying JPG. The 3-person drama had its own troubles. Cheng Ji was scolded by Xiao Jun and almost added another week of ban, and the moment he got his phone, he was ready to go down with the world. He Yuxing was in a similar situation, but Wansha's rules were stricter. Captain Xiao Han would definitely not let him off easily. In Chapter 82, excuse me. Zheng Xun had made a deal with Xu Guan before. Xu Guan wanted to replace some members of the first team, while also eliminating the faction, that was secretly undermining his position. The internal struggles within the guild were extremely complex. Xu Guan and his high-level supporters, as well as Meng Yijia and the forces behind him, had become increasingly irreconcilable in recent months. Xu Guan had never found a breakthrough in this struggle, and even when Zheng Xun first appeared in the Qinglan Guild, he never thought of involving him. Later, Zheng Xun took the initiative to approach him to propose conditions in order to rent Huaziyuan. He didn't know how Zheng Xun figured out that he and Meng Yijia were at odds, but Xu Guan was not surprised. Zheng Xun did not like conflicts outside the dungeons, but he was a smart person. The two hit it off, using the opportunity of the 7th hospital to clear Huaziyuan's name while severely damaging Meng Yijia. Zheng Xun was indeed a sharp blade. He delivered on his promises and caused a stir online with his immense following. The situation concluded successfully according to their initial plan. And Xu Guan now stood on the heights of victory. As a crucial person, Zheng Xun was now reaching out for his reward. In Chapter 83, Tonight I'm Allergic to All Humanity, there was a cafe run by Mingqiu, which was not large, but had an elegant environment and decent drinks. After training, guild contestants often gathered here. The cafe's owner was a beautiful sister who claimed to be divorced with 2 kids, warding off any romantic advances. Tomorrow was the weekend, and the much-anticipated day off was approaching. Xiaojun allowed free activities after 6, and contestants were huddled together discussing where to go next. During this time, the cafe was quieter than usual since there were so many fun places to visit, making it unnecessary to linger in the guild. However, today was different. The cafe's seating was divided into a window side and a corridor side, separated by greenery. Only one table was occupied by the window, while the corridor side was packed with people. The only occupied window seat had 3 guild members at a table. The 3 were discussing matters while a crowd listened in on the gossip. Zheng Xun sat alone on one side. He didn't like coffee as it made his heart race, so he ordered the only fresh juice on the menu. Cheng Ji, looking impatient, and Mo Qian, smiling, sat opposite him, each with a cup of coffee that remained untouched. In Chapter 84, Ants in a Lion's Cage, after Xiaojun finished replying to messages, the 3 continued to sit for a while. Zheng Xun said that he really wanted to buy a house this time. Mo Qian's arrival reminded me, living here in Mingqiu is not convenient. Cheng Ji laughed. What? Suddenly have a conscience. Realizing how much trouble living here has caused us. Hurry up and sign 2 more dungeons. No, Zheng Xun shook his head seriously. My location has been exposed, now everyone knows I'm in Mingqiu, anyone can come find me, that's not good. Cheng Ji hadn't had a chance to close his mouth before he heard him say this. Xiaojun understood Zheng Xun's true feelings. He actually felt he was causing trouble for Mingqiu, but was too embarrassed to say it. If you want to choose a guild location, I can give you a few suggestions. You don't need a large scale to start. It seems you don't plan to recruit too many people. Zheng Xun nodded vigorously. Choosing a guild location takes time. If you think living in the guild is too conspicuous and inconvenient, I have a small apartment in the suburbs, it's quiet. You can stay there for now. Xiaojun handed him the electronic key card. The one in the city is still under renovation. It would be more convenient for you to live there. Or you can ask Cheng Ji. He has a 300 square meter flat that's been empty for 3 years. It's practically a haunted house. In Chapter 85, Hello, Doctor, Zheng Xun entered a dream, which was a white, bright scene, reminiscent of a memory. In front of him stood a light yellow wooden door, with a rectangular transparent glass pane embedded in it, allowing him to see the inside. It was a single patient room. Zheng Xun hesitated whether to go in, but his hand defied his owner's intention and automatically twisted the alloy doorknob. The door opened silently, revealing a double-door glass cabinet filled with many toys for children, as well as some books and dictionaries. Right next to the cabinet was a coffee table, with a porcelain vase in the center, containing several fresh lilies. On the sofa behind the coffee table were casually draped two pieces of clothing, both male, along with a long-sleeved school uniform jacket. The atmosphere in this hospital room was very homely, not at all like a place for patients, but rather arranged like a cozy bedroom. There was only a hospital bed in the room, the blankets spread out messily across the bed. Suddenly, the folds of the blanket shifted direction, and Zheng Xun noticed that there was someone on the bed. He couldn't understand why he had only just now noticed the person in the room. It was quite abnormal. "Hello, doctor." Chapter 86. I'm just idle. He Yuxing was about to explode. "Zheng Xun, did you hear what our captain said? This friendly match requires you to play with the newcomer. Do you know how new the newcomer is? Just graduated from the youth training camp." "I don't know," Zheng Xun said as he rolled off the bed. "But now I do." "Then why did you?" "I was idle, so playing with a kid is no big deal." "Then why did you refuse when I mentioned it?" "I wasn't fully awake. I just said no instinctively." "Don't mind it. How do you play in a friendly match? Quickly tell me." Zheng Xun pulled his slippers from under the bed and shuffled off to wash up, listening to the person opposite him explaining. This time it was Xiaohan who spoke to him. "Choose a sea-level dungeon, and the newcomers from both guilds will go together. Based on the player's overall performance in the dungeon and the final rewards given by the White Tower, the MVP will be selected, with additional cash rewards." Sounds pretty good. But isn't a sea-level dungeon a bit low? He Yuxing quipped, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Zheng Xun's ears were sharp and he heard it. "Thanks for the compliment." This time it was Qiao Moqing speaking. Chapter 87. I saw someone go crazy as soon as I logged in the 7th hospital dungeon. As an S-level dungeon, usually has very valuable rewards. The White Tower has always been generous to players who complete high-level dungeons, the subordinates Zheng Xun received before, along with various skill cards, are quite rare items. Although this machete is very good, compared to previous dungeon rewards, having just a weapon feels a bit stingy. Conversely, that means this photo is quite valuable. There were no notes or usage instructions, so it seems it isn't something that can be used in a dungeon. Perhaps it's more appropriate to call it a clue. The White Tower seems to want to give him some kind of hint. Zheng Xun recalled his life before arriving at the White Tower. It was rather mundane. He skipped 2 grades, went to college at 16, graduated early at 20, and became a corporate worker. One day, after overworking, he probably had a heart attack, and when he woke up, he found himself in the simulation of the Little Red Riding Hood dungeon. In his previous life, he was healthy, rarely even catching a cold, let alone being in a situation of long-term hospitalization. He had no impression of the 7th hospital. There are 2 possibilities. One is that someone tampered with his memory, causing him to forget that part. The other is that the person in the photo is not him at all, just someone who looks very much like him. Chapter 88. After clearing 3S, I'm still a newbie. The Wanxia Guild put a lot of effort into promoting this friendly match, with extensive coverage across major platforms. All about the friendly match. As a prestigious guild, the newcomers of Wanxia are already under the spotlight. Coupled with the strongest newcomer Zheng Xun, the hype has multiplied. The friendly match will ultimately select the MVP player and determine the winner. Both criteria for evaluation are related to the player's overall performance, including strength, speed, defense, and attack, with several subcategories under each major category, quite detailed. Currently, all major guilds are using an intelligent scoring system developed by the General Association to ensure fairness. Although the competition is still in the warm-up stage, the outcome seems clear to everyone. The MVP is undoubtedly Zheng Xun, and most believe Wanxia will win the guild competition. After all, the system determines wins and losses based on the performance of all players in each guild, which simply means counting heads. Zheng Xun only has himself, which is somewhat of a disadvantage. The discussions online are fervent. As soon as the Wanxia Guild released the announcement, it reached tens of thousands of shares. Comments in the section are a mix of everything. Wancha's fans have no grievances with Zheng Xun, so they are more curious about him. The tower circle isn't too small or too big. They have heard of Zheng Xu's numerous out-of-the-box exploits. Chapter 89. I'm just a bystander. The news about the newcomer-friendly match circulated online for several days, and finally, the day of the dungeon arrived. The coordinates for this dungeon were 639 District, Tower 10, with a known difficulty of sea level. Among the teams participating in the dungeon, there were 3 newcomer players from Wancha Guild, 2 males and 1 female, Yun Jing, He Yu, and Chu Wanting. 1 newcomer mentor, He Yuxing. Returning to the guild, there was only 1 newcomer player, Zheng Xun. After the competition configuration was announced, it sparked widespread discussion online. The most anticipated newcomer, Yun Jing. The currently strongest newcomer in the White Tower, Zheng Xun, and the ace of the prestigious guild, He Yuxing, all became points of interest. Although it was just a small sea-level dungeon, the number of live stream reservations had already exceeded 1 million. Players could use their guild's teleportation channel to go to the dungeon, but not all dungeons allowed this. Some simple means of transportation were still quite necessary. The 639 district wasn't far from where the Wancha Guild was located. It was relatively small, comparable to a very small town, reachable within 2 hours by car. At 9 o'clock that morning, the entrance of the Wancha building was crowded with fans. A black business car, adorned with the Wancha blue and gold emblem, drove away amid the crowd of fans. Chapter 90. The newbie appears, seeking guidance from the experts. Zheng Xun released the camera ball, and the final perspective finally opened. He followed He Yuxing to meet the other Wancha members. The newcomers who came this time were about 1 or 2 years younger than Zheng Xun. But Zheng Xun hadn't debuted much earlier than them, so they were considered peers. However, Zheng Xu's name had long been known throughout the White Tower, so it wasn't quite appropriate to regard him as just a newbie. He Yuxing let the newcomers from Wancha introduce themselves, also introducing them to the live stream audience. They each stated their names, how long they had trained, and any small achievements they had. Yun Jing only announced his name, and didn't mention anything else. Zheng Xun held sweet potatoes in both hands, waiting for them to finish speaking before quickly taking a bite. He Yuxing turned around to call someone, and was speechless at the sight. It's your turn, hurry up. Oh, Zheng Xun swallowed his food, put down the sweet potato. I'm Zheng Xun, I'm just a pure newbie. Please take care of me. He Yuxing fell silent. The newcomers were at a loss, and the live stream was filled with laughter. Ha, Akui, you really know how to act. What kind of pure newbie would dare to eat roasted sweet potatoes at the entrance of the White Tower? Ha. Zheng Xun not roasting sweet potatoes in the dungeon is already giving face to the NPCs and bosses. Chapter 91. Come to the live stream to watch me do a handstand to clear the dungeon. The lottery machine spat out a yellow ball, and Yun Jing reached out to pick it up from the iron box. It was marked C. This is consistent with the known difficulty, which is a good sign. Yun Jing's team turned back to ask He Yuxing for his opinion. He Yuxing raised his hand. You can decide for yourselves, no need to ask me about everything. This time, you are the main characters. Exactly. Zheng Xun, who was standing beside him, nodded, and He Yuxing shot him a sideways glance. And you keep up. Standing next to me makes it seem like we are both new guides. Zheng Xun replied confidently. I am giving you all a chance to create opportunities. If I take the lead, this dungeon would be cleared in 3 minutes while doing a handstand. Yun Jing, you guys don't move yet. Let this friend demonstrate a 3-minute handstand clearance. Report to the instructor, I was just bragging. The popularity of Zheng Xun's live stream quickly rose. And this time the general coordinator lent him 2 more people, allowing him to finally manage the barrage area. Ha, Akui doing a handstand to clear the dungeon, ha. Support Zheng Xu's handstand clearance. I love watching, bring more. Akui, ha, next time don't brag about things you can't do, ha ha ha. If you make a mistake, correct it, still a good Okui. Chapter 92, Sister Hong will protect you. The back of the postcard has several lines of text, clearly illuminated by the light at the door. Little sister, my husband and I are going out, and we leave the house in your care. You can use all the rooms normally, except for the attic. Please do not mess up the dolls in the house, and doesn't like them being disturbed. If they get messed up accidentally, please return them to their place before Anan finds out. It hardly rains here all year round, and even if it does, there won't be any thunder. If there is thunder, please leave the house immediately. Additionally, you can bring friends, but no more than 3 people. If you can lull Anan to sleep, you can leave, or wait until dawn when my husband and I return. This postcard should have been left by the lady of the house for her sister, or perhaps for the players. It has already laid out the tasks and taboos, which are quite straightforward. The task is clear, as long as they can lull the one called Anan to sleep, or survive until dawn. They can leave the dungeon and successfully clear it. The taboos can be summarized in 4 points. First, do not go to the attic. Second, do not mess with the dolls, but if you do, it can be remedied. Third, if there is thunder, run immediately. Fourth, the number of players cannot exceed 4. Chapter 93, Just Ask, Curious to Try but Not Allowed to Try. Zheng Xun, Wen Jing, Chu Wanting. And he you form a team, and officially enter the strange doll house. He Yuxing leans casually against the wall outside, squinting at the moon on the horizon. A red moon hangs high. A cloud has drifted in from somewhere, covering the lower half of the moon on an originally clear night. He Yuxing's brow furrows immediately. Is it going to rain? He turns around. On his right side is a window, covered by thick curtains. There is the light of a flashlight inside, indicating that Zheng Xun and the others have successfully entered and are searching for clues. Inside the house, Zheng Xun and the others face a room full of dolls. These dolls are all sorts of strange, some human-shaped, others animals or insects. At Chu Wanting's feet is a spider doll that seems to be voice-activated. When it hears a noise at the door, it suddenly goes wild, crawling around and making squeaking noises. Chu Wanting grips her weapon tightly, wanting to pick up the spider. But recalling the hints on the postcard at the door, she forces herself to hold back. He quietly communicates with the others in the team. Since there are all these dolls and we can't mess them up, does that mean we have to tiptoe past? He thought the person standing next to him was Yan Jing, only to find out it was Zheng Xun. Chapter 94, Please be normal. What the hell? Is the postcard given at the door a scam? You can't say it's all a scam, it just requires players to discern. It seems now we can only confront the boss head-on. By the way, how many bosses are there in this dungeon? 2. It shouldn't be too many. After all, this is just a sea-level dungeon. What is Okui busy with over there? He's not thinking about the food on their table, is he? Ha ha. Okui isn't that desperate. The key now is to find Anan and then lull the child to sleep. What if the other side isn't human? How do we lull them to sleep? The barrage area is discussing passionately, but inside the dungeon, it is so quiet that even breathing can be heard. The house isn't big, the 4 of them quickly search through the first floor. Now they gather together to exchange the clues they found. During this time, He suddenly felt someone tugging at his pants. Standing next to him was Zheng Xun, and when he turned to look, Zheng Xun gave him an innocent look. He lowered his voice and quickly asked, "Why did you pull my pants?" "I didn't." Zheng Xun widened his eyes. "Where do you see I have a free hand?" He looked down and indeed saw that Zheng Xun's hands were crossed over the handle of his machete. Chapter 95, It is that kind of obedient boss. Zheng Xun's speed was so fast that even the viewers in the live stream didn't notice how he dashed out. By the time everyone reacted, the male streamer was already downstairs, pounding away at the monster. The 3 standing on the stairs finally came back to their senses. At this point, He had already reached the bottom step, trying to see what Zheng Xun was doing. In the living room, a black shadow was jumping between the furniture. And from the unconventional flips and bends it made, it was clear it was not human. Another shadow was moving quickly, which was probably Zheng Xun. He chased after the black shadow, the machete in his hand reflecting the moonlight. One person and one shadow were in a chaotic battle. And he felt a bit worried. Zheng Xun, do you need help? Zheng Xun ignored him, indicating he didn't need any. Then be careful not to mess up the dolls. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion. But it seemed like Zheng Xun turned his head and glared at him. The barrage area didn't react to this sudden battle at first. It was only after 2 minutes that people began to send messages. What the hell? Okui is rampaging again. That black shadow can't be the same monster as the black hand we saw before, right? I think they are the same. Chapter 96. Give the child a chance to perform. That cry didn't sound like a baby's cry, instead, it sounded like a deep-voiced monster howling. Mixed with many men and women's screams. In short, it was a very chaotic sound. The new players in the dungeon were a bit shocked. They were first stunned by the loud noise, blocking their ears and experiencing a brief ear ringing. Chu Wanting, who is sensitive to sound, has already crouched down. And he also shows a painful expression. Yunjing is still holding up, pulling his two companions up from the floor and stuffing them into the nearest study. Hide well. Then he turns back to look for Zheng Xun, only to find that the spot where he just stood is empty. When he looks back again, he realizes that Zheng Xun has long been standing in the study, poking his head out and waving at him. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Yunjing can already feel heavy footsteps approaching from behind. He doesn't have time to look back. With a quick step, he finally enters the study. Zheng Xun is already waiting there, and as soon as Yunjing comes in, he immediately shuts the door and locks it. The four of them pair off, guarding each side of the door, not daring to breathe. Outside the door, the footsteps are getting closer, heavy, as if the opponent is a giant. The people inside the room can't see what's outside, but Yu's camera ball has not kept up in time and is left outside. Chapter 97. Annoying special physique. It hardly rains here all year round, and even if it does rain, there won't be thunder. If there is thunder, please leave the house immediately. These two rules were clearly marked on the postcard at the beginning of entering the instance. Such a strongly worded expression usually means that there is no room for negotiation. The only way is to leave this dollhouse immediately. Now thunder can be heard from the horizon. Yunjing. Zheng Xun is no longer as casual and lazy as before. There's a rare hint of urgency in his voice. Forget about the boss, hurry over here by the window. Yunjing hears Zheng Xun's shout and pushes Yu and Chu Wanting. You go first. The two newcomers are pushed by their companion, still confused about what is happening, and are pulled away by another pair of hands. Hurry! Out the window. Zheng Xun quickly opens the dollhouse window, allowing the two newcomers to go out one by one. Jumping out of the window is a dangerous move, but going out from the first floor is already too late. Fortunately, the second floor here isn't too high, and they have ropes in their cloud space for situations like this. The study window is wide open, and the strong wind from outside blows in, nearly knocking them down. Chapter 98. Daylight. Yuxing entered the dollhouse just before it was completely sealed. The moment the hidden side quest appeared, after Yunjing descended along the cable, the windows of the dollhouse sequentially closed and locked, trapping the players completely in the scene. Standing outside on the first floor, Yuxing hears the sound of locks clicking in his ears. He looks up and sees a hand pressed against the second floor window. It's Zheng Xun's. At this moment, the study window has been sealed. He seems to want to come out, but there's no time, and the monster doesn't give people a chance. So he has no choice but to give up, retracting his hand and leaving only a faint mark on the window. The window in front of Yuxing is also about to be locked. His brows furrow tightly, his body tense. The three newcomers have successfully escaped, with no losses. He just needs to take these three comrades away. Zheng Xun is not one of them, so he can only pray for him to fend for himself. While this reasoning is sound, before the window lock slides down, Yuxing embeds the tang knife in the edge of the window, forcing it open a gap. Yuxing Ge. The newcomers are startled by his sudden action. Stay safe outside and don't wander. Yuxing doesn't have time to say more, just gives this one reminder, shifts his body, and squeezes through the narrow gap. Chapter 99. I can definitely do it. The scene of the instance begins to fade, the scattered dolls and empty rooms gradually disappearing. After the walls between the rooms vanish, the 5 players inside the instance see each other. The newcomers collapse on the ground, exhausted from a night of danger. Even Yun Jing can't help but half squat down. Yuxing and Zheng Xun can still stand normally, but their clothes are already soaked with blood and sweat. Fortunately, neither of them is seriously injured, they are just nearly depleted of energy. Yuxing brushes all his hair back, his brown hair messy and wet. And his hair color is naturally light. He sees Zheng Xun, who is putting away his machete. What method did you use in the end? Yuxing remembers what just happened. How did it suddenly become daylight? Zheng Xun stares blankly. Because I snapped my fingers, then it became daylight. If you don't want to say, don't be so perfunctory. Then why ask? You could figure it out just by watching the replay. Zheng Xun's last-minute deviation from the plan was also a helpless move. He realized that the monster in that hidden side quest couldn't be killed. Even if he released all the subordinates, they could only be slowly worn down. Chapter 100. Insisting on staying, Xiao Jun had previously promised to take Zheng Xun to choose a venue, and today he has some free time. So he takes the opportunity to take him out for a look. I have a friend who is a developer. Xiao's connections are extensive. Not just limited to the White Tower-related guilds and players, but also some businessmen. He will introduce you to suitable properties. If you're not satisfied, that's fine. He has other channels. Just take a look for now. Zheng Xun tilts his head and thinks. I actually don't have much picky. As long as it's enough for me to live alone for the time being. Still choose a slightly more formal place. It's just starting now, and you alone is fine. But who knows what will happen in the future? What if it develops, and the personnel expands? Then you also need to have enough space. Xiao Jun explains one by one to Zheng Xun. A guild is not just made up of players, players are just its most prominent representatives. And there are a large number of players who join the guild, daily operational teams, public relations teams, logistical support personnel, security personnel, etc. Zheng Xun's reputation is already established. He just lacks someone to manage and arrange these matters for him. This person doesn't know when they will appear. But it's always good to prepare in advance. Chapter 101. Special ID. Zheng Xun bids farewell to Boss Yu. And Xiao Jun gives him a ride to the outside of the Linshuan mansion. The Linshuan mansion is built on a slope, higher than other apartments and more secluded. The farther the car goes up, the more desolate it becomes. The houses gradually thin out, surrounded by towering trees that block out the sun. It's south, quite close to scenes from a horror movie. After about an hour, they finally arrive outside the mansion. Zheng Xun gets out of the car. The driver's side window slides down, revealing Xiao Jun's face. Are you okay alone? It's getting late, it's a bit dangerous. Why not come back another day? I'm fine, Xiao Ge. Zheng Xun waves to him. If you have urgent matters, go ahead and do your thing. I'll just take a look. All right, if you need anything, call me or Cheng Ji. Besides them in the White Tower, Zheng Xun hasn't heard of any closer friends. So Xiao Jun can only remind him like this. Don't worry, Zheng Xun nods vigorously. I'll make sure the ghosts here protect me. Hearing him say this, Xiao Jun understands that he has confidence and leaves at ease. Now, only Zheng Xun is outside the Linshuan mansion. This building doesn't look very impressive from a distance. But upon closer inspection, it gives off a strong sense of oppression. Chapter 102, Get Your People Ready. Zheng Xun has recently been focused on Wansha and hasn't paid much attention to Qinglan. It was only when Xu Guan called that he remembered there was this matter to attend to. I'm fine. Zheng Xun went to the fridge in the kitchen, opened it, and found the food and drinks restocked and neatly arranged, probably by Xiao Jun, who must have returned during this time. He took a bottle of mineral water from the fridge, twisted off the cap, and drank a few gulps. But is your Qinglan ready? The rental contract for Huaziyan has been drafted. After I hang up, I'll send you the electronic version, and you'll need to prepare the rent. The press conference will be held at the Qinglan Guild's building. I'll send you the address and floor. If everything is fine on your end, our guild will post a live broadcast announcement online tonight. A special car from Qinglan will pick you up the morning after tomorrow. Remember to send me your current address's location. Xu Guan's side was filled with the sound of papers rustling, probably still busy in the office. Zheng Xun smiled. It's not about these procedures. I have a history with Qinglan, the outside fans are fine, but if I join your guild, won't I be assassinated? Chapter 103, What's Wrong? Tiezi, why aren't you laughing? Zheng Xun was browsing through the forum replies and saw comments about Yunjing, saying this time Wansha was in trouble, trying to capitalize on Akui's popularity. They had meticulously planned to introduce a newcomer, but unexpectedly, Akui overshadowed them. Some said Zheng Xun wasn't even a part of Wansha, he could just take the reward and leave, so why was he in trouble? If anyone was in trouble, it was Xiao He. Well, originally the guild wanted him to guide newcomers, but now the newcomers didn't even see him, they only saw him guiding. Yunjing's fans would definitely come to tear him apart. Xiao He, you better guard yourself, we'll step back for now. Zheng Xun read this and thought for a moment before video calling He Yuxing. He just wanted to see for himself how miserable the other person was. The screen lit up, revealing He Yuxing's dejected face. Hey! Lying on the sofa, Zheng Xun couldn't help but laugh. He Yuxing was a bit frantic. Laugh, laugh, laugh. You're still laughing. You called and even video called just to see how miserable I am, right? Zheng Xun covered his mouth. Probably not wanting the other person to see how amused he was, but he just couldn't hold back. Wow, how long have you been scolded? It can't be that it only just ended after the dungeon, right? Chapter 104, Love to watch the fun. Bring It On. Zheng Xun was the type of person who enjoyed watching the chaos. He didn't mind if it was his own chaos. The official account of the Qinglan Guild had already caught fire, and the parties involved were pouring oil on the flames. Now the comment section was even more heated. Zheng Xun. Is it really him? How dare you come? Qinglan doesn't welcome you. Is the main character stepping in amidst the fan arguments? It's so embarrassing to watch. Zheng Xun didn't reply to any of them, instead, he took screenshots and sent them to Xu Guan. Xu team, your guild doesn't seem to welcome me, sad. The little emoji in the chat box looked very sad, while Zheng Xun outside the phone was about to burst with laughter. Xu Guan replied with 2 words, wait a moment. Zheng Xun felt a pang of hunger, and decided to treat himself to a midnight snack. Luckily, there were instant meals bought by Xiao Jun in the fridge. He opened a box of self-heating hot pot, steam rising up. As he waited and got bored, Zheng Xun opened his phone again, and at that moment, Qinglan's official Weibo had already filtered the comments, leaving fans to argue only in the retweet section. No matter what, it was finally a bit quieter. It seemed Xu Guan's intervention was effective. Zheng Xun forwarded those 2 messages to He Yuxing without saying a word, only sending a smug little emoji wearing sunglasses. Chapter 105, I've been blocked. The landlord with the ID yuan claimed that the rent was only 1 yuan a day. If it were 20 a day, Zheng Xun could still accept it, since the house was haunted. But now that it's down to 1 yuan, he couldn't help but suspect it was a scam. Would he be sold off after moving in? Zheng Xun's finger hovered over the chat box for a while, thinking about what to say. In the end, he decided to be honest. Too cheap, it can't be real, right? Yuan, if you can't accept it, I can raise it back to 20 yuan a day. Zheng Xun, then let's stick with 1 yuan. Zheng Xun gave in. Yuan, okay. The landlord replied with a simple okay, then there was no new message for a long time. Zheng Xun waited for a bit, feeling a bit conflicted. He sent a message to Cheng Ji. I rented a house. Cheng Ji replied immediately, isn't that great? It's midnight, and you're still not sleeping. I'm going to call Xiao Ji to confiscate your phone. Checking up on me, huh? I'm shutting down now. Don't shut it down, let's talk serious. The house I rented is a bit strange. What's strange about it? Chapter 106. There are things, of course there are things it was too late to buy insurance. However, Zheng Xun noticed the car that had stopped behind them. Manager Shu, is that car yours from Qinglan? Which one? Manager Shu turned halfway, looking out the back window in the direction Zheng Xun was pointing. Sure enough, there was a black business car behind them, with the Qinglan Guild emblem on the left side of the windshield. That's right, Manager Shu nodded, confirming for Zheng Xun that it should be the player's car. Which player? Manager Shu tapped on the tablet beside him, and after a few taps, it displayed that it was Yin from Team 1. Yin. Zheng Xun had interacted with Team 1 from Qinglan before in the amusement park, and this player had even saved him once. Zheng Xun suddenly smiled with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Mr. Zheng, can we get out of the car now? Wait. I'll get out as soon as player Yin does. Oh, and Manager Shu, don't get out yet, it might cause misunderstandings. Also, is there an umbrella in the car? Zheng Xun rapidly listed several requests, and fortunately, Manager Shu was well trained and understood him clearly. There is one, I'll find it for you. Chapter 107. Do you want to reconsider? Zheng Xun greeted Huziyan, and Huzilin stood close to her brother, her big eyes quietly observing Zheng Xun. She knew Zheng Xun and had seen his photo. Huzilin was quite clever and precocious. Even if her brother didn't say anything, she had an inkling that he was being bullied in the guild. She was angry, but what could she do? She could only pray that someone would come to save her brother. Then Zheng Xun appeared. Huziyan had mentioned this name several times to his sister, saying he was his benefactor. Without Zheng Xun, he might have been pushed out of the guild by Meng Yijia, unable to clear his name and left with no place to go. Now everything was getting better. Zheng Xun, Huziyan, and Xu Guan chatted outside the venue for a while, as once they entered the hall, every move they made would be under scrutiny, making it inconvenient to say many things. Xu Guan spoke quite a bit, mostly about precautions. Huziyan listened attentively and asked a few detailed questions. Zheng Xun yawned, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Xu Guan glanced at him. You should at least take in a bit. You will be representing Xu and Hui Guild to speak later. Huh? Zheng Xun's yawn froze halfway. I still have to speak. Chapter 108. What a coincidence. Zheng Xun's sincere remark about reconsidering made the media in the audience laugh. Who would have thought that this seemingly crazy, but strongest newcomer, had such an interesting side outside of the dungeon? Huziyan found it somewhat amusing yet tried to keep his expression neutral. Thank you to Qinglan Guild for my training and guidance. And also to Xu and Hui Guild for their recognition and trust. This opportunity for collaboration is very precious to me. And I hope to train and prove myself more in the future, not afraid of difficult dungeons. Huziyan's words were also very sincere. Times have changed. Now, choosing to agree to the borrowing contract with Xu and Hui felt completely different than before. Back then, he was holding on to the only lifeline, fearing that his future path would be cut off. Now, he had become much more open and composed, and it was time to plan how to move forward. Zheng Xun nodded. Very well, Shall we sign? After both guilds and players signed, the borrowing contract became effective. Huoxian became the second player of Xuanhui Guild. Zheng Xun kept his copy of the contract safe, patting Huoxian's shoulder with satisfaction. Chapter 109. You betrayed friendship. When Zheng Xun saw who was sitting in the driver's seat, he turned around to open the car door without looking back. Click. The door was locked. Where are you going? I can give you a ride, it's convenient. Mo Qian's gentle voice came from behind. He wanted to escape. But he couldn't. Zheng Xun sat in the passenger seat, feeling like he was being pricked all over with needles. As the car drove away from Qinglan Building, he could still see fans doing everything they could to get the guild to give them an explanation about Meng Yijia. No one noticed the sapphire blue sports car passing by, and naturally, no one knew that the source of all evil was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at them with a pleading gaze. I might as well fight Meng Yijia in real life. Zheng Xun was truly at a loss. Who would have thought it would be this coincidental? Cheng Ji had just said he would pick him up at the side door of Qinglan Building. And as he stepped out, he saw a sapphire blue sports car, and got in without thinking. Little did he know that Mo Qian was in the car. Did you guilds coordinate to wholesale this model of car? Zheng Xun wished he could just die on the spot. Mo Qian drove steadily. Similar to Xiao Jun's driving style, their personalities were alike too. Chapter 110. The White Tower descends. Cheng Ji had something to defend. I was just assessing the situation. He had already prepared an excuse while driving over. When out and about, he wasn't just himself, but representing Mingqiu Guild. Of course, guilds must maintain a friendly and harmonious relationship. Stop making excuses, I won't believe you. Hey, look at you, you're still young, wait until you grow 2 more years. Then you'll understand my struggles as an adult. But, if I grow up to be like you in 2 years, I'll just crash myself. What's wrong with me? I'm 1.88 meters tall, good-looking, wealthy, and anyone would see me as a perfect adult. Shut up, stop inflating your ego. The two bickered as they went upstairs. Friends from Mingqiu Guild, Xiao Jun, Dao Xueji, and Dao Xueqing were already waiting by the window. Dao Xueqing waved enthusiastically, pointing them to their seats. Zheng Xun was still bickering with Cheng Ji, but when he turned to look at Xueji and Xueqing, he had a smile on his face. After some time apart, both Dao Xueji and Dao Xueqing had changed. Dao Xueqing had become much more lively and cheerful. It seemed that after her second brother came out of the shadow of their older brother's death, her mood had lightened up too. Chapter 111. 1 yuan purchase. A new white tower suddenly appeared in Zone 0009. The mysterious white tower returns. With the white tower's appearance, Mo Qian, the team leader of Zherding Guild in Zone 0009, stated, "We have taken control of the area, please remain calm, and evacuate in an orderly manner." Zone 0009 hasn't seen a new white tower in 2 years, why is it appearing now? What does the arrival of the new white tower signify? Related reports about the new white tower in Zone 0009 have flooded the internet. At this moment, Zheng Xun was on his way to Zone 0009, sharing a taxi with Cheng Ji. Cheng Ji went, while Xiao Jun took Dao Xueji and Dao Xueqing back to Mingqiu first. Zherding Guild secretly notified a few friendly guilds, requesting temporary support from nearby players. The appearance of the new White Tower is not a good thing. Since the first White Tower appeared on a night 8 years ago, thousands have emerged according to official records. This number rarely changes significantly. Whenever one White Tower disappears, another one appears, but this process is not simultaneous. The former may disappear for a long time, even a year or 2, before the latter shows up. The large-scale descent of White Towers also follows a cycle. The first wave appeared in the first year, when the number of White Towers surged, bringing huge disasters to ordinary people. The second wave occurred 4 years ago. Although the guilds had started operating normally, the number of new White Towers was too many, causing many non-players to be caught up in dungeons, resulting in significant casualties. Chapter 112, Lily of the Valley. In a dream, Zheng Xun covered his face with his hands, feeling sad about losing the 1 yuan purchase. Cheng Ji could only be speechless beside him. All right, you can find another place to stay. If worse comes to worst, you can stay with me. You don't understand. Zheng Xun took a deep breath. You think I've just lost a place to live? I've lost the joy of enjoying things for free. How about I not charge you rent? Okay. He felt better again. The two stood idly beside the White Tower. And Zheng Xun felt the wind outside blowing away some of his drunkenness. He squinted towards Mo Qian's direction. And there seemed to be two people in team uniforms beside him, likely from Jirding. What are we doing standing here? Zheng Xun asked. Just standing around. Cheng Ji pulled out a mint from his pocket, unwrapped it, and popped it in his mouth to clear his mind. He looked up at the unfinished tower. Just waiting. If nothing happens after tonight, then we'll withdraw. The rest will be handled by Jirding, and we don't need to worry about it. But what if something does happen? It depends on how serious it is. Since we have nothing else to do. Cheng Ji gave Zheng Xun a brief overview of what happened before the White Tower took shape. As far as I remember, there were no instances of a boss appearing. It was mostly people being sucked into the White Tower. Chapter 113, In need of a suitable weapons is easy. There was a sound, like the static of an old television. Zheng Xun woke up from a darkness, opening his eyes as his consciousness gradually returned. He found himself in a strange room. It was very quiet. Zheng Xun quickly sat up in bed and looked around. It resembled a bedroom, quite simple, with only a few necessary pieces of furniture and no decorations. It was a bit like a cheap roadside inn, with just a single bed, a wardrobe, and a television. The television suddenly turned on, catching Zheng Xun's attention. The screen was filled with static for 2 or 3 seconds before it turned off again, returning to silence. Zheng Xun glanced down at the floor, which was wooden and severely peeling and worn, suggesting that the house had been around for a while. He looked up to see a ceiling fan and a white fluorescent light tube, the latter emitting a dim light. Besides the fan and the light tube, there was a ventilation opening surrounded by metal mesh. The room had only one window, which was closed and covered by heavy curtains. The window was narrow, and the curtains were one-sided, not opening from the middle. Zheng Xun got out of bed to check. There was a lock on the window that could be opened. Outside was darkness, with no hint of light, making it impossible to see what was out there. Chapter 114. Sounds outside the door. Are the people outside players? Even if they are players, the door must be locked. Because the wristband was disabled and various anomalies had arisen from the start, Zheng Xun's vigilance was higher than usual. He wouldn't trust anyone right now. The player outside was still shouting. I am Yang Huan, which player are you? 4 players have already come out. Are you Jiu Xiuqi or Zheng Xun? No matter who you are, you must believe me and come out immediately. This room has a time limit. If you delay any longer, monsters will crawl out from under the bed. Zheng Xun locked the door again, using half of his body to block it while gripping the curtain rod with one hand. He didn't make a sound, lowering his eyelids as his gaze fell to the space under the single bed. It was still empty. The person outside had revealed their name, and was guessing the identity of the person inside. It sounded quite genuine, but Zheng Xun didn't believe it at all. Compared to what they said, the latter part about monsters appearing seemed more credible. The statement about the room having a time limit was indeed more valuable. The knocking stopped for a moment before continuing, as the person outside tried to persuade Zheng Xun to trust him. Zheng Xun tilted his head in thought and quietly moved his feet without making a sound, bringing his weapon to the window. Chapter 115. You Jirding are just too cunning. Zheng Xun crawled through the ventilation duct for about 10 minutes. During this time, he didn't encounter any forks in the path. It was a one-way route, likely leading him to a fixed location. The duct was very dark. Although his phone had no signal, it could still be used as a flashlight. He held the curtain rod in one hand while feeling his way forward with the other. Finally, his fingers touched a layer of mesh. Looking down through the gaps in the mesh, he saw a sofa and a coffee table, suggesting it was a larger space. Somewhat like a living room. There was light, and it seemed like natural light. Was it dawn? Zheng Xun took out the screwdriver he had in his pocket and began unscrewing the mesh, moving it aside carefully. Then he crouched down and peeked outside. A young man in a dark purple team uniform stood in the middle of the living room, seemingly focused on the ventilation opening in the ceiling. As Zheng Xun poked his head out slightly, the weapon in the other person's hand came into his view instantly. "Are you Zheng Xun?" He seemed to recognize Zheng Xun's identity and then lowered his weapon. Zheng Xun finally saw the full appearance of the object. It was the same as his. A curtain rod. It appeared to be another player, who had just escaped. Zheng Xun lowered the long rod in his hand, and the other person grabbed one as well. Chapter 116, Let me give you a tip. The introduction ends here. Jiyu Shouchi had read it in advance and shared his thoughts. There was quite a bit of information in this introduction, but it mainly outlined our freedom of movement and the areas we could explore. During the day, except for restrictions in the bathroom, we could go almost anywhere. It was unclear if we could enter the rooms of long-term residents, but in any case, we could use this time to investigate. As for the night, we had to return to the single rooms. Moreover, it seemed that there weren't enough rooms, meaning some people would have to be forced to stay outside to deal with those bizarre creatures. The text specifically noted that single rooms were not permitted for 2 people to share. Food and water would be prepared per person, which at least meant we wouldn't have to worry about violent incidents due to hunger. Regarding those legends, the text was somewhat ambiguous, leaving us to judge for ourselves. It's better to believe there's something than to believe there's nothing, but I think the last reminder is real and should be some kind of taboo. Just in case, from now on, it's best if we don't directly call each other by name. Zheng Xun nodded in agreement throughout. But when it came to the last sentence, he suddenly paused, his head drooping as if he had lost strength, and the brochure in his hand dropped to the floor. Chapter 117, Jerding Guild accounts for half. Yang Huan jumped down from the ventilation opening, as if nothing were wrong. His movements were nimble, showing no signs of abnormality. When he turned around after jumping down, he revealed a youthful face, looking quite young. "Hello, everyone." No one replied to him. Yang Huan seemed a bit confused, unsure of what he had done wrong. Everyone was on guard against him. "You?" He took a step forward, but even the closest player, Shi Li, despite feeling weak, had to use his hands to push himself backward. It seemed that, like Zheng Xun, the other 4 players had also learned about Yang Huan's death through various means. "Don't come any closer." Yang Lingqing reacted the most strongly. He had just gone through a lot. After opening the door and sensing something unusual outside, he quickly locked it again. Then he tried to escape through the window. But his instincts buzzed again, as he opened a gap in the window, and when a black hand was about to reach in, he slammed the window shut. In the end, he was chased up the ventilation, ducked by the ghost hidden under the bed, almost losing a leg. To say he was lucky is true, but it also seemed somewhat tragic. If it weren't for his instincts being sharper than most and his reactions quicker than the majority, he would have died 3 times over with his judgment and intelligence. Chapter 118, I'm brave. "I want to take a look." Shi Li's shout also startled the people in the living room. Just now, after 2 girls left, Jiyu Shouchi suggested they could start investigating to save time. He said not to worry about the girls, likely due to trust in Yu Shueshan. Zheng Xun agreed with Jiyu Shouchi's proposal. They needed to stay in this instance for 3 days and nights, and the nights were very dangerous. Plus they couldn't use their wristbands. Zheng Xun and the others had confirmed this. Everyone was unable to unlock their wristbands after arriving in the new instance. Jiyu Shouchi said this was likely due to the initial arrival of the White Tower, making the instance unstable. However, Zheng Xun felt deep down that there was some other force at play. This thought was frightening because the player wristbands were originally introduced as reward items in the instance, and researchers later successfully mimicked their structure for mass production. If this force in the instance could so thoroughly suppress the White Tower's items, it was truly unfathomable what kind of power they possessed. Perhaps Jiyu Xiuqi's explanation could provide some comfort, but Zheng Xun couldn't help but think in another direction. Hopefully, he was just overthinking. Once Jiyu Xiuqi's proposal was made, Zheng Xun agreed, Yang Huan agreed, and the remaining Yang Lingqing had no choice but to agree. Chapter 119. I fell into a misunderstanding. Zheng Xun stood outside the bathroom door, hand on the doorknob, twisting it open to enter. It felt as if he was not stepping into a strange and eerie place, but rather into his own home bathroom. Jiyu Xiuqi silently watched beside him. Previously, some people online said Zheng Xun was reckless, and he had reserved judgment, maintaining a neutral stance. But now it seemed they were right. After entering the bathroom, Zheng Xun first looked at the strange mirror. There were two figures in the mirror, himself and Jiyu Xiuqi. No third party. It was not stimulating at all. He originally thought he could enjoy a supreme haunted house experience, but Zheng Xun couldn't help but complain, saying, "It can't reflect anything except my handsome face." Jiyu Xiuqi initially wanted to retort, but decided against it, instead saying, "Maybe you can also see my handsome face." This remark left Zheng Xun silent. He walked further in to check for any abnormalities, continuing to converse with Jiyu Xiuqi. "Are all of you from Jirding this narcissistic?" "It's not narcissism," Jiyu Xiuqi earnestly explained. "Your question is questioning our guild selection criteria and aesthetic standards." Chapter 120. Why not? When Zheng Xun and Jiyu Xiuqi returned to the living room, sure enough, the others had already begun their investigation. Yu Xueshan had left a note using the notepad and pen provided in the mansion. "We'll go to the second and third floors, you go to the first floor." Her handwriting was elegant and flowing. Jiyu Xiuqi didn't seem surprised. He knew Yu Xueshan was a fiery personality. "Then we have to go to the first floor." Zheng Xun nodded. "I have no objections." The first floor corridor extended forward after exiting the common living room, with rooms symmetrically distributed, totaling 4. Odd-numbered rooms were on one side, even-numbered on the other. There were 6 of them, meaning they needed 6 single rooms. As Jiyu Xiuqi spoke, he knocked on the door of room 101. The doors here were wooden, looking somewhat flimsy, with alloy locks. However, the lock itself was not very secure, and did not provide much sense of safety. The manual stated they should find a room to stay in at night, and not open the door. Now that they had seen the quality of the doors, it made one doubt whether the butler who wrote this introduction was trying to trick them. Have you ever encountered a situation where the rules were fake when you were in an instance before? Chapter 121. Because I want to lose weight. The source of the sound came from the second floor. On the second floor, Yang Lingqing and Shi Li were searching for clues. When they divided into groups earlier, no one wanted to team up with Yang Huan. So Yu Xueshan voluntarily took on that task. Now that there was noise from the second floor, the others from the 2 floors gathered here. The layout on the second floor was similar to the first. It also had a common living room and bathroom, but this bathroom was adjacent to the living room. And at the end of the corridor was a small shared kitchen. The 6 players were gathered in the kitchen where 4 lunches were laid out before them. Zheng Xun arrived from the first floor, glancing at the food on the table before looking around the surroundings. The space was small, serving as both a kitchen and dining area. There were solid wood cabinets on 3 walls, with a round table in the middle and 4 chairs. As for why Yang Lingqing had just exclaimed, it was probably because of the 4 meals in front of them. In the mansion, breakfast, lunch, and dinner should have relatively fixed dining times. After a busy morning, no one remembered to eat breakfast, so what was on the table was everyone's lunch. Chapter 122. I want to eliminate options. The sound of knives and forks clinking against the plates brought Zheng Xun's attention back. He looked down and saw Jiyu Shiochi had already cut the steak. With limited conditions, there was only one set of cutlery. The two didn't mind. Jiyu Shiochi handed the fork to Zheng Xun, while he used the knife. At this moment, Yu Shueshan had already put down her utensils and asked the others what clues they had discovered. Of course, before asking, she first disclosed the information she had gathered. There are 4 rooms on the 3rd floor, and they are all unusable. She started with bad news. Every room's door is locked. I tried to pry it open with an iron bar, but it didn't work. That broken door looks like it's made of paper, but it's actually quite sturdy. Brute force won't open it. At this point, Zheng Xun thought, no wonder they kept hearing faint banging sounds on the 1st floor. As if someone was trying to tear down a house. On the 2nd floor, Shi Li was speaking. There are also 4 rooms on the 2nd floor. Rooms 202, 203, and 204 are usable, all are single rooms. This time, Shi Li brought good news. The destinations for the 3 players were resolved. Since Zheng Xun hadn't finished eating, it was Jiyu Shiochi who spoke about the relevant clues from the 1st floor. On the 1st floor, Zheng Xun and I only managed to investigate 2 rooms. Room 101 is usable, room 103 is not, and rooms 102 and 104 are unknown. Chapter 123. Stereotypes increased. Zheng Xun meant that he regarded Jiyu Shiochi as one of his own. Jiyu Shiochi was somewhat surprised. You actually trust people from Jiuding? This question was quite interesting. Rather, I believe that no boss or NPC can reach the level of your kind of freak. Reverse thinking. Not bad. Jiyu Shiochi affirmed Zheng Xun's idea, but did not deny that he was a freak. Good. The stereotype about Jiuding has increased. The two searched the room and found almost no valuable clues. But this search is not meaningless, its significance lies in their conversations. Who do you suspect? Jiyu Shiochi asked. It's hard to say. Zheng Xun didn't play coy, he genuinely didn't have many solid leads. It's only the 1st day, and someone will die tonight. Rooms 202, 203, 204, 101, and 102 are available, so there are currently 5 players who can use tonight's safe house. Just now, Zheng Xun took some time to visit room 104. But the door was tightly locked. It seems they are being forced to determine which of the 6 people is the deceased before nightfall. Regarding the butler who signed off, Jiyu Shiochi recalled something else. What do you think? Chapter 124. Voting. Jiyu Shiochi proposed a feasible operation. His main goal was to ease the tense atmosphere among the players, so that Yu Shueshan and Yang Lingqing wouldn't make things too ugly. Otherwise, the remaining days would be difficult. As a result, while he calmed Yu Shueshan down, Zheng Xun stirred things up again. I vote for him. He tilted his chin towards the incredulous Yang Lingqing. What the heck, why me? It's too noisy. I'd rather have a corpse beside me than deal with someone making a fuss. Hey, you need to be logical and reasonable. Yang Lingqing panicked, their numbers were few. And every vote was crucial. How could I possibly be the deceased? During the evidence gathering just now, I didn't obstruct anything at all. If I were the deceased, having left our camp, I would definitely be trying to hinder our search for clues, right? Yang Lingqing, in a moment of cleverness, made a reasonable point. Now the deceased is no longer on their side, but mixed in with the players, so they must take the opportunity to cause some disturbances. Not necessarily, Zheng Xun retorted. It's only the 1st day, you might still be looking for an opportunity to strike, to find the players' weaknesses. Chapter 125. Randomly selecting lucky players. Something happened at the new White Tower in Zone 009. Is anyone watching? The new White Tower is randomly picking people. Okui's unfortunate constitution has acted up again. The mysterious live broadcast room has opened. 6 players from Lin Xun Mansion, join quickly. Before the live broadcast room opened, the fact that the new White Tower randomly selected 6 lucky players quickly gained traction online. The newly arrived White Tower was already under scrutiny. And with 6 players being drawn into a brand new dungeon, it drew even more attention. Among these 6 people, 3 had extraordinary identities. Ji Yuxiuqi from Team Juding, Yu Shueshan from Team 2, both highly popular star contestants. Plus, there's Zheng Xun, who inherently brings a massive following. Before the broadcast room appeared, discussions had already begun on the forum. Is there anyone knowledgeable here? Is this new White Tower dungeon dangerous? What are the chances of survival? As the title suggests, I'm a newbie, and I'd like to hear the opinions of all the experts. It's hard to evaluate. The difficulty of the new White Tower dungeon is unstable. Some are particularly difficult, while others are quite easy. It all depends on luck. That's bad. With a Kui's lousy constitution, it would be unacceptable not to get an S rank. That's hard to say. It's said that Ji Yuxiuqi and Yu Shueshan from Juding have also disappeared. The 3 of them together still have a slight chance of survival, right? Chapter 126. I want to talk to the boss. The Lin Xun Mansion dungeon has become a hot topic outside. However, those inside are completely unaware. The atmosphere among them remains tense. Zheng Xun's last-minute vote change resulted in Yang Huan being forced out. His face instantly lost all color. Yang Huan opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He turned to look at the other 4, seemingly seeking help. Shi Li silently turned his face away, feeling somewhat guilty. Yang Lingqing was relieved for her own survival. If Zheng Xun hadn't changed his mind at the last minute, who knows what would have happened. As for the 2 from Juding, they had no significant reaction. Yu Shueshan glanced at Zheng Xun, but didn't blame him. As for Ji Yuxiuqi, he believed Zheng Xun had a special reason or purpose. None of the 4 responded to Yang Huan, and he instantly fell into a state of isolation, appearing particularly pitiful. He trembled his lips. You will regret this. I really am not. Who cares if you are or not? Yang Lingqing interrupted his explanation. The vote results are what they are, and tonight you will keep watch outside. Don't worry, it's just the first night. Perhaps the boss doesn't plan to go all out tonight. Chapter 127. Hide and seek. After the door to room 102 closed, the entire mansion fell completely silent. This silence was unusual, as if the mansion had come to life, closing its mouth and holding its breath like a person. Zheng Xun stood at the end of the corridor, at the door of room 102. This was close to the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. On the other side of the stairs was the public lounge. The clock in the lounge showed 8:02. Zheng Xun didn't rush to go to other places. Instead, he mentally went through the room numbers of all the players, matching them with their corresponding rooms and locations. The 3rd floor was empty. On the 2nd floor, there were Yang Lingqing in 202, Shi Li in 203, and Yu Shueshan in 204. On the 1st floor, there were Ji Yuxiuqi in 101 and Yang Huan in 102. Including himself, there were 6 players. After 8 o'clock, the lights in the corridor and lounge went out. And only the pale moonlight outside slanted through the window at the end of the corridor, preventing the place from plunging into complete darkness. Zheng Xun didn't want to use his phone's flashlight yet. There were no charging devices here. And he didn't want to drain his phone's battery too quickly. Just now, after the 4 players entered their respective rooms, Zheng Xun had given up his own room to Yang Huan. Chapter 128. Love and History. Zheng Xun thought for a moment. Since that person had already gone up to the 3rd floor, he wouldn't go to the 2nd or 3rd floors for now, and would stay on the 1st floor for a while. As long as he could hold on for a bit longer. No sounds came from rooms 101 and 102. He didn't know if the two players inside had just heard the strange footsteps from upstairs. He cautiously took a step forward, making no sound. It seemed the floor on the first floor was of good quality. He walked carefully, stepping only on the seemingly intact floorboards, trying to make as little noise as possible. He moved towards the depths of the corridor, where rooms 103 and 104, which had not been opened during the day, were located. Zheng Xun was driven by an intuition. He had a feeling that something unusual would happen in those two rooms at night. He cautiously approached room 103 and stood outside the door. This was the place he had wanted to forcibly enter during the day, but had been prevented from doing so by Jiu Xiuqi. He placed his hand on the doorknob, gently pressing down. Unlike during the day when he couldn't budge it, this time Zheng Xun easily turned it a quarter turn. These rooms that were off-limits during the day could actually be opened at night. Chapter 129. Not understanding love words. The cries of pain came from the second floor. Zheng Xun discerned the sound. It was a boy's voice coming from the second floor, which meant it was Yang Lingqing's room. He maintained a half-squatting position, one hand resting on the bookmark, listening carefully to the sounds from above. It was very quiet, with no other noises. He had no intention of going upstairs to check on Yang Lingqing. It had nothing to do with him. Everyone was an adult now, and everyone had to take responsibility for their own lives. Hopefully, the person was okay. Zheng Xun silently mumbled to himself and continued to look at the bookmark in his hand. The bookmark was made of paper, felt very textured, and had a few lines of text on it, likely an excerpt. It was like the joy experienced by someone dying of thirst, knowing that the water they were crawling towards was poisoned, yet still choosing to bend down to drink that holy water. What did it mean? Zheng Xun had not read this novel. Although he had a habit of reading, romance novels were clearly not within his scope of interest. He read the sentence again. It sounded like a love confession. Still didn't he understand? Zheng Xun scratched his head. From Zheng Xun's perspective, the live broadcast room also clearly showed the words on the bookmark. Should this be a hint? Or it might just be an ordinary excerpt. Chapter 130. I want to give it a 3-combo attack. Zheng Xun's body tensed up again. Perhaps the thing outside was attracted by Yang Lingqing's voice and realized that there was a player on the second floor. After dealing with the second floor, it might want to come down to the first floor to see if it could harvest a few more heads. From the gap in the door, his view was limited. He could only see the middle section of the corridor. Room 103 was at the end. Zheng Xun couldn't see what was happening near the stairs at all. He heard it walking down the stairs step by step. During this time, Zheng Xun quickly glanced around the situation in room 103. The bed in this room was different from the others. It was very close to the floor, meaning there was no way to hide under it. The curtains were double opening and could conceal a person. There was a wardrobe in the room, which was the only piece of furniture that was the same as in the other rooms. You could hide in the wardrobe too. But such hiding was just self-deception. If that thing outside had a keen sense of smell, or simply turned the room upside down, Zheng Xun would have nowhere to hide. Room 103 did not have a lock. Zheng Xun forced himself to calm down quickly. Panic was useless. He judged by the footsteps that the other party's physique was probably not small. Chapter 131. I'm just lazy. In the picture, a lottery machine appeared in the center. The lottery machine was made up of iron plates, rusty and adorned with colorful light strips, with the lever positioned in the middle. Compared to the machines in other copies, this one seemed particularly old. In the new perspective, everything around was black, with only the light strips of the lottery machine emitting colorful light. The light strips, due to their age, had some contact issues, flickering on and off. Suddenly, a hand appeared in the frame. This hand was wrapped in a white glove, long and strong. It reached out from the darkness, gently grasping the lever of the lottery machine and slowly making it spin. Just as the built-in music box of the lottery machine was about to start playing, someone shushed, as if calming a misbehaving child. The music abruptly stopped. And it became quiet again, with only the small ball inside the machine shaking continuously. The hand held the lever for about 3 spins before letting go, disappearing from the frame. The lottery machine started spinning again, strangely picking up speed. After about 10 more spins, the machine finally showed signs of stopping. Chapter 132, The Legend Comes True. The picture on the TV shook up and down a few times before stabilizing. It showed a certain room. Inside the room, there were fragmented whispers, a man's voice, unclear in content, but it seemed to be repeating and trembling. Suddenly, the door was rhythmically knocked 3 times from the outside. The person inside seemed startled, and the whispering stopped. Immediately after, a person appeared in the frame. He walked unsteadily, as if unable to maintain normal walking due to weakness in his legs. That person was Yang Lingqing. One of his arms reached forward, seemingly drawn by something, walking straight toward the door. Then, he opened the door. As if suddenly waking up, Yang Lingqing said, "Why are you here?" He only managed to say this one sentence before an iron hook pierced through his chest and withdrew instantly. Yang Lingqing's throat emitted a wheezing sound. He widened his eyes in disbelief, but he could no longer say anything. His body fell in front of the door. Outside the door, a shadow seemed to flash by. The screen played up to this point, and the TV reverted to a snowy screen, automatically shutting off after 3 seconds. Chapter 133, My reading comprehension is excellent. Yang Lingqing faced the 4 people at the door. He seemed not to understand why they were looking at him with such expressions. The 4 people outside also did not understand why he was not dead. He stepped forward, and the people at the door instinctively took a step back. You guys. Zheng Xun thought for a moment. It was not a good idea to remain in a stalemate. So he walked into the room. Jiyu Shioqi grabbed his wrist, asking with his eyes. Zheng Xun shook his head. It's fine, I just want to take a look. After entering the room, he first surveyed the arrangement inside. It was slightly messy, but there were no signs of a struggle. There were no bloodstains either. This mess was probably created by Yang Lingqing himself. Zheng Xun walked in front of the person who should have died, quietly staring at him. Yang Lingqing gave him a puzzled look in return. Zheng Xun suddenly slowly extended his hand, palm up, and then said 2 words to the bewildered Yang Lingqing, "Shake hands." Yang Lingqing silently raised his hand to shake Zheng Xun's. Is there warmth? Zheng Xun released his hand, and this time, the look of confusion shifted to his face. Spin. He issued another command. Although Yang Lingqing was speechless, he followed Zheng Xun's words and turned around in place. Chapter 134, Let Chengji learn. In just 1 day of interaction, Jiyu Shioqi roughly estimated that Zheng Xun's psychological age was only 8 years old. If explained this way, it made sense that he couldn't understand the meaning of these words. He patiently translated for him. The meaning of this sentence was that someone fell in love with someone they shouldn't love, knowing that loving the other person would lead to no good and misfortune, yet being uncontrollably attracted to them and still deciding to love them. Zheng Xun's eyes were fixed on Jiyu Shioqi. Excuse me, Xiao Zheng, did you understand? Report to teacher Jiyu, I didn't understand. Forget it, honesty is also a virtue, Jiyu Shioqi complimented him. So how is this related to the clues? Zheng Xun was only concerned about this. I searched through all the books, and when the bookmark with this sentence appeared, the other words seemed to lose their meaning. So they all vanished. Jiyu Shioqi's thoughts were also pulled back. This should be some kind of metaphor. It implies taking risks. Taking risks. Zheng Xun couldn't help but think of the last hint in the manual. At the end of the mansion introduction, the butler, Yuan, provided another way for players to end the chapter early, which was to find him. Chapter 135, Since it has come to this, let's eat first. After Jiyu Shioqi mentioned that the person was missing, the players who were having breakfast in the kitchen suddenly couldn't sit still. Zheng Xun picked up a bowl of wontons and got up to head to room 202. The others followed. Once they entered the room, only Jiyu Shioqi was there. He was sitting on the floor eating breakfast. Since the person was lost and likely wouldn't be found for a while, it was better to eat first. Zheng Xun squatted beside him and ate wontons. The camera focused on the two of them, if it weren't for the surrounding scene being too dilapidated and eerie. Anyone would think this was just a handsome guy's eating broadcast. Since it has come to this, let's eat first. Zheng Xun scooped up meat-filled wontons. They were really delicious. He casually asked Jiyu Shioqi how the person disappeared. I don't know, Jiyu Shioqi shook his head. When I entered the room, it was already empty. I only found this. Jiyu Shioqi took something out of the pocket of his team jacket and opened his palm. It was a coin, shiny and silver. The denomination was 1 yuan. The appearance of this coin made it hard not to associate it with the name of the butler at the end of the note. Did you find this coin too? A voice came from behind. It was Yushueshan. Zheng Xun and Jiyu Shioqi turned around. She also opened her palm, revealing an identical 1 yuan coin. Chapter 136, Can I Eat? According to Yang Huan, he actually passed by accidentally and was inadvertently pulled into the chapter. Moreover, he had been sick for a week before and had just recovered from training, so his physical fitness was still lagging. Coincidentally, the simulation I did before entering the chapter was exactly a scene similar to this kind of in-room. Such scenes are actually quite common. Many of the White Tower chapters set their scenes inside buildings, so it's not surprising that the Senmiao Guild provided similar simulations. If encountering such a standalone room, it's usually necessary to check whether the doors and windows can open normally, and if there are locks, to find the code to solve the puzzle. But Yang Huan was not good at puzzles. The window couldn't be used, the weather outside was foggy and looked terrible, making it a bad choice. As for the door, Yang Huan tried it, but he had no clue about the code, so he gave up. The arrangement in the room was clear at a glance. And now only that vent was left. Fortunately, there were also tools in the room. So, Yang Huan took a risk, stepping on a stool, using a screwdriver to twist the wires on the mesh, preparing to crawl through the vent. Since his body hadn't fully recovered, making overly vigorous movements would leave him gasping for breath, so Yang Huan's actions were not fast. Chapter 137, I really am a clever little ghost. While Zheng Xun was struggling with whether he could eat the sausages on the plate, the two players on the third floor were still in confrontation. Jiyu Shioqi quietly looked at Yang Huan, seemingly not too shocked by his words. He just reminded Yang Huan. The names of the dead cannot be spoken. You have already mentioned the names of 2 deceased. Yang Huan realized he had misspoken, showing a somewhat frustrated expression, but soon he perked up again. It doesn't matter. As long as we deal with Zheng Xun before dark, it will be fine. Why is there not another person? Jiyu Shioqi was sensitive and caught the flaw in Yang Huan's words. What are you hiding from me? You only mentioned one person's name, which leaves a few possibilities. First, the person you overlooked, you are quite sure he is not dead, so you dare to call his name directly. Second, you are the one who died on the first day. Since you have become a deceased, you can recklessly call everyone's names. Jiyu Shioqi spoke out 2 possible explanations. Then his calm eyes turned to Yang Huan, filled with inquiry and questioning. Which one are you? Chapter 138, Threats are useless. Time rewinds to 20 minutes ago. After temporarily parting ways with the others, Shili followed Yushueshan down to the first floor. Even during the day, the light in the corridor was still insufficient. Coupled with the living and dead illusions in this mansion, walking among them inevitably created a sense of fear and tension. Yushueshan was fine. She had seen a lot and didn't feel scared. Compared to this eerie atmosphere, where a dead person could suddenly appear, She found the scene filled with eyeballs and limbs covered in blood even more repulsive. Shi Li walked beside her, slightly behind, almost sticking to her, feeling very timid. Even his voice trembled when he spoke. Sister, that missing player, could he suddenly appear? He was referring to Yang Lingqing. Yu Xueshan knew that he wanted her to comfort him, saying something like "Don't worry, I will protect you." But she didn't like to say such unhelpful nonsense. She simply nodded to affirm Shi Li's thoughts. He will, definitely will. Afraid he wouldn't believe her, she repeated it twice. Shi Li didn't expect Yu Xueshan to be so straightforward, he felt a bit helpless. Sister, if you talk like this, you'll scare the boys away. Chapter 139, Don't interpret it casually. And then it turned into this. Yu Xueshan succinctly explained what happened between her and Shi Li. No, Zheng Xun shook his head. According to your description, you should clearly have the upper hand. How did you let her escape? Upon hearing Zheng Xun's words, Yu Xueshan paused. Anyone who sees someone twist their head 180 degrees would be strongly impacted in that moment, right? 180 degrees. Yu Xueshan added a few more sentences. She said she indeed suppressed Shi Li, and intended to really stab the iron pipe into her body. But just then, Shi Li suddenly let out two cold laughs. Her neck was being held by Yu Xueshan's hand. If she were a normal person, she should have been unable to move at that moment. But Yu Xueshan watched in disbelief as Shi Li's head turned 180 degrees, from being flush against the floor to facing her directly. The corners of Shi Li's mouth seemed to be pulled up by two invisible hands, almost level with the upper part of her nose. Her gaze became cold and ruthless, possessing a cruelty that did not belong to a human. The girl beneath him was clearly in a state with her mouth closed. Yet Yu Xueshan heard a string of giggles pass by her ear. Chapter 140, I heard everything. Ji Yuxiuqi, upon hearing this, lost his smile. I was thinking that the manual said there are some long-term residents living here. Zheng Xun tilted his head in thought. But I guess there should also be some rooms that cannot be opened, which were originally empty. In other words, as long as we check which rooms cannot be opened over the past 2 days and compare them, if there are rooms that cannot be opened both days, then the people living here should be the so-called long-term residents. And these long-term residents are likely to be the bosses in the instance. Zheng Xun wanted to use this to roughly confirm how many bosses are in the mansion instance. Ji Yuxiuqi understood his meaning, and was about to respond, when he suddenly saw Zheng Xun clutching his head, with a particularly pained expression. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? He asked. Yu Xueshan, who had already reached halfway up the stairs, leaned over to look at Zheng Xun's face. It couldn't be that he was about to mutate. Zheng Xun covered his head, and took a moment before replying to the other two. I feel like I've overworked my brain today, my CPU is about to burn out. When will dinner be ready? I want to eat the tomato beef that was unfortunately fed to the Su yesterday. Chapter 141, I hate all of you. Yang Lingqing said that Yang Huan should die. This statement surprised everyone present, except for Yang Huan himself, who had a somewhat complicated expression. Zheng Xun stepped on Yang Lingqing's knee so he could stand straight. He was the first to ask. Why do you say he should die? You're alive, right? Why did you suddenly disappear just now? A series of questions came out. But Yang Lingqing did not reply a word. He just kept muttering that he should die and should not be alive, his voice getting smaller and smaller. Ji Yuxiuqi bent down to look into Yang Lingqing's eyes. He had returned to that unclear and chaotic state. No good, he told the other players. He started going crazy again. Yu Xueshan felt quite regretful, while Zheng Xun scratched his chin and looked at Yang Huan. His gaze gradually became sharp. Yang Huan, what do you want to do? Zheng Xun said something very explosive. How about we tie you to a chair and interrogate you? You seem to know a lot. Ji Yuxiuqi was somewhat surprised, as if he hadn't realized Zheng Xun would say that. Yu Shueshan had already hunched her back, ready to make a move. You can't treat me like this. Chapter 142, The world of three people is too crowded. The currently available empty rooms are on the third floor, 301, 303, second floor, 201, first floor, 102. Yu Shiochi reported the room numbers and floors. A total of 4 rooms, but there are 5 of us. He patted Zheng Xun, telling him to hold off on being sad and participate in the discussion first. We need to decide who stays in which room. Yang Huan was somewhat anxious. He guessed that since Yang Lingqing was not normal now, it was highly likely he would be abandoned, leaving the remaining 4 with 1 room each. He hoped to be on the 3rd floor because there were 2 usable rooms there. Even if the player in the other room wouldn't help, at least it would be a psychological comfort. However, he was also worried because the other 3 were obviously a group, and their attitude towards him was not friendly. He feared they would abandon him, and instead take care of the now less troublesome Yang Lingqing. He thought that since this was the case, he might as well make a firm decision and act early. However, Yang Huan soon realized his worries were unnecessary, because none of the 3 opposite him wanted to stay inside the room. I want to be outside. Yu Shueshan was the first to say, as if afraid the other 2 would compete with her. Last night's experience was not good. Being stuck in a room for nearly 12 hours, unable to do anything, while listening to the madness next door, she wanted to search for clues outside this time. Chapter 143, The head is really hard. Although puzzled about how dinner suddenly appeared, Yu Shueshan thought it was better not to dwell on this issue for now. She stood by the table, not daring to walk far, and called the others to eat. As expected, Zheng Xun was the first to rush over. Then he stared intently at the steaming tomato beef on the table. Yu Shueshan was shocked. It was the first time she saw someone so far away that it looked like their eyes were about to stick to the food. Scary. Zheng Xun was the first to sit down at the table, arranging his portion neatly, with the chopsticks stacked in perfect order. Then sitting up straight with his hands folded on the table, looking at Yu Shueshan. Why are you staring at me? If you're hungry, eat first. I'll wait for everyone to arrive before I eat. He was quite polite. The second to arrive was Yu Shiochi. He glanced at the food on the dining table, and then looked at Zheng Xun. Not bad, it's what you've always wanted to eat. Zheng Xun nodded. Yu Shueshan raised her hand, a bit speechless. She wondered why the bosses or NPCs in this instance cared so much about his preferences. Did he pay them off? Zheng Xun shook his head, honestly saying, I have no money. After Yu Shiochi sat down, Yang Huan hurried over, looking somewhat flustered. Chapter 144, Look what he discovered. During dinner, the players didn't say much. The crisis-laden night was about to descend, and everyone was preparing for it. The atmosphere became tense and heavy. Only Zheng Xun seemed somewhat oblivious, immersed in the world of dinner. He ate slowly, savoring each bite, appearing to have a poor appetite. Though he actually had a good amount of food. The others had finished eating long ago, while only Zheng Xun's silver spoon occasionally clinked against the bottom of the plate. Yang Lingqing still hadn't touched his dinner, sitting next to the refrigerator, curled up, lost in thought. Once Zheng Xun finished eating, Yu Shiochi said they could each disperse to prepare for the night. Wishing everyone safety, Yu Shiochi said. Yang Huan glanced at him and noticed Yu Shiochi had no intention of going upstairs for the time being, so he left first. After walking for a while, he turned back. The kitchen was bathed in the dim glow of dusk, and Zheng Xun, Yu Shiochi, and Yu Shueshan each had their own sitting posture. But they all appeared very composed. Based on this scene alone, one could not imagine what kind of crazy decisions these seemingly normal people had made. Yang Huan muttered something softly, turned around, and walked away without looking back. Chapter 145, Can you make me look better? Third floor. Yu Shiochi now only had one path to choose, which was to return to room 301 immediately. There were no other routes. The door to room 301 had just been slightly ajar, prepared for this kind of situation. It's a bit of a pity. I thought he would have a chance to open 302 and take a look before the boss appeared. The footsteps suddenly emerged, and Jiyu Shouchi listened. Judging that they came from the platform, between the second and third floors, slowly and rhythmically making their way up. Jiyu Shouchi cautiously took half a step back while listening to the sound. Just as he stepped down, the floor that had been silent suddenly creaked. Cold sweat broke out on Jiyu Shouchi's forehead, and at the same time, the boss on the stairs exhibited unusual behavior. Dozens of pale hands, resembling branches, suddenly surged from the direction of the stairs. Some rushed toward Jiyu Shouchi in the middle of the corridor, while others charged toward the half-closed door, trying to shut it completely and block the player's escape route. Jiyu Shouchi decisively inserted the long pole in his hand into the gap of the door to prevent it from closing completely. Meanwhile, he quickly evaded the attacking monster hands with his exceptional reflexes and superior physical condition. Chapter 146. He doesn't want this, he wants that, damn. The boss has already appeared on the third floor. Is tonight's boss starting from the third floor? Fortunately, our teacher Jiyu reacted quickly, he almost got killed. I said those high-level players shouldn't just waste time all day. This almost ended badly. They should be looking for a way to leave early, right? I always suspect that hiding every day in this dungeon isn't a solution. It's already the second day. They just need to survive one more day and 2 nights, counting tonight. Luckily, there are still 5 survivors, it's much better than expected. What's good about it? Shi Li is dead, Yang Lingqing has gone mad, and the remaining Yang Huan doesn't seem quite sane either, he has a bit of paranoia. Fortunately, Jiyu, Yu, and Zheng are relatively experienced and still somewhat normal. You think they are normal now? They are just steadily going crazy. Damn. Yu and that Shi Li just faced off. If it was someone else, I wouldn't believe it, but if it happened to Yu Shueshan, I have to believe it. Where is Akui? The other high-level players are battling monsters with wits, what is he doing? He is thinking about someone's little cake. Chapter 147. Hello, I am 1 Yuan on the second floor. Yu Shueshan noticed that the blood on the iron pipe in her hand was increasing, but most of it was Shi Li's. The fight had been going on for a while, her stamina was still good, but Shi Li was clearly struggling. Yu Shueshan found it strange. You're dead. Yet you're so weak. Although Shi Li had been strengthened somewhat, she hadn't received any rigorous martial arts training and didn't know how to maximize the use of her weapon. Not to mention maximizing it. It seemed like she had just met her weapon today. Yu Shueshan was puzzled. She had encountered countless bosses and small monsters in the dungeon, but had never seen anyone like Shi Li, who hadn't formed her own combat system at all. It was as if she had just been resurrected, someone who had been strengthened by about 20. But even if she was strengthened by 200, Shi Li definitely couldn't defeat Yu Shueshan. Shi Li collapsed on the ground, her death rendering her limbs stiff, like a puppet that couldn't move independently. After being knocked down, it took her a while to get back up. Yu Shueshan squatted in front of her, the iron pipe inserted into the freshly made wound on her neck. Was it because her combat ability was weak when alive? Or did the expression of your strength require specific conditions? Chapter 148. I am good at comforting people. The sound Yang Lingqing initially heard came from inside the wardrobe. He was very familiar with this sound, he had heard it the previous night. Thump, thump. It was as if someone were banging their head against the wardrobe rhythmically. The initial force was small, but soon, the strength of the banging increased, becoming heavier and more forceful. Yang Lingqing stood up, fearfully hugging his head. The person in the wardrobe seemed to be blocked by something and had not yet entered the room. But just the sound was enough to make the player feel oppressive and terrified. Yang Lingqing was now extremely frightened. However, What panicked him even more was that he noticed strange noises coming from the ceiling. From the originally escape-use vent, several long strands of hair suddenly fell down. Following that, a pale hand reached out, brushing over the screws around the vent's mesh, causing them to fall off automatically. Yang Lingqing looked in panic at the long-haired creature, unable to tell whether it was male or female, as it fell from above like a puddle of water, then remained lying on the ground. It's dry. Black hair obscured its face, revealing only a prominent nose between the strands. Chapter 149. I have a deal on the second floor. Yu Xueshan realized something today: everyone has their strengths, and one should never force things they can't do. This wasn't just for herself. It was something she intended to say to others. Just like now. She was trying to persuade an NPC in the dungeon that might also be a boss, while thinking to herself, how can there be such a perfect existence like her? She can fight, solve puzzles, and heal other psychological trauma. Too perfect, it's almost a sin. The beautiful and melancholic woman in front of her was named Nan Qiong. She didn't know the exact characters, so she just thought of her this way for now. Since Nan Qiong appeared in the room, she had been crying non-stop, like a faucet that hadn't been tightened. Yu Xueshan felt a bit of a headache seeing the tears, but she endured and sat down. The chair was one she had moved herself. She sat opposite Nan Qiong, watching the woman, who kept sobbing and wiping her tears with the back of her hand, unsure of how to start the conversation. But she believed she could do it. Nothing else, just confidence. What grievances do you have? Speak out, I'm listening. Chapter 150. Battling wits with the air. Jiyu Shochi lowered his eyes, using the candlelight on the round table to stare at the jewelry box. Aside from being luxurious, it seemed to have no other features. The butler didn't seem anxious, and didn't urge Jiyu Shochi to make a decision quickly. He simply kept his hands resting on the edge of the jewelry box, silently waiting for the player. After a long while, Jiyu Shochi posed his first question. This opportunity is only for me to use, right? Yes. So, if I use my rent to save another player, that's not allowed. I suggest not to take such an approach. Can other players have a trading opportunity? As long as they can encounter me by chance. The rent is limited to personal use for players. So far, I know that there are 3 players, including myself, who have found a 1 yuan coin. Jiyu Shochi's statement is reflective, and the butler sitting across from him is well aware of this, so he does not respond to this statement. Jiyu Shochi is thinking about 2 things. The appearance of that coin seems very random, and is not deliberately placed in places that every player is bound to see or pass by. For example, he found it in Yang Lingqing's room. As for Zheng Xun, to his knowledge, he has not found any coins yet. Chapter 151. Give me some too. Before the TV screen displayed any images, Zheng Xun, who was in room 102, stretched lazily. It was nearly impossible to get a full night's sleep in the instance, so after counting his money last night and daydreaming for a while, he took advantage of the rare opportunity to stay in the room and got a good nap. During this time, the comment section was wildly criticizing Zheng Xun for being able to sleep so soundly in the instance. No one had seen anyone sleep so peacefully in the instance before. After he closed that album, the live stream picture reconnected. At first glance, the audience saw Zheng Xun lying flat on the iron bed, hands crossed, legs together, and thought he was dead. It wasn't until he turned over that everyone stopped panicking, breathed a sigh of relief, and then started to criticize again. It turned out he was just sleeping very peacefully. Meanwhile, there was some movement under the bed. In the darkness, a pale hand hooked onto the edge of the bed and slowly reached out towards the flat-laying Zheng Xun. However, Zheng Xun had placed the bag of money on his stomach before sleeping, and he didn't mind the weight. He was just afraid someone would take his money. As he turned over, the bag opened, and the coins tumbled out, clattering down and hitting the strange head under the bed. Thud, thud, thud. The creature's head buzzed. Perhaps it was because the coins hit it too hard, causing it to have a head full of bumps. It quietly retreated back under the bed. Chapter 152. Mo Qian is not guilty. In fact, this truth was realized when Shi Li was already dead, and the TV had not played any footage related to her. Before dawn on the first day, the death announcement of Yang Huan was played. He should have been voted out by the other players, and not received his own room. It was Zheng Xun who gave his room to him, saving his life. That same night, when the boss appeared on the first floor, Yang Huan had a moment of inspiration, used the door as bait, and saved Zheng Xun, who had no room. At that time, Yang Huan claimed to have heard Zheng Xun's voice outside, which was likely a trick by the boss to confuse him and lure him out. He didn't fall for it, so he saved his own life. Yang Huan's fate was changed. Before dawn on the second day, the death announcement of Yang Lingqing was played. The hook was clearly Shi Li's weapon. And just as the announcement stated, that night, Yang Lingqing was killed by Shi Li. Zheng Xun, who was on the same floor, could testify to this. It is now the third day. Just now, the TV announced Jiyu Xiuqi's death. The 4 players currently surviving in the instance are gathered in the kitchen on the second floor. Breakfast and water have been prepared in 4 portions. Zheng Xun, Yu Xueshan, Jiyu Xiuqi, and Yang Huan, who just confirmed his safety and came out. Chapter 153. We 3 need a room on the last day of daylight. Like the previous 2 days, the 4 surviving players first needed to find rooms that could be used at night. According to the arrangement, Zheng Xun, Yu Xueshan, and Jiyu Xiuqi were responsible for the first, second, and third floors, respectively, while Yang Huan was to stay in the kitchen to prevent any further incidents of food theft. This time, the 3 acted quickly, and half an hour later, they returned to the kitchen to meet again. Each reported their situation. And they discovered that tonight's situation was even worse. Currently, the only rooms that could be opened normally were 102 and 301. That means 2 players would be forced to stay outside tonight. For those players who have died and come back to life in the instance, their prerequisite to attack the surviving players is that the latter inadvertently speaks their names. But the boss that originally comes with this instance probably won't be restricted by this rule. Jiyu Xiuqi refers to the branch man who wanders through the 3 floors every night. In any case, staying outside the room at night is dangerous. Yu Xueshan still looks half alive, Yang Huan remains confused, and Jiyu Xiuqi glances at Zheng Xun and the bag of money in his arms. Chapter 154. Who can stay sane? The situation has become very tense. Now there are 4 people fighting for 2 rooms, and no one is willing to give in. This situation needs to be moderated by Jiyu Xiuqi. He lightly tapped the table twice to focus the attention of the other 3 on him. 2 rooms, 4 people. We need a fair way to compete right now. Yu Xueshan nodded in agreement. Let us fight. She slammed the iron pipe on the table. Whoever wins gets to stay. Yang Huan was drenched in cold sweat. If it really comes to a head-on confrontation, he would definitely be the first to be eliminated. Which of the 3 present is an easy target? How about we draw lots? He suggested with a trembling voice, relying solely on luck. This time, Zheng Xun was not satisfied. Targeting me? Everyone knows I have the worst luck in the White Tower. The 3 argued back and forth, unable to convince each other. And finally, Jiyu Xiuqi thought of another solution. Each of us should explain to the other 3 why we must stay in the room. Yu Xueshan was the first to respond. I am too tired and need rest. I don't want to do any more psychological counseling. Yang Huan followed her words and spoke second. I just want to stay alive. Isn't that reason enough? Chapter 155. Good luck fails, bad luck prevails. Night fell. The entire mansion returned to silence. Yu Xueshan and Zheng Xun each stayed in their rooms, and there were currently no sounds coming from either. Jiyu Xiuqi and Yang Huan were outside. The known dangers in the mansion are increasing. Aside from the 2 deceased players, Shi Li and Yang Lingqing. There is also the elusive branch man, the unknown female ghost under the bed, and the butler whose nature cannot be determined. Jiyu Xiuqi stood at the staircase on the first floor. Knowing his fate, he seemed less tense and worried. As a soon-to-be-dead person, he decided to take advantage of his remaining time alive to open all the unopened rooms in the mansion. Having made his decision, Jiyu Xiuqi turned around. "What are you doing here?" Yang Huan was standing at the staircase on the first floor, looking conflicted. "I was thinking that if the two of us cooperate, maybe our chances of survival will increase." Jiyu Xiuqi smiled and shook his head. Being able to smile in this situation is not something ordinary people can do. Staying alone might get you killed. "Yes," Yang Huan nodded, affirming his words, "which is why I came to find you. If you follow me, we will both die together." Yang Huan stopped talking, and Jiyu Xiuqi shifted his gaze back to the corridor in front of him. Chapter 156. You need to pay the rent correctly. Jiyu Xiuqi's cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. He didn't know what was worse, being chased by two bosses suddenly or facing a death choice like now. The people in front of him had the same facial features and physique, dressed identically, and were indistinguishable except for the expressions on their faces. They all claimed to be Butler Yuan. Jiyu Xiuqi's hand reached into the pocket of his uniform jacket, where there was a large wad of cash given to him by Zheng Xun during the day. Now he didn't need to worry about the quantity. But the key point was, how many did he need, and which box to choose? There was only one real Butler Yuan among them. Or perhaps none at all. Jiyu Xiuqi calmed himself down and stared at the one who was always smiling. It should be the one he saw last night. "How long do I have to think?" The butler on the left answered him with a smile. "Until the other player upstairs dies." Yang Huan's screams continued. Well, at least he could still scream, indicating he was probably fine. Jiyu Xiuqi continued to negotiate with the two butlers. "Can I touch both boxes?" "I'm sorry, that's not allowed." Jiyu Xiuqi's gaze darted back and forth between the two jewelry boxes. Chapter 157. The key to the tower, the third floor. Jiyu Xiuqi dodged a lethal blow from behind. Zheng Xun was right behind him, relentlessly pursuing. Only after confronting Zheng Xun could he truly feel his immense power and oppressive presence. If the Zheng Xun in front of him was an imitator, it indicated that the real Zheng Xun's strength was also terrifying. In the past, he had only used this power against bosses. As the first human player to experience this in reality, Jiyu Xiuqi didn't know whether to consider it fortunate or unfortunate. But what he did know was that he was probably not far from death now. The machete in Zheng Xun's hand came down, and Jiyu Xiuqi raised the long pole to block his fierce attack. The pole wouldn't hold for long and would soon be cut to pieces. Zheng Xun remained unfazed, applying more force, his eyelids drooping as he watched Jiyu Xiuqi. "You seem to be close to death." His face wore that naive smile. Jiyu Xiuqi's forehead was slick with sweat, but he looked back at him without a trace of fear and said with a smile, "Death doesn't matter. At least this is my independent life with a beginning and an end. It's even more pathetic to live as someone who imitates others." This statement completely struck Zheng Xun's nerve, and Jiyu Xiuqi could clearly feel his anger. Chapter 158. Survived the key to the tower. The fact that Zheng Xun obtained the key to the White Tower dungeon sparked heated discussion. The rewards of the White Tower are tiered. If a subordinate is already a rare reward, then the dungeon is even a tier higher than that. The last group to clear the entire dungeon was the Wansha Guild. But that was just an S-level dungeon. It couldn't be compared to this SSS-level dungeon at all. With the key to the tower, the scenes, items, NPCs, and bosses in the dungeon nominally belonged to the player, which was a substantial reward. However, there were also limitations. For example, although NPCs and bosses were assigned to certain players along with the dungeon, they were fundamentally different from subordinates. They still posed a certain level of danger, and their obedience was far lower than that of subordinates. It was said that the Wansha Guild's dungeon still had several bosses and NPCs sealed away because they simply wouldn't obey and would harm others, so their actions were restricted. Additionally, the dungeon was attached to the White Tower itself, so it couldn't be stored in players' rings, and could only remain at the original site of the White Tower. However, players could use their rings to take items or NPCs from it. Chapter 159, Abducted after leaving the dungeon at the Lin Xun mansion. Zheng Xun was taken by Cheng Ji for a meal. Xiao Jun had something to do and left after saying a few words to Zheng Xun. "Are you going to live here from now on?" he asked. Yes, Zheng Xun nodded. "I can't keep bothering brother Xiao." Xiao Jun smiled. "You say it's free. But you're always polite." Zheng Xun, friends don't need to be so calculating. Zheng Xun touched his nose. "No, mainly because it's bad manners. If I really have to kill Mingqiu later." Xiao Jun didn't respond, but adjusted his suit jacket and tied at his cuffs. "You can retrieve your luggage from the villa at any time. You can return the door card whenever you want. Just hand it to me or let Cheng Ji pass it on. If you need anything, just call me." Okay, Zheng Xun repeatedly agreed. Xiao Jun's phone vibrated a few times, indicating he was being urged on the other end. After saying goodbye to Zheng Xun, he turned to leave when Zheng Xun suddenly called out to him. "Ah, brother Xiao, this is for you." Xiao Jun stopped to wait for him. And Zheng Xun rummaged in his hoodie pocket, finally pulling out a piece of lemon candy. Players often carry some energy-boosting food when leaving the dungeon to prevent low blood sugar and to refresh themselves. Peppermint candy, lemon candy, and chewing gum are common and convenient. Chapter 160, Is It My Life You Want? Zheng Xun was taken away by men in black. He was suddenly abducted into this all-black SUV, sitting in the back seat. Neatly with his legs together, both hands clenched into fists resting on his knees. On either side of him sat two bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Each about 1.5 times his size, squeezing him in the middle. Helpless, small, wanting to escape. Across from him sat a beautiful woman in a dark blue suit skirt, also wearing sunglasses, looking quite formidable. "Excuse me," Zheng Xun hesitated to speak. "Where are you taking me?" The woman's attitude was cold, and she spoke very little, appearing very businesslike. "Mr. Zheng, please do not be afraid. We just need something from you." Zheng Xun immediately hugged himself. "What do you want? My life? Or money?" "No, you probably want my life." The beautiful woman seemed to pause for a moment before adding, "Please rest assured for a moment. When we reach our destination, our leader will discuss it with you in detail." Hearing her say this, Zheng Xun actually closed his eyes to rest. His heart is really big. His phone buzzed. It was a call from Cheng Ji and the others. "Can I reply to a message?" Chapter 161, You Are My Only Brother. It really is a case of someone offering a pillow when you're sleepy. Zheng Xun had long wanted to participate in the All-Star game, and he had already discussed this with Xiao Jun and Cheng Ji once. At that time, Vice President Xiao said that if he relied on the guild's points to enter the All-Star game, it would take at least 10 years. This was not a lack of trust in Zheng Xun's personal abilities from Xiao Jun. The total points of the guild are mainly divided into two parts, team points and player points under the guild. The increase in points is mainly linked to the successful attempts in dungeons and the difficulty of the instances. Although the calculation methods for the two parts are different, it is easier for a guild with more players to achieve higher points. The top-ranking large guilds not only have excellent team players, but also a large number of players under their banner. As for the Shu and Hui Guild, although it currently has the best players in the entire White Tower, it only has this one player. Even if we count the half-loaned Hu Ziyang, the guild's points are still far from enough. However, the versatile Vice President Xiao always prepares a second plan, which is to let Zheng Xun take a position at the General Association to obtain a quota. At that time, Zheng Xun asked Xiao Jun whether the rewards and points would count towards Xuan Hui or the General Association if he appeared on behalf of the General Association. Chapter 162 Xiao June 20th. The negotiation went quickly and smoothly. Xushi said that since Zheng Xun had previously served as a reporter for the General Association, he could continue to use that identity. Of course, if he wanted a higher position, Xushi could arrange that as well. But Zheng Xun said it wasn't necessary. Since he already had it, he would use it. He was already exhausted from filling out those forms last time. Xiao Jun's friend at the General Association knew Zheng Xun was in a hurry, so he sent the certificate over first. After he completed the dungeon, he would receive a thick stack of supplementary materials. Now, what Zheng Xun needed to do was not much. Xushi knew he didn't like trouble, so he promised not to take up much of his personal time. Next, Xushi would use Zheng Xun's representation of the General Association to negotiate with those cunning sponsors. Xushi's plan was actually far more than just one all-star event. As the president of the General Association, he knew better than anyone that given the current development trend of the Xuan Hui Guild, obtaining various competition qualifications was still a long way off. Therefore, he could discuss many collaborations with Zheng Xun. Of course, this kind of cooperation is win-win, otherwise, Zheng Xun wouldn't agree. After discussing these matters, Xushi looked at the time and saw it was already past 1 o'clock. Chapter 163 My CPU is overheating. Jiyu Xioqi's phone call lasted a long time. I just watched the replay of the previous dungeon, and I heard some screams from his side, which should be the sounds from the video. There are several details that need to be discussed with you. 3 days of replay, and you finished watching it so quickly. Did you use 20 times the speed? Not that exaggerated. You'll know when you watch the replay, many scenes are black screens, completely blank. Black screens? Yes. Every time it reaches a critical point, the screen goes blank. I think it's highly likely to be intentional. Jiyu Xioqi said the live broadcast started from the first night, and the main missing parts were Yang Lingqing's perspective from the second night, Zheng Xun's perspectives from the second and third nights, and his own second and third nights. I think the reason for these missing parts is directly related to that man named Yuan. Speaking of this, Jiyu Xioqi brought up a sideline. Do you know what the difficulty of the dungeon we just went down is? SS. It's 3S. As expected. However, none of us drew lots. So where did this difficulty come from? You might not believe it, but it was drawn by Yuan himself. He was wearing those white gloves. I couldn't mistake him. Chapter 164 Living in the dungeon. Zheng Xun's interruption made Jiyu Xioqi pause his brain torture with these questions. He smiled and apologized to Zheng Xun. Sorry, my fault. You go ahead and eat, let's switch to a lighter topic. Zheng Xun picked up a piece of meat and added another, stacking them into a small mountain on top of the rice before enjoying his meal. I think it's unnecessary to overcomplicate the issue. He said this. A 3S dungeon will naturally have many irrational occurrences. Our current groundbreaking understanding of the White Tower has almost all come from 3S dungeons. Don't panic about the unknown. Engage with it, accept it, and embrace it. Perhaps because he is a time traveler himself, with a complex and bizarre identity, he has a high tolerance for these incomprehensible things. With so many secrets, Zheng Xun instead took everything lightly. Besides, you don't need to ponder those questions you want to ask too hard. I live in the Linshuan mansion now, and I see Yuan every day. I can just ask him directly, right? Jiyu Xioqi was silent for a moment and then laughed. That's actually a good idea. Chapter 165 You two are completely different. Zheng Xun explained to Jiyu Xioqi how he encountered a Yuan. Although you say this method is simple, it is not easy. Jiyu Xioqi said. Even if one really deduces that they need to face the boss face to face, not everyone has the courage to do that. Jiyu Xioqi sighed as he said this. Perhaps this clue was specially prepared for you. There is one thing I've always wanted to ask. At this moment, Zheng Xun suddenly remembered the scene of his first meeting with Jiyu Xiuqi. Have we met somewhere before? You always give me a very familiar feeling. I thought you would ask this question earlier. Jiyu Xiuqi seemed unfazed by Zheng Xun mentioning this. Even if I'm not the first, I should be among the first batch of people who have seen you, right? This hint is very obvious. Zheng Xun's first dungeon was the Happiness Community instance. You are the one he eliminated after a round, the man in a suit. But how could it be? He wanted to say that the two of them looked completely different, but soon he thought that they actually had some similarities. Chapter 166 Fake Name. After clearing the dungeon, the Linshuan mansion was awarded to Zheng Xun, and it returned to its original appearance. The old mansion in the wind and snow, besides the two symmetrical porch lights at the entrance, had no light and no sound. There were several cardboard boxes piled at the entrance, placed in a spot that wouldn't get wet from the rain and snow. That should be the luggage moved out from Xiaojun's house. Zheng Xun, holding a black umbrella, stood in the rain, the edge of the umbrella lifted, revealing his fair face. He reached up to take off the 2 layers of hats and looked up at the mansion in the rainy night. It really looked too much like a haunted house. He stepped up 2 steps, facing the front door. There was a shelter here, so he didn't need to hold the umbrella, and he put it away, using the key to open the door. He staggered in, holding 3 boxes. Inside, it was silent. Is anyone there? Can someone lend a hand? Oh no. The cardboard box in his hand almost slipped down, and he quickly adjusted his center of gravity. However, just as the top box was about to topple over, spilling everything inside onto him, the box miraculously regained its balance. Zheng Xun steadied himself and let out a long breath. He raised his eyes to look at the topmost box. Chapter 167. I am your friend. Zheng Xun patted his hair, getting the frizz back into place. He held onto the armrest of the chair, stood up, and turned around. The windows of the mansion were still old-fashioned, tinted with a faint blue, adding a layer of blurry filter to the rain outside, making it even more tranquil. A man was standing by the window. He stood straight, close to the wall, but there was not a hint of laziness in his posture. The pure black suit looked well made, cut properly, and the fabric was stiff. Inside, he wore a matching vest, while the tie was a brick-red pattern style, quite different from the common black bow tie that Zheng Xun had imagined a butler would wear. Perhaps a deliberate choice to avoid being too old-fashioned. The white gloves matched exactly what Jiyu Xiuqi had described. Zheng Xun scrutinized the butler from bottom to top, then paused at his face. To be precise, at his head. Are you the butler, Yuan? Zheng Xun spoke slowly. Where's your head? Indeed, as Zheng Xun said, the butler in front of him had only the lower part of his body. The upper part was not displayed. Is this what you mean? He pointed to the place where a head should be, which was now empty. Chapter 168. Orange Pudding. Zheng Xun raised his eyes, silently observing the butler before him. Even without a head, he was tall enough, with good proportions. Zheng Xun casually asked in his usual tone, It's not quite what I imagined. What's different? You said you were a butler. I thought it would be the kind of style where the young master is young and the butler is short. That's how it's portrayed on TV. If you prefer that, I can change my title. But Zheng Xun, more than a butler, you need a friend. Really? Is this your mind-reading skill? Yuan fell silent for 2 seconds, but for some reason, Zheng Xun knew he was silently laughing. I will be anyone you need. Zheng Xun did not respond immediately, as if weighing the value of this statement. Half a minute later, he nodded. All right, I believe you're a good person now. Thank you for your trust, Yuan replied respectfully. Zheng Xun supported his chin with his hand and began making requests. Looking up at you is a bit tiring. Why don't you sit down? There don't seem to be any other chairs here. Lower your head, Zheng Xun. Huh? Is there something on the floor? Zheng Xun obediently lowered his head, his hands still touching the carpet. Chapter 169, Can't Come Out. It seemed there was no more to ask about Yuan's background. Although Yuan said he would answer anything he could, many questions were cleverly evaded. Why there were 3 Yuans, why Yuan seemed more human-like than other bosses. Why the one hidden the deepest wanted to see Zheng Xun, and where he was at that moment. What was Zheng Xun's relationship with the Lin Xun mansion? When the photos in that album were taken, and whether the boy who looked exactly like him was truly him. If not, who was that boy? All remained unanswered. By the end of his questioning, Zheng Xun was left frustrated. He gulped down his juice in one go and chewed on a biscuit. I remember there's another boss in this house, or is it an NPC? Named Nan Qiong. Nan Qiong. Yuan stood up and took Zheng Xun's empty cup. His right hand reached behind him, and when he appeared again in front of Zheng Xun, he had a large-bellied crystal jug with 3/4 of it filled with juice. The cup was refilled and placed beside Zheng Xun. Then, Yuan moved the crystal jug back behind him and disappeared. Chapter 170, Fake is Fake. Entering the dream again. Zheng Xun was already familiar with it. He now understood that these dreams contained important hints and clues, so he was fully alert. Fortunately, he didn't feel tired in the dream. This time, the dream was in warm colors, and the location was very familiar, right in the Lin Xun mansion. Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun. A soft female voice, like cotton candy, sweet and tender. She seemed to be looking for someone, her voice weaving through the corridors with her footsteps. Where have you hidden? I can't find you. Her speech was slow, with a drawn-out ending, containing a hint of complaint. Zheng Xun looked around his environment. He was likely in a bedroom. Hearing the voice outside searching for him, Zheng Xun took 2 steps forward. Just in time for his figure to fall in front of a full-length mirror. He looked at the mirror, a bit surprised. The reflection showed him to be about 13 or 14 years old, wearing comfortable dark blue loungewear, with a cream-colored wool cardigan over it. Sister Nan. He heard himself call out to the girl outside. Following his voice, she came over and pushed the door open. Zheng Xun then clearly saw her appearance. Chapter 171, Going through official procedures. Although Jiyu Xiuqi had messaged last night to meet and talk, Zheng Xun did not expect the meeting to come so quickly. He hurriedly changed his clothes and washed his face and brushed his teeth. By the time he came out of the washroom, Yuan had already prepared breakfast. The kitchen was still on the 2nd floor, and Zheng Xun dashed up the stairs, just as Yuan was placing the last portion of omelette on the table. On the round table, covered with a warm-colored lace tablecloth, there were 3 servings of breakfast. Zheng Xun stood by the table and picked up a piece of fried egg. Why are there 3 servings? Who's the other one for? Nan Qiong. Yuan's collar wrinkled again, and from the movement of his shoulders. He seemed to have glanced at the watch on his wrist. In 5 minutes, she will wake up hungry again, and she will come to eat. Zheng Xun. Sit down and eat slowly. If there were to be a selection for a typical representative of rebelliousness, Zheng Xun would definitely be on the list. When Yuan told him to sit down, he insisted on standing. When Yuan finally compromised and said, "All right, then eat while standing," he promptly sat down. Yuan. You said I would meet her yesterday, but it seems I didn't. Zheng Xun quietly sipped his soy milk. Did I say that? Then you will definitely meet her tonight. Chapter 172, You will do well. What Zheng Xun wanted to ask was actually about Jiyu Xiuqi's own experience on the last night. I met the 5 Yuans. The 10 Yuans, and a fake Yu. That fake one should be a monster from the subversion, clearly not human. Zheng Xun mentioned that he had also asked Yuan about this matter, but received no explanation. Seeing him genuinely troubled, Jiyu Xiuqi comforted him, don't think too complicated. It might just be a spur-of-the-moment result. In the past, there have been instances in the instance where bosses imitated the appearance of players to confuse people. Teacher Jiyu. Do you believe what you just said? I don't believe it. The appearance of the fake Zheng Xun is definitely not that simple. Frustrated, Zheng Xun started eating snacks. He wanted to vent his inner emotions and eat them all, leaving none for Jiu Xiuqi. Jiu Xiuqi changed to a slightly more relaxed position, leaning against the back of the sofa, lost in thought. The fake Zheng Xun in the instance seems to have existed for a long time. This is strange because the White Tower, which carries the Lingxuan mansion, has just descended. It's not just a simple existence. I think he must be living in this mansion, as your substitute. Chapter 173. Publicly chasing stars. After sending Jiu Xiuqi away, Zheng Xun closed the door and turned around. Yuan was standing behind him, startling him. He walked without making a sound. Has the guest left? Yuan asked slowly. Yes, just left. By the way, Teacher Jiu brought a gift. I put it in the living room. I've already put them away. Yuan seemed to have intentionally avoided being present when Jiu Xiuqi was around. As soon as the person left, he appeared immediately. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Yuan told Zheng Xun to rest well, while he went to prepare lunch. Zheng Xun originally planned to return to room 104 for a nap, but at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Hello. Is this Mr. Zheng Xun? I'm a staff member from the General Association, here to deliver an invitation. Okay, please come in. It seemed to be silent for a moment, then Zheng Xun heard him ask, Mr. Zheng, could you please come over here to pick it up? I'll send you a location. Zheng Xun suddenly remembered where he lived, rubbed his hair, and said, all right, wait for me 2 minutes, I'll be right there. He casually put on a down jacket, took his keys, and walked down the mountain. Chapter 174. What a coincidence. Zheng Xun. The All-Star Game, organized by the General Association, gathers the hottest star players in the White Tower Circle, as well as the ace players from major guilds. Held once every quarter, it is the most anticipated competition, bar none. Players from various guilds, fans, a large player base, and the high-level executives and investors behind the guilds are all focused on this competition. Although the content of the competition is highly entertaining and the danger level is reduced, it remains a stage to showcase the value of the players. A place filled with imagination and charm. This time, as a newcomer participating in the All-Star event for the first time, Zheng Xun also received strong promotion. The General Association was eager to publicize this flow of traffic, practically wanting to beat drums and let everyone know that Zheng Xun was participating in this year's All-Star. From online to offline, a full media matrix was established just to push Zheng Xun in front of everyone. There is actually quite a bit of controversy online regarding Zheng Xun's qualification to participate. Some believe that Zheng Xun's debut time is too short and his qualifications are too low. The players widely recognized as aces have gone through a long and stable accumulation and performance process, which takes at least a year. Zheng Xun, however, has been around for less than half a year, still a newcomer, who couldn't be newer, lacking such accumulation. Chapter 175. Save me. Zheng Xun immediately wanted to escape. Run fast, or it will be too late. He urgently pulled his foot out of the car, apologizing for mistaking it, then took a big step back. Oh my God. A strange voice came from behind, a young male voice. Time shifted forward 10 seconds, Zheng Xun's body was retreating, when suddenly a boy rushed over from outside the car door. His back of the head collided with the boy's forehead, and his foot kicked the other's calf. Zheng Xun managed to grab the car door in time to prevent himself from falling. The boy, however, fared worse, tumbling over. The reporters observing from outside the safety line snapped photos, capturing the scene and quickly uploading it online. Today is the opening day of the All-Star Game. The General Association would send cars early in the morning to pick up players from various districts to the headquarters building, followed by a brief opening ceremony, after which they would be allowed to rest at the hotel to prepare for the official competition the next day. From morning, the trending topics were cycling through. The media had long been stationed at the entrances of major guilds, waiting to capture the players' statuses at the first opportunity. Although the General Association announced the invitation list the night before, the specific groupings had not been revealed, so discussions online remained heated, with fans eagerly anticipating which guild's players would clash. Chapter 176. You Ninding Don't Care. Teacher Jiu is truly Teacher Jiu. There's a reason Zheng Xun calls him that. Faced with Mo Qian's speculation, he remained very calm. We were suddenly summoned into the instance, and no one was mentally prepared. It's normal for there to be oversights. Mo Qian smiled and did not pursue the matter further. He probably sensed that even if he pressed on, it would be meaningless. Managing the players of the Hao Men team is not easy. Their individual abilities are too outstanding, and they are exceptionally clever, making it difficult to get them to work together perfectly. Therefore, Mo Qian only required them to strictly follow the guild and team regulations within the instance. He almost never interfered with their lives outside of it, including their private lives. He always left a little leeway for others. Zheng Xun silently watched the two old foxes spar, taking this opportunity to minimize his presence. But Mo Qian turned his head and focused his attention back on him. Are you representing the General Association in battle this time? Yeah, what's wrong? Is it not okay? Of course it's fine. Zheng Xun. You don't need to be on guard against me all the time, that will only tire you out. Zheng Xun was not seeking anything at the moment. He only wished for this torturous journey to end quickly. Chapter 177. Just looking at the other side wanting to vomit. Zheng Xun, Zheng Xun. Cheng Ji shouted. Are you okay? Didn't he die, right? Zheng Xun weakly shot him a glance. Disappointing you, I'm still alive. Cheng Ji took 2 big steps to reach him. Li Shaoan followed closely, taking a photo of Zheng Xun from all angles without missing any spots. The Ninding team was busy confronting Wansha, and wouldn't he call it a day in less than 20 minutes. At this time, Zheng Xun, breathing in fresh air, began to feel better. He regained some energy and noticed the frog shell phone held up by Cheng Ji and the man behind the phone. Zheng Xun didn't he know Li Shaoan, and looked confused. Cheng Ji, are you so narcissistic that you carry a paparazzo with you? Recording live, huh? Who would be so foolish as to carry a paparazzo? Cheng Ji replied with annoyance, this is the captain of Senmia team, Li Shaoan. Zheng Xun's mind turned, hello. I have some impression of you, you were taking photos of me outside the Qinglan instance. Cheng Ji also realized. Then why were you pretending to be clueless in the group? Li Shaoan calmly shook his head in response to their doubts. No, I was just passing by. Chapter 178. Each has their own serious illness. Scene 1. In order to engage more viewers in this all-star game, the audience seating not only included some on-site spectators, but also incorporated technical means to allow more viewers who couldn't attend in person to feel the lively atmosphere from home, as if they were there. Their virtual avatars also appeared at the venue. The lowest level of the venue features a circular platform surrounded by 13 doors, each adorned with different guild emblems, from which the contestants will emerge shortly. The audience seating surrounds this circular stage, led upwards. Zheng Xun looked through the display screen and saw fans of different guilds sitting in their designated areas, waving light sticks and banners, chanting slogans for their respective guilds. The atmosphere was quite vibrant. In addition to the audience seating, there was also a real-time barrage area displaying the number of viewers in the live stream, which had surpassed 10 million. The organizing committee had racked their brains to involve as many people as possible in this all-star game. The most discussed topic in the barrage area was Zheng Xun, who was making his debut. I heard Okui is coming this time. Ha ha ha, Okui. Don't wreck the headquarters of the organizing committee. Laughing to death, it's Okui, not Oha, Kui knows what is up. Chapter 179. I'm not familiar with you all in the world of the White Tower, whether loved or rejected, it cannot be denied that Zheng Xun is very popular. Since his debut match, various people with different backgrounds have been paying attention to him in various ways. Zheng Xun himself had no clear perception of this. He was either chasing bosses in dungeons, or hiding at home after leaving the dungeons, or just playing with a few fixed friends. His time was limited. And almost every time he was engaged in high-difficulty dungeon runs, most of his time outside the dungeons was spent resting. Moreover, his guild, which was essentially non-existent. Couldn't he afford to hire anyone to manage fans or negotiate collaborations with other guilds? Thus, Zheng Xun had always given people a mysterious impression. This time, many were looking forward to finally seeing him in person. The organizing committee released tickets for the first venue 3 times. And each time, they sold out as soon as they went online, continuously breaking their ticket sales records. Regardless of whether it was excitement, curiosity, or other emotions. All these people sat in the audience, holding their breath, as they awaited the opening of the door. The spotlight was focused on the silver door. The other guild contestants who had already taken the stage were bored, standing in small groups in the shadows and chatting casually. Chapter 180, I'm innocent here. How it happened. Zheng Xun was originally waiting behind the door, chatting with Xiao Wang about the contestants' gossip to pass the boring waiting time. He said he was a bit thirsty and wanted to drink soda. In fact, the soda had already been prepared in the lounge, poured into disposable cups. Xiao Wang contacted an intern in the lounge to quickly bring a cup of soda. The intern, knowing time was tight, hurriedly ran, but took a wrong turn and ended up in Qinglan's corridor. He quickly backed out, sweating profusely, and arrived at the corridor where Zheng Xun was. The floor in the corridor was not very even, and the young intern was in a hurry. So when he handed over the paper cup, he accidentally tripped. The soda spilled out, and Zheng Xun dodged backward. His clothes didn't get wet, but his tie did. There was a clearly visible water stain, and when the camera zoomed in on the stage later, it would definitely show. This was Zheng Xun's first appearance, representing the organizing committee, and he couldn't afford to make a mistake. Xiao Wang had been extremely careful in every aspect, yet a problem still arose. He immediately got angry and scolded the intern. Before he could say much more, Zheng Xun told him to stop. I wanted the water, so it's not his fault. It's fine, don't worry. Chapter 181. So many people after the opening ceremony, all contestants, including Zheng Xun, were taken to a hotel to rest. Zheng Xun's room was right next to Shen Guanyu's. There were only these 2 contestants on this floor. Other contestants were arranged on different floors. The All-Star game lasted a total of 2.5 days, with the first day being the opening ceremony, the second day for the actual competition, and the third morning for the closing. Generally, on the closing day, many contestants would return to their guilds, as everyone was busy. So the chance to gather together was only in the first 2 days. The All-Star game was a rare break for these top players from various guilds, who usually faced intense training and heavy dungeon tasks. Although it was called a competition, everyone was quite relaxed, treating it like a paid vacation. Guilds with good relationships would gather for dinners over the next 2 nights. Many contestants from different guilds had good personal relations, but because they were all busy people, they rarely had the opportunity to meet. The All-Star game provided such an opportunity. Cheng Ji put away his limited luggage, took a brief half-hour rest, and noticed it was already 7 in the evening. He changed into comfortable clothes, ready to find Zheng Xun for dinner. Zheng Xun's room was below his. When Cheng Ji arrived, he found a large group of shadows squatting at the door, looking sneaky. Chapter 182. How festive. The 12 people exchanged glances in silence. Shen Guanyu, who was originally eating inside, saw Zheng Xun standing at the door, and came out in slippers. Brother Zheng, has Brother Wang come? He was about the same height as Zheng Xun, slightly leaning to peer past Zheng Xun's shoulder to see the 11 people outside with various expressions. Ah? Shen Guanyu was momentarily at a loss for words. The origin of this situation was that Zheng Xun didn't want to go out to eat, but felt hungry. So he planned to order takeout. At that moment, He remembered that Shen Guanyu was in the next room, and thought it would be nice to invite him along to avoid feeling lonely if no one else wanted to eat with him. Zheng Xun swore to his conscience that it was definitely not just to get a couple more dishes. They ordered takeout from 2 places to have a more sumptuous meal. One of the takeouts arrived, delivered to the door by hotel staff. Just then, Xiaoweng called, asking Zheng Xun what he planned to eat that night. As their guild leader wanted to treat him to a meal, Zheng Xun replied that he had already ordered takeout, and was eating with friends. Shortly after, Xiaoweng called again, saying that President Chu had additionally ordered some famous local dishes for them to try. Zheng Xun thought that was great and didn't he refuse Chuxi's kindness. Chapter 183. I won't lose weight. Xiaoweng's current thought was that he really wanted to escape. Under Zheng Xun's enthusiastic invitation, he was forced to witness this friendly and harmonious gathering among guilds. The meal was ordered by Mo Qian. It must be said that Mo Qian, as the captain, was quite attentive and patient, maintaining a calm demeanor and a smile while facing the various chaotic requests from everyone. Xiaohan and Xu Guan weren't without actions. It was just that after the contestants voiced their dietary restrictions and preferences, the cold air emanating from Xiaohan nearly froze the room, while Xu Guan was almost ready to smash his phone in some people's faces. Xu Guan usually showed no signs before getting angry. Only those familiar with his temper could notice. Luo Mingzhuan, from a distance, jokingly scolded a few particularly troublesome ones, thus averting a bloody tragedy. Then he turned to look at Zheng Xun, who was eating heartily. What are you eating? It looks good, share some with me. Zheng Xun was currently hiding far away with Shen Guanyu and Xiaowang, in a small corner of the room with a sofa and a small round table. Just enough for 4 people to sit. Originally, there were only 3 people, but later, the observant Luo Mingzhuan came over. As for the others, they were all arguing among themselves. Chapter 184, Life-Saving Candy. Since there was a competition the next day, all the contestants returned to their rooms to rest by 9:30 p.m. In fact, they were still dragging things out. But Zheng Xun couldn't stand it and kicked everyone out. It was like keeping cats and walking dogs. Professional players had too much energy. After all, sometimes going through a dungeon could take 3 to 5 days, and without strong physical support, one simply couldn't do this job. It was fine if there were dungeons to run, but if there weren't, they would feel extremely restless. Mature players would find a hobby to expend their energy, while immature ones would wreck the place and trouble others. Zheng Xun was different. He only felt energetic in dungeons, and outside, he only thought about eating and sleeping. It was already past 9, and they were still chattering. Annoying. He urged the others to leave quickly, except for a few habitual complainers. The rest said goodbye to him, and went upstairs to their rooms. Zheng Xun and Xiaowang were the last to leave. He sent Xiaowang to the elevator and, yawning, prepared to return to his room. When he turned around, he saw Shen Guanyu standing at the door. Zheng Xun's yawn was interrupted halfway. Xiao Shen. Not going back to sleep. Ah, I'm sorry today. I didn't know how they all ended up here. Did I disturb you? Chapter 185. The competition begins after a night passed. The second day of the All-Star event marked the official competition day. Each guild's players were provided with special cars to the competition venue, and early in the morning, vehicles began to leave the hotel one after another. This time, Zheng Xun finally got on the right car, and smoothly left with the staff from the general coordination. Xiaoweng seemed to have been too stimulated last night, so he couldn't start working today, thus the general coordination arranged for Chu Li to come over. Perhaps it was Xu Shi's request. Assistant Chu was a busy person. After picking up Zheng Xun, he was constantly handling various matters while explaining today's process to Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun, after we arrive at the venue, there will be other personnel to equip you with devices. Devices? Zheng Xun was busy adjusting his tie and cuffs. This custom-made outfit made him uncomfortable all over. Hearing assistant choose words, he showed a puzzled expression. Yes. To ensure the safety of all players, the competition will use the latest technology. Chu Li pulled out a black square box from his bag and handed it to Zheng Xun. This is a competition-specific wristband. Once worn, it will record your data and create a virtual version of you that will replace the real player in the competition. Chapter 186. Serious content. In the center of the round table was a groove, empty without flowers or anything else. The first contestants had already arrived nearly half an hour earlier. The most impatient He Yuxing happened to be the earliest, and at this moment, he couldn't control his chatter. Aren't we starting yet? The general coordination isn't just now thinking of playing something, right? Li Su was sitting directly opposite He Yuxing, unable to avoid his face. Plus, when he got into the car this morning, he accidentally bumped his head on the frame, leaving him in a terrible mood. At this moment, He Yuxing spoke up. And despite Mo Qian's prior warning, he couldn't help but retort. Can't you be a little patient? The players who arrived last haven't settled down yet. The players who arrived last were already sharing snacks with the two players nearby. Hearing Li Su's words, he nodded in agreement. Exactly, Zheng Xun followed Li Su's words, saying, Yuxing, you're too impatient, you. I'm a new player, you should be nicer to me. Do you want something to eat? Zheng Xun was seated with Qiao Mo Cheng on his left and Jiu Xiuqi on his right. This seating arrangement seemed random, and not strictly according to guilds. Chapter 187. Stop eating. Second hammer. The 13 players began to draw cards. The cards formed a larger circle, slowly rotating in a clockwise direction, within reach of the contestants. The first two to draw cards were Huang He and He Yuxing. Both were direct, simply taking two cards from the array. Once the card was in the player's hands, it automatically disappeared, turning into data stored in the wristband for easy viewing and destruction later. Additionally, obtained items and weapons could also be stored within. The two players took their initial identity cards, but didn't immediately check their identities. Instead, they sat calmly and casually. They seemed unhurried, not wanting others to catch any details from a momentary change in their expressions. After all, everyone present was sharp. Without careful precautions, they could easily be fooled. In the general coordination, All-Star Live broadcast room, is this All-Star event just playing werewolf? Boring, I'm leaving. It can't be that simple, right? The rules state that the wolf camp isn't fixed. What does not fixed mean? Can people from the two camps vote against each other? It's possible. The rules say that if you form a human doll, you can get a new identity card. I suspect the general coordination is going to tamper with the identity cards. Chapter 188. Can't afford to play. The sound of a gunshot instantly pulled the live audience out of the playful atmosphere, making everything tense. What the hell? Who shot? I don't know. The general coordination is too sly. When the players confirmed their identities just now, they didn't even let the live broadcast see their identity cards. I'm completely confused. They haven't even dispersed yet, and someone starts shooting. Where did this reckless wolf come from? Damn, speaking of reckless, I have to mention that guy. Wait, was there another gunshot? Sure enough, after that one gunshot, it wasn't over yet. Following it were a series of over 10 continuous gunshots. The live audience was bewildered, completely unaware of how a quiet game of werewolf turned into an exciting action movie. Because the castle was completely dark now, no one could see anything. And it was unclear who was shot and who was shooting. The sounds of cursing, gunfire, and furniture scraping against the floor intertwined, making the entire living room lively despite the darkness. The whole process lasted about 7 to 8 minutes before the gunfire ceased. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire space clearly. Chapter 189. If I don't draw a wolf card. The newly added rules were actually not many. Moreover, there was only this small addition specifically for Zheng Xun. Due to unforeseen circumstances at the competition venue, the rules will be adjusted. Please read carefully. Supplement: each weapon can only be assigned one usage opportunity per night. If necessary, please obtain additional weapons on your own. Supplement complete. We will now redraw the initial identity cards. Please, the 13 players, choose your preferred cards. After drawing, please check your initial identity immediately and click End. Once all players have finished checking, they will be randomly teleported to individual rooms and enter the first night. Now, players, please draw cards. The game has been readjusted. This time, each weapon has usage counts. There will no longer be situations like the last round, where the hammer of the gods wiped out almost all other players with a single shot. With the rules adjusted, the game will restart. Except for the somewhat unhappy Zheng Xun, everyone else is quite satisfied. Zheng Xun didn't think much this time, probably due to his low mood. He casually picked a card and propped his face up with one hand, avoiding eye contact with anyone. He looked very unhappy. Cheng Ji, sitting opposite him, saw his brother looking so gloomy, and initially wanted to politely tease him a bit. Chapter 190. What is surprise as a priest in the village with strong predictive abilities? You have the opportunity to check a player's true identity each night when it arrives. Hint: the number of checks can accumulate. If you choose not to use this opportunity tonight, you will receive 2 chances tomorrow night, and so on. Please use this opportunity carefully based on the actual situation and player discussions. Will you choose to check a player's identity tonight, yes or no? Li Su is the prophet of this round. When he got the prophet card, Li Su wanted to curse. He is not good at guiding others to follow his thoughts or believe him, so he will definitely suffer during the judgment time when the wolves are involved. With his irritable temper, if he accidentally says something incorrectly, it could easily expose his identity as the prophet. At that time, he would be like meat on a chopping board, waiting to be killed by the wolves. Li Su, who was chosen as the prophet, believes that this is also a manifestation of his bad luck today. He would rather have the wolf card and chase after people to attack. In fact, the players present may all have some obsession with getting the wolf card. After all, only a few priests can possess weapons. And the mention of doctors in the game rules is also quite strange. Chapter 191. The Emperor's Clue. The second day of discussion time. The current grouping situation is Mo Qian and Zheng Xun, Shen Guanyu and Cheng Ji, Xu Guan and Luo Mingzhuan, Qiao Mo and Cheng Heyuxing, Jiu Xiuqi and Xiao Han, Huang He and Li Xiaoan. There are 12 surviving players, so they are paired up, with no one left alone. The discussion time will also be teleported to separate rooms. Meanwhile, a rule reminder states that players can enter Li Su's room to check his last words. To avoid suspicion, all surviving players came to Li Su's room. The unfortunate Li Su, who died on the first night, is now being collectively observed by 12 people. Li Su, who is outside the game, feels quite bad about this. Players who die in the virtual copy are not out of the game entirely, but are instead sent back outside. Now Li Su is in the lounge prepared by the organizers, eating hot pot alone while explaining to the live stream audience. What everyone is currently seeing is the scene of 12 people watching him die. Li Su uses chopsticks to put a plate of meat into the pot, while expressionlessly saying. The audience in the live stream is laughing loudly, seemingly disregarding Li Su's feelings. Li Su doesn't mind being the first to die, after all. Playing the copy for too long can be exhausting, and he prefers to sit here and eat hot pot. Chapter 192. I want to tell you a big secret. Mo Qian gets straight to the point. Zheng Xun did not expect him to take this approach, and showed a hesitant expression. What does it mean? He cautiously asked. Mo Qian relaxed his body, leaning back against the sofa, allowing himself to be more comfortable. You should be able to see that the essence of this competition is not entirely about testing players' reasoning and debating skills. It's not like the usual werewolf game, where the wolves kill all the villagers, or the villagers eliminate all the wolves. This is a battle of the mind. He noticed the clear innocence in Zheng Xun's eyes. which had not been tainted by knowledge, and continued explaining. The rules mention 2 points. One is that the priest-wolf camp is not fixed, indicating that even if we draw initial identity cards, we can change our identity and camp after obtaining new cards. The other point is that the final victory, or defeat, will be determined after the judgment time on the 4th day, counting the number of players from each camp present. The one with the most wins. Zheng Xun actually understood what he wanted to say, but he was too lazy to speak. So he continued to attack Mo Qian with his innocent eyes. Chapter 193. I found the doll. After an hour of discussion time, everyone returned to the hall. The judgment time begins. The 12 players randomly sit down. Zheng Xun and Mo Qian arrived last, so they had to sit next to each other. This time, the center of the round table is not completely empty. Instead, there is a fallen bottle of wine. This time, it is not a scroll hint, but an electronic female voice that comes from an unknown source. Please take your seats, players. Once everyone is seated, their expressions vary. Overall, Zheng Xun's group seems to have the most normal attitude. The electronic voice appears again. We will now enter judgment time. Please pay attention to the bottle in the center of the round table. After the bottle spins, the player it points to will speak first. This time, there is no sheriff. Each player may speak in order. Note, each player needs to listen carefully to other speeches and determine their teammates from the same camp during this process. The rules have been explained. We will now randomly select the first player to speak. The bottle suddenly starts to spin clockwise without any external force, drawing everyone's gaze. After about 7 or 8 seconds, its spinning speed gradually slows down, hovering between Mo Qian and Zheng Xun, and finally stops slowly in front of Mo Qian. Chapter 194. Wow, so awesome! Zheng Xun found the doll. This statement was like dropping a bomb on the table, and the first to react was definitely Cheng Ji, who would not let any words fall to the ground. Wow, that's so awesome, he said. Zheng Xun became proud, but he still wouldn't let Cheng Ji speak. My speech isn't over yet, don't interrupt. Then he continued from where he left off. Shu Guan's speech is indeed true, there are dolls outdoors, but they are quite scattered. Additionally, I suggest that the divine camp should not hide in the house. Lisa's death indicates that the room is not absolutely safe. It is better to counterattack in open areas. After finishing his suggestions, he passed. All 12 players finished speaking, and at this time, the electronic voice sounded again. The speech has ended. Now, please all players open your pocket watches and vote. You have 3 minutes to think. Please consider the speeches given on stage and vote carefully. Additionally, players can choose to abstain from voting. Voting begins. The players lowered their heads, not pulling up the virtual screen, but instead sliding their fingers directly on the electronic watch face to select names and cast their votes. Zheng Xun voted first, and then waited for the other players. Hurry up, once we finish voting, it will be dark. Chapter 195. High-level players only need the simplest way. The second night begins. The 12 contestants are transported to their respective rooms, and this time, armed with certain information, they all take action, refusing to sit idly by. In the live broadcast, they each begin to move. Some choose to go outside in search of opportunities. Some hide in the dark, preparing to ambush. Others look for companions to team up with. As for Shu Guan, he opened his pocket watch and glanced at the time displayed, 8:10. In another 10 minutes. It would be the time he agreed upon with Zheng Xun. From the earlier speeches, Shu Guan roughly assessed everyone's state. Ji Yuxiuqi could be determined to be a wolf. Mo Qian is not a wolf, but he is on the wolf's side. His good teammate Luo Mingzhuan also has a high likelihood of being a wolf. Li Xiaoan should not be a wolf. Moreover, he probably discovered something last night. He is so good at observing, he is likely very skilled at hiding his tracks. And given his keen sense of observation, he probably sensed something, which is why he rushed to the front line. The real-life werewolf game has this advantage. It's not just players sitting around a table talking nonsense. There are witnesses involved. Chapter 196. I'm just passing by. You drew this card. Zheng Xun suddenly understood what was going on. Xu Guan is the guard. He probably guarded himself last night. But the guard cannot guard the same person 2 nights in a row, so if he doesn't want to waste this opportunity. Xu Guan needs to find another player to guard tonight. As for that weapon, it should have certain restrictions. Zheng Xun's guess was nearly correct, and Xu Guan voluntarily explained. The gun can only be used after selecting a guard target. If the distance from the guard target exceeds a certain range, the right to use it will be revoked. Zheng Xun nodded, understanding. So you should have a more suitable candidate. Oh, you suspect Mingzhuan. Xu Guan didn't know when they became familiar, but he didn't pursue it. Regarding Mingzhuan, there is no solid evidence, just intuition. He explained this. Zheng Xun didn't dwell on this issue, but looked again towards the direction of the window. So should we jump down? Can't we just walk out the door? Stop messing around, Xu team, you're the best at causing trouble. But now you have to act like a veteran, and let Xu Guan listen to you. Do you know how many wolves are hiding in the corridor right now? You don't know. All right, let us jump down from the window. Chapter 197. The world is chaotic. The so-called doll is actually a very realistic human model. How realistic is it? Zheng Xun thought at first glance that there was a person dead over there. It is not completely disassembled into several pieces according to human structure, but rather like a jigsaw puzzle that has been cut randomly, quite messy. Putting it together is not an easy task. Although Zheng Xun pieced together one yesterday. Each doll has its own cutting method, and is unique in its own chaos. So today needs to be redone. Facing a batch of severed limbs. Zheng Xun must not lose his composure, while also being wary of other players suddenly rushing over. Putting this thing together tests patience. Where did Xu Guan go? He realized that the person who was following him had disappeared, but he only muttered a bit. Perhaps he was taken out. Forget it, no need to worry too much. The poor Xu team only appeared in his mind for a second, worried for a second, and was automatically dismissed. It has been about an hour since night fell. And both the werewolves and the clergy have become active. From time to time, there are sounds of unusual bushes being trampled. This place is a virtual scene. The General Assembly shouldn't release a few animals to increase the difficulty for them. Chapter 198. No more pretending, it's time to reveal. Zheng Xun remained motionless. The closer it gets to this moment, the less one can panic. Surrounded by grass and branches, moving carelessly could easily make noise, which would alert the opponent. Zheng Xun silently held the doll's bald head with one hand, while his eyes, like a hawk, closely observed every move of the opponent. Shen Guanyu stopped just 2 steps away from him. He bent down, lowered his center of gravity, and took a half-squat position. His fingers were placed on the ground, as if he had discovered something. The doll had no hair, and its originally smooth head became even shinier under Zheng Xun's constant handling. As Shen Guanyu squatted down, accompanied by the opponent's movements, Zheng Xun's thin eyelids also slowly drooped. He was looking at the footprints. Realizing this, Zheng Xun did not panic. Because he had moved the doll around, the footprints were already jumbled up. Sure enough, after careful examination, Shen Guanyu could not figure out which direction the person who had just been here had gone. He concluded that there should be a doll here, but it was missing now. Shen Guanyu did not talk to himself. Some contestants like to chat with themselves while analyzing to sort through their thoughts. Chapter 199. Fishing for Wolves. Zheng Xun completed assembling the doll. In the current werewolf game rules, this doll is equivalent to a villager. Since all villagers are dead, the act of assembling the doll is essentially resurrecting them. Each villager probably died unjustly, and thus, when they are brought back into the world, The General Assembly has designed a crying scene for them. Zheng Xun now watches the doll sobbing. He extends a hand and pinches the doll's mouth. Just 2 cries will do, the main business is urgent, hurry up and give me the card. The doll, caught off guard, had its mouth blocked. And after a couple of muffled sounds, realizing it couldn't break free, it nodded vigorously. Noble clergy, thank you. This part can be skipped. I will serve you. This part can also be skipped. Please. All right, hurry up and draw the card. Zheng Xun still likes to skip NPC dialogues. All the lines the doll was supposed to say were interrupted, and not a single complete sentence was spoken. It paused for at least 3 seconds. Unsure if the CPU was malfunctioning or if it was just speechless. After 3 seconds, it said nothing and transformed into some blue virtual blocks. Finally, an identity card appeared in front of Zheng Xun. Chapter 200. The little grove witnessed too much. Jiyu Shiochi determined that this person was Shuguan. Shuguan had collaborated with Zheng Xun. Shuguan had a weapon, he was either a hunter or a guard. The possibility of him being a guard was greater. As he was following Zheng Xun closely tonight, Zheng Xun had set him up. Teacher Jiyu analyzed these facts in the shortest time possible. He wasn't particularly nervous, instead. He felt a bit gratified. Not bad, a bit clever. Shuguan didn't seem to intend to kill him immediately. Jiyu Shiochi concluded that the other party was likely waiting. He was waiting for the uninvited guest to reveal their true identity. If the other party was a wolf, then he would need to weigh who to give this one bullet to. The uninvited guest didn't delay for long, and Zheng Xun quickly recognized who it was. It was Vice Captain Qiao from Wansha. He didn't have much interaction with this vice captain. They had only heard each other's voices over the phone during a friendly match not long ago, but that didn't stop him from casually offering some snacks. Qiao Morchen also didn't seem to be carrying any weapons, looking like an innocent passerby who just happened to walk by. Zheng Xun's impression of him was that he really liked money, but wasn't stingy. He was great at making money and also at spending it. Chapter 201. A chaotic battle in the grove. Shuguan was pointing a gun at Jiyu Shiochi. Jiyu Shiochi was pointing a gun at Qiao Morchen. Qiao Morchen silently endured and hated all of this. Damn it, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that besides Zheng Xun, it seemed like another person was about to come out, so he could only communicate in a hushed voice. What are you two playing at here? Jiyu Shiochi responded in the same hushed tone, stop wasting time. What are you doing here? It's already crowded. Is that what I wanted? Qiao Morchen was furious. I was pushed in here by Zheng Xun. Then he looked Jiyu Shiochi up and down, noticing that the latter, who usually paid attention to image management, had a leaf stuck in his hair. What are you two doing here? A secret meeting of Jioding and Qinglan? Or were you both pushed in by Zheng Xun? Jiyu Shiochi scoffed, I certainly wouldn't come in here like you. Then you. I was invited in by Zheng Xun. Qiao Morchen felt he was just talking nonsense. He hopelessly looked towards Shuguan, who was the farthest away from him. What about you, Captain Shu? I came involuntarily. Qiao Morchen couldn't understand the significance of their distinctions. Weren't they all in the same predicament? Chapter 202. Thanking nature for its gifts. Now the situation in the grove was that Luo Mingxuan's head was being held at gunpoint by Qiao Morchen. And on Qiao Morchen's side was Jiyu Shiochi, who was holding an unloaded gun, while on the other side was the guard Shuguan. When Vice Captain Qiao also drew his weapon, the chat exploded with laughter. Ha 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 ha, Zhuan Ji ha 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 ha. World famous painting Luo Mingxuan gun Qiao Morchen gun Jiyu Shiochi gun Shuguan. Why does your text have a picture? Hilarious. This scene could definitely make it to the White Tower 2060 annual best moments, if Luo Mingxuan pulls out another gun now. That would be a perfect kill. How do you know he doesn't have one? Ha ha ha, wolves actually gathered together. Guard Shuguan Hunter Zheng Xun, thanking nature for its gifts, don't make me laugh to death. looking not smart, yet being able to pull this off. It's because he's not as smart as others that he can do this, ha ha ha. Other roles are looking for puppets. But this one is playing Werewolf Connect 4, what to do now, ha 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 ha, 2 hammers and Captain Shu only have 2 bullets, but there are 3 wolves in here. Chapter 203, a review. The surviving players entered the third day, all taking their seats. Last night, 5 players, Xu Guan, Luo Mingzhuan, He Yuxing, Li Shaoan, and Jiu Xiuqi died. Congratulations to the 7 players entering the second day. Next, we will enter the discussion and judgment time. Please draw your lots. The new round of discussion will be grouped. Since this time it is an odd number, one person will definitely be alone. Zheng Xun was already praying with his hands together beside him. Let him be alone. After the prayer, he drew his lot. Zheng Xun got number 1. Unfortunately, another player also drew number 1. It was player Huang He. Zheng Xun's expression immediately fell, and Huang He noticed the change in his expression, shocked. Hey, what's wrong? You don't want to be in the same discussion group with me. How could that be? Zheng Xun quickly replied, Brother Huang He, you're so handsome. I'm the one who doesn't deserve it. Sure enough, just as staff member Xiaoweng said, Huang He could never resist being complimented for his looks. If you say that, then you have a bit of taste. Huang He's mood immediately brightened. Zheng Xun silently turned his face away. It was too easy to guess. Leaving no challenge. The remaining groupings were Mo Qian and Xiao Han in one group, Qiao Morchen and Cheng Ji in another, and Shen Guanyu alone. Chapter 204, You're just talking nonsense. Due to the significant reduction in the number of surviving players, the discussion segment of the third day was noticeably simpler. Zheng Xun and Huang He were in room number 1. Huang He asked first, what are your thoughts? Zheng Xun also asked him, what is your identity? Of course. I can't easily reveal my identity, it's a secret. Do you know what a secret is? It's that kind of thing you can't say. I don't know what your untellable secret is, but I know you just wasted a breath on nonsense. You're young and don't understand anything, don't be reckless. Huang He pretended to be profound. He loved to rush to the front for no reason, but now he was telling Zheng Xun not to be reckless. Seeing his roundabout attitude, Zheng Xun had already roughly guessed the other party's identity. Judging from the previous day's state, Huang He was speaking from the camp of the good. And he seemed unclear about many situations. Generally, only good people would want to clarify things. Bad people's instinctive behavior is to do bad things and cover themselves up. However, today, Huang He's attitude seemed very ambiguous. Zheng Xun believed he must have changed his identity through some means. It was possible he found a puppet. Or it could be the effect of Huang He's initial identity card. Chapter 205. A turnaround. The discussion time soon ended, and all surviving players returned to the hall. After a round of discussion, the expressions on everyone's faces seemed more meaningful. They were all calculating their own little strategies. The discussion time ended. And now it was time for judgment. Please take your seats. Just like last time, a bottle appeared again in the center of the round table. The bottle began to spin. The first to speak this time was Xiao Han. Before he spoke, he glanced at the enigmatic Mo Qian. Everyone thought he would reveal the identity of the seer and then kill Mo Qian, but he did not do that. In this round of speaking, Team Xiao took a very conservative approach. Last night around 8:15, I left my room, but did not leave the castle. Because when I went out, I noticed that 23 people were heading outdoors. I decided to avoid other players and first look for dolls inside the castle. I did not encounter anyone along the way. But I heard the voices of Cheng Ji and He Yuxing. They should have been outside at that time. I think most players were active outdoors last night. So I don't have much information about the situation indoors. In this round of voting, I will vote for Mo Qian. Please note that during the previous day's speaking session, Mo Qian was forced to reveal his identity. If he does not join the werewolf camp, he will be targeted by the wolves and it will be hard to end well. My speech is finished. Chapter 206. This is my move. Zheng Xun is doing just this. He wants to confuse the clumsy wolf Huang He. He is unsure about Shen Guanyu. He does not know the other's identity. If it's a divine role, then he believes that the clever little Shen can see through the tricks and understand his true intentions. If little Shen is a wolf, then no matter what he says, that vote will go to him. Conveniently, he is the last to speak. No matter how he rambles, the other werewolves cannot voice their opinions. They can only suffer in silence. He now wants to firmly assert that he is a wolf and elevate Mo Qian to a god. Zheng Xun's speech is not over yet. He smiles at the quiet Mo Qian. Mo Qian's statement is interesting. You say you find divine roles difficult to play, which is why you continue to choose divine cards. This aligns well with your character. If I had such an opportunity, I would definitely choose the same. Unfortunately, I do not have Mo Qian's good fortune. I won't say anything extra. I hope everyone can sharpen their eyes, distinguish between good and bad, and understand whether they are voting for a divine role or a wolf. As for my identity, he paused, and the others hardly dared to breathe loudly. Forget it. I won't say anymore. I'm afraid if I reveal my identity now, I'll be done for. Let's just vote. Chapter 207. The nature of the game has changed. Please close your eyes. It's dark. Current surviving players: Zheng Xun, Cheng Ji, Qiao Mo Cheng, Huang He, Shen Guanyu. Next, the positions and identities of 5 players will be marked for the audience. When Mo Qian and Xiaohan were both eliminated, the live stream gradually darkened, and the players' images were slowly consumed by black patches, until the shadows filled the entire screen. Then, the screen displayed the above lines. The time started counting down from 8 p.m., ticking away second by second, with the screen remaining black. The bullet comments started flooding in. Why is there no sound or picture? The battlefield network of the General Coordinator isn't lagging again, is it? LOL, probably just trying to create suspense. Damn, didn't anyone notice that they marked identities this time? What does this mean? Are they about to reveal all players' hidden cards? I said. Could it really be that Zheng Xun is the only good person left? This has directly turned from werewolf to battle royale. The unthinking Xun says, thinking of this at midnight makes me laugh awake. Was this part of your plan too, Xun? No wonder you're called the War Hammer, ha 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 ha. What the hell is the War Hammer? Who would have thought that I, Xun, was initially called the God of Bad Regions? Chapter 208. The hunt begins. Shen Guanyu took out a weapon from his pocket, holding the gun behind his back. He approached the door of the 5th room. The polite little Shen instinctively wanted to make a knocking motion, his fingers curled up, ready to knock. At the moment his knuckles touched the door, he paused, then silently slid his fingers down to grasp the doorknob. The shape of the knob resembled a sharp dagger. Shen Guanyu was quite sure he had only heard 3 sounds of doors opening, almost all at the moment it went dark. They were his wolf companions. 3 of them had left, and 1 should have stayed in the room. Zheng Xun. Shen Guanyu thought, he's in this room. Of course, for Shen Guanyu. It would be best if he opened the door before everyone left, so he could see things more clearly. Given Zheng Xun's character, it was possible he would rush out the door right away. But Shen Guanyu decided to wait until the 3 left before he went out. This was quite significant. Now he stood outside the last room's door, gripping the handle, gently pressing down. The door opened silently. It was an ordinary bedroom, with an extinguished fireplace directly facing the entrance, and floor-to-ceiling windows on either side. Chapter 209. A stylish move. Life hangs by a thread. Cheng Ji knew that Zheng Xun definitely wouldn't take the main entrance. Given his personality, the likelihood of him climbing through a window was highest. Zheng Xun reacted extremely quickly. The moment Zheng Ji aimed his gun at him with both hands, he shrank back like a nimble black cat. Zheng Ji did not hesitate. He lowered his arms, engaged the safety, and returned the gun to its holster. The whole process was fluid and quite skilled. He then stepped onto the balcony of the first floor, climbing up to the second floor. The window was already locked, and through the transparent glass, he could see Zheng Xun fleeing back. Zheng Ji took out a hammer from his pocket, which he had casually grabbed from the castle's tool room. He smashed the glass with one hit, and with a crash, the glass shattered. Zheng Ji crouched down and stepped through the broken opening, then chased after Zheng Xun. As soon as the glass shattered, the other two werewolves naturally heard it as well. The upper floor was still lively. They didn't care, after all. Zheng Ji could handle it. With fewer players, the open space in the castle naturally decreased. Zheng Xun had fewer places to run. After entering the bedroom, Zheng Ji scanned the surroundings. He lingered a few seconds longer over the corpse of Shen Guanyu at the door, but did not check it, simply stepping past. Chapter 210, Didn't he expect this, did you? The moment Zheng Xun aimed his gun, Zheng Ji was very close to him. Zheng Ji saw him draw his gun and pulled out his own. They both had to die. Although visibility was poor, the distance was short. And hitting was not a problem. Now it was a matter of who was faster. Zheng Ji had already aimed at Zheng Xun, and Zheng Xun was the same. Qiao Cheng, with keen eyes, saw them aiming guns at each other and took 3 steps back, keeping his distance. Either could die. He just didn't want to get hit. This time, Zheng Ji didn't plan to waste words, directly pulling the trigger. His patience had long been exhausted. And there wasn't much to begin with. But at that moment, Zheng Xun suddenly made a move. After the match, when Zheng Ji remembered this, he still wanted to bite Zheng Xun's head off. What did Zheng Xun do that made everyone angry? Just when the two were aiming at each other, ready to shoot to settle their lives, Zheng Xun suddenly broke the rules. He threw the gun, as if it were a stone. Zheng Ji was completely caught off guard by this action, staring in disbelief. You, who taught you to use your hands like that? Before he could finish his sentence, the handgun struck him hard on the head. In that split second, Zheng Xun, like a magician, produced another gun. Qiao Cheng, who was watching the spectacle with great interest and had no intention of intervening, exclaimed, "What the hell?" That's right. The gun that Zheng Xun just threw at Zheng Ji was actually out of bullets. It was the gun he picked up from Luo Mingxuan last night. And the bullets had been used to kill Shen Guanyu. Zheng Ji was shocked. How many guns did you pick up? Zheng Xun chuckled. A lot. Bye-bye, Zheng Ji. See you after the game. Bang! Zheng Ji was taken out by Zheng Xun's bullet, his only last words before dying being a curse. On the other side, Qiao Cheng also aimed at Zheng Xun. This is why people like to watch the excitement, it can easily delay things. Vice Captain Qiao only started to handle the situation after he had seen enough. The moment Zheng Xun fired, he exposed his position. Qiao Cheng, hiding behind the sofa, aimed his gun at Zheng Xun. Bang bang. Vice Captain Qiao's technique was quite flashy. The bullet grazed the iron plate of the coffee table and then attacked Zheng Xun, who was behind the sofa. Zheng Xun quickly dodged. It was quite a close call, he barely escaped. If he had been a little off, or if the light hadn't been so dim, he might have lost his life. But Vice Captain Qiao did not succeed. The werewolf only had 1 bullet. And with this missed shot, he had no other chances. Zheng Xun stepped on the sofa and let out a breath. Vice Captain Qiao, it's my turn now. In his hand was a hunter's pistol. With the hunting time activated, the bullet count of the hunter's pistol would increase by 1. After just killing Zheng Ji, there was now 1 bullet left. The situation reversed, and now Zheng Xun was chasing after Qiao Cheng to shoot. Although Vice Captain Qiao resisted fiercely, he could not withstand Zheng Xun's relentless assault. In the end, Kiao Morching was also taken out by one of Zheng Xun's bullets. Vice Captain Kiao left no last words. But his eyes widened, indicating he died with his eyes open. Zheng Xun had no idea where the dead players would be sent. He was still proudly basking in the easily obtainable victory. He silently celebrated for 3 seconds, then ran out with his gun. Find Huang He. The remaining werewolf, Huang He, heard the commotion inside the room, but he didn't care. Cheng Ji and Kiao Morching were dead, so what? He wasn't in a hurry to find Zheng Xun, because he knew Zheng Xun would come looking for the werewolf himself. Huang He silently counted in his heart. By the time he reached 10, Zheng Xun arrived. Huang He stood up straight and exchanged glances with Zheng Xun, who was facing away from the moonlight. Zheng Xun held an empty gun. He. They say if you praise you for being handsome, you'll agree to anything. Huang He smiled. Depends on the situation. In a situation like this, no matter what you ask, I definitely won't agree. Chapter 211, Just kidding with you. Negotiation failed. Zheng Xun didn't hesitate, and decided to take action immediately. When he killed Shen Guanyu, he used the werewolf Luo Mingxuan's gun. When killing Cheng Ji and Kiao Morching, he used his own hunter's pistol. The empty gun in his hand was the hunter's pistol. Huang He felt confused seeing him appear so confidently at that moment. How many guns did you actually pick up? A lot, Zheng Xun said, but in reality, he only had 1 bullet left, which was from the werewolf Jiu Xiuqi's gun. Xu Guan's gun was a guard's gun, which had usage restrictions. He wasn't in the guard role, so he couldn't choose a guard target, and therefore couldn't use that gun. 1 bullet. The same number as Huang He's bullets. However, Zheng Xun was still psychologically unafraid. He was fully in the zone. Huang He struck first. He had his own judgment. Zheng Xun had already killed 3 werewolves, and finding so many weapons was already a miracle. He hadn't experienced the bush battle the previous night, so he had no idea how magical everything that had happened was. To this, Zheng Xun still expressed gratitude for nature's gifts. Although Zheng Xun was not afraid, he began to act. Chapter 212, I hate all of this. Did the second hammer win? Killed 3 werewolves. So awesome, damn. Was that empty gun just Zheng Xun trying to fool us? Huang He must have been tricked by him. Laughing to death, it should just be a simple mistake in picking the wrong gun. It feels like the second hammer is also a bit physically exhausted by the end. To have made it this far is already impressive. Those werewolves are not easy to deal with. If it weren't for the second hammer picking up a lot of licks last night, he'd be done for tonight. Why is the second hammer still lying down? Get up and wait for the announcement of the victory for the God Camp. Second hammer, stop nagging, I just want to lie here and wait. The werewolves were all dealt with. Zheng Xun panted as he sat up from the floor, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Killing 3 werewolves was a huge pressure for him. Especially the last 3 werewolves, Cheng Ji, Kiao Morching, and Huang He. Dealing with them consumed a lot of Zheng Xun's stamina, and now his head was buzzing. Zheng Xun lay down for another minute before getting up. He walked around Huang He's body and returned to the hall, flipping the overturned round table back up, propping himself with a chair, then sitting at the table, lying down. Waiting for the game to announce dawn. Dawn broke, and players were asked to return to the hall. Chapter 213, How to Talk to My Big Brother. The entire lounge was a mess. Zheng Xun had caused quite a ruckus, and of course, this segment of the live broadcast was cut off. Heartbroken and sad, he almost went through all the contestants, receiving many promises for meals, which barely satisfied him. Only then did he calm down. Now, Zheng Xun sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, refusing to join the table. Cheng Ji dragged a chair and sat opposite him. You won against all of us. And you won't let us eat. We can't just sit here watching you walk towards victory, can we? You're mixing 2 things together and shifting the focus. Zheng Xun argued with him. Winning you is winning you, eating is eating, and you're trying to fool people. I heard that. All right, you're right. My fault. You're being dismissive. Cheng Ji, you're always like this, you and brother Xiao are the same. When faced with a decision, you first admit fault. Then think slowly about where the mistake is. Cheng Ji's attitude of admitting fault could only last 3 seconds. How did it get dragged to brother Xiao again? Every time I apologize to brother Xiao, I do it with a heart full of sincerity. Do you know what sincerity is? You don't understand at all, Sai. The impact of a modal particle can be immense. Zheng Xun had calmed down, but upon hearing Cheng Ji say a word, his anger flared up again. And he wanted to kick him. Chapter 2:14. I'm afraid too. The guild members are all very busy. So it's already quite rare for them to find time to participate in such a recreational competition. Xiaohan said goodbye to several team leaders present, including Zheng Xun, and invited him to visit Wan when he had time. The newcomers who played the dungeon with you last time often talk about you after returning. Zheng Xun. If you can come to Wan and communicate with them, they would be very happy, and Wan would be honored as well. Although Xiaohan's demeanor is cold, he speaks very carefully, otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the position of captain of a prestigious team. In contrast, another captain, who was all smiles, was much less serious. Sorry. Xiao team, I didn't mean to link you and Mo team in the game, he said, not knowing if it was intentional or unintentional. Specifically bringing up the sore spot, promising it wouldn't happen again. Xiaohan's expression didn't change much. But some small details at the corners of his brows and mouth revealed his helplessness. It's okay, it's just a game. To be fair, I would do the same. Xiaohan still has a clear sense of right and wrong. By the way, he paused, recalling something, the candy is delicious, thank you. His personal wristband suddenly lit up for a few seconds, likely a message reminder from the guild staff. Chapter 2:15. I've never seen you paint such a big picture. After Shen Guanyu pushed the door open, he was surprised to find only Zheng Xun in the lounge. Brother Xun, where is everyone? Ah, Xiao Shen. Zheng Xun waved enthusiastically at Shen Guanyu when he recognized him, inviting him to sit down. Shen Guanyu hesitated for a moment, but slowly walked over. They all went back to the guild, leaving me here all alone after eating all the hot pot. Shen Guanyu was about to say something when someone else pushed the door open. It was Cheng Ji. As soon as Cheng Ji opened the door a crack, he heard Zheng Xun's words. Don't twist the facts in front of Xiao Shen, didn't we all get threatened by you to treat us several times? Cheng Ji said, gritting his teeth in anger. Others treated once or twice, but I had to treat 5 times. This situation wasn't really targeted at anyone. It was just that Cheng Ji had a big mouth, and everyone else had happily agreed, leaving only Cheng Ji to complain. And so, he ended up treating 5 times. After Cheng Ji came in, he looked around for his phone, which he eventually dug out from the sofa cushions. His thumb quickly slid across the screen, checking the messages he had accumulated earlier, then he replied to 2 or 3 of them. Chapter 2:16. Do you want me to keep looking at you like this? Xiao Wang arrived. He was supposed to arrange a place for Zheng Xun to eat, but the guild called him with an urgent task. Seeing how busy he was, Zheng Xun told him not to worry about himself, and to handle the urgent matter first. Xiao Wang thanked him repeatedly, then made a call as he walked out. Returning only now. Zheng Xun was making a fuss, but was quite measured. He wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for a hard-working person like Xiao Wang. Zheng Xun could have gone out to find food himself, but he had been too busy saying goodbye to one guild member after another, both new friends and old friends. And time dragged on until Xiao Wang returned. It was just right, he let Xiao Wang make the arrangements. Xiao Wang offered several restaurants to Zheng Xun, with a variety of cuisines. Zheng Xun didn't be picky, as long as there was something to eat, he directly chose the first one Xiao Wang reported. Xiaoweng said he would accompany him, but Zheng Xun declined. He didn't want to delay Xiaoweng's work. It was just a meal. No need to make a big deal out of it. He asked Cheng Ji and Shen Guanyu if they wanted to join him. Cheng Ji wanted to. But Xiao Jun had already clearly told him to return to the guild, so he had no choice. Shen Guanyu was still hesitating. After a moment of deliberation, he decided not to show his face. Chapter 217. Stereotypes are not to be taken lightly. This White Tower was unlike any Zheng Xun had seen before. The White Tower was located in a nearly abandoned commercial area, surrounded by tall office buildings. From the towering buildings, one could tell how prosperous this place used to be. But now it was left hollow and desolate. A few scattered lights flickered on, and after they walked around the building cluster, they gradually went out. Zheng Xun glanced at the time on his wristband. It was now 10 in the evening. Just a street away, the bustling street was alive with activity. People's nightlife was just beginning. Zheng Xun asked Shen Guanyu if he knew what had happened here. Shen Guanyu, walking on the outside, happened to pass a broken street light. He saw the young man silent in the dark night, and shook his head after a few seconds. I rarely come here, so I'm not very clear. Zheng Xun responded with an and didn't press further. Instead, he randomly grabbed a lucky passerby. There were hardly any people around, and after about 15 minutes, a young man walking a dog came by. The dog was a golden retriever, which rushed towards Zheng Xun after seeing him, almost pulling its owner along for a few steps. It seemed there was a reason he chose a quiet place to walk his dog. Zheng Xun slightly crouched down to greet the enthusiastic golden retriever, reaching out to hug its head and looking up at its owner. Chapter 218. Who doesn't have a new skin? The White Tower in front of Zheng Xun was different from any he had seen before. First of all, it was very tall. The specifications of the tower didn't have a uniform value, but most were about 2 stories high, with a hall on the first floor. Players could activate the teleportation device in the hall to enter the dungeon, without any extra rooms or floors. It was merely a carrier for the dungeon. However, the White Tower standing before Zheng Xun was almost as tall as the surrounding dozens of stories high office buildings. Zheng Xun had never seen such a tall white tower. He turned to Shen Guanyu, who also shook his head. Besides its height being shocking, what surprised people even more about this White Tower was that it was integrated with real existing buildings. Zheng Xun thought about how to describe the scene he witnessed. The building in front of him was about half White Tower, and the other half was originally modern office buildings. They resembled jigsaw pieces taken from different boxes, forcefully fitted together, and like 2 blocks of incompatible building blocks, squeezed into one by a strong child. But Zheng Xun thought again that this metaphor was not adequate enough to fully describe the impact he saw. Chapter 219. Mastering a Foreign Language. There was an old-fashioned telephone in the mansion, which Zheng Xun had always thought was a useless decoration, until one day Yuan used it to order takeout. Zheng Xun wasn't sure who the takeout was for. He didn't eat any, nor did Yuan. But the next day, Zheng Xun found an empty takeout box in the hallway. There was a third person in the house, which Zheng Xun always remembered, but had never seen with his own eyes. He asked for the phone number of the Yuan mansion at that time and saved it in his phone. Zheng Xun pressed the answer button and said hello. But there was silence on the other end. The prolonged silence made Zheng Xun think he hadn't connected successfully. Frowning, he took the phone away from his ear and checked the call display. It was connected. He tried saying hello a couple more times, asking if the other party could hear him. Still, there was no response. If it was a call from a Yuan, they should have already started talking about the matter. Now, the other party remained silent. Zheng Xun thought for a moment and tentatively asked, "Is it Sister Nan?" This time, there was a response from the other end, but it was still indecipherable. The sound coming through was a series of popping noises, somewhat like a child's mouth opening and closing, mimicking fish blowing bubbles in water. Zheng Xun was now confused. Chapter 220. An old friend comes online. The office building that Zheng Xun had visited with Shen Guanyu in the evening actually had a name, the Simiang building. This building had a tumultuous history. It was originally built as an office space for companies. Later, it was converted into a shopping mall, selling cheap, mass-produced trinkets. Eventually, as the scale grew larger, it not only sold accessories and toys, but also attracted some well-known brands. After that, the Simiang building continued to develop for quite some time until the arrival of the White Tower. The White Tower appeared overnight in various parts of the world. And one of them, coincidentally, landed on the Simiang building. Due to the immense danger posed by the White Tower, the area quickly became desolate. The building shifted from profit to loss, and the shops in the mall began to exit one after another, even if it meant paying penalties. The building's owner had no choice. In such an extreme situation, he couldn't think of any way to retain customers, and had to consider abandoning the building. Later, the White Tower failed to take shape, and the building's owner thought this was an opportunity to convert it back from a mall to office space, renting it out floor by floor. However, this plan ultimately did not come to fruition. The dangers of the White Tower were evident to all, and no one dared to easily step into the area where the White Tower stood. Chapter 221. Waiting in front of Shen Guanyu was a cup of coffee that had no steam rising from it. He stared down at this seemingly ordinary coffee, with no intention of drinking it whatsoever. After a while, he slowly spoke up. "Is this another coffee that tastes like nosebleed?" "Of course not," replied the burly man with a cat's head opposite him, smiling slightly, his feline face displaying a human expression that sent chills down one's spine. "That would be too uncreative." Shen Guanyu took a deep breath. "I absolutely want to try it until I know what this liquid tastes like. It's the taste of snot. Now that you know, give it a try." Shen Guanyu not only didn't try it, but pushed it even further away. The cat-headed man leisurely raised his cup and took a sip. What Shen Guanyu wanted to discuss was about the dungeon. "The guild sent me a notification asking me to run a dungeon." "It's the dungeon in the Simiang building near the General Association. They insist that the difficulty of this undefined dungeon will be lower, and I don't want to waste time explaining a lot to them." "This time, I'll bring Lin Sheng." Although Shen Guanyu knew the other party had a more reserved personality, he clearly hadn't spoken, yet the responses felt somewhat dismissive. Chapter 222. Xiao Hua has arrived. Zheng Xun had a rather poor sleep that night. He simulated the Simiang building dungeon. However, this simulation turned out to be more complicated than he had imagined, as he kept getting lost. This was strange. Zheng Xun often lost his train of thought. But he never got lost in a dungeon, at least he wouldn't make wrong turns on the paths he had walked. Yet, this dungeon seemed to deliberately work against him, frequently leading him back to the starting point, or to a floor he didn't want to go to. However, this situation only occurred in the first few simulations. After that, perhaps he adapted to the environment inside, or maybe the simulation system stabilized. In any case, he successfully simulated the dungeon this time. Despite this, a layer of gloom hung over Zheng Xun's heart. He had a persistent feeling that something was going to go wrong. With a heavy heart, Zheng Xun exited the simulation and woke up. It was already 8:30 in the morning. Xiao Weng had called him several times, but his phone was on silent, so he hadn't heard it. The ceremony was about to begin at 9 o'clock, and he needed to hurry. Zheng Xun, with his messy hair, got out of bed and opened the door. Xiao Wang, who was anxiously about to knock, exclaimed, "Ah! Zheng Shen, you're finally awake. Hurry, the ceremony is about to start." Chapter 223. I'll call your guild. Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua. Zheng Xun was excited to see Hua Ziyan after a long time. After sitting next to him, he whispered to ask how he had been lately. Very well. Huzian looked much better than before, his eyes no longer showed fear, and his demeanor had become calm and generous. Captain Shu and Deputy Captain Luo take good care of me, letting me join the first Team S training, saying that I should learn first. And when I have more experience, they will give me a chance to return to the first team. Zheng Xun pouted in dissatisfaction. Xu Guan and Ming Zhuan really know how to sweet talk. How long is later? What kind of opportunity is that? I need to send them a message. This is simply wasting talent. Of course, Huzian wouldn't he let him send the message, he was already satisfied with the current arrangement. Xiaohua. You can't be too obedient, if you don't express your needs, they won't understand your thoughts. Huzian knew that Zheng Xun was thinking of him and felt grateful, but the two had differing opinions on this matter. He was more accepting of the Team S current training pace. However, he wouldn't argue with Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun was easy to understand. As long as he didn't argue back, he would assume he had won. They talked about the dungeon they were about to enter. But Zheng Xun didn't say much about it, only suggesting that they discuss it in detail after he arrived. Chapter 224. Everyone competes fairly. Zheng Xun ultimately didn't make the call. Both Huzian and Shen Guanyu stopped him. Zheng Xun, Xiaohua said first. Doing this isn't good for us. If two guilds run a dungeon at the same time, it requires at least a week of discussion. Otherwise, there will be many conflicts later due to uneven reward distribution. Huzian meant that it would be better for them to go directly without notifying anyone. Now that we're here, the people from the Silver Snow Guild can't have the audacity to chase us away. They have to run the dungeon together with us. Shen Guanyu thought the same. However, he was concerned that people might think he and Zheng Xun were too close. Zheng Xun was a luminary, anyone who got too close to him would draw attention. Shen Guanyu needed to keep a low profile for the time being and couldn't let himself stand in the spotlight just yet. If one day he can sort out the matters of the Silver Snow Guild, he would be very willing to be friends with Zheng Xun. After both of them repeatedly advised against it, Zheng Xun finally put down his phone, still looking reluctant. Huzian intentionally changed the topic and began asking Shen Guanyu about who had come to the dungeon this time. Shen Guanyu thought for a moment. I haven't seen the final list yet, but it should all be members of Team 1 from Silver Snow. The captain is Song Yao, the vice-captain is Pei Minghuan. And then there's me, Meng Lian, and Lin Sheng, who just joined Team 1. Chapter 225, Our guild members are reliable. That being said, Zheng Xun was actually just joking, and didn't really intend to bring those players back. Everyone has their own guild to attend to. And there are many things to do once they return home. Currently, there are 7 players known to be preparing to enter the Siming building. 5 from Silver Snow and 2 from Xuanhui Guild. The Xuanhui Guild plans to catch Silver Snow off guard, and when their team arrives at the entrance of the building, they will give them a big surprise. Xiao Shen, you must not leak any information before this, Zheng Xun specifically reminded Shen Guanyu. I won't. Shen Guanyu obediently shook his head. I can just pretend I don't know anything. The members of Silver Snow Guild would only arrive the next day. After the guild released the news on their official account, it caused a brief discussion, but didn't create much of a stir. However, if this matter were linked to Zheng Xun, the attention would be vastly different. Zheng Xun clearly did not want to complicate things, when it was time to be low-key. He remained low-key. That day, he only did 2 things. The first was regarding the rewards for the All-Star tournament. Shushi provided the promised compensation, which made Zheng Xun very satisfied. Firstly, as part of the winning side and the tournament champion, Zheng Xun personally would receive a considerable cash prize. And the Xuanhui Guild he represented would also receive a significant amount of funds to support the guild's further development. Chapter 226. My perfection is thorough. Zheng Xun went to the front desk to help the newly arrived Xiaohua open a room for him to rest well. As for himself, to be safe, he simulated the scenario all night. In fact, Zheng Xun has to do a lot of preparation work before every dungeon run. He just never mentions it, which is also a secret that cannot be spoken. After running simulations, Zheng Xun felt that this dungeon was not what he imagined. It should be harder than that. During the simulation, he drew lots, and the Siming building was only an S-level dungeon. However, Zheng Xun always felt that this dungeon had some hidden secrets. Hopefully, it was just his illusion. Usually, when such hopes arise, it is no longer just an illusion. The next day at 10 in the morning, the members of Silver Snow Guild finally arrived. This time, Team 1 of Silver Snow was focusing on promoting Lin Sheng. This young man, anyone who looked at him would have to say, isn't he just born to replace Shen Guanyu? He doesn't have Shen Guanyu's family background. But he is obedient and hardworking. He will fight for every opportunity, no matter what means he has to use. This time, the higher-ups of Silver Snow wanted to place him in Team 1, and there were many considerations in the middle. But the most important thing was that Lin Sheng was very loyal to the current leadership and had a strong aversion to the previous president's only son, Shen Guanyu. Chapter 227, Entering the building after the members of Silver Snow Guild got out of the car. They saw Hua Xian and Zheng Xun standing at the entrance of the building. Neither of them entered early. It was unclear whether it was out of genuine politeness, or if they were specifically waiting for them. Zheng Xun waved enthusiastically. Friends from afar, how are you? Hua Xian and Zheng Xun, one still and one moving, one JPG, and one GIF. If they weren't standing at the eerie entrance of the Siming building, just looking at them would seem quite festive. As the captain of Silver Snow Guild, Song Yao, although not good at socializing, especially not knowing how to interact with a player as lively as Zheng Xun, still had to greet the other party out of responsibility. Hello, Zheng Xun. I am Song Yao, captain of Team 1 of Silver Snow. Zheng Xun smiled cheerfully. If just looking at his expression, no one would dislike him. Hello, Captain Song. Vice Captain Pei Minghuan, and team members Lin Sheng and Meng Lian took turns shaking hands and greeting Zheng and Hua. Finally, Shen Guanyu arrived. Shen Guanyu probably ran a short distance after getting out of the taxi from the hotel, panting. He first greeted his guild members before nodding and bowing to Zheng Xun and Hua Xian. Brother Xun, Brother Hua, sorry I got a bit lost and arrived late. Chapter 228. If you feel nervous. The question Meng Lian raised was also what other members of Silver Snow Guild wanted to ask. The Siming building, as an unfinished White Tower dungeon, is divided into two completely different parts. If they keep walking in the part belonging to reality, will they not be harmed by the White Tower's boss? This question was also being discussed in the comments. No way. If that's true, players could just keep jumping back and forth between the two sides and wouldn't die. I think so too. The White Tower can't be that foolish. This White Tower is really strange. It didn't attract any attention before. Such an undefined White Tower is almost overlooked by major guilds, so it hasn't brought much discussion. Hammer my hammer. He. There's a pervert upstairs, reported. Although I also he. What is going on? A lot of inappropriate things seem to have mixed in with the serious discussion. After all, Zheng Xun hasn't run a dungeon in a long time. What was the last one? I've forgotten. The guild dungeon, it feels like it was from a past life. Zheng Xun used to continuously run high difficulty dungeons, but it seems the frequency has decreased now. Although I feel sorry for his health, it really is boring without any dungeons for him. Chapter 229, must be S for opening the dungeon. The teleport key brought the 7 people into the Siming building dungeon. Although the dungeon was open, for some of them, it was merely entering from the outside of the door to the inside. Through the dirty, dim glass, they could still see the sunlight outside. The few of them looked around at their surroundings. After entering the building, the metallic feel of the White Tower was no longer visible, leaving only desolation and bleakness. The Ximing building is a medium-sized shopping mall, with elevators distributed on both sides, and there are 2 escalators leading to the upper floors, which are relatively far apart to facilitate customers entering from 2 different main doors. That's right, besides the door they just came in, there is a symmetrical door directly opposite. Last night, Zheng Xun didn't rush to clear the dungeon during his simulation. Instead, he focused on running the map. He went to the opposite door, which was covered with layers of tape. At first, Zheng Xun was curious about why so much yellow tape was used. Was it to prevent the wind or something? But when he got closer, he realized that it wasn't tape at all. What was sealed in layer after layer was actually talisman paper. Zheng Xun stood inside the door covered with yellow talismans, pondering for a moment before he began to run upstairs. Chapter 230, Do You Want Candy? Ghost Market. Regardless of whether in the instance or outside the screen, everyone couldn't help but associate this scene with that term. Unlike the descriptions in literature or film, those markets run by ghosts seem to be retro, either set in deep mountains or desolate villages. A ghost market like this, combined with a modern shopping mall, sent chills down one's spine while simultaneously feeling strange and awkward. The people moving about in the mall were clearly not normal. Were they images, mannequins, or ghosts? Pei Minghuan's voice trembled slightly. They stood there, seemingly non-existent, with no one noticing them, no one casting their gaze in their direction. The players and the customers in the mall seemed to exist in 2 different time and space. But for some unknown reason, these 2 time and space overlapped. Can they see us? Lin Sheng couldn't help but ask. This question was just a spontaneous thought, and he didn't expect to get an answer. However, Zheng Xun, being the good child who answers every question, was the first to provide an answer. And it wasn't just verbally, he took action. Let's try and see. The moment he spoke, the others saw a black shadow flash quickly past them. In the next second, Zheng Xun appeared in front of a family of 3. Hello there. He half squatted down to meet the child's eyes. The little girl seemed to become a bit shy upon encountering a stranger, hiding behind her parents. Hello, she said softly. Zheng Xun pulled a piece of candy from his coat pocket, immediately capturing the girl's attention. Do you want candy? This one is for you. The girl was clearly distracted by the candy, but she was a polite child and looked up to seek her parents' approval. The candy was taken by the mother. Thank you. The woman smiled and nodded in gratitude to Zheng Xun. But no one heard her voice. She opened her mouth, and from the shape of her lips, it was evident she was thanking him. Yet, no sound came out. This was quite eerie. Huziyan, being bold, approached to observe after Zheng Xun stopped the family. From a distance, it wasn't noticeable, but up close, Huziyan found that those wandering in the mall didn't quite look human. Their eyes, though distinctly black and white, seemed to have the pupils slightly misaligned, their gazes unfocused, with the eyeballs bulging outward. The fact that they spoke without sound was also unsettling. At the same time, Huziyan noticed that these people seemed to be deliberately imitating the actions of normal people. They appeared to be unskilled at standing still, constantly shifting their body weight, sometimes supporting themselves with their left foot, sometimes switching to their right foot. In short, these beings were monsters desperately trying to mimic humans. Huziyan had caught on to the clues, but remained silent and unpanicked, standing quietly beside Zheng Xun, continuing to observe. Seeing the 2 of them at the front, the Silver Snow Guild members cautiously moved forward. Zheng Xun's candy was accepted by the little girl, who tilted her head and thanked him before leaving with her parents. After she received the candy, changes appeared in the mall once again. Everyone was holding a bright orange advertisement flyer. The flyer seemed to have appeared out of thin air. And in an instant, every customer had one. They didn't seem to pay attention to the content of the flyer, after a casual glance. They rolled it up and tucked it into their shopping bags. Zheng Xun quietly took one, unfolding it. It was a flyer filled with textual rules. Chapter 231, the information on the flyer. This was an anniversary celebration flyer. After Zheng Xun stealthily took one, others also grabbed some from different places. Upon closer inspection, it turned out this wasn't just an anniversary celebration, but also included New Year's Eve. The flyer was red, quite festive, divided into several main sections, with the top featuring the words 10-year celebration, grateful always. This was a flyer distributed by the Ximing Mall after 10 years of establishment. Below the big title were several specialized sections, listing various product categories and discount offers. At first glance, this flyer looked no different from other mall flyers. Nor was it as straightforward as the promotional brochure from Linzun Pavilion. Therefore, players needed to be extremely careful while reading, paying attention to various details. The text seemed unremarkable, but upon closer reading, one would find traps everywhere. The flyer had content on both sides. Zheng Xun instinctively looked for information related to time and location. It was his habit. Despite having simulated many times, he still didn't dare to be careless. The change in the lottery machine's location had rung alarm bells for him, making him aware of the differences between reality and simulation in this instance. So he couldn't afford to be the slightest bit negligent. Chapter 232, Strange Clearance Conditions. Shen Guanyu explained a bit, but Lin Yixing still didn't understand. He couldn't grasp why there were so many experts in the team. What was there to panic about in an S-level instance? It's fine, he said casually. We have Zheng Xun, team leader Song, and deputy team leader Pei here, a mere S-level instance. Zheng Xun quickly urged him to shut up. I can't stand it when someone raises a flag for me. Zheng Xun genuinely couldn't understand how the Silver Snow Guild, in his perception, was a guild with a rich history, ranking among the top 10, almost stepping into the realm of the powerful. Even if it had declined now, it shouldn't have fallen to an unacceptable level. How could a guild with such a solid foundation and heritage recruit someone as foolish as Lin Yixing? If the White Tower instance were that easy to clear, so many people wouldn't die every year. It's not an exaggeration to say that every few seconds they breathe here, a player dies in the White Tower. These instances are categorized by difficulty. But regardless of the level, they are all endowed with the ability to bring death. High difficulty instances are rare, but low difficulty ones can also lead to significant setbacks. There are too many changes involved, and even Zheng Xun, when not needing to boast, wouldn't dare say he could walk out alive every time. Chapter 233, This is too fake watching fireworks. What is the condition for that? The most curious was still Lin Yixing. He also noticed this piece of information on the flyer. Pei Minghuan was indifferent. Isn't it just to be understood literally? It means we're going to watch a fireworks show. Lin Yixing didn't dare to speak. If he were to speak, he would definitely say, Deputy Team Leader. What you said is nonsense. Shen Guanyu tried to maintain silence, not wanting to participate in their discussion. He Ziyan was a man of few words. In his view, the most pressing issue at the moment was that the non-business hours were about to arrive. 9:50, what will happen next is still unknown. After a while, He Ziyan noticed that he hadn't heard Zheng Xun's voice, which felt a bit strange. He turned his head and looked around, only to find that Zheng Xun had already run up the escalator. He Ziyan didn't pay attention to the other guild members and chased after Zheng Xun upstairs. He didn't call out the other person's name, because he was afraid that the people from Inshue would notice. The two left quietly in succession. And only Shen Guanyu from the Inshue guild noticed their actions. Shen Guanyu glanced at his teammates, who were still arguing about the fireworks issue. His gaze then shifted towards the direction of the elevator on the first floor. After thinking for a moment, he quietly left as well. Chapter 234, The Extra Person. The shopping mall entered non-operating hours. All the lights suddenly went out, leaving only a few emergency lights still dutifully shining, preventing the entire mall from falling into complete darkness. The customers who were previously active on each floor seemed to have been erased like with an eraser, instantly disappearing. The straight elevators and escalators all ceased operation. Hu Ziyan took a step forward and seemed to step on something. He bent down, activated the flashlight mode on his wristband, and shone it towards the area. He had sensed something unusual. There was a pool of transparent slime, which didn't seem artificial, but appeared to be naturally formed. There were actually living things in this mall. Hu Ziyan and Song Yao were standing relatively close, and in the darkness, they could vaguely recognize each other. Song Yao quietly said he planned to confirm the location of their teammates. Hu Ziyan definitely wouldn't go with him, but he suggested that Song Yao not go alone and directly retrieve the location from the wristband. The powerful features of the wristband became apparent at this moment. It was only when the other person reminded him that Song Yao remembered he could do that. Hu Ziyan felt a bit helpless. It seemed this team leader was panicking at the first sign of trouble and was not reliable at all. Chapter 235. I really went over in the women's clothing area on the second floor. The situation was the same as downstairs. All the customers on the entire second floor had almost disappeared at the same time. The originally noisy scene suddenly became empty. In the midst of the dead silence, there was a faint dripping sound, as if some liquid was falling from above to the ground. The surveillance ball was flying low, and was hit by the slime that dripped from above, causing it to drop down. And the entire lens was completely coated in thick slime. Damn! I'm blind. What is this stuff? It's sticky and disgusting. Monkey vomiting, that looks a bit like the traces left by bugs crawling through. There are bugs in this building. Judging by the amount of slime, it must be a bug as big as an iron pot. Bug iron pot stew. I am going to vomit, it's so disgusting. Sorry. But even your handsome face can't save me from my fear of bugs, Osihui. By the way, where did Osihui go? I can't see him when the lights are off. Didn't he hide behind that cashier counter? Let's wait for the surveillance ball to fly past. Wasn't there some noise on the first floor just now? Did anyone switch to the Inshuer perspective on the first floor? Did someone call out Zheng Xun? I was too scared to listen carefully. But wasn't Osihui on the second floor? Chapter 236. It's you, Hongjie, or you, Hongjie, Hongjie. Here's my first bullet screen for you, Hongjie. Wow. Old acquaintance Hongjie has finally returned. It's been a long time since we've seen Hongjie appear in the dungeon. With Hongjie here, it's stable. The essence of Hongjie hammer, buff stacking, more stability. Is Osihui really okay with handing over his weapon to a subordinate? Isn't that dangerous? What if the subordinate betrays him? What nonsense are you talking about? Who doesn't know that Zheng Xun is Little Red Riding Hood's subordinate? Hongjie, stop talking nonsense, don't blabber. I'll give you a hammer to let you know the perils of the White Tower and the unpredictability of people's hearts. This Hongjie must have studied for a month with the top rapper. Cheng Ji, I haven't earned enough money as a player. And my fans have already planned my side job for me. Thank you all so much. Now that Hongjie has appeared, there's basically no suspense. Don't put pressure on Hongjie, this flag is almost sticking out like a hedgehog. Newcomer. Who doesn't he know whether the White Tower is chaotic? Hongjie calls the shots. Monkey, I really want to have a showdown with Hongjie. The bullet screens praised Little Red Riding Hood to the skies, but unfortunately, Hongjie couldn't hear any of it. Even if she did, she would just find them annoying. Chapter 237. Hongjie's surname. At this moment, Zheng Xun was facing a cashier, which actually had a cashier. The so-called cashier was actually a mannequin dressed in a uniform, while Hongjie was single-handedly holding off 100 enemies. It also wanted to rush out and charge into battle with its companions. But it wasn't as simple as it thought. Before it could take a step forward, a machete was unceremoniously placed against its neck. I want to pay. Zheng Xun raised his eyebrows. The first time he had seen someone say they wanted to pay so arrogantly, if he didn't he know better. He would have thought he was saying he wanted to rob. Although the mannequin was fake, it still retained a basic sense of danger. It pulled back its half-extended leg and obediently began to collect money. One hat, 400 yuan. Zheng Xun only had 6 bills in hand. He could borrow more during the next business hours, no problem. But Zheng Xun didn't he want to do that. Can it be cheaper? He asked. Although the mannequin's facial features were stiff and unmoving, one could still see a speechless expression from its wooden face. It slowly turned its head, fortunately. The connection between its neck and head was not sealed. Zheng Xun was still haggling with it. Chapter 238, looks realistic the moment Hu Ziyan saw Zheng Xun's face. He was also taken aback. Wasn't Zheng Xun supposed to stay on the second floor? No, that's not right. This can't be Zheng Xun. Because he had been under pressure for a long time, Hu Ziyan's experience in the game was limited. And he didn't possess the kind of intuition that many high-level players developed from extensive experience. Hu Ziyan wouldn't imagine abilities that didn't exist. It was precisely because he was clear that he didn't have such intuition that he habitually analyzed things logically. To move from the second floor to the first floor. It was simply a matter of taking the escalator or the elevator. Other passages were unknown, and the unknown implied danger. Zheng Xun liked to take risks, but didn't enjoy taking risks in meaningless situations. Just going downstairs, for him, the most direct route would be taking the escalator. The elevator environment was enclosed, making it difficult to maneuver in case of unexpected situations. Therefore, according to Zheng Xun's reasoning, the escalator was a more likely option. However, Hu Ziyan and the others had come from the escalator and hadn't encountered anyone along the way. There is also a more direct point that can serve as evidence. In Song Yao's wristband positioning, there are only team members, and none of the other guild members, so Zheng Xun would not be included in the positioning point. Chapter 239, Friendly Communication. The fake Zheng Xun started to repeat its lines. Because the other party had been talking non-stop when it first repeated. Aside from Hu Ziyan and Song Yao, no one realized this. But when it was about to finish a whole sentence, everyone noticed something was off. Meng Lian shivered and dared not speak. The others broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Sheng blurted out a "you," and was forcefully nudged by Pei Minghuan standing next to him, swallowing his words back down. Song Yao glanced at Hu Ziyan, silently asking him what to do. The Zheng Xun in front of them was definitely not as simple as an NPC that issued tasks. It had self-awareness. When it realized it had repeated its behavior, it immediately stopped and smiled, as if trying to cover up what had just happened. "We should talk about something else," it said. While the others eagerly echoed Zheng Xun's words, Hu Ziyan remained silent, not interjecting. At this moment, aside from him, the other players didn't even dare to breathe. While Xiao Wu took a step forward, stepping up to the task. Before formally speaking, he gestured to Song Yao to retreat with his people. Chapter 240, occasionally good at thinking. Zheng Xun heard voices coming from downstairs. There were cries for help and sounds of fighting. Zheng Xun thought for 2 seconds and decided to ignore it. After all, Xiao Wu was there. The Xun Guild never kept idle people because they had no money. As long as he pretended not to hear, then he hadn't heard anything. Forcing this little episode to a halt, Zheng Xun began to face a major challenge in his life, thinking. In front of him were a pair of identical twins, about 8 or 9 years old. 2 little boys. The boys wore identical overalls and white shirts, with only the content on the name tags pinned to their chests being different. The left boy's card read, "I'm not lying, he is lying." The right boy's card was simpler, stating everything he says is a lie. From their appearance, it was impossible to distinguish between the two. Their voices were indistinguishable as well. "Brother, I got separated from my mom. Can you take me to the service desk on the second floor?" The two voices overlapped, and they said this sentence simultaneously. Before Zheng Xun could react, The two boys became angry because the other had said the same thing as themselves. "You're lying, I don't have a brother, you're not mom's child." Chapter 241, Boy Zheng Xun took out his inflatable hammer. When Little Red Riding Hood came over just now, she had returned the hammer to him. The hammer and its body finally united. This inflatable hammer could be considered a tool for dealing with unruly children, a specialized item for handling kids. The debut battle was against a child like Hongji, who had an extremely high physical limit. It had been a while since Zheng Xun used the hammer. And the barrage of comments was quite excited. This scene was somewhat nostalgic. But it was very bad for the children. After determining which child was the real boss, Zheng Xun immediately took action. The little boy he threw out stumbled a few steps, looking pitiful and evoking sympathy. But the moment he turned around, his face suddenly changed. It was a twisted and bizarre face. The boy's eyes had no whites left, only pure black and slightly bulging. The smooth skin on his face was gone, replaced by a layer of light white fuzz. On either side of his forehead, near the temples, there were two fake eyes in black and white circles. Even more terrifying was his mouth. The rosy lips had disappeared, leaving only a writhing oral appendage. He looked completely like a humanoid moth. The barrage erupted in exclamations upon seeing the true form of this monster. Chapter 242, Smooth Little Combos. Zheng Xun's side came to a temporary pause. However, on the first floor, Xiaohua and his little useless companions were still busy. Huziyan's main task was to deal with Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun was indeed Zheng Xun. Even the counterfeit was of better quality than others. The fake Zheng Xun, who was jumping around, was just like the real one. In the dungeon, he had an abnormally abundant stamina, overflowing energy during the dungeon, an incomprehensible fighting style, and sudden little tricks. Huziyan's combat talent and reaction were top-notch. But he still found it quite challenging to combat this fake Zheng Xun. It was hard to defend against. Xiaohua had never truly fought Zheng Xun, so he wasn't sure what kind of strength the real Zheng Xun would display in this scenario. But he thought to himself, if the real Zheng Xun came, he might not even be able to last this long. In 3 minutes, Zheng Xun would end the fight. No wonder the major guilds produced such monsters. The situation had become so urgent that Xiaohua thought it was still worth it to spar with this fake for a bit, even if he couldn't compare with the real one. Huziyan was busy, and so was Song Yao, who was also anxious. They had arrived at the place selling gold jewelry. Too many, Song Yao could only say. I can't even see clearly. The necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings were countless. And there was no way to know how many there truly were. Moreover, these were just what was displayed. No one knew how many more were behind the counter. Song Yao and Meng Lian exchanged glances, the latter's eyes shifting from confusion to determination. Let's look for it, Captain Song. Meng Lian nodded vigorously, showing her resolve. I may not be able to do much, but I'm good at finding things, and I will do my best. With the team members so determined. Even though Song Yao felt unsure inside, as the captain, he had to agree. Usually vague, he could still make some correct decisions when absolutely necessary. Like his current decision. It was incredibly correct. The two began to act separately, searching rapidly from both ends towards the middle for suitable talismans. This tested not only speed, but also keen eyesight and patience. Song Yao was getting a bit impatient, having searched through many items that were still not right. But Meng Lian never gave up. Just when Song Yao was about to suggest they take a break and look elsewhere, Meng Lian suddenly made a big move. Her hand quickly diving into the cabinet and coming back out. Captain Song, I found one, she said excitedly. White Tower Encyclopedia, one. Although Zheng Xun's aesthetics are unconventional, filled with an avant-garde sense that is not understood, he himself wears all black from spring to summer, black short sleeves, black hoodies, and black down jackets. It's not that I particularly like black. I just find it tedious to think about matching. If I were to give him clothes in other colors, He would be happy to wear them since they are free. 2. Most of the clothes in Zheng Xun's wardrobe don't show their price, but a few are particularly expensive. Essentially acquired for zero cost. Since he looks good in anything, he often wears mismatched outfits. Because he looks good in mismatched outfits, he is often mistakenly thought to have a specific style. 3. Zheng Xun's world is very simple, divided into things that can be eaten and things that cannot. The method of judgment is straightforward: take a bite and taste. Occasionally, when his mind goes blank, after simulating multiple times, he might even bite people, or the boss. Chapter 243. I'll take one. 2. Meng Lian is a very lucky girl. After experiencing the huge upheaval in the Silver Snow Guild's leadership, many of the original top players either switched to other guilds, or were pushed to the margins. As an external player, she has instead risen against the tide during this upheaval, and became a formal member of the first team. Her skills are mediocre, but stand out more compared to the members of the second team. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been continuously trained and developed in the first team, transitioning to a formal member when suitable opportunities arose. However, she seems to fall just short, as there's still a slight gap compared to others in the first team. Nevertheless, Meng Lian has gone through several dungeons with the first team. Although she did not shine, she survived. Even the strongest, Shen Guanyu, was lightly injured, while Meng Lian managed to escape unscathed. At that time, the team said that Meng Lian was lucky because she was kind. Meng Lian joked that she was kind because she was lucky. Among the numerous gold jewelry items, Meng Lian found the first qualifying item, a gold pendant that looked unremarkable, but was shaped like a moth. Song Yao expressed doubt, saying, "Aren't we supposed to be looking for accessories engraved with a moth?" Chapter 244. I'm done, perhaps because he has spent so much time with Zheng Xun. He has also acquired some good qualities. Huzian casually took 2 items from Song Yao's hands. Song Yao was dumbfounded. "Hey, you. I borrowed it." Huzian said those 3 words with confidence, not bothering to explain much to the other party because Zheng Xun's next wave of attack was coming. Huzian put the ring on himself, his movements quick and smooth. Zheng Xun swung a hatchet, and the umbrella balloon immediately opened up, becoming an incredibly sturdy shield that blocked the attack. Zheng Xun was unhappy again. "I really dislike your children's umbrella." "I like it, that's all that matters," Huzian replied. People coming back to the guild, from top to bottom, all speak harshly. Zheng Xun caught sight of the ring Huzian was wearing and chuckled with a dismissive attitude. "Do you really think that thing is useful to me? It's just a test, it doesn't hinder anything." Zheng Xun swung the hatchet again, his chatty attribute not changing at all. "It's useless for you, I told you. It doesn't work for me. Is it because it doesn't meet the rules? Or you don't belong here? If it's useless, then it's useless." Huzian wouldn't let himself fall into disappointment. He just found it strange why it didn't work for Zheng Xun. Chapter 245. Other perspectives. A new round of business hours has begun. The mall's activity time is from December 31st to January 2nd, lasting for a total of 3 days. They initially arrived on the morning of the 31st. Now it's 10 p.m. on the 31st. After experiencing one non-business period, the players have gained some clues. For example, the customers they see in front of them are very likely disguised as moth-shaped monsters. This is why the mall's business hours start at 10 p.m. to coincide with their nocturnal habits. On the second floor, Zheng Xun conducted a covert operation with Little Red Riding Hood and Big Black. If players in the live broadcast room were attentive, they would notice that the security guard escorting them downstairs disappeared at the end. This secret operations camera ball failed to track successfully, actually because Zheng Xun helped other players avoid a disaster in advance. If he hadn't intervened, it wouldn't have been impossible for these people to be wiped out in one go. The second thing Zheng Xun did was resolve the true and false boy incident. In this segment, he released the soul of that poor boy. Since the Shaoyin incident, Zheng Xun no longer views these NPCs as cold products generated by code. Chapter 246, Let me see your that face has become unrecognizable. It resembles an abstract skin painting. The lamp itself is quite large. And to cover it as much as possible, that human face has been distorted, with some parts even torn open, exposing the lamp's white plastic shell. The features are no longer in their rightful places, but are scattered, attached to this skin stretched to the extreme. It seems to still retain the five senses. Constantly in great pain. Those blood cocoons are continuously feeding on its flesh and blood to survive. At the very top of the lamp is a human mouth. The lips have completely lost their color, the teeth are gone, leaving only two desiccated skins. Help! It seems to still be crying for help. The camera ball has no perception of this, but the audience truly can't take it anymore. What is that thing? Damn, that's scary. Is it a player who went missing in the dungeon before? Definitely. It can't be that the boss was bored in the dungeon and decided to do performance art, right? Do these cocoons survive solely on human blood? That's really disgusting. Just vomited, what's going on? If the moths in this dungeon are all fed with the blood of players, then with so many players missing, doesn't that mean they've raised a whole bunch of moths? Chapter 247, Not going to forcefully snatch. Zheng Xun has never been one to let himself suffer losses. Song Yao was still thinking about taking back what was in his hands, but it turned out he was overthinking. Zheng Xun not only wouldn't give his own, but also wanted to see his. Song Yao fell silent, and after 5 seconds, he asked Zheng, "Don't you already have a gold bracelet in your hand?" "Yeah," Zheng Xun's attitude was incredibly nonchalant, "but I still want to pick out some styles, right? Just taking a look, I won't forcefully snatch yours. You don't need to worry, Song." He even turned it around to reassure the other. That being said, Zheng Xun pulled the floating camera ball closer to witness this moment. He only said he wanted to take a look, if Song Yao didn't give it. It would seem petty. After all, it was still being broadcast live. For various reasons, Song Yao ultimately decided to hand over the gold ring in his hand to Zheng Xun. Meng Lian had been waiting for this. Seeing him move, she immediately extended her hand, revealing the moth-shaped pendant in her palm. Little Hua had already given his to Zheng Xun beforehand. The 4 pieces of gold jewelry were not large, cradled in the palm of a hand. Zheng Xun gently fiddled with them with the index finger of his other hand. Bracelet, 2 rings, pendant. Chapter 248, Zheng Xun must have his reasons for doing this. Everywhere his gaze landed was filled with its own peculiarities. Skipping over the situation of the mother and child, Huzian also saw some other unbelievable scenes. Within his line of sight, a young girl held an ice cream cone. Just as her rosy lips were about to touch the cool ice cream, they suddenly transformed into a long, pointed mouthpart, sucking the ice cream dry before returning to her original innocent appearance. The couple, cuddling and inseparable, smiled sweetly as they passed by a fitting mirror. Their figures briefly obscured for a few seconds. When they walked out, Huzian discovered that the young man had vanished, leaving only the woman in front of the mirror. Touching up her makeup, her lips as red as blood. More inexplicable images flooded the eyes. In short, even during calm business hours, this mall exhibited various bizarre phenomena and countless unexplainable scenes. Danger had not receded. Huzian was distracted, observing his surroundings, and for a moment, he could not pay attention to Zheng Xun. He glanced at Zheng Xun's movements, but when he looked back, the figure was already gone from his sight. Chapter 249, Illusion and Reality. Zheng Xun and Huzian entered the fitting room one after the other. The interior of the fitting room was relatively spacious, but rather shabby. The 3 walls were painted white, but upon closer inspection, the white was quite mottled, clearly a result of several coats of paint applied over time. Even so, in the corners of the walls, there were a few brown stains, unclear whether they were accidentally smeared paint or dried blood. The remaining wall was a grey fabric curtain. allowing customers to enter and exit. Over the years, the curtain had accumulated many stains, likely from grease and dust from people's hands. There was a gap at the bottom of the curtain, which would probably reveal the ankles of someone standing inside. There were 4 identical fitting rooms in total. Perhaps this building had an inseparable connection with the number 4, as traces could be found everywhere. Before the lady left, and before Zheng Xun and Huizian entered, all 4 fitting rooms were empty. Now Zheng Xun and Huizian were inside. The fitting room had a half-length mirror attached to the wall, a white stool for placing clothes, and a pair of slippers for customers to use while changing. These basic items were standard in all fitting rooms. Chapter 250, The Skin Unfolded. After witnessing this, Huizian was momentarily stunned. When his consciousness returned, he remembered that when Zheng Xun donned the human skin to look across, he did not show any strange expressions, and could even be described as calm. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, one might think he had merely viewed a beautiful yet mundane landscape painting. Little Hu genuinely admired Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun was the one who rescued him from his predicament. And they had fought side by side before. He knew of Zheng Xun's strength and composure. If Zheng Xun were to scream, it wouldn't be because he saw something frightening, but rather because he wanted to scream. In fact, when Zheng Xun first saw this scene, there was no inner turmoil. During the simulation process, he was only focused on one thing. These ugly creatures appeared to be quite large. Eating was definitely out of the question. He wondered if they could be used as specimens. If they were hung in the mansion, how impressive would that be? It would add a touch of horror to an already terrifying mansion. Now Little Hua also knew how to distinguish between reality and the copy. And what was left to do was to mark. Business hours were fine. Once it became non-business hours and the surroundings darkened, even wearing this skin would make it difficult to see the boundary. Chapter 251, The Fragmented Bookstore. On the first floor of the mall, Meng Lian and Song Yao discovered that this bookstore was not very large. It was hidden in a corner, like a small ladybug covered by fallen leaves. When someone reached out to move the leaves aside, exposing it to the sunlight, it shook its bright red wings and feet. However, the interior decor of the bookstore was quite exquisite. It was clear that the shop owner had put all their imagination into this cramped little space. The entire decorated area was furnished with pure wooden furniture, and every piece retained the wood's original grain, even the imperfect cracks. The bookshelves, filled with books, varied in height, and the wooden planks used to assemble them did not deliberately pursue neatness, making them resemble a forest of uneven trees, giving it a unique charm. Among all the furniture and decorations, the most special was a table resembling a wooden stump. This table was large enough for about 6 or 7 people to stand on. In such a small space, it luxuriously occupied a significant portion, indicating the owner's fondness for it. The table was cut from a complete tree stump, with clear growth rings visible. Trees that could grow to this size were already rare. Chapter 252, Can you change it for me? I'm going to be scared to death. Did I see that wrong? I rubbed my eyes. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Although I knew those customers were ugly, seeing them in person still makes one feel physically uncomfortable. Can't the White Tower design the copy boss to look better next time? Seriously, they have no idea how to keep up with changing aesthetics, so outdated. Song Yao flipped through, and a large part expressed dissatisfaction with the design of this copy boss. The bullet screen tends to go off on tangents like this. Team Song is watching the live broadcast. Hi, Team Song. Hi, Usi Hui. Team Song, please let Zheng Xun know that I said hello. You guys are killing me with laughter. Team Song, don't you have any shame? I said Zheng Xun's fans shouldn't he be too proud. Team Song has to listen to you, right? Who are you? There's no need to take it so seriously, right? Others are just joking. If you take it seriously, you seem particularly unamusing. Exactly. Who are you to command others here? Everyone could tell that this line was a joke. But only you took it seriously. Do you know what effect this has? It makes you look really foolish. Ha 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 ha, that is a great insult. This is definitely Zheng Xun's loyal fan. Chapter 253, She is about to transform. Zheng Xun was not intentionally wasting time. The movie had a fixed start time. And right now, he could do nothing outside. He had already scoured the exterior of this cinema multiple times during the simulation, apart from some frightening things. There was nothing of value. With nothing to do, wandering around other floors would make him miss the movie's opening. So he decided to do something interesting to pass the time here. It was Little Hu's first time here, and compared to Zheng Xun, he had more curiosities. He wandered around the inside of the cinema. There is a spacious counter selling popcorn and drinks, with the entire wall behind the counter plastered with posters of recently screened movies. Behind the glass counter stands a staff member. And there is a name tag on the counter that likely belongs to her colleague, who is currently absent, perhaps on leave. Zheng Xun is leaning over the glass counter, looking at the original flavor and chocolate-flavored popcorn inside the transparent glass. Two different flavors are separated by another glass panel. At this moment, Zheng Xun is struggling to decide which one to eat. Will the chocolate be too sweet? I want the original flavor. The female attendant scoops from the white side. Chapter 254, First prize. Zheng Xun, feeling mischievous, notices that someone is enraged by him, their true form barely concealed, and he even reminds them. You can't do this. He says sternly to the moth-like creature, explaining that humans have their rules, and so do monsters. Since you are a person now, you can only be a person. If you choose not to be human, then you are very much not human. After a round of nonsense, the moth's CPU seems to be overheating. Sometimes it's hard to tell if Zheng Xun causes more physical harm or psychological harm to others. Zheng Xun gives it a try, and the attendant seems a bit overwhelmed. The situation is too complicated for her to handle. Her eyes dart between the human and the moth. Such basic NPCs found everywhere in this instance don't have high-end configurations. And when faced with slightly complex questions, she doesn't know how to respond. Moreover, Zheng Xun had already put considerable mental pressure on her before this. Taking advantage of her foggy mind, Zheng Xun swiftly grabs all the drinks on the counter that she didn't have time to put away, using his clothes to carry them away. The moth companions around them, though they witnessed Zheng Xun's zero-cost purchase, are only responsible for the role of bystanders. They had come over earlier because the female attendant was threatened and triggered an alarm among her kind. Chapter 255, Honest and Direct. Lucky audience. The path to the screening room is very dim. Zheng Xun and Huzian walk slowly in the direction of the crowd. On either side are brightly lit number signs indicating the locations of the screening rooms, almost taking up small sections of the wall. Starting from the ticket entrance, the left side has odd numbers, and the right has even numbers. The VIP room is only on the even side, located in the middle. There is a separate sign outside the screening room that reads "Please enter VIP room from here." Zheng Xun doesn't look at the sign and confidently walks in. Huzian glances at it. In the lower right corner of the sign is an outline of a hollow moth pattern. The style of the four moth building is unified, and this moth can be seen everywhere. Perhaps this serves as a hint for players, if they can't even understand such common hints. Then the White Tower would have to throw up its hands in helplessness. Once inside the screening room, as the movie start time approaches, the lights above have dimmed. It feels as if they are suddenly submerged in ink, unable to see anything. The carpet absorbs sound, and walking on it makes no noise at all. Without footsteps, it feels as if there is only oneself left in the surroundings. Huzian remembers that when they walked into the VIP room, there were probably only 4 or 5 people, including him and Zheng Xun. Chapter 256, Movie begins. The Moth's Child. This movie tells a story about the moth having children and the beetle bearing them. Of course, it merely borrows the illusion to convey the same principle. In the beginning of the scene, there is a hand belonging to a little girl. The girl's palm is open and raised high, as if trying to grasp something. When she moves her hand away, revealing a face that looks different, both Huziyan and the audience in the live stream are taken aback. This girl, who appears to be under 10, is undoubtedly beautiful if one only looks at her features. She has round, bright black eyes, a prominent nose, and delicate, rosy lips. Unfortunately, half of her face is covered with large red marks. This red mark completely ruins her appearance, making it difficult to draw attention away from it and notice her pretty, perfect features. Many who see it at first might mistake the mark for a burn. But upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that it is a congenital birthmark, and a rather difficult one to treat. It is hard to restore her appearance to perfection through later interventions. Judging by the little girl's attire, she should also be a child from a wealthy family. Her parents would not be unwilling to spend money on her treatment. Chapter 257, Flowers Under the Gun. There is a book here. Meng Lian squats under one of the bookshelves, the tall shelves making her figure appear particularly petite. A small bundle. The bookstore has a considerable number of books, at least several hundred, mostly literary works. If one were to flip through all these books from start to finish, it might not be completed even after the instance ends. Fortunately, the White Tower does not make things too difficult for them. After flipping through a dozen books, Meng Lian discovers a small blackboard labeled Today's Special Recommendations, hidden between two bookshelves. It lists a total of 5 books: The Self-Cultivation of Moths, 36 Strategies for Raising Moths, Moth, and Postpartum Care for Moths. The first 4, from their titles, clearly seem to hold little significance. Song Yao has already looked at these, and they are basically encyclopedias and popular science about moths. Nothing particularly special. The key lies in the last book. Meng Lian has just taken down the last book from the shelf beside her, which is titled Smoke Like Smoke. A completely incomprehensible title. Meng Lian is a literary enthusiast, but if it was Zheng Xun here, he would have started banging his head with the book by now. This book is quite light, with only a few dozen pages. Chapter 258, Professional Alignment. The breathing sounds are getting closer. From Huziyan's perspective, he cannot see the appearance of the two entities. However, Zheng Xun previously said not to look back, indicating that they are difficult to deal with. The entity that makes Zheng Xun uneasy, the inverted woman from the Happy Community book, is one such case. That thing is entirely devoid of reason. Jumping around and nibbling everywhere, when encountered, one can only find a way to hide and must not naively try to make contact. Now, Zheng Xun's choice not to confront it head-on suggests that the things behind him share similarities with the inverted woman. However, Zheng Xun leaving his seat seems to be a safe action. Huziyan hesitates for 2 seconds, but ultimately decides to follow Zheng Xun's arrangement. He initially feels cautious. Tightly gripping the bubble, his brow furrowed, features frozen. When he stands up, the chair automatically folds back, returning to its original state. Nothing happens. Huziyan does not dare to look back. He always remembers the hint Zheng Xun gave him earlier. Not looking back is likely the rule to restrict their movement. As long as the player suppresses their curiosity and does not foolishly turn to look, they can pass through safely. But when danger looms, how many can successfully restrain their curiosity about the unknown? Chapter 259, It's said that the advantage is mine. Zheng Heihei is indeed Zheng Heihei. There are always doubts about Da Hei, who, as a boss from an A-level dungeon, seems to be a few tiers lower than Hongjie and Xiaoyin, who come from 3S dungeons. Da Hei actually feels quite wronged about this. If it could speak, it would quietly say that the bosses in the White Tower dungeon are assigned. It was sent to the A-level dungeon to build its courage because of its timid nature, dislike of socializing, and unwillingness to interact with players. In fact, its strength is far beyond what an A-level dungeon can accommodate. On the contrary, it even actively weakened its own abilities to fit into the A-level dungeon. If it weren't for Zheng Xun appearing in that dungeon and quickly shutting down the cinema, it would still be stuck there playing boring hide-and-seek games with players. Zheng Xun knows that Da He has a high ceiling, but is indeed socially anxious. So, giving it the chance to stay with the social butterfly Xiaoyan helps it raise its thresholds, allowing it to adapt to normal socializing in a short period of time. Da He has indeed achieved this. Now, Zheng Xun lets it out to show its skills. This familiar scene feels like strolling in its own backyard for Zheng He. Chapter 260, Inside and Outside the Glass. Zheng Xun stands behind the glass, like a spectator who has intruded without invitation. Although he can't see anyone's face clearly, it feels strangely familiar. What's wrong? Is your body uncomfortable again? Dr. Shu will arrive in half an hour. It's very close to his home, so it will be convenient in the future. All right, you don't like hospitals, I won't mention it. Is it that you dislike this place? Zheng Xun hears a tall young man trying to comfort a shorter one. Their relationship seems very close, like family or friends. But it's hard to judge, because the boy named Zheng Xun has remained silent. The boy's height barely reaches the young man's waist, and he looks quite young, which suggests a high possibility of being brothers. Brothers? Zheng Xun doesn't remember having an older brother or other male relatives of a similar age. There might be some, but he doesn't know. He doesn't even have memories of his parents. His impression from his previous life is that he completed his studies under the long-term sponsorship of a mysterious benefactor. The benefactor's identity is a mystery, and Zheng Xun was contacted through the sponsorship agency. The sister at the agency said it was a wealthy boss who was enthusiastic about charity and told him not to worry about the sponsorship being interrupted. Chapter 261, Almost Suffocated Me. It turned out to be a Yuan. At the moment Zheng Xun realized who the person opposite him was, his breath almost stopped. Not only because he recognized that person as a Yuan, but also because he began to doubt the boy's identity. Previously, he thought it was just a child with the same name, unrelated to him. Now he had to reconsider this matter. Even with just a vague silhouette, Zheng Xun could overlap that tall figure with a Yuan. He couldn't see the other person clearly, but their identity was easy to guess. It was Nan Xiong, whom he wanted to meet, but had never seen, living under the same roof yet seeming like a stranger. Nan Xiong didn't speak, but she smiled gently, appearing much friendlier than the disguised Yuan, even slightly bending down to extend her fair, slender hand towards the boy. At first, the boy didn't move, seemingly contemplating or judging whether the other person was friendly. After a moment, he placed something in Nan Xiong's hand. Nan Xiong's tone was soft and sounded pleasantly surprised. Candy. I also like candy, thank you. So it was candy. Through the hazy layer of glass, Zheng Xun could see the boy becoming shy upon hearing her words of gratitude. Chapter 262, The White Tower is really stingy. Da He's wailing abruptly stopped. After staring at Zheng Xun, who was lying flat like a salted fish, for 3 seconds. It quietly apologized. I'm sorry, Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun waved his hand, telling it not to mind. Da He helped Zheng Xun up, and at that moment, Huaziyan also arrived. Zheng Xun, are you okay? Xiaohua is very considerate of his boss, even though the boss is poor. I'm fine, Da He. Zheng Xun wanted to say that Da He had saved him. But when he turned around, sure enough, the shy subordinate had disappeared without a trace. Forget it. Xiaohua. Are you injured? Huaziyan shook his head. The shot just now was fired by the boss. That little girl was cornered by Da He, and should have had no power to fight back. But at the last moment, she unleashed a strong will and actually aimed a shot at Zheng Xun. Zheng He, both anxious and angry, dealt with the monster and then turned to save Zheng Xun. Fortunately, he made it in time. Zheng Xun's head was still a bit dizzy. He rubbed his temples with one hand, still feeling a bit uncomfortable. perhaps due to the recent hallucination. At the moment the bullet penetrated the glass, he not only saw his past self, but also the young man who had always spoken gently to Zheng Xun. The other party was dressed in a light-colored suit, well-tailored, and very suitable for him. Chapter 263, Clues in the Book. The four met on the first floor of the mall and exchanged the clues they had. Huziyan and Zheng Xun exchanged glances, and the latter nodded. Xiao was started by sharing their findings. We marked the active locations for players. Then entered the fifth-floor screening room. Huziyan, as Zheng Xun's spokesperson, succinctly explained their previous experiences. What happened in the screening room made Meng Lian and the others break into a cold sweat. Thank goodness nothing happened. Meng Lian stammered. Just listening made her feel how dangerous the situation was at that time. Even the all-powerful Zheng Xun almost got shot through. The biggest gain for Zheng Xun today was marking locations. There weren't many clues about the building. Meng Lian said they had some discoveries. Like Huziyan, before she spoke, she first sought the captain's consent. Once Song Yao nodded, she took out the book she had been holding between her elbows, looking a bit worried. You just mentioned that you watched a movie in the cinema. I think I can add some clues about that. Previously, in the cinema, Zheng Xun and the others discovered two special movies. One was called The Child of the Moth, and the other was The Person Who Cannot Escape Time. Chapter 264, Smoke Rising. Ying Siming, a person who received an excellent education, has a happy family and a successful career. Why would she suddenly become insane? This book, written by herself, may provide some answers, but certain phrases lead one into a deeper abyss. I began to become suspicious. Someone replaced everything around me, and I was completely unaware, which made my heart race. I do not believe that others intend to harm me. The doctor always thinks I have a persecution complex, but he is wrong. I describe my feelings in detail. It's like a person living in a house they've inhabited for 10 years. One morning, they wake up to find everything around them has been secretly changed. The number on the bottom of the blue toothbrush cup has changed. The charger in the drawer feels different from what it used to be. A crack in the floor has been mysteriously repaired, restored to its original state. There are countless small details like this, too many to count. I feel as if someone is holding an eraser, erasing the scenes of my life little by little each day and redrawing them. At first, I didn't understand the purpose of this. But later, when I passed a market, I saw someone cutting a block of cake. Chapter 265, You Are Still Aggrieved. They arrived at around 9 a.m. on December 31st. After a round of non-business hours and a round of business hours, and now it is already 10 a.m. on January 1st. It is again a non-business hour. This time, everyone was mentally prepared and had made arrangements in advance. When the lights dimmed, they had already arrived at their designated positions. Huziyan and Meng Lian were in a group on the third-floor menswear section. Zheng Xun and Song Yao were in a group on the fourth-floor home goods section. After the guests disguised as moths disappeared, the mall became increasingly empty. If the flashlight function of the wristband was used at this time, turning it on with a snap to shine 200 meters away, it would create a thrilling and mysterious atmosphere. Unfortunately, to avoid startling the snake, they chose to keep the wristband screen always on, shining where needed to avoid trouble. Zheng Xun was now shining the light on Song Yao's face. Song team, Zheng Xun's face is slightly darker, staring intently. Are you unhappy? Do you feel wronged with me? The light from the wristband screen was not as glaring as a flashlight, so Song Yao could still look Zheng Xun in the eye. It would be better if he couldn't see clearly. In front of each other, with millions of viewers, Song Yao could only take a deep breath and lie to Zheng Xun. Chapter 266. I advise you to listen to me. A moment of terror. When the turning point occurred, Song Yao only felt darkness in front of him. This darkness lasted for several minutes. He took a while to regain normal thought processes. At this time, he realized what that large dark mass flying past was. The size of those moths had exceeded Song Yao's understanding. He didn't know if they bit or not, but it felt like just flapping their wings could kill a person. They were crowded together, originally chasing the two human players, Zheng Xun and Song Yao. However, Zheng Xun suddenly changed course midway, and they didn't have time to adjust direction, crashing in. They crashed into an invisible abyss. Strangely, after frantically flying after the humans, those moths inexplicably disappeared. Now this entire area had returned to just Song Yao and Zheng Xun wrapped in a blanket. Song Yao gasped for breath, and when he regained the ability to speak normally, he asked Zheng Xun, "Where did those monsters go?" Zheng Xun held the sides of the blanket with both hands, exposing only his face. "Ah, you mean them? They've gone to that world over there." Zheng Xun pointed, and Song Yao looked in the direction he was pointing. Chapter 267, I don't have that ability. On the third floor, Huzian and Meng Lian had already arrived. Meng Lian was a bit socially anxious, and Huzian was also quiet. Little Hua only talked a lot in three situations, discussing with Zheng Xun, speaking on behalf of Zheng Xun, or arguing online for Zheng Xun. He even opened a small account and accidentally formed an anti-Zheng Xun group with Cheng Ji, who was causing a stir online. The key was that when they first interacted online, they agreed not to expose each other more than 3 times. This led to them being familiar strangers online despite knowing each other in reality. Moreover, they mutually disliked each other. Little Hua felt that Cheng Ji was just venting his emotions under the guise of speaking for Zheng Xun, essentially a brainless troll, bringing trouble to Zheng Xun. Cheng Ji believed Little Hua was excessively toxic and dark, with no common language, only distorting and crawling online. That said, because both Huzian and Meng Lian didn't like to speak casually, their journey was particularly silent. Huzian didn't think much of it. He had often been silent in the past, so he had developed a habit that was hard to change. But Meng Lian thought it was awkward for both of them not to talk. The menswear section was a bit far from the elevator, requiring a few minutes of walking. Chapter 268, Layout. Shen Guanyu did not expect the target to appear so early. Indeed, his main purpose for entering the dungeon this time was not to gain rewards or anything else, but to eliminate obstacles. The Silver Snow Guild regarded him as an obstacle, and he equally found certain people quite annoying. Lin Sheng was one of them. Shen Guanyu actually didn't want to target a newcomer who hadn't joined the guild for long. Lin Sheng entered the guild after the Shen Yuan incident. Logically speaking, Shen Yuan's death had nothing to do with him. But he fawned on the incompetent higher-ups, blindly following them, even attempting to harm Shen Guanyu a few times before. That could not be tolerated. Shen Guanyu's situation in the Silver Snow Guild was actually quite bad. Although his aunt Shenbing was still in the higher-ups, she had been lying low to investigate who was responsible for his elder brother's death, and could not act rashly. Even knowing that Shen Guanyu was being bullied in a team, she couldn't easily intervene. Shen Guanyu understood this, and he had discussed with his aunt not to interfere too much in the team's matters, as it would distract her. To say that the Shen family's decisiveness was inherited. Since his nephew had said so, Shen Bing indeed did not inquire at all about Shen Guanyu's situation in the team, unless he insisted on bringing it up. Chapter 269, Life and Death Moment. Shen Guanyu and Lin Sheng walked down a narrow passage. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of their footsteps faintly echoing. Lin Sheng touched the wall next to him. The metal felt cold, indicating this was not a passage normal people would walk through. The more he walked, the more anxious he became, and he couldn't help but ask Shen Guanyu, "Brother Shen, where are we actually going? Aren't we looking for clues to solve the mystery?" Shen Guanyu originally didn't want to waste words with him. However, to calm the hostage's emotions, he still briefly said a few sentences. "This is a shortcut. I studied the existing information about this dungeon before coming and discovered this shortcut, which should have been for the mall staff to use. He walked ahead, slightly turning his head and pointing to the deeper part of the passage. Not far ahead is the exit. There's a staff workspace over there, with props and clues. Grab the props, they will be useful. What Shen Guanyu said was mostly true, but he spoke vaguely, concealing all the dangers. Lin Sheng only felt excited. That's great. Brother Shen, then you and I will be the first to exit the dungeon. This sounded a bit like a you die, I live sentiment. Lin Sheng subconsciously blurted out. And then felt it was inappropriate. Chapter 270. Please leave. Zheng Xun came here to find someone. Song Yao had disappeared without any warning. With him no longer in the way, Zheng Xun's actions became quicker. During the simulation, he had also turned around on the 4th floor. The main clue on this floor appeared to be in the residential area. With Song Yao missing, Zheng Xun's first action was to exchange his lottery ticket. He no longer clung to that so-called comforting little blanket, pulling out a few bills from his pocket to pay at the cash register. This money was, of course, borrowed by him during the day. The mannequin behind the cash register stood stiffly, with an attitude that was quite respectful. It tapped on the already broken cash register. Whether the machine was good or bad didn't matter, what was important was the ritual. After the mannequin counted the coins, Zheng Xun didn't want to waste time, and didn't bargain with it. Even fearing trouble, he simply tossed the blanket beside the counter. After spending over 500, he received a lottery ticket, which needed to be drawn on the 1st floor. This lottery ticket was rectangular, colorful, with various prizes written on it. The ticket looked somewhat old, and one corner had a crease. Following the crease, Zheng Xun ripped the ticket apart. Chapter 271. Crazy. The situation was somewhat urgent. Zheng Xun's first reaction was that Shen Guanyu was in danger. He exclaimed and nimbly flipped to the next floor to rescue him. The camera ball seemed to be shocked by this scene as well, retreating a few steps before following Zheng Xun. The hole where the accident occurred was actually not far from him, it was just that the darkness blurred the distance, making it difficult to judge accurately for a moment. The situation on Shen Guanyu's side was already quite critical. By the time Zheng Xun rushed over, he was hanging precariously on the edge. Xun, brother Xun, Shen Guanyu gasped. His face pale, forcing out a faint smile at Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun adjusted his position, finding the most convenient angle to pull Shen Guanyu up. Hurry up, Xiao Shen. As he pulled Shen Guanyu up, Zheng Xun vaguely felt the other person's left leg kick towards the shadow. He was quite perceptive and instinctively glanced at that spot. He then discovered that there was not just Xiao Shen in the hole, but another person. Is this a buy one get one free? Zheng Xun complained while leaning back into the hole again. In the spot where Shen Guanyu had been hanging, slightly lower down, there were a few protruding steel pipes. Chapter 272. The masterful Dr. Zheng Xun's dark eyes quietly gazed at Lin Sheng. He turned his back to the camera and Shen Guanyu, his expression growing cold. This was not directed at Lin Sheng, but at a fragment of truth that had carelessly been revealed in front of him. From the moment he entered the instance, an identical version of himself, the mansion illusion in the cinema, had appeared one after another. Now, Lin Sheng had also said such words to him. Zheng Xun slowly stood up. Xun Ji. Shen Guanyu spoke from behind, somewhat unable to decipher Zheng Xun's meaning. The other party's emotions seemed to have suddenly changed. He watched Zheng Xun standing quietly for a few seconds, then slightly turned his body back. He smiled, but this smile looked oddly calm. Though the corners of his mouth were raised, his eyes revealed a sense of lifelessness. It was as if everything inside him had died, leaving only an empty shell to speak with Shen Guanyu. Even the seasoned Shen Guanyu felt a chill this time. Xiao Shen, let's go. Xun Ji. Look. Shaolin has woken up anyway. Since he can talk, he can naturally call for help. If there's danger, we don't need to do anything. Let's go, let's go. There are still many places in this instance we haven't explored. Chapter 273, Making a Face. Lin Sheng's abnormal behavior caught everyone present off guard. Especially Meng Lian, who covered her red, swollen hand, standing dazedly at the passageway. "Are you okay?" Meng Lian heard someone beside her ask with concern. She turned her head to see Zheng Xun. "No, I'm fine," she said, still somewhat in shock, "but Shaolin, he..." Zheng Xun shook his head. Perhaps it indicated he was also unaware, or perhaps it meant not to worry about him anymore. By the way, Zheng Xun looked at the others. "Have you seen Team Song?" Song Yao had disappeared, and after searching extensively, Zheng Xun wanted to ask the other three. However, all three shook their heads. "Well, that's it. Team Song should be missing." The camera ball floated over at the right moment, and Zheng Xun suddenly remembered there was also a live broadcast room. "Let's check the live stream." He opened his wristband, made a few operations, and pulled up the live broadcast room. The non-business hours started at 10 p.m. in reality, which was precisely when the live broadcast room was most active. Why did it suddenly become non-business hours? I didn't feel anything. I followed the hammer's perspective. I don't know how long that passageway is, it feels like half the time was spent there. Chapter 274 Lost. What Zheng Xun learned from the bullet screen was all of this. The viewers who had opened Song Yao's perspective said that after seeing that ghost face, Song Yao stood still for a full 5 minutes without moving. The camera ball had long since disappeared. However, Song Yao had activated the real-time shooting function of his wristband, so the audience could see everything he saw. They just couldn't know about Song Yao's expression and state. At that moment, Song Yao was extremely terrified. When a person is in extreme fear, they actually cannot scream, they only feel their heartbeat is about to explode, as if a detonator is stuffed inside them. His throat felt blocked, and his limbs were completely unresponsive. In that moment, Song Yao's exterior was like a stiff puppet, but inside he was boiling. He had crossed a boundary. Players all knew that crossing the boundary would lead to terrible things. But aside from Zheng Xun and Huziyan, who had experienced the other side while wearing human skins, others did not know what kind of horrifying things would happen. The unknown fermented fear, and Song Yao almost lost the ability to think. 5 minutes later, everything around remained calm, and nothing happened. It was very strange. But he was saved. Realizing he had narrowly escaped death, Song Yao almost collapsed to the ground. He leaned against the railing beside him, gasping for air. Chapter 275 The strange news photo. What happened later was known only to Song Yao himself, no one else was aware. He found that boy familiar and jogged a few steps after him. However, the girl pushing the wheelchair seemed unhurried, and the distance between them kept increasing. Song Yao could only watch helplessly as the other person melted into the crowd, obscured by layers of shadows. He stood there, showing a lost expression. "Hello." Someone called out to him from behind. "Is this something you dropped?" Song Yao turned around and saw a slender hand at first glance. The palm was slightly open, revealing his bracelet. It might have come loose earlier, causing it to fall off accidentally. He quickly thanked the person, who smiled and said "You're welcome" before moving past him. At that moment, Song Yao came to his senses and realized he had been focused on the bracelet and hadn't actually seen the person's face. He only remembered that they were wearing a suit. Song Yao immediately lifted his head, searching for the person's figure. It was a tall man in a suit. He couldn't see the man's face, as he only caught a glimpse of the back of his head. It seemed that he knew the girl who had just pushed the wheelchair. Song Yao saw that girl again among the crowd. Chapter 276, Blood Lily. At this point, it was basically confirmed that Song Yao wouldn't be coming back. After getting separated from you, Team Song stepped into a time-space 10 years ago and successfully reached the 6th floor. There, he died in the fireworks fire that night. This photo captures his last moments of peace before death. Huziyan sorted out the sequence of events and then looked at Zheng Xun. "Zheng Xun, Is that how it is? Zheng Xun glanced at the other sections of the newspaper, which had no value, repeating the same line, I am a sensational, but useless news. It seemed that this newspaper served two main purposes. One was to remind them of the tragic accident that occurred on the 6th floor. And the other was to inform them of Song Yao's death. The fireworks burst in the sky, the most beautiful yet cruel moment. Song Yao died in that instant. And it was unknown what he was thinking. Judging by his expression, he should have felt quite fulfilled. The Silver Snow team was left with only Meng Lian and Shen Guanyu present. Meng Lian looked pained. After all, it was a life, and before this, he was her captain, someone she could see every day. Shen Guanyu, on the other hand, showed no particular expression and merely lowered his head slightly. Chapter 277, so-called letting go 4 glass petals. Zheng Xun had one in his hand, and Meng Lian had just received another. They were still missing 2. If we collect all of these, can we reach the 6th floor? Meng Lian couldn't help but rub the surface of the petal with her fingers, feeling a unique delicacy. Not necessarily, Huzian shook his head. If that were the case, it would be great, but it could also be a deceptive trap. Little Hua had learned quite a bit from following the team during this time. He knew that there were many variations in the instance, and that some traps were designed to lure players into them. For instance, there might be contradictory fake rules in the instance, and some areas that seemed like escape routes could actually lead directly to a monster's stomach. One step into the stomach would mean no complete corpse left. Huzian's caution served as a reminder to everyone present, except Zheng Xun. This guy had been silent for quite a while, and Huzian had noticed it early on. But Meng Lian and Shen Guanyu were still not accustomed to his habit of disappearing. Shen Guanyu was the second person to notice Zheng Xun was missing, after Little Hua. Where's Zheng Xun? The surveillance ball turned back and forth, feeling a bit flustered. It probably had just been focused on recording the players' discussions, and overlooked the silent person. The scene shifted, capturing Zheng Xun's figure. He had already arrived at the first floor's lottery area. The so-called lottery area was located in the center of the first floor of the mall, set up with a fairly large lottery table. It had appeared out of nowhere. There had been no sign of it before. Above the lottery table was a huge wheel, divided into 7 sections. 5 sections were painted black, with white skulls drawn on them. It was obvious that if the pointer landed in these areas, the prize would only be death. The remaining 2 sections were white and had no patterns. This should be the areas where a real prize could be won. The wheel was black and white. Although the patterns on it were quite frightening, overall, the rules posed no obstacles. Now 2 problems arose. The first issue was that these 7 sections were not equal. The 5 black sections occupied nearly 95% of the wheel, while the 2 white sections could barely accommodate the width of an adult's hand. This meant that selecting the actual prize was already quite challenging. The second problem was that the wheel had no pointer. Without one, how could they draw a prize? The area was empty. Besides the large wheel, there was nothing else. Even a dart would have been useful. The very setup of the lottery area had already brought many surprises, and Zheng Xun himself added some explosive effects. It wasn't difficult to find him. When the other 3 shifted their gaze, they discovered that Zheng Xun was like a nimble spider, lying on the wheel. His hands were constantly touching several colored sections, as if he were testing the distances between them. Seeing this scene, Shen Guanyu and Meng Lian fell silent. Huzian, however, was unfazed. As expected of a guild member, their mental states were converging. While others were still surprised by what Zheng Xun was up to, Huzian had already moved on to the next step. He also stepped up to the lottery area and asked, "Do we need to hang someone up as the pointer?" Asking such a question was quite bold. Zheng Xun responded with a hem, seemingly still processing the question. When he realized what Huzian had asked, he shook his head. "No, a person can't go up. Or else it'll be over." Zheng Xun climbed down from the wheel, flipped over, and stood neatly next to little Hua. This thing looked ordinary, but was actually a brain matter shaker. He took out the crumpled lottery ticket from his pocket, and turned to drop it into the metal box designated for submitting tickets. Little Hua, watch. It's too late today. I'll write more in the morning. Chapter 278. That was close. When Zheng Xun jumped down from the wheel, Shen Guanyu and Meng Lian also arrived. Shen Guanyu witnessed the entire process, and chose to remain silent. It was best not to express any opinions in front of Zheng Xun, nor to attempt to guess what he was thinking. As for Meng Lian, she just breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he was okay. The wheel was still quite tall. She looked up and saw that the top was already reaching the second floor. Zheng Xun insisted on showing Hua Ziyan his little discovery, pulling him aside to that metal lottery ticket box. The lottery box has a sign that states each person is limited to one lottery ticket during the event, and each ticket can only be drawn once. There is a voting slot on it, and it is surrounded by iron plates sealed tightly, with several rows of neatly nailed rivets along the edges. Hua Ziyan approached and found that the voting slot was somewhat unusual. The area around this ticket slot was painted with the face of a child, the lines somewhat haphazard, making the child appear fierce. Due to the overly futuristic style, it was impossible to distinguish whether it was a boy or a girl. It resembled the patterns on the lottery machine at that time, likely crafted by the same person. It's unclear why this person chose to draw so many strange images. Chapter 279. White walls, white paper, red lines. I'm stunned. This turntable spins so fast. Is it afraid that players will win a prize? There's a good chance of that. It seems Zheng Xun was right about the brain-mixing device. Was he really a genius? Kui is already a genius, he's just lazy. Laziness doesn't equal stupidity. Is this thing really for a lottery? Isn't it randomly selecting a player to die? Maybe it's a two-way lottery. For the bosses in the instance, it really is. No way. There are hardly any surviving players left, and now they have to die in front of everyone. Where did Pei Minghuan go? Who knows, he probably ran off. Kui and the others seem to have an idea. Kui is taking action. Okay, Kui has retreated again. Sai, just playing around. Where did Pei Minghuan go? Zheng, be careful. This instance has too many little traps. One careless move and you'll be caught. By the way, did you see that post that was published not long ago on the forum? Which one? What gossip did I miss? Genius or madman? Taking you into the Ying Siming incident of the past, this one. Yes. I took a quick look, too long to read. Can someone kind-hearted summarize it? Chapter 280. Measurement. If the last behavior could be interpreted as a result of a bad mood or some form of artistic expression. This response to Ying Siming's content sent chills down one's spine. Some people still tried to interpret it through photography art. Perhaps she wanted to convey her artistic concept by taking pictures of the same object from the same angle. However, as soon as this person's thoughts were published, they were heavily criticized. Ying Siming is a researcher, and for years her account has had nothing to do with art. It's not about disparaging teacher Ying. Even her casual shots of work meals could make anyone lose their appetite. How could such photography skills be linked to art? These 20 identical photos represented something abnormal. This sparked a small-scale discussion. Some believed Ying Siming was under too much research pressure, causing emotional instability, while others said she was just seeking attention, trying to get popular again through hype. Yet among this, a small voice persisted. Someone said Ying Siming might be conducting some kind of experiment. If an ordinary person takes photos of 3 completely unchanged objects from the same angle every day, it might simply be because they are bored after eating. Chapter 281. One hammer solves all. The comments were filled with surprise that Zheng Xun was not busy drawing a lottery in the instance, but was watching their gossip. To this, Zheng Xun curled his lips. This doesn't interfere. I want to play along with everyone. He pulled back the erratically flying camera ball, aiming the lens at the meat grinder turntable that had just been spinning rapidly. It had stopped, and a large hole had been knocked out in the white area. "Look!" Zheng Xun pointed with his hand, "It's already done." The comments were like, "How did it happen so quickly? I'm blind, I didn't see anything." "Cooey. Where are your good teammates?" "Ah, you should ask Xiaohua and them." Zheng Xun held the camera ball and turned to another angle, showing the three who were being chased by the boss. "They are over there." In the frame, Huaziyan, Shen Guanyu, and Meng Lian were being chased by three giant moths. Each moth was as tall as two stacked people. They looked terrifying, with greyish-yellow wings adorned with irregular black and yellow circles, resembling twisted monster eyes. As they flew, their shrill cries echoed throughout the first floor of the mall. It was business hours, but the human-shaped customers seemed unaffected by the chaos. Chapter 282, about Ying Siming. As the three ran, Huaziyan and Shen Guanyu chose to split up without discussion. Otherwise, the target would be too concentrated. Poor Meng Lian had no choice but to follow. After she ran a bit with her eyes closed, she opened them and found that the people on both sides had disappeared. Meng Lian cried out louder. While the three were fleeing from the moths, Zheng Xun watched the excitement from the side. Xiaohua and Xiao Shen needn't worry. As for Xiao Meng, although she was scared to tears, her movements were not slow at all, and her escape strategy was quite clear. She had plenty of stamina, still able to cry after running for such a long distance. It seemed there was a reason she was placed in the Silver Snow team as a reserve. Apart from being a bit timid and inexperienced, she had no major flaws and even had several outstanding advantages. Zheng Xun sat there leisurely, explaining to the viewers in the live stream. Reporter Xiao Zheng is online again. Good morning to all the viewers in the live stream, or should I say good evening. I'm reporter Xiao Zheng. What you're seeing now is the live situation on the first floor of the Simiao building instance. Come on. Let us move the camera a bit this way. Let everyone see their faces clearly. Chapter 283. Xun doesn't drink. Meng Lian realized she had been saved. Beads of sweat dripping down her forehead. Her legs felt weak, and her arms were stiff from holding onto something too tightly. Now that she relaxed, she felt discomfort all over her body. Carefully, Meng Lian supported herself with her hands, turned around, and sat on the ground to catch her breath. Thank you, Zheng Xun. She said to Zheng Xun, you saved me. Zheng Xun put away his knife. Don't mention it, actually, I remembered something. You have a talisman on you that can save a life in critical moments. Meng Lian took 2 seconds to realize what he meant. It was the gold jewelry they had found at that time. Could it really be that effective? Meng Lian felt a bit incredulous. Well, sort of, Zheng Xun replied vaguely. This gold jewelry only works against the bosses in the instance, excluding the final boss, and it can only be used once. That is why Zheng Xun didn't rush to help the 3 unlucky players being chased by the moths. They wouldn't die anyway. The already deceased Song Yao actually had this thing too, but he was lost in another time and space, burned to death by the fire there. Chapter 284. Fault tolerance. Regarding the fall of this petal, Zheng Xun himself had no clue. Perhaps it was because he was delving deeper into the White Tower world. Or maybe it was related to the increased number of simulations. Zheng Xun had a feeling that the discrepancies between the simulation and reality were growing larger. He had once pondered why this golden finger was granted to him alone. Zheng Xun believed one thing: everyone is born with a mission. And since he was bestowed such a luxurious gift, he thought the burden he bore must also be a heavy mission. But for now, no one had told him what exactly he was supposed to accomplish. Some of the small side quests Zheng Xun had simulated had never gone wrong. But whenever he encountered complex scenarios like the 7 courtyard or the 4 moths, which were deeply entangled with reality, issues would arise. He could tolerate minor deviations, like having multiple benches, but missing a sofa. But it always involved crucial clues. If this continued, Zheng Xun would start to think that some force was deliberately making things difficult for him. Regarding this glass petal, Zheng Xun had seen it during the simulations. However, he hadn't used it. Before finding the fourth piece, the final boss had appeared. He killed it, and the entire quest ended prematurely. Chapter 285, Don't Want That Kind of Thing. Fifth floor. This floor is a place for tourists to dine and entertain. Featuring a cinema, and numerous barbecue, hot pot, and milk tea shops. Even though the Four Moths building had been abandoned for a long time, during business hours, the quest would still slightly beautify the scene. At the very least, they would add a filter or something. Shen Guanyu was the first to walk down from the escalator. When he clearly saw the scene before him, he exclaimed in surprise. Because Zheng Xun was still behind him, chattering away. I'm telling you. The fifth floor is much better than the lower floors. There's food here. Shen Guanyu stood still in front, and Zheng Xun, who was pushed up to the fifth floor by the escalator, almost bumped into his back. Xiao Shen, what's wrong? Shen Guanyu quickly took a few steps forward. And Meng Lian and Huzian, who were behind Zheng Xun, were fine. Otherwise, it would have been a series of collisions. Zheng Xun asked him. But Shen Guanyu did not reply. Instead, he tilted his body slightly. It was more intuitive to look with his eyes. After Zheng Xun saw everything Xiao Shen had just witnessed, he strangely exclaimed. This is not right. Xiao Hua, come take a look. Huzian had previously acted with Zheng Xun. They had both been to the fifth floor, and knew what was going on here. Chapter 286, Ultra High Definition. In the real world, it was 8 in the morning. This morning, as per usual, it was the observation and review time for Qinglan. The guild didn't seamlessly transition from one quest to another. The members needed to rest and adjust their states, as well as learn from others' experiences, and find their own shortcomings. Typically, during this period, they would review the records of the previous quest, or select a recent live broadcast of another prestigious guild to watch. But today, Deputy Captain Luo Mingxuan suggested watching Zheng Xun's live stream of the Four Moths building quest instead. Moreover, Xiao Hua was also present. So witnessing the performance of their own team member was also very important. Xu Guan thought the suggestion was indeed quite good. Although he had previously strictly prohibited Qinglan members from watching Zheng Xun's live streams, these guys treated his words as mere suggestions, and still watched. As for himself, he had also changed his view on Zheng Xun. Occasionally, Xu Guan reflected that players in the White Tower were diverse, each with their own abilities to survive in this place. Zheng Xun's abilities were unquestionable. His strategies, though bizarre, were very effective and might inspire the team members. However, being forced to reflect in this way was not a pleasant experience, and every time Xu Guan thought of Zheng Xun, he would feel a headache. Chapter 287, Detachment. Yin Lexin was the first to draw a clear line with Zheng Xun. It's not me, Captain. You know me. I am practically irreconcilable with Zheng Kui. Apart from necessary exchanges between guilds, I wouldn't even glance at him. Wang Shutong couldn't stand him. It looked like she rolled her eyes, but it could also be that her contact lens had slipped, or perhaps she genuinely wanted to roll her eyes at him. Is it that you want to look at him, or that he want to look at you? Knowing the other party would definitely retort. Wang Shutong first made a gesture to stop the conversation. Besides, you added Zheng Xun as a friend that day, and when he wanted to chat with you. Didn't you say the captain doesn't allow phone use? I see this is the information you leaked out. You. What Wang Shutong said was indeed true, and Yin Lexin could not refute it. But how did you know about this? I remember I never told you. Because he sent me a message confirming that you weren't lying to him. How did you manage to accuse me so calmly? Wang Shutong pushed her glasses up, as if to cover her embarrassment, then spoke seriously to Xu Guan. Captain, you know. Zheng Xun is the president of the Xuanhui Guild, which is a higher rank than me. If he wants to add me, I can't refuse. Chapter 288, Xiaohua, Danger. When the change happened, no one noticed except for Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun stood still, remaining relatively calm. He looked at the four-person group not far away, about 5 or 6 meters from him. They seemed to be attracted by a milk tea shop sign, a wooden sign that had fallen by the door, standing upright with moth patterns painted in oil. Zheng Xun seemed to say something shocking, as Shen Guanyu and Meng Lian both showed expressions of surprise, the former perhaps also feeling speechless. Huziyan only smiled lightly, appearing completely unaware of Zheng Xun's oddness. Zheng Xun walked a few steps forward to face them. He couldn't hear their conversation. Just then, Shen Guanyu pointed ahead with one hand, probably urging everyone to speed up. The four people across from him also walked toward Zheng Xun's direction. No one noticed his disappearance. Everyone was surrounding that Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun softly called out, "Xiaohua." Huziyan brushed past him, not hearing his voice at all, continuing to chat and laugh with another Zheng Xun. As he passed by, the four gradually moved further away. Zheng Xun ran a few steps to catch up, but the distance between them kept increasing. It wasn't a soul detachment, it was another fake Zheng Xun. Chapter 289, Opening. There were many shops here that suddenly opened. Does this mean we can eat? Given Zheng Xun's mental state, even though a large number of strange-looking waiters had suddenly appeared on this floor, he did not feel scared. The worst-case scenario was that they would all attack him at once. Zheng Xun still stood in place, muttering softly and tentatively taking half a step forward. All the waiters with their backs to him suddenly twisted their heads 90 degrees. They each turned in different directions, some turning from the left, some from the right. In Zheng Xun's view, there was no difference, these people all had their profiles turned towards him. Were they really not going to look at him directly? Would they turn around 180 degrees later? Zheng Xun mumbled to himself, and took a small step forward. A bold attempt. Unfortunately, this time, those with their profiles facing him did not turn around again. Instead, they maintained their previous angles, swaying slightly in place. From a distance, they resembled reeds in the wind. Shadowy and indistinct. The colors around seemed to fade into gray, and Zheng Xun felt as if he were in a place that had been abandoned and forgotten. It was neither the warm colors of memory nor the brightness of reality. How many years ago was this, after all? Chapter 290, The names on the ledger. What was going on? Zheng Xun used both hands to forcefully pry open the ledger. It was as if it were a perfectly sealed brick. The pages were glued tightly together with strong adhesive, making it impossible to tear them apart without ruining the writing on them. It seemed that the time and space Zheng Xun was in had a close relationship with another one where the four people were. Moreover, Zheng Xun felt that he was relatively passive. He could only check some crucial clues when Shen Guanyu's space had some action. This was simply a disaster for someone like Zheng Xun, who was impulsive. Although Zheng Xun was frustrated, he had no other options for the time being. As Shen Guanyu and the others discussed something, Zheng Xun listened while slipping the ledger into his pocket. Zheng Xun made up his mind that when Xiao Shen and the others found something later, he would flip through it vigorously without hesitation. Since there was nothing worth seeing in this shop, Huziyan and the others decided to check next door. Just now, Meng Lian had mentioned whether they should go find the sample mentioned by the clerk. There was a small disagreement on this issue. Zheng Xun and Meng Lian believed they should first look for key items, but Shen Guanyu and Huziyan thought that the entire fifth floor had changed. And now they couldn't figure out what time or year they were in. The most important thing right now was to determine that. Chapter 291, Let me go. Since discovering that the ledger in his hand was actually a list, Zheng Xun's expression had not been good. To validate his thoughts, he followed Xiaohua and the others to the third store. This store was a convenience store, but the shelves inside were empty. And only a leather-bound ledger was placed on the cashier's counter. This time, it was Huzian who opened the ledger. Xiao Hua immediately noticed a problem. The surnames of the customers recorded in the ledgers of the 3 stores were all the same. The others also gathered around. In another time and space, Zheng Xun quickly browsed the content above. He first flipped to the end. 1155, Shen Guanyu, spent 10 yuan. 1155, Huzian, spent 15 yuan. 1155, Meng Lian, spent 20 yuan. Still, it was only the names of the 3 people. Why were there only 3 names? Why was his name not there? This was the first point Zheng Xun thought of. Second, from the 3 existing ledgers, why did the timestamps before other people's names have changes, while Shen, Hua, and Meng's did not? 1155, did this time have any special significance? Zheng Xun sorted through the timeline a bit, from the moment they entered this side quest. Chapter 292, Shadows Under the Light. In this 4-might side quest, Pei Minghuan's appearance rate was indeed not high for Zheng Xun and the others. Especially for Zheng Xun. It seemed that he hadn't seen this character since entering the side quest. As a result, when they met again, the other party had already fallen to such a fate. The camera orb peeked out from behind Shen Guanyu, flew over people's shoulders with a buzz, and presented the final death replay of the wristband to the viewers in the live stream. In the replay, the images were mostly shaky, capturing the scene of players running intensely. After Pei Minghuan went up the stairs, he was initially successful. He and Lin Sheng had chosen the stairs and elevator respectively and separated from there. When Pei Minghuan ran to the 3rd floor in one breath, he paused for a moment. The sensor lights in the stairwell flickered on as he arrived, then turned off with a snap. Through the fire door, the darkness of the 3rd floor slowly seeped into this small area. Pei Minghuan hesitated, and after a moment of reflection, decided to continue upwards. 4th floor. 5th floor. He finally arrived at the 5th floor, because the stairs leading further up were blocked. The steps to the 6th floor were completely surrounded by a metal railing, from the ground to the ceiling. Chapter 293, the 3rd candy. What Pei Minghuan saw at the moment of his death, besides himself, no one knew. Unlike Song Team's situation, after he entered the 5th floor, the previously interrupted live stream reconnected. However, from the viewer's perspective, he seemed to be trapped in a hallucination, continuously screaming in pain, and his body was unnaturally shaking and twisting. At a certain moment, Pei Minghuan suddenly stopped all movements. He slowly turned around, his eyes bloodshot, his gaze unfocused, staring blankly at a point in the void. His lips moved, as if he said 2 words. The next second, 2 pale skeletal arms silently appeared on Pei Minghuan's shoulders. Instantly, he was pulled upwards by a force, completely disappearing from the camera. Only his ethereal cries for help remained. After watching this segment, Shen Guanyu and the others fell silent for a long time. Meng Lian trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but she couldn't articulate anything. Shen Guanyu and Huzian's expressions were also not good. As for Pei Minghuan's death, Shen Guanyu was indifferent. Rather, it saved him a lot of trouble. However, the abnormality before this person died made him very concerned. What did he see that made him so fearful and abnormal? Chapter 294, Her Task. Lin Xun Mansion. A square old-fashioned television sat obediently on a beautiful black lacquered cabinet. The room was illuminated only by the dim blue light emitted by the appliances, faintly revealing the person on the sofa. A girl with soft black long hair wore a white nightgown. The length of the nightgown reached just above her ankles. She curled her legs up, completely able to tuck herself into the dress. In her hand, she held an orange plastic takeout bowl, her left hand gripping chopsticks, swirling them around in the bowl to coil the noodles, then swallowing them in one bite. Her eyes, lit up by the television, appeared blue as she sniffed, staring intently at the scene playing on the screen. What was being shown was the interior of the 4-might building. Moreover, It was from Zheng Xun's perspective. Unlike what the live stream viewers saw, the television in the mansion could display Zheng Xun's every move that had fallen into another time and space. He placed Pei Minghuan's body down and wrapped it in a quilt, chasing after Shen Guanyu and the others' footsteps as they left the previous store. She was able to clearly perceive all the unseen scenes that these outsiders could not. Zheng Xun stealthily took the account book again. Regardless of whether he could open it again, in any case, he just wanted to take it away. Chapter 295. Zheng Xun's purpose. He should have realized it long ago. But a small interlude occurred in between, interrupting his train of thought. The reason he was not on the list was that he had been isolated in another space. Shen Guanyu, Hua Ziyan, and Meng Lian always acted together. They would encounter the same change and then die at the same time. The hints from the script were given one after another. At first, only the surnames Shen, Hua, and Meng were mentioned. Now, Song and Pei have been added. The surname Pei is relatively rare. If the three thought about it a bit, they would inevitably think of Pei Minghuan. But in any case, only the surnames were provided, which was still vague. On the other hand, Zheng Xun saw clearly. He didn't know if the script was deliberately revealing the answer to him for the sake of his precious brain. If that was the case, it would be fine. What he feared was that the space he was in was actually the space of the dead. The internal space of the Four Moths building was indeed complex. Zheng Xun now somewhat understood his situation. He and Xiaohua should be in an exterior-interior space, similar to the inside and outside of a jacket. Attached to the exterior, but unable to break through the existing conditions and touch each other. They could see Pei Minghuan, and perhaps if he walked a bit more, he could also encounter Song Yao. Chapter 296. A brain worth its weight in gold. The last petal appeared. Shen Guanyu's new discovery drew everyone around him. Everyone was staring at that patch of lily of the valley. It looked smaller than the other three petals, narrower and longer, making it difficult to spot among the light strips. The fact that Shen Guanyu could pinpoint it at a glance showed how attentive and keen he was. But at this moment, Zheng Xun hoped that Xiao Shen wouldn't be so impressive. Why does the child have to be so smart? It's life-threatening. Zheng Xun smiled broadly when he saw Shen Guanyu obtain the last petal, and patted the boy's shoulder. Xiao Shen, as expected of you. Then he spread his palm and placed it under Shen Guanyu's eyelids. In this way, all the petals were gathered. He closed his palm again, extending only his thumb and index finger, naturally intending to pick up that fragile flower from Shen Guanyu's palm. Zheng Xun squeezed in among them, like a ghost baring its teeth, eager to directly devour those 4 petals. Xiao Shen, don't! Ghost Zheng Xun shouted. Shen Guanyu maintained his palm-up position, fingers together, with his thumb slightly curled in, cradling that fragile flower. He stood silently, indifferent to Zheng Xun's demand. Chapter 297. Our Wages Owed. Hua Zilin was watching the live broadcast. She had followed her brother and moved into the Qinglan Club. The club provided her with special care, arranging a room for her in the female players' living area. After Hua Ziyan was promoted, everything was developing in a good direction. The dormitory area had a long corridor, with rooms arranged symmetrically. Hua Zilin sat on a small sofa chair in the corner, curled up, and did not turn on the light. Someone passed by. Zilin? Wang Shutong, who had just come out of the conference room, intended to return to her room to rest for a while. The pressure from Team Shu was no joke. As she passed the corner of the corridor, she spotted the little girl hiding there. Sister. Wang Shutong got along well with Hua Zilin. The little girl was unfamiliar with the place, so she took the initiative to introduce her to other team members. There was only one seat on the sofa, so Wang Shutong sat the child on her lap and watched the live broadcast together. Are you watching your brother? Hua Zilin felt nervous. Ever since Hua Ziyan and the others entered the 5th floor, she had an uneasy feeling. She pointed to Zheng Xun on the screen. Brother Zheng Xun. I don't know why, always stands in the corner, apart from the others. What she meant was that after they reached the 5th floor, Zheng Xun often drifted outside the team, maintaining a short distance. Chapter 298. The boundary between illusion and reality. Shen Guanyu and Huziyan exerted almost all their strength, but couldn't prevent Zheng Xun from unlocking the blockade leading to the 6th floor. The key was inserted into the lock, and the iron chains clattered down, flames pouring down from the 6th floor like a fiery waterfall, rushing in from all directions. The air was instantly scorched. Run! Shen Guanyu pulled Meng Lian, who reacted and immediately followed the other two to run downstairs. But they were already surrounded by flames. The way to the next floor only had stairs, escalators, and elevators. The stairs and elevator were in one place, but that area had collapsed, making it impossible to pass. At the escalator entrance, a fire snake suddenly shot out, nearly burning the skin of the three. No matter how advanced the weapons were, they were only effective against bosses. Faced with such a disaster, unless they brought their own firefighting equipment, they would be as powerless as they were now. Behind them, Zheng Xun stood at the escalator entrance on the 6th floor, looking down at the three. After a moment, he turned his head to look at a certain empty space. Standing there was another Zheng Xun from a different time and space. Zheng Xun was holding 4 dolls, facing the other person across the sea of fire. The dolls moved, their toothless mouths opening wide, playfully biting Zheng Xun's arm as if they were playing with him. Chapter 299. The person in the cocoon. In those giant cocoons, 2 of them had blood dripping down in thin streams. They seemed to be breathing, their surfaces tightening and loosening, as if they had life. Zheng Xun looked at those 2 cocoons and surveyed the surrounding terrain. They were still inside the 4 moths building, but without the filter of the illusion. It appeared even more dilapidated. The neatly arranged floor tiles had long since become unrecognizable, the walls were moldy, resembling poisoned skin, mottled and tattered. Grass seeds and tree seeds had been blown in through the door, taking root in the corners. Several trees grew unusually tall, rising from the 1st floor to the 2nd. They had evidently consumed something, receiving ample nutrition. Countless vines clung to the thick tree roots, drawing life from the trees and competing for living space. Black-shelled insects, some as big as a palm, scurried between the leaves. It was a scene of utter decay and decline. In the ceiling of the 1st floor, branches and spider webs intertwined, forming irregular grids. Beneath those grids hung the moth cocoons. In the darkness, the sound of insects flapping their wings could be heard. And a pitch-black shadow flew by, landing on one of the cocoons. A slender proboscis, like a needle, pierced the thin cocoon skin, continuously sucking the juice inside. Chapter 300. The final clearance conditions. In the past, once players met the clearance conditions, the dungeon scene would quickly fade away. And then the original appearance of the White Tower would reveal itself before the players. But this time, it didn't happen. Zheng Xun and the others waited for half a day, even digging the other 3 players out of their cocoons. But they still did not receive the signal that the dungeon was over. Is it possible that we haven't met some condition yet? Meng Lian asked. Unlikely. Huziyan shook his head. From the looks of it now, the dungeon has already shown us its foundation, and at this stage, it's hard to come up with anything new. Huziyan's words calmed Meng Lian a bit, but there was still a stone in her heart that wouldn't settle. Guanyu. Shen Guanyu had not been with the 3 of them for a while and hadn't spoken for a long time. At this moment, Meng Lian noticed his abnormality and took a few steps closer. Guanyu. What's wrong with you? Meng Lian exclaimed, drawing the attention of the other 2. What happened to Xiao Shen? He was fine just a moment ago, and now something's wrong in such a short time. Zheng Xun also walked over. Upon getting closer, he noticed that Shen Guanyu had his eyes tightly closed, beads of sweat were seeping from his forehead and neck, and his expression was tense, as if he was trapped in a nightmare. Chapter 301. The preparation question. This feeling of looking in the mirror is terrible. Before this, all the information about the fake Zheng Xun had been provided to him by others. Even when he was replaced by the fake Zheng Xun on the 5th floor. It was still across a layer of space-time, without direct dialogue. But now, he felt a chill all over, and his scalp was numb. This intense physical reaction was not just because the other person looked exactly like him. No, if they were completely identical, that would be fine. At most, he could treat it as a malicious monster mimicking him and deal with it decisively. But now, the other Zheng Xun in his sight appeared to be about a year or two younger than him. His facial features hadn't changed much. But his body didn't seem strong. It was definitely different from his own monkey-like physique that climbed up and down. If he had to describe it, it resembled how he looked before coming to this world. Zheng Xun remembered that at that time, due to malnutrition from a young age, he hadn't been able to make much physical improvement as he grew up, and his endurance was always below average, making him very prone to illness. But strangely, when he fell into the first dungeon, his sickly physique had significantly improved. Later, after training with Hongji, he successfully transformed into his current appearance. Chapter 302. A person's fireworks. This sudden appearance of himself, after asking the final question, did not immediately seek an answer. Even if you provide the answer now, it wouldn't be the final answer. Questions that span a lifetime may remain unanswered until the moment of death. He smiled, his thick eyelashes brushing against each other. His eyebrows dark and dense, and his messy hair gave him a fluffy, harmless look. You still have time to think, Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun stared at him. And at this moment, the other person had already shifted his gaze away from his face and onto the dim night scene in the distance. Who are you? Zheng Xun asked softly. You are different from the previous Zheng Xun. How many Zheng Xun exist? And who is the real Zheng Xun? I can only say, we can all be Zheng Xun, and we can all not be. It depends on whose eyes you live in, who sees you as unique. I care about myself. In my eyes, I am Zheng Xun. But some people think I am not, and if their power surpasses mine, then they can silently erase my option and retain the only answer they believe in. This is not a debate on reasoning, it's a contest of strength. Chapter 303. Lock Postpartum Care for the Horse Monkey, a book with a strange title. It's hard to imagine in what mental state the author wrote it, from the book title to the author. Zheng Xun didn't know where to start with his complaints. This book is actually called Postpartum Care for the Horse Monkey. The author is still that researcher. None of the others unpacked their gift boxes, only Akui, as always, treating no one as an outsider. Seeing that the first gift he received was a book. The other three crowded around curiously. This. Meng Lian was the first to see the book title and hesitated. Zheng Xun opened the first chapter of the content page. The horse monkey is a special species of the White Tower. Its body is like an ape, but its face is much longer, resembling a horse's face. It's actually a serious popular science book about horse monkeys. Zheng Xun closed the book. The White Tower must have its reasons for doing this. Let us just keep it, after all, it's free. Zheng Xun put the book into the cloud space, preparing to study it properly after returning. There was still something inside the large gift box. It was not small in size. Zheng Xun dove in. The box was big enough to swallow him perfectly. A few seconds later, Zheng Xun spat himself out, and the hidden item was dragged out with him. Chapter 304. Agent Hao Xiao Jiyu Teacher. Zheng Xun answered the phone, and Jiyu Xiuqi's voice came through. Xiao Jiyu Teacher first congratulated Zheng Xun on successfully clearing the Formoth dungeon, and then asked how his health was, whether he needed treatment. I didn't suffer any serious injuries. Zheng Xun looked at his hand. There was a mark at the base of his thumb. Likely from accidentally getting cut by a blade during the fight, but it had stopped bleeding. It's just that the dungeon dragged on for a long time. And I'm tired. Zheng Xun had also encountered situations where dungeons lasted 3 days and nights in the past. But he had never felt as physically and mentally exhausted as this time. There were too many secrets, and the amount of information was overwhelming. Even he found it hard to cope. Hearing him say he was tired, Jiyu Xiuqi kept it brief. A gentleman, who claims to be an agent from the Xuanhui Association, came to find you. But he didn't dare to rashly enter the mansion, and couldn't contact you for a while, so he sought our help. To say he sought help is actually that the agent was wandering at the foot of the mountain, afraid to go up, and was then picked up by Li Shu, who lives nearby. Li Shu didn't have Zheng Xun's contact information, so he called Jiyu Xiuqi. Zheng Xun flipped through his phone's call log, and indeed found several unfamiliar numbers that had called in. Chapter 305. Going home. Zheng Xun was walking on the way to the mansion. Xiuqi's call was still connected. He asked Zheng Xun what the impersonating agent had said. He asked a lot, but I didn't answer anything crucial. Zheng Xun had never liked to talk too much about his private matters to outsiders. He didn't have such a strong desire to share. However, he suggested I add people within the guild, which I refused. He probably wanted to add his own people. Refusing was the right choice. Zheng Xun's voice was dull, a bit listless. Xiuqi said to let him rest well after returning. There was no rush with the agent's matter. He would contact the other party and handle it in a couple of days. There was still time. Zheng Xun answered softly, hung up the phone. And the entrance of the mansion was just a few steps away. The decorative light at the door flickered on, and no matter how the weather was outside, the slope was always damp and cold. As he walked, water droplets clung to his hair. Zheng Xun shook his head, climbed the steps, and knocked on the door. Before his hand could land on the door, it creaked open. Inside was pitch black, silent, and serene. Like a haunted house. Zheng Xun calmly walked into the haunted house, changing his shoes in the dark. Behind him, the door closed again, and the light of candles ignited in the air. At first glance, the candlestick seemed to float in mid-air. Chapter 306. A unique existence. To avoid confusion, Zheng Xun planned to ask about the several fake Zheng Xuns in order. Not long after I entered the Siming building, Xiaohua and the others encountered the first impersonator of me in my absence. This Zheng Xun had a similar role to the one appearing in the mansion's records, acting like a boss, attacking players, and preventing them from progressing. However, according to Xiaohua, the first fake Zheng Xun was not defeated by the players. This is the first question. Xiaohua described that thing as a sudden swamp that appeared, swallowing the fake Zheng Xun. My understanding is that the strange swamp acts like a third-party force, belonging neither to the White Tower faction nor to the player faction. Is that you, Yuan? Zheng Xun's lazy expression suddenly became focused, as he stared at the silent man. The warm yellow dim light of the desk lamp lazily resting on the carpet. This silence seemed to convey an answer to Zheng Xun. If you don't deny it, then I'll take it as your acquiescence. Zheng Xun quickly followed up with, very cunning. Yuan smiled. You can continue with the second question. Haven't answered the first one. Haven't you already gotten the answer? Chapter 307. Her deity. After finishing the conversation with Yuan, Zheng Xun went to wash up, changed into clean clothes, and returned to his room. The room was empty, just him. It had been a while since he last stayed here, yet it remained tidy as new. This was likely due to Yuan's frequent cleaning. Zheng Xun dropped his slippers with a thud on the floor and flopped into the quilt. He raised his arms high, holding a book. Postpartum Care for Monkeys. No matter how many times he read it, the title still seemed absurd. The book's publication date coincided with the year of Ying Siming's death. As her final work in life, this book seemed a bit hasty. It neither summarized Ying Siming's life nor related to her previous research field. Zheng Xun remembered that Ying Siming's major in school was physics. Now she had suddenly switched to veterinary science. Isn't that a bit absurd? Zheng Xun casually flipped through the book. It wasn't very thick, just over 100 pages. He went back to the first page, the first paragraph. So sleepy, he nearly finished the first sentence before tilting his head and falling asleep. This sleep lasted until dawn. Zheng Xun groggily got up. He hadn't felt it yesterday, but today his whole body was sore, and every movement felt like he was hitting himself. Chapter 308. I gave a gift to myself, perhaps due to her professional habits. Ying Siming was a person who observed everything very closely. She wouldn't casually change the placement of items. Even the slightest alteration would be instantly noticeable to her. Moreover, it had to be returned immediately, otherwise she would feel a sense of imbalance, making it uncomfortable to do anything. A bit obsessive-compulsive. From the furniture in her home to a book or a teacup. No matter what it was, as long as it passed through Ying Siming's hands, she could accurately remember its last placement. Not to mention, these were things she used every day. Ying Siming had a mug adorned with many white cartoon geese, a gift from her lover. She cherished this cup, often placing it in a fixed spot on the kitchen counter, the first position from the left. But one day, when she got up to drink water, she was surprised to find the cup had been moved. The mug with the cartoon design was now prominently occupying the second position from the left on the rack. Ying Siming had a good memory. She clearly remembered putting the cup back in place before going to bed last night. There were only two people in the house, her and her husband. Her husband was on a business trip and hadn't returned for a week. Chapter 309. The prophet Ying Siming couldn't be mistaken. Because she often needed to record electronic logs of her experiments, she was familiar with her own face and voice. And she could confirm that this was indeed her voice. Why would the childhood game console produce her voice as an adult? The electronic rabbit composed of black squares was still flashing, and Ying Siming held her breath, concentrating all her attention on the sounds coming from the machine. The voice was intermittent. Time is limited, please listen to me. You need to do two things, and don't ask why. First, the tower is about to descend. You must inform the world. Second, you must kill Zheng Xun. The content of the entire book ends here. As Zheng Xun's pen sketched the last line of sand falling from the sky was erased, and we are in a cycle, we are perishing. Remove the sky. Remove us, and then slightly rephrase the sentence. Kill Zheng Xun. Another version of Ying Siming told this version of herself to kill him. Zheng Xun's pen tip fell on the final period. Although there were a few incomplete sections in between, based on conjectures and guesses, he pieced together a story that was largely coherent. Ying Siming was the prophet of this world. Chapter 310. A fairy tale book. Zheng Xun took out the rewards he received earlier in the Siming records. 2 locks, each resting in the palm of his hands. The locks were made of glass, smooth and delicate to the touch, with a sticky feel. Crimson, the color was translucent. The locks were not whole, but made of fragmented small parts forming a mortise and tenon structure. They were ancient in design, square locks. Completely different from the modern metal locks commonly seen. Upon comparison, aside from the slight difference in the glass patterns, the 2 locks were identical in every other aspect. Zheng Xun tried to take the locks apart. Perhaps to guard against people like him who might dismantle them. The locks couldn't be opened at all this time. What exactly are they locking? Also, why is there a similar lock inside the Lin Xun mansion? Zheng Xun thought for a moment. When the mansion was given to him as a reward, everything inside was included. So the lock in the mansion, like the Siming lock, was also part of the reward. What does it mean for the White Tower to give him 2 identical locks? He pondered but couldn't make sense of it. Zheng Xun had no choice but to store the locks in the cloud space for now. He stood up, his slippers making a creaking sound on the floor. Looking around, he realized that this was a room he had never entered before. Chapter 311. Iron secretly loves me. The person calling Zheng Xun was Xu Guan. A busy person. How come he has time to disturb me, a free person, today? Xu Guan, as the team leader, has always been diligent, and Zheng Xun knew he was usually busy. He had to deal with upper management, manage team members, and go into dungeons. Occasionally, he also had to handle unexpected situations like Zheng Xun's. One person doing the work of four. One can only say that the salary in the Qinglan Guild is truly worth it. Xu Guan has now fully mastered the skills of communicating with Zheng Xun. As soon as the call connected, he said nothing and waited for Zheng Xun to finish talking. 3 minutes later, when Zheng Xun mentioned he was thirsty and went to get water, Xu Guan finally spoke. The first thing he said was explosive. When are you coming to the Qinglan Guild? Is this a challenge, may I ask? No, I just want to meet you. That might be the last time then. Now the dogs of Qinglan would love to take a bite at me, so I won't go. HMPH. Our guild doesn't keep dogs. Your focus is as uniquely odd as ever. Just speaking the truth, Xu Guan's small talk ended here, and he got straight to the point. I want to talk to you about the Four Moths dungeon. Why? The Four Moths is not Qinglan's signature dungeon. I won't pry into your signature dungeon anymore. Don't look at me. Chapter 312, Anomaly in Playback. The projection showed Zheng Xun's second time on the 5th floor, which was when he was replaced by the fake Zheng Xun. The video played for about 3 minutes, just as Zheng Xun was talking to Huozian. The next line was about Xu Guan. But before the next line appeared, Xu Guan, who was standing next to him, pressed the pause button. The screen froze on Zheng Xun's profile. Did you see clearly? Yes. What did you see clearly? My face looks very handsome on the big screen. Xu Guan rewound the video by 2 minutes and played it again. How about this time? Enjoying your handsome face once more. Xu Guan was surprisingly patient and played it back again. This time, he enlarged the image quite a bit. Look closely, just look at yourself. The video shot by the player's camera was quite high definition, and even when enlarged 4 times, one could still clearly see the person's expression. Sitting on the sofa, Zheng Xun squinted, as if he had noticed something odd. Did I look at the camera here? Exactly. Xu Guan also sat on the empty sofa, picking up his cup of tea. I reviewed your previous live broadcast, didn't watch it all, but it's about the same. Unless necessary to interact with the viewers. You wouldn't directly look at the camera. Chapter 313, Purpose of the Performance. Zheng Xun knew in his heart what was wrong, but he couldn't directly tell Xu Guan. It seemed that Xu Guan hadn't discovered the fake Zheng Xun. He was questioning the authenticity of the entire dungeon. Zheng Xun silently nibbled on chicken wings, thinking about how to tell Xu Guan. If you think it's hard to say, you don't have to force yourself to tell me. And don't lie. Just as he was struggling, Xu Guan spoke first. I haven't started lying yet. How did you know I would lie to you? Your eyes are rolling around, you haven't thought of anything good. Just tell me the conclusion. Xu Guan took a sip of soda. And this person even managed to drink soda with the air of tea. You're not wrong, after entering the dungeon. What we experienced and what you saw can't be said to be completely different, only that there are indeed a few inconsistencies. Just as I thought. But what is the point of the White Tower doing this? Despite the differences, overall, it's pretty much the same, isn't it just a waste of effort? Zheng Xun felt a bit full and slowed down his eating. If it doesn't want the audience to discover something, couldn't it just cut off the live signal directly? In the beginning, I was also very puzzled about this matter. Xu Guan wiped his hands, cleared some clutter on the table to make it easier for someone to eat a second round, and after thinking for a long time, he finally understood. Chapter 314, Are you owing money? After that, Zheng Xun and Xu Guan chatted a bit more. The main topic was still centered around the White Tower. Zheng Xun's brain was overly exhausted today, and while Xu Guan was still talking, he suddenly bumped his head against the coffee table with a thud. Did you break it? No. I meant the coffee table. He was about to lift his head, but this time he pressed his face directly on the table and rolled back and forth. My head hurts so much, my brain is being fried. Let us go back, I'll take you. I don't want to go back. Facing a pile of secrets at the mansion, I want to dig up all the secrets of the world and eat them. Then let us go out to play. Where to play? As soon as Zheng Xun heard about playing, his headache disappeared, and his body was no longer tired. Where, take me. Originally sitting on the ground, he now propped himself up on the coffee table with both hands, lifting his upper body. Xu Guan placed his hand ring on the armrest of the sofa, pulled up a virtual screen, and enlarged it. You've been doing high difficulty official dungeons. So you may not be familiar with resource dungeons. Resource dungeons. Does the mining dungeon where a previously enslaved you count? Xu Guan paused for 2 seconds, pretending he didn't hear, and clicked on the map, highlighting several marked points. Chapter 3:15, is this also in your plan? Zheng Xun was confused, not knowing what they were doing in his live broadcast room. Why are they making such a fuss so late at night? I'm going to tell your team leader. Zheng Xun, our team leader, is also joining the fun. Minkyu Chengji, why are you out so late playing dungeons? Wansha Hiyuxing, hi Zheng Xun. Wansha little account Hiyuxing, hi Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun. Hiyuxing, why do you still have a big and small account? Wansha Hiyuxing, ISNT this so I can enter your and Shu Team's live broadcast room at the same time, maintaining a sense of participation. Wansha Hiyuxing, don't worry, I'll leave the big account here with you. I'll take your big and small accounts out together. Wansha Hiyuxing, heartbroken, truly heartbroken. Let me make a big fuss. Zheng Xun furiously poked those IDs across the screen, while Xu Guan was already ready. Zheng Xun, it's ready. I'm coming. Zheng Xun made a funny face at the live broadcast room, retracted the virtual screen, and turned to run to find Xu Guan. Xu Guan pressed the button, and the scene around them suddenly changed. The sound of rushing water, children's laughter and screams, and the sound of a symphony filled their ears. Chapter 3:16, Wealth and Danger. On the other side, Xu Guan arrived at the game area, where there were shooting games, ring toss games. To earn gold rewards, one had to participate in the games. Violent means of destruction were not allowed. Without hesitation, Xu Guan directly chose the shooting game. The targets are arranged in a serpentine curve, slowly crawling along a fixed track before Xu Guan picks up the gun. The moment Xu Guan grips the weapon, the round targets suddenly accelerate. Even more unexpectedly, they change speeds, alternating between fast and slow. The barrage of comments is criticizing the game for being absurd. It's already a moving target, and now it changes speeds. How is anyone supposed to play? However, Xu Guan remains exceptionally calm in the real-life scenario. In this situation, it's more about concentration and intuitive guidance than eyesight. Xu Guan holds his breath and squeezes the trigger. Bang! The bullet hits the center of the round target. The colorful lights around the game station light up, and an electronic voice announces congratulations on the hit. The barrage is filled with gasps. He actually hit it. So cool, Lao Shu. It can't be luck, right? That's the all-powerful Shu team. How could it be a lucky shot? No wonder he is the most reliable captain in the White Tower. Chapter 3:17. Coming soon. With his strong vitality and indomitable spirit, Zheng Xun completed 5 projects. Good. It feels like life is being drawn out at the speed of light. It wasn't in vain. After some effort, his coin bag has reached 120 coins. Xu Guan has 10 coins less than him. The scores of the two are very close, but the difficulty of obtaining coins is vastly different. Zheng Xun's soul is about to leave. He plans to take a short break. Only 40 minutes have passed, and there is still time. Zheng Xun arrives at the dining area, which has no waiters, but offers food and drinks. He serves himself a meal, takes a big bite of a hamburger, and drinks some cola. The cola runs out, and the straw makes a fizzing sound. Zheng Xun's ears perk up. He seems to hear some strange noises. He hasn't forgotten the sign he saw at the beginning, which noted that there are wild beasts in the park. It can't be something like lions or tigers, right? Zheng Xun knows that given the sporadic antics of the White Tower, it might have really turned this place into a zoo. He stays alert, picking up his hammer and hamburger. He nervously finishes the hamburger in a few bites and begins to walk towards the source of the sound. At this moment, most people would run away from the sound source, but not Zheng Xun. Chapter 3:18. A real person comes to eat melons. Zheng Xun has now regained his energy. During a game, he unilaterally pulls closer to Team Shu, putting his arm around him as they head down the mountain. He keeps chatting. Shu team. Although you teamed up with me to deal with the wild boar and Master Ma, establishing a brief camaraderie when it comes time to count. It should be what it is, no cheating. If we lose, you can't play dirty. This thought is better left to himself, Zheng Xun thinks. Shu Guan says, don't cheat and sneakily smash the counting board early. Zheng Xun suddenly closes his mouth, as if he has been seen through. Shu Guan turns his head to glare at him, seemingly aware of his intentions. You caught me. Zheng Xun says, but when it comes time to count. He doesn't act differently towards the counting box. You go first, he urges Shu Guan, I want to supervise you. So you don't secretly add 2 bags of fake coins in. Shu Guan doesn't refuse. He pours all the coins he has from the cloud space into the counting box. The numbers in the counting box keep climbing. It finally settles at 220 coins. All right. Shu Guan completes his part and then looks at Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun has already placed a lot of coin bags at his feet. Chapter 3:19. Are you still half asleep? Online discussions about the signing deal between Shen Guanyu and Xu Hui are somewhat ongoing, but not very heated. The parties involved also express confusion. How come I didn't know about this? Zheng Xun mumbles, planning to send a message to Xiao Shen to ask what's going on. At that moment, a call suddenly comes in on his phone from an unknown number. He usually doesn't answer unknown calls, but his intuition tells him this call is related to Shen Guanyu. Zheng Xun wrinkles his nose and answers the phone. Hello. Hello. Is this Mr. Zheng Xun? A young female voice he has never heard before responds. I am Shen Bing, Shen Guanyu's aunt. I would like to arrange a private meeting with you, if it's convenient for Mr. Zheng. It turns out to be Xiao Shen's aunt calling. Zheng Xun isn't very familiar with the name Shen Bing, but she is actually quite famous. It is said that she was discovered by a talent scout at 18. Entered the entertainment industry, acted for 7 or 8 years, won all the awards she could, and then found it uninteresting. So she left the industry to invest with her brother Shen Yuan. In short, she is a very capable person. The other party states that she wants to talk to Zheng Xun about Shen Guanyu, as Yin Xue is genuinely interested in renting him to Xu Hui. Chapter 3:20. Emotional Play 3 Takes 2. Zheng Xun quickly understands. The outcome of the discussion with Shen Bing is that Zheng Xun does not explicitly agree. But he also does not outright refuse. Not taking initiative but not rejecting, that is Zheng Xun's attitude. Shen Bing does not press him. She is a businesswoman and knows that negotiations rarely conclude in one go. However, Shen Guanyu does not understand. Zheng Xun has eaten and drunk enough. A glass of beer, while it won't get him drunk to the point of oblivion, does make him a bit dizzy. He checks out of the hotel, packs his things, and takes the light rail back to the mansion. It drizzles lightly in District 9. Zheng Xun didn't bring an umbrella, so he can only wear the hood of his jacket. There is only one path leading to the mansion from the hillside. Zheng Xun walks along this path. The extravagant entrance that Yuan Yi had built has been dismantled, leaving only a metal fence at the foot of the mountain. This is because Zheng Xun finds that entrance awkward. He doesn't like it, so of course, Yuan Yi wouldn't keep it. The Lingshuan mansion is well known, and very few people can get close. If necessary, let Yuan Yi think of a way to get some White Tower specialties to place at the door for protection. Zheng Xun shrinks his hands into his sleeves. The mountain rain is chilly, and he is dressed too lightly. The road beneath his feet is wet and slippery. And he walks cautiously. Chapter 321. Don't trust Cheng Ji's nonsense. It turns out that seeking Cheng Ji yielded no results beyond listening to a self-composed rap. Zheng Xun still calls Xiaojun instead. After hearing Zheng Xun's description, Xiaojun concludes, I think Cheng Ji makes a valid point. Xiaojun smiles, telling him not to rush. The Shen family's recent circumstances have improved significantly. Shen Bing is in a high position, mediating from within. And the first and second teams died in the forming dungeon, which is a significant boost for them. They were killed by the dungeon. I know. They should have died at Shen Guanyu's hands, now they haven tea. Did you do something, Zheng Xun? I was just meddling. This isn't meddling. Zheng Xun. You did well. The sound of pages turning came from Xiaojun's side, indicating that he was at work. I'm not sure about Shen Guanyu. But at least Shen Bing is thankful to you. I think at that time, she made the decision to let her young nephew be the executioner. Which was extremely painful for her. Now Shen Guanyu's hands are not stained with blood, at least she can breathe a sigh of relief. As for Shen Guanyu, perhaps he truly admires you and wants to learn something from you. Perhaps he is curious about you, and close contact might reveal something new. Or perhaps the current situation of Yin Zhu has not stabilized, and being with you offers him some protection. Chapter 322. Post. Fortunately, Xiaohua is not one of those difficult guys. After Zheng Xun agreed that he could stay at the mansion, he didn't waste any time, simply saying, thank you. Zheng Xun. I thought I was forgotten by you. No, that won't happen. Zheng Xun felt a chill run down his back. You are all excellent candidates signed by the guild, of course, you will be treated equally. Good, then I am relieved. Goodbye, Zheng Xun. Goodbye, goodbye. After hanging up, Zheng Xun wiped away the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. That was terrifying, like a midnight horror call. After taking care of Xiaohua's matters, Zheng Xun went to wash up, change clothes, and lay down on the bed to scroll through his phone. Until he decided what the next dungeon would be. His life was quite relaxed and leisurely. Zheng Xun was also searching online for any interesting dungeons. When he plays, he can't just randomly pick a white tower to enter. He has to choose something he finds interesting. Occasionally, he also searches for his own name to see how people are praising him online. Zheng Xun scrolled through the trending topics, exited, and then clicked into the White Tower forum. It had been a while since he last browsed. And there was some fresh gossip recently. The news that Shen Guanyu joined Xuanhui was trending, but Zheng Xun didn't click in. It was a done deal. And seeing how everyone discussed it was pointless. Chapter 323. I can do the work of three. Shushi's call came at just the right time. Zheng Xun. I saw that post online. Yeah, it's not true. I thought so. Shushi called to confirm the authenticity of the post with Zheng Xun. Since that's the case, I'll have it deleted. Brother Shi, won't doing that be a bit counterproductive? Zheng Xun remembered that someone commented in that post that he was in cahoots with the guild, and that the team behind him often deleted negative posts. Shushi didn't hesitate. It's a baseless post, we can't let such rumors continue to spread. All right, delete it then. With Zheng Xun's agreement, Shushi sent a message for someone to handle it quickly. Zheng Xun probably hadn't encountered such situations often, so he comforted the other party a bit. It's all right. Zheng Xun. We have experience handling such events. The guild has the obligation to protect the rights of players, especially since you've helped us a lot. Yeah. There have been similar posts before, but none have spread this widely. There must be someone behind it stirring the pot. The more comments and likes there are, the more people's thoughts get skewed, and they start believing it. In fact, just looking at that post, there is no solid evidence. Chapter 324 Zheng is truly talent-rich. Yuan is indeed a versatile housekeeper. The soreness from the stiff neck quickly faded. And even the fatigue from the previous days in the Sifeng dungeon vanished. A refreshed Zheng Xun went out for a walk. He hadn't decided which dungeon to go to today. There were currently 3 or 4 options. An abandoned factory, A grade. A haunted house, A grade. And an old mansion, A grade. I don't know if it's because the major guilds rushed to complete all known S-grade and above dungeons for ranking performance. But now Zheng Xun finds himself flipping through A and below. Those big guilds are really annoying. There are still many towers and definitely S-grade dungeons. But they can only be opened as blind boxes. If he ends up with an E or F, Zheng Xun would be disgusted with himself. Since there isn't a suitable dungeon for now, he decided to continue his vacation and enjoy life. Zheng Xun wandered on the hillside, letting himself be free in nature. Just as he was squatting down, having a heart-to-heart with a snail, his phone in his jacket pocket suddenly rang. The caller was He Yuxing. Hello, hello. He Yuxing's voice was always loud. Zheng Xun, are you still alive? Chapter 325 Zheng's deputy team Mo team didn't accept his oversized fruit basket. It had to go somewhere. Zheng Xun decided to give it to Zheng's deputy team. Speaking of which, he had never heard of this deputy team before. For a while, Zheng Xun thought Jiu Xiuqi was the deputy team leader, but during a chat, Sister Yu told him that the deputy team leader of the first team was someone else, but was rarely in the guild. Zheng Xun only understood today what rarely in the guild meant. Mo Qian walked steadily in front of them, not saying a word. He looked a bit intimidating, especially after Zheng Xun learned that he hadn't slept much in 3 days. It felt like he was on the verge of becoming a mutant. They walked along a shaded corridor leading to the inpatient department building. The environment here was clearly much quieter than the outpatient building. The elevator went directly to the 10th floor, and at the end of the 10th floor was a single patient room. Mo Qian reached the door, and suddenly stepped to the left. Following him was Li Su, who stepped to the right. Zheng Xun, who arrived last, was forced to stand in the middle. Do I need to knock? Zheng Xun tentatively knocked on the door. There was a small square glass pane on the door, allowing doctors to see inside during rounds. Chapter 326 The Red Warrior of Love and Future Things have developed to this point. Zheng Xun closed his eyes and quickly rehearsed his entrance action. I, the Red Warrior of Love and Future, the universe's gourmet, a diligent taster. I will follow the steps of the Cosmic Emperor, and consume all the food supplies of the rebels. The Cosmic Army is on the move. All right. Can we talk business now? The Cosmic Emperor nodded in satisfaction, sat back down, and ate an apple that had been peeled and placed on the bedside. The Yellow Warrior and the Purple Warrior also found places to sit, as if everything that had just happened had no effect on them. Only Zheng Xun stood in place, repeatedly feeling the collapse and reconstruction of his worldview. He walked over to Li Su and sat down. Has your deputy team always been like this? What? The Cosmic Emperor. Not really. Oh, you scared me. Sometimes it's a magical girl team, it completely depends on his mood. Apart from liking role play, he is quite normal at other times. And communication is smooth. Zheng Xun was much calmer now. He boldly glanced at Zhao Ran. Zhao Ran was talking to Mo Qian, who seemed to be discussing guild matters with him. Zhao Ran was nodding while listening, looking quite normal. Chapter 327 Gift and Cost. The room was astonishingly quiet, with faint sounds of people coming and going outside filtered through the wall. Zheng Xun sat in the chair with his legs crossed, both hands in his coat pockets, waiting for Lin Sheng to speak. Lin Sheng maintained his posture of hugging his legs, his head tilted towards the window. Just when Zheng Xun thought the other party would say nothing more and was ready to leave, Lin Sheng spoke up. I saw you. What? Zheng Xun turned his head. The four tube lay long on the bed, reflecting the sunlight and shimmering. The warm breeze from outside wafted into the room, casting a dry and warm glow on the white sheets. It was a rare good day. The sunlight poured in, dissipating much of the hospital's inherent chill. Yet, the two people in the ward seemed oblivious to this warmth. "I saw you," Lin Sheng repeated. "Is it really me, or just an illusion?" "I don't know." Lin Sheng shook his head. He slowly turned his face, his chin hidden behind his knees, only the upper half of his face exposed. His bangs were long, almost completely covering his eyes. "Zheng Xun, are you really a person living in this world?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Zheng Xun's hands curled up in his pockets involuntarily. Chapter 328 Surprise Box. Zheng Xun slowly sat back down in the chair. The fabric of his pants made a slight rustling sound, and only then did he realize how stiff his legs had become. Lin Sheng turned his face back towards the window. He didn't care about Zheng Xun's true thoughts at that moment, and just continued to say what he wanted to say. "Don't worry that I will speak this secret. The Shen family will never let me out of the hospital. They are worried that I will escape. And I can only say that this worry is unnecessary. I won't run away. The outside world no longer has any attraction for me. The White Tower, instances, guilds, fans, money, these things mean nothing to me. I am no longer interested in your secret. I am no longer interested in any secrets. Who you are, whether you are really a person, what those illusions of you are, seeking answers to these questions means nothing to me. The Shen family will arrange everything properly. They will announce to the outside world that I am insane, and they will take care of everything for me here, as long as I give up on escaping. I am fine staying here, everything is fine. Is it really good to stay here without freedom?" Chapter 329 Return. Sitting on the steps was none other than Zheng, whom Zheng Xun had seen in the instance before. "Xiaohe, what are you doing here?" Zheng Xun was startled, unsure whether this person looked like that NPC, or was the actual NPC. Zheng was startled by Zheng Xun's voice, appearing even more frightened than Zheng Xun. Like a startled bird, stepping down 3 steps at once and running down the stairs. "Wait!" He couldn't let him go. If Zheng appeared here, didn't he that mean the 7th hospital? Zheng Xun gritted his teeth secretly and chased after the direction Zheng had left. The long staircase seemed to stretch on forever, with an unknown number of levels. All the overhead lights were broken, with only safety exit signs lighting the way. Zheng Xun kept counting how many levels he had descended. Zheng's figure remained ahead. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. Zheng Xun's brows were tightly knit. He suddenly looked down at his wristband. Sure enough, the wristband indicated that he was now inside an instance. There was no entry button. No White Tower. Zheng Xun had suddenly appeared in some instance. But this wasn't entirely a bad thing. Inside the instance, he could release his subordinates. Chapter 330 Is he really a genius? Stretching out 4 meters was a joke. Zheng Xun knew that if he was stuck here, he wouldn't be able to reach the bedside table. What to do? He still needed to solve the puzzle first. The only thing related to numbers was the clock on the wall. But the clock kept ticking, which time was the correct answer. Zheng Xun casually tried a few. None worked. Well, as expected, he wasn't good at solving puzzles. Sitting on the edge of the bed to think for a while, his legs started to feel a bit numb. So he stood up. Now, his clothes had also been changed into a patient gown, and he had no shoes, only slippers. Slippers were just slippers. Zheng Xun didn't hesitate. He stepped into the slippers, stood on the ground, straightened his legs to relieve his discomfort. The movement was a bit too large, and his right hand was once again connected to the bed. As he stretched, there was a creaking sound, and the bed surprisingly moved a few centimeters. Zheng Xun. This was unexpected. Since the bed could move, why not take it along to search for clues? Zheng Xun grasped the iron railing at the head of the bed and dragged it towards the corner of the room. The four legs of the bed made squeaking sounds on the floor as he dragged it, conducting a large-scale search for clues. The probability of a player dragging a bed to search for clues was almost zero, but that didn't mean it was impossible. Chapter 331. A phoenix beside the crouching dragon. With a loud crash, the sound echoed throughout the room. The noise was significant, but the result was satisfactory. Perhaps the iron pipes were not hard enough. When the bedside table was smashed against it, it easily created a dent. Following the position of the dent, Zheng Xun threw again. Logically, such a loud noise shouldn't occur in an instance. But as long as he was confident enough, he could try it a couple of times. After the second smash, it was almost enough for a person to get out. Zheng Xun pushed the bed back, manually adjusted it, then slid the window lock upwards and squeezed himself out. The corridor was dark. In the darkness, there was a hint of an unusual atmosphere. Zheng Xun looked around, identifying that he was on the third floor by the illuminated sign at the end of the corridor. It was not much different from his memory of the 7th hospital. The third floor was also an open area last time. On both sides were patient rooms, and further away was a duty room. The sign of the duty room glowed red. It was unclear whether there was someone on duty or not. Perhaps it was better if there was no one on duty. Zheng Xun thought for a moment that finding a suitable weapon was the most important thing. He had left the room in a hurry, and it was inconvenient to take the bed or bedside table, so he only grabbed the table lamp. Chapter 332. The Universe Army Strikes. Zheng Xun reacted quickly, grabbing the stick. Captain Zhao, why did you suddenly fall ill? Didn't you say that hitting someone might not even knock them out? Let me give it a try. Zhao Ran replied quite calmly. He thinks he understands why the boss hasn't been released in the dungeon yet. Without the boss to increase difficulty, teammates are the biggest boss. Let's head out first. With Zhao Ran as a comparison, Zheng Xun seems calm and mature, and most importantly, smart. I always feel something is off outside. There were a few insect sounds before, but now there's not a single one. Despite the chaos, Zheng Xun never gave up on observing. Just now, after they escaped from the ward by solving the puzzle, the moonlight had already filtered through the window and illuminated the corridor. Several window panes were broken, so he could hear very faint insect chirps outside. Now that the insects have stopped, it indicates that something they fear has appeared. Zheng Xun reminded Zhao Ran, who immediately shifted from his previous leisure to a serious nod. You make a good point. Then he picked up the stick, exuding a brave and reckless spirit. Let me go meet it. The cosmic army is on the move. Wait a minute. Chapter 333. Laughing hard. A plan was formed, but the risk was significant. They needed to consider many things in advance and prepare well. There are 2 locks on this door. We just need to find one, but ideally, we should find both. Zheng Xun lifted the lock from the iron door. It was heavy and quite large, making it impossible to break through with brute force. Since they didn't know what dangers awaited on the 2nd and 4th floors, it was wise to have multiple escape routes in case something went wrong. Let's try to find both, he said. Zhao Ren nodded, but then hesitated, wanting to say something. If you have any bad ideas, just say them. All right, I'll say it. Zhao Ren indeed suggested a bad idea. What if we just stay here, and wear the boss down until dawn? That is truly an excellent bad idea. Have you considered that if the boss can't break through the iron door this time, it might be able to next time? Damn, it's so powerful. Why can't we just sit here and strengthen ourselves? If we can snatch its chainsaw, we might be able to turn the tables. Your idea sounds worse than mine by 3 days. After discussing for a while, Zheng Xun's suggestion seemed the most reliable. Chapter 334. 2 dishes. When Zheng Xun shouted, Zhao Ran was infected by his emotion and shouted along. Wow! Didn't you say you were the king of luck? Hurry up, come over. Zheng Xun didn't have time to respond, running madly. Fortunately, his speed was incredible, making his escape almost effortless. Zheng Xun squeezed back through the crack of the door, and Zhao Ran, already prepared, immediately hung the iron chain back and locked it. The boss was angrier than last time, clearly having a volatile temperament. It kicked the door twice and desperately sawed with the chainsaw. This time, the little door held firm, protecting the two players. After venting its anger for a while, the furious boss seemed to realize it was futile, dragging the chainsaw back to the previous room. The two on the ground panted heavily. Zhao Ren seemed still in shock from the earlier intense scene, and after his breath calmed down, he weakly asked Zheng Xun, "Can the Luck King explain what happened when we opened the door and saw the boss?" Zheng Xun's mouth twitched. Such low probability events occasionally happen. But speaking of which, I clearly saw it walk away. How did it suddenly appear in the first room? Chapter 335, Idiot Times 2. Zheng Xun and Zhao Ren prepared to check the clues they had in hand. They began rummaging through the trash cans. Fortunately, besides paper balls, there was no other garbage. They ended up with 5 paper balls and a notebook. These were their current items. The 5 paper balls were unfolded, 2 of which had meaningless chaotic lines. 3 had writing on them, but all 3 were torn apart. "I'll piece this together, Red Warrior. You check what's written in that notebook." "Okay." Zheng Xun opened the notebook, analyzing as he read. "This should be notes casually written by the doctor on duty, recording our medical conditions." Zhao Ren paused while piecing the paper together. "Go on, I want to hear how serious our conditions are." Patient Zhao Ren, male, 27 years old. Likes to shake his head and listen to the sound of water in his head. Often squats in corners, making strange buzzing sounds. Activates when someone enters. Goes into sleep mode when alone, diagnosed as a washing machine. Zhao Ren listened to Zheng Xun's words. It seemed somewhat reasonable, yet a bit absurd. "What you said seems off, yet also quite right." Zheng Xun and Zhao Ren exchanged some nonsense, then turned to the next page. "This part is mine. Do you want to hear it?" Chapter 336, Fleeting Moments. The text on the note was just like that. It should have been written by a patient. "Not sure if it was you or me." Zheng Xun held the last piece of paper, which had many exclamation marks, in his hand. But he seemed to have discovered something significant. Repeatedly emphasizing leaving and mentioning a prison means this is a hospital that confines and abuses patients. Zhao Ren struck his left fist against his right palm, looking as if he had completely grasped the clue. No wonder, with a doctor as the boss. Zheng Xun touched his face, contemplating. "So, our way to clear the game is to escape from this hospital. Do you have any other ideas besides this? From your tone, it seems like you're holding back." "Deputy Zhao, you're quite clever," Zheng Xun praised. "I've been here last time. I defeated all the bosses and cleared the game." He had a sunny smile, and Zhao Ren shivered exaggeratedly. "If you want, we can do it your way this time too." Zheng Xun thought seriously for 3 seconds. "Better not. This time, I'm afraid that even if we defeat those bosses, it won't help. We still need to escape." Chapter 337, Thanks to those who came before 7th Hospital, 2nd floor. A deep corridor with a total of 7 doors from front to back. The distance between the doors was quite far, and the cold moonlight cast a faint glow on the floor tiles. A door in the middle of the corridor opened slightly. There was someone inside. The action of opening the door paused for a few seconds, and then the person walked out from behind the door. The moonlight illuminated his face. It was Mo Qian. Mo Qian wore the same blue and white patient outfit, compared to Zheng Xun and Zhao Ren. He was fortunate to have a pair of running shoes that made it easier to move. He had just found them under the bed. As for whether Zheng Xun and the others hadn't found them, or if the 3rd floor simply didn't have shoes, that had become a mystery since they escaped through the window from the ward. In any case, the situation was that Zheng Xun and Zhao Ren were still wearing slippers while dealing with the boss. Increase the difficulty for yourself. Mo Qian arrived in the corridor. And like Zheng Xun, He also brought something out as a weapon. It was the quartz clock hanging on the wall. He held the clock in his hand, wedged between his arm and body, scanning the situation in the corridor. There was no one, and no monsters. It was empty, which was even more unsettling. Mo Qian remembered clearly that he was talking to Zhao Ran in the hospital when Zhao Ran suddenly lost power, shouting that he was tired and told everyone else to leave. Chapter 338. Late night team building. Mo Qian and Yu Shueshan were running wildly. The boss was more agile than they had imagined. While Yu Shueshan used a heavy strike with the bedside table, the boss stepped back, dodging just in time. It successfully avoided the attack. It glanced down at the cabinet by its feet. The drawers had long since spilled out, and the ground was dented. It seemed puzzled as to why this object could be thrown out. The atmosphere suddenly froze. In the next second, the boss tightened its grip on the giant scalpel and charged at the two patients. Mo Qian and Yu Shueshan had just been watching the excitement. When the boss came at them, they ran without looking back. Mo Qian was fast. He reached the end of the corridor first, where there was an iron pull-down gate just like on the third floor. Mo Qian grabbed the edge of the door and pulled it open forcefully, going inside and waiting for Yu Shueshan to come. Yu Shueshan wasn't slow either. Among these contestants, each was stronger than the last when it came to fleeing. She leaped over the iron door, and Mo Qian, who was already prepared, quickly pulled the door shut. Kneeling on one knee, he skillfully locked it. The doctor was locked outside. Compared to the doctor on the third floor, this one on the second floor had a much better temperament. It stood outside the door, behind a layer of rusty iron mesh, its deformed ears twitching slightly, as if gathering sounds. Chapter 339. A malicious incident. Yu Shueshan was injured. The wound wasn't deep, but it was long. She endured the pain and ran back inside the iron door, and Mo Qian immediately helped her treat the wound. Was there any clean cloth strips? Mo Qian reached out, and Zhao Ran immediately responded. I have some. He tore off a few strips from his very trendy patient gown, and handed them to Mo Qian through the gaps in the railing. Mo Qian's movements were quick, showing quite a bit of skill. Without wristbands or emergency medications, he could only perform some simple treatments. He tied a knot with the cloth strips. Shueshan, don't move around yet, to avoid the wound from opening up more, he said, wiping the blood off his hands with the excess cloth, standing up. I'll take care of the rest. Mo Qian pulled the door open again, stepped aside, and returned to the corridor. Yu Shueshan was responsible for sitting at the door, and opening and locking it. Zhao Ran and Zheng Xun were murmuring. Zhao Ran said, our Mo is quite cool when it counts. Yeah, Mo team is really cool, Zheng Xun echoed. Mo Qian was very efficient. After trying 2 or 3 times, he discovered that although this boss had excellent hearing, its vision was lacking. So as long as he tried to make no noise while moving, the difficulty of collecting clues was greatly reduced. Chapter 340. The Doctor. The 4 players present were all experienced. After Zheng Xun spoke up, the other 3 also realized that the situation was not good. The boss was silent, which meant it was about to cause trouble. It wasn't the boss's rage that was frightening, but its sudden quietness. According to Zheng Xun's observation, the boss on the second floor was smarter than the one on the third floor. It successfully injured Yu Shueshan, thanks to its excellent hearing, and almost caught Mo Qian 2 or 3 times. However, the boss on the third floor seemed to have stronger explosive power. If it weren't for Zheng Xun and Zhao Ran being quick on their feet, anyone else would have been killed 100 times over. Just as they remembered that big-mouthed boss, they heard unusual sounds coming from the third floor. It was the sound of locks and door frames colliding. Mo Qian stopped tearing the paper balls and almost instantly reacted to what was happening. Was the boss about to lift its action restrictions? He had found it strange before. This boss could clearly squat outside the iron door, keeping a close watch on them players. After all, there was only one entrance and exit, it could easily catch them. But every so often, the boss would leave the door and retreat to some room deeper in the corridor. Only during this time could the patients move to look for clues. Chapter 341, the second doctor. The medical record had been turned over. Now, they needed to search for other clues. Jiyu Shiochi looked around. Besides the registration desk, there was also a consultation counter and a duty room, with 3 or 4 consultation rooms on either side of the corridor. The doors of the consultation rooms seemed to be locked, and they were a bit far away, needing to be approached to confirm. Let's start from the registration desk. The glass was broken, and Jiyu Shiochi easily entered the registration area by propping himself up. There were many miscellaneous items, mostly shattered waste paper, and 4 computers, one of which was on. Jiyu Shiochi approached the only powered-on computer, placed his fingers on the mouse, and shook it. Please enter the password. A password. Jiyu Shiochi pulled out all the drawers of the desk. Inside was a photo, likely belonging to the nurse at the registration desk. It was a birthday photo, with 0715 written on the back. Jiyu Shiochi entered the birthday, not expecting much, but surprisingly it worked. The computer desktop only had one document, there was nothing else. Jiyu Shiochi opened the document and quickly skimmed the text, his eyes reflecting deep blue from the computer's light. On August 11th, a premeditated patient escape incident occurred at the 7th hospital. 4 patients attacked doctors during rounds, escaped from the wards, and injured several doctors with knives in the process. Among them, 3 unfortunately died from excessive blood loss. Chapter 342, the malicious instance. The identity of the second player was revealed. What the heck? It's actually my brother Su. Could the third one be Mo Team? Is Jirding here for team building in a mental hospital? Be alert. Speaking of the mental hospital, that Zhao vice captain. Zhao ran. Haven't seen him in a while. By the way, can Zhao vice captain still normally run dungeons in that mental state? Are you a newbie? Only in that mental state can Zhao vice captain normally run dungeons. But Zhao Ren hasn't run dungeons with Mo Qian and the others in a long time, right? I remember he started to prefer solo actions after his diagnosis. That is somewhat like Zheng Xun, a lone wolf. Laughing to death, their mental states are also very similar. Could Zhao Ren actually be the perfected version of Zheng Xun? Don't let that kind of thing happen. Why is the style of the bullet screen starting to go off track again? Aren't we discussing the 7th hospital instance? It's coming, it's coming. The screen has switched again. After the identity of Li Su was revealed, the scene shifted, and the first thing that appeared on the screen was a red number 2, indicating that this was the 2nd floor. The situation on the 2nd floor was a bit different. The camera directly focused on Shen Guanyu's face. Shen Guanyu's eyelids were relaxed, and as the camera moved down, it landed on his long hand. Chapter 343, One-on-One with the Employee Boss. The 2nd floor was the first place where the counteroffensive began. The scalpel in Shen Guanyu's hand was a weapon gifted by the White Tower, which, in a sense, was equivalent to his Black Mister. And Zheng Xun's hammer and fire axe. Holding such a weapon was a crushing advantage against players who were unarmed. Moreover, Shen Guanyu himself was strong. Although he was young, he had debuted early and accumulated a wealth of experience. In Shen Guanyu's eyes, as he pulled open the iron door, 4 ugly monsters appeared before him. Their facial features were completely deformed, making it impossible to judge their condition from their expressions. Only one of them, particularly bold, stood in front of the other patients. Shen Guanyu slightly tightened his grip on the scalpel. As for Zheng Xun, who was standing on the other side, his expression was also rarely serious. The situation was dire. Previously, there had been instances in the mansion where players were without wristbands. But at that time, there was still a distinction between day and night. And the rooms provided a protective function. Now, they were essentially trapped in the same cage with the boss, fighting for their lives. Mo Team. Zheng Xun quietly called out to Mo Qian's name, "Can you solve it?" Mo Qian crumpled the last paper ball in his hand and tossed it aside. Chapter 344, A Full-Scale Counterattack. On the first floor, Jiyu Shioqi heard a loud noise coming from the second and third floors, as if a fight had broken out. He held a sickle and walked to the stairwell. There was a push-pull iron door here, locked with an iron chain and a padlock. The lock needed a key to open. The key was currently inserted in the lock cylinder. Jiyu Shioqi squatted down, examined the lock for a while. Then gently pulled the key out and tucked it into his pocket. He opened the iron door, stood in the stairwell, and looked up at the steps. Unlike other floors, there were no iron bars separating the first floor. Jiyu Shioqi took a step forward with his left foot, followed by his right, bringing his legs together. Looking down at the first step, the doctor's activity range was the entire floor plus this small stairwell space. He could not enter other floors. Jiyu Shioqi muttered to himself, clarifying his thoughts. The special ward was at the end of the corridor, right across from him. He wondered if the patients were aware of the special ward's existence, and whether they would set a trap to lure them over. He put his hand in his pocket. The small key clenched in his palm. This small stairwell space was likely designed for patients to hide. He pulled out the key, which might at most serve as a deterrent. Chapter 345, Don't Mind Me. The mouth doctor suffered a heavy blow. Zhao Ran's move seemed rough, but was effective. At least Li Su was nearly made to vomit from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Vice Team Zhao pulled Yu Shueshan and ran. Yu Shueshan looked at the staircase that was getting farther away from her, a question mark slowly appearing above her head. Aren't we supposed to go downstairs? She felt like a curtain flapping in the wind, being tugged around by Vice Team Zhao during their frantic run. Zhao Ran told her not to worry. Just to follow him. What do you mean, what do you mean? Yu Shueshan struggled with all her might, but Vice Team Zhao was strong and silly. And there was no path ahead. Aren't we just asking for our own demise? Vice Team Zhao completely ignored what Yu Shueshan was saying and just kept running. They arrived at the second-to-last room at the end of the third floor, and Zhao Ran pulled Yu Shueshan inside, slamming the door shut. The two were still in shock. And Yu Shueshan's wound had a slight tear again. She didn't hold back and directly tugged at Zhao Ran's patient gown. Zhao Ran remained indifferent and didn't say a word. He was not scary when he was talking, but when he was silent, it was very frightening. While bandaging, Yu Shueshan cautiously watched him. What do you want? Suddenly, Zhao Ran stared at Yu Shueshan with a serious expression. What you said makes a lot of sense. Chapter 346, The Brave One Provokes the World. From Zheng Xun and Mo Qian's perspective, a doctor in a white coat, with a huge eye was waiting on the first floor. The eye, ear, and mouth were designed as three different shapes for the doctor bosses. The moment the boss's face appeared in their line of sight, it indeed gave them a considerable shock. However, as they ran toward the first floor, both patients were mentally prepared. There was definitely a boss on the first floor, and if this boss was particularly clever, he would know to wait at the only exit, which was this stairwell. Zheng Xun's theatrical instincts kicked in again. Although he wasn't scared, he pretended to be very afraid. Whispering to Mo Qian, "What should we do, Mo Team? We are trapped and about to be killed by that Kozilan. Don't be afraid." Mo Qian suddenly turned around, smiling at Zheng Xun. From that expression, it was clear that Mo Qian was definitely plotting something. Zheng Xun took a step back. I think I still need to catch up with the ear doctor. No rush. Once the instance ends, you might still have the chance to take home a treasure. As Mo Qian spoke, he suddenly turned his body. We still need to address the problem at hand. Chapter 347, The Secret Passage in the Ward. You are a patient at the 7th hospital, and from the first day you were locked in this hospital, you realized that something was off. The hospital management was very strict, to the extent that doctors would patrol the floors several times an hour. They seemed extremely wary of the patients in the hospital. Especially the one in a certain ward on the 5th floor. Based on your observations over a period of time, you found that when the hour hand pointed at 12, 3 and 6, the patrolling doctors would appear on time, passing by your ward. You realized that this period was unsafe, so you wisely hid in your ward. Occasionally, when the hour hand pointed to numbers after 6, you also saw doctors appearing at the rectangular window of your ward door. But they always looked hurried, seeming indifferent and ignoring the patients inside the ward. You realized that this could be an opportunity to escape. You wanted to escape from the 7th hospital, knowing that you weren't crazy, but were forcibly imprisoned here. To escape, you had to unlock the big door on the 1st floor. However, the lock on the big door was not easy to open. It was an exceptionally old lock, and there was no key in the hospital that could open it. One day, you woke up and found that the patient sleeping in the bed next to you had disappeared. Chapter 348, The Hidden Space. Yu Xueshan followed the mumbling Zhao Ran into a strange space. It's no wonder she was skeptical when she saw that there was an insurmountable gap between the wards. There was indeed something fishy going on inside. This is probably a secret base created by someone, with a hole smashed in the wall and the bricks inside dug out. It's a major covert operation, and I wonder who has the time and leisure to be busy with such things in the instance. Moreover, this place was brought here by Zhao Ran, which makes it even more suspicious. Yu Xueshan's suspicious gaze fell on Zhao Ran's back, causing him to shiver all over and exaggeratedly shake. I feel like someone is judging me with their eyes from behind. Be confident, your feeling is right. The two communicated in whispers, worried about alerting the boss outside. The boss hasn't left yet, and there was no sound of the door closing. Yu Xueshan listened carefully for the boss's movements while watching Zhao Ran fussing about. This suddenly appeared secret space had a lot of draft paper scattered around, filled with incomprehensible scribbles that looked like ghostly symbols. There were also some hand-drawn maps, and Yu Xueshan picked up one nearby. Chapter 349, Today's fight against the world. The entire space was left with only Yu Xueshan. She stood quietly among the scattered draft papers, staring fixedly in the direction where Zhao Ran had disappeared. Zhao Ran's disjointed speech still echoed in her ears, leaving a lingering sound. Left alone. A question mark slowly appeared above Yu Xueshan's head. Is the 7th hospital also playing this multi-space trick? Zheng Xun had participated in the 4th instance earlier, which she later watched the replay of, strongly recommended by Team Mo. It was a must-watch. That instance played tricks with time and space, making Yu Xueshan feel disgusted. If she had personally entered that instance, she might have directly led the fire from the 6th floor down to the 1st floor. Burn it all down. Now that Zhao Ran had suddenly vanished, Yu Xueshan grabbed her thick, dark hair and ruffled it messily. She felt like dying. But it seemed that someone else was destined to die. Facing the heap of clues, Yu Xueshan revealed a dark expression. She darkened for 3 seconds, then resignedly squatted down to pick up these useful and useless scraps of paper, reading each one. After looking through a dozen or so sheets, she discovered that these yellowed papers actually depicted maps of the White Tower instance. What does this mean? Is the person hiding in this secret space the designer of the instance? Chapter 350, Who caught the nape of my destiny? When Mo Qian said there was no need to solve the puzzle, Zheng Xun thought he had misheard. Is there really such good news? It's true. Team Mo smiled slightly. It was remarkable that he could still smile at such a time, making one wonder if he had a good mentality, or was just a real pervert. Zheng Xun's eyes lit up, excited. That's great. I was worried that my formation was too large, and I might accidentally destroy the clues. Now you don't need to worry. Mo Qian reassured Zheng Xun to go ahead and mess around, which translated to Zheng Xun as go ahead and dismantle. Before Zheng Xun let loose, Mo Qian reminded him one last time. Pay attention to your leg injury. Zheng Xun was a bit surprised, not knowing how Mo Qian had noticed his injury. But he recalled that he must have yelled out when he got scratched, and Mo Qian heard it. No wonder he is the captain of the Jiuding elite team. Bold yet meticulous, always paying attention to everything happening in the instance, including the status of his teammates. Even with a little injury on his leg. Zheng Xun had no concerns. Don't worry, Team Mo, I'm fine. The last 4 words seemed to have magic. As long as Zheng Xun said he was fine, all problems would be easily solved. It must be said that the feeling of being pressured by the boss, while trying to buy time to solve puzzles, is very different from actively facing the boss to pass the level. Now that Mo Qian joined Zheng Xun's demolition team, the two focused on dealing with the boss in front of them. Chapter 351, The Disappearing Floor. He Ziyuan's sudden appearance completely caught Zheng Xun off guard. From a grudge of 1 brick to a grudge of 2 bricks. The moment Zheng Xun realized who the other party was, he was knocked unconscious. By the time Mo Qian turned around to check on him, he had already vanished from the spot. Zheng Xun was also gone. As for Zheng Xun himself, the last thing he thought before closing his eyes was how to knock down little He with a brick. He gritted his teeth and fainted, everything going dark. When Zheng Xun woke up again, everything had changed. This was an area he had never seen before. Zheng Xun had entered the 7th hospital instance for the 2nd time. So he could confidently say this. When he was knocked out, someone, most likely He Ziyuan, had moved him here. In front of him was a desolate and deep corridor, with windows on one side and rooms on the other. Even with the presence of windows, the corridor did not seem to become bright. Zheng Xun stood at one end of the corridor and turned around. Behind him was a staircase, and there was also a window at the staircase entrance, which was open. Thick vines crept in through the window, like twisted fingers, forcefully prying open the fragile window. However, upon entering the space of the 7th hospital, they seemed to have their vitality sucked away, becoming withered and decayed, lifeless. Chapter 352, A link in the game. When those eyes suddenly appeared, Zheng Xun was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, a regular person would have screamed and run away at such a sight. Even if they didn't run, they would at least take a couple of steps back. Zheng Xun's reaction was different from theirs. He didn't run or scream, instead, he immediately reached through the gap to grab the other party. The grotesque face on the opposite side flashed by. Zheng Xun grabbed nothing and, not willing to give up, circled around the bookshelf to see if there was really someone there. There was nothing. The thing got away. Zheng Xun wasn't angry about not catching it. He was just thinking about the other party's purpose. To scare him. He wasn't scared. To attack. But it ran away first. Very strange. Zheng Xun was somewhat puzzled. But at least he could be certain of one thing, besides him as a player, there were also NPCs or monsters in the 5th floor. And their offensive capabilities did not seem strong at the moment. He had checked all 5 bookshelves. What he understood, he wouldn't mention. What he didn't understand, he would tentatively consider as understood. Zheng Xun stepped back a few steps between the bookshelves, ready to go to other rooms. But when he turned around, a figure in a patient gown stood at the door. That person had their back to Zheng Xun, silent. Above their neck was empty. At first, Zheng Xun thought they had no head, but upon closer inspection, he realized that they were simply bending their head very low, beyond the limits of the human body. Chapter 353, Hello. Zheng Xun was sure he heard a coughing sound. In the instance, hearing all sorts of strange howls and cries was very normal. But a seemingly normal cough felt abnormal. He immediately put down the model in his hand and turned to look for the source of the sound. It came from the 3rd room. This 3rd room was located in the middle of the entire corridor. Unlike the previous 2 rooms, this is a hospital room. The room has only one door, which has a glass panel. Zheng Xun quietly ran to the door, his eyes focused on the square glass window. Looking through it, he saw a scene completely different from what he had imagined. Zheng Xun thought he would see peeling walls, a dusty floor, And a simple bed covered with a white cloth, the bulge of the cloth perfectly matching a human body. And that lifting the cloth would reveal a corpse jumping up with claws bared. But there was none. He saw light in the room. A bright light often seen in movie flashbacks, casting a soft filter over everything inside. In the room, there was only one hospital bed. And beside it was a glass vase filled with white lilies of the valley. Happiness returns. Because the frequency of lilies of the valley was so high. He had specifically checked what this flower symbolizes. Chapter 354, Inverted Order. Zheng Xun entered the room and stood near the door. No matter how many times he saw it, he could not get used to his face appearing on someone else. In front of him was a young man with a gentle smile, bearing the exact same face as his own. It was yet another Zheng Xun. However, this one was different from the previous ones. This Zheng Xun looked much gentler and more peaceful, even more stable than the one he saw on the 6th floor of the Siming building. Tranquility was Zheng Xun's first impression of him. Like a white moonlight that died early in a story. In short, he had a completely different personality from his own. In any case, this one seemed capable of normal communication. Moreover, he seemed to have something to say to himself. Hello, he spoke in a voice identical to Zheng Xun's. Please have a seat. Zheng Xun turned his head, and a brand new wooden chair suddenly appeared in the empty space a short distance from the bed. He walked over and sat down. This height was just right to make eye contact with the person on the hospital bed. Zheng Xun spoke first. How amazing. It's really exactly the same. Zheng Xun frowned. What do you mean? The look of confusion on his face was easily captured by the other person. And Zheng Xun did not explain immediately, but instead asked him a question in return. Chapter 355, The search. The hospital room was very quiet. After Zheng Xun stopped, he turned around and made eye contact with the person on the bed again. The latter began to cough again, this time more severely, and struggled to recover for a long time. Zheng Xun watched him coldly, showing no intention of helping. With your body, you still want to go out? He did not mean to mock, he was just stating a fact. The other person finally stopped the discomfort in his throat, gripping the blanket tightly with both hands. Due to the force of his coughing, his face began to flush. He met Zheng Xun's gaze, still wearing that gentle smile. But because he had just said something unpleasant, Zheng Xun now found his face quite detestable. My body will get better. But getting better is not enough. If you want to replace me, at the very least, your physical strength should be enough to complete a side quest, right? Zheng Xun was still seriously giving him advice. I don't need to enter a side quest. The person on the bed lowered his voice. I just need to wait for them to send you to the divine position. His gaze turned to the window, where there was only a soft white light, with no scenery. Then, I can take that position. As for what happens afterward, I can choose to end my player identity and no longer enter side quests. That would be too dangerous for me. I just want to enjoy the fame and adoration. Becoming a legend. Chapter 356, Missing Memories. Zhao Ran had been unconscious for a long time. He remembered just being with Yushueshan. So how did he end up in a different place? Upon waking up, Zhao Ran's first reaction was to observe his surroundings. It was a dark room, filled with claw-like interrogation tools, decorated in a horrifying and grotesque manner. Iron chains, iron frames, how had he been hung up? Zhao Ran was shocked, completely unaware of who was behind this perverse act. Without him needing to solve the mystery, the suspect appeared right in front of him. A guy dressed in a patient gown, holding an electrified baton, was walking towards him. Zizi, wait a minute. Zhao Ran immediately twisted his body, dodging the sudden strike. Fortunately, the other person was not very skilled. The chains binding his hands unexpectedly loosened one. He panicked and darted behind the iron frame. And the boy holding the baton tilted his head to look at him. Ah, you're awake. Zhao Ran didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't woken up. The boy wasn't a true pervert, he had no particular preferences. After confirming that Zhao Ran was awake, he released his hands. "Hello," the boy said politely, "I am a patient at the 7th hospital." Chapter 357, The Rubik's Cube. This video was discovered by Zhao Ran while sorting through his belongings. When he moved out of Happiness Community, he was quite rushed. And many things were accidentally left behind in his old home. Zhao Ran had a particularly important photo frame. And he couldn't find it while sorting through the boxes from Happiness Community. After much hesitation, he decided to return to his old home to look for it. Happiness Community had already been designated as the White Tower area. It belonged to one of the earliest batches. Zhao Ran packed everything he could find that could be used as a weapon into a large hiking backpack: hammers, iron axes, sickles, and everything else. He drove over, carrying a large bag of strange tools. Happiness Community was no longer the warm place it once was. It was cold, desolate, and dreary. The rocking chair left by the elderly downstairs was swaying in the wind, creaking. The colorful small buckets left by the children for sand digging were overturned, rolling against the wall. Zhao Ran stood on the street, looking at the house inside the iron fence, feeling sad. The building where his home was located was adjacent to the street. Just a little over 100 meters south would get him there. Zhao Ran, carrying the large bag, arrived at the bottom of his building. A sign warning of a dangerous area hung on the iron net, prohibiting entry, but it was not electrified, merely a reminder. At that time, although there were patrolling personnel around the White Tower, they didn't get too close since it had long been emptied. And the danger of the White Tower constantly threatened their lives. Chapter 358, Intragroup Conflict. The USB drive only contained one video. Zhao Ran left Happiness Community first that day. It was getting dark, and he was afraid of unexpected events. By the time he returned to his new home, it was already midnight. Zhao Ran sat at his desk, his expression serious, and clicked on the video. The video was only a minute long. In that video, he saw someone he never expected to see, his childhood friend. Although their ages did not quite match, the other person had grown almost in proportion, and Zhao Ran recognized him at a glance. Compared to the past, he seemed to have changed somewhat. He was quieter and more melancholic. He got straight to the point. "Zhao Ran, I have an unreasonable request. This may sound ridiculous, but no matter what, you must believe me." Zhao Ran believes every word he says, even though they haven't seen each other in many years. This trust astonishes him even in hindsight, but at that moment, he indeed completed the task assigned by that person without hesitation. He began to gather information about the copies and formed his own team. He heard that someone had already gathered players with the intention of establishing a player guild. However, Zhao Ran's current strength is still small, so he can only assemble a team for now. The initial members of Zhao Ran's team were all like-minded individuals. Chapter 359, The hero appears. Blood stains fill the entire memory. Zhao Ran finally remembers everything. After that incident, his mental state was not very stable. However, because of his ability in the dungeon, the Jirding Guild still retained his position as captain. Later, Mo Qian joined his team, and Zhao Ran, following the higher-ups' arrangements, nurtured this young man, who always smiled with his eyes half closed, stepping down from the captain position and moving into a mental hospital. The Jirding Guild treated him well, promising him a permanent spot in the team, and even spending money to treat his illness. Zhao Ran does not mind the hospital environment. Ever since he stopped living with his head, he feels much happier. Then he met Zheng Xun, the one from the 7th hospital reboot. Zheng Xun was the black-clothed boy from back then. Zhao Ran suddenly stood up from the ground, and He Ziyuan, having prepared in advance, took 2 steps back to avoid him colliding into her. "I need to find Zheng Xun." His gaze suddenly became very determined. "There is a monster hidden in the 7th hospital, and if the copy is broken, it will release him." He Ziyuan's lips curled slightly. "Zhao Ran, you finally remember who you are." "Yes, thank you." Zhao Ran thanked him, But then he became curious, "But who are you, little brother? I don't think I've ever seen you in the 7th hospital." Chapter 360. I will recognize you when Zhao Ran was pulled away. Zheng Xun was still a bit dazed. He followed Zhao Ran as they ran wildly, the corridor behind them collapsing inward, with stone slabs and concrete blocks everywhere. The glass containers in the laboratory shattered, and a large amount of blue liquid poured out, flowing freely. The young man standing in the middle of this sea of fluorescent blue remained motionless. He calmly turned around, crouched down, entered a password, and pressed the start button. The container lying in the center of the room emitted a buzzing startup sound, and the transparent lid opened. The person inside slowly opened his eyes, confusion in his gaze. He sat up, looking at the people outside in patient uniforms. His gaze paused, and he asked, "Have I finally been locked up in a mental hospital?" The other Zheng Xun did not respond. Blood began to seep from his features, and his clothes were stained bright red. The upward curve of his lips remained, but the tears of blood made his expression ghostly. "Brother," the person in the container revealed a surprised expression, "You're like this. And you can still think of something funny." "I'm not important." He seemed like someone who knew his time was up, giving his final instructions, "My mission ends here. The next part is all up to you." Chapter 361. Goodbye, little he. Zhao Ran spoke with certainty, and Zheng Xun felt both angry and oddly moved. "Then go on." He let go of Zhao Ran's head. "I'm listening." Zhao Ran said that the Zheng Xun in that video only told him what to do. He said the White Tower had descended, and the event was irreversible, but there was still a way to remedy it. He said the levels of the White Tower copies were not parallel. Among them, there were 6 primary copies that served as support. As long as these 6 existed, the White Tower copies would reproduce and proliferate endlessly like insect eggs. Conversely, if they could close them, then the White Tower's derivative copies would lose their nutrients and naturally wither away. What he wanted Zhao Ran to do was to close these 6 copies. He listed their names: Happy Community, 7th Hospital, Linzun Mansion, Siming Building, and the Amazing Wax Museum. For the last primary copy, Zheng Xun said someone had altered it, now using X to replace it. He said he would continue to gather information about this X copy. But for the first 5, he could only entrust them to Zhao Ran. He couldn't use the video to show the specific structure of the copies, as it would be discovered quickly. And this video couldn't be preserved. Moreover, he suspected that significant changes had occurred inside. Chapter 362. See-through. Zheng Xun decided to return to the main task of clearing the copy. Despite experiencing various events and an explosion of information, he chose to make the 7th hospital disappear. Zheng Xun knew what the terrifying monster they spoke of was. It was probably the Zheng Xun he saw in the glass container. According to their statements, this Zheng Xun, with the help of the others, would gradually replace him. The existence of Zheng Xun himself would be erased. He, like all previous Zheng Xuns, would be a pitiful expendable. Although Zheng Xun did not want to define himself this way, and did not genuinely accept it, he still had to prepare for the worst outcome. Whether it was the real Zheng Xun or the fake one, it was his own business, and should not involve others. Zheng Xun could not retrieve his weapon now. He said that the rules of this 7th hospital copy were to confiscate all players' wristbands, and not allow the use of any weapons or subordinates. However, he provided Zheng Xun with additional help, handing him an enforced stand. "Zheng Xun, this is my last gift to you, keep it well. If you can avoid using it, I hope you won't have to." Chapter 363. To have a fair fight. Zheng Xun immediately recognized the identity of the other party. "Xiao Shen. You can't be Xiao Shen, right?" "Yes." Before entering the 7th hospital, Xiao Shen had stayed at Linzun Mansion for a night. At that time, his clothes were soaked by the rain, and he washed and dried them at the mansion, only wearing them when he left the next morning. Moreover, this morning, Zheng Xun had just seen him at the hospital. If he didn't leave immediately after going downstairs, it was very likely that he had been caught up in the 7th hospital copy. The scent of laundry detergent was just an initial hint. The strongest evidence was the set of fist techniques used by the boss. Zheng Xun had previously seen this set of techniques at the Blue Tower site and had personally fought against Shen Guanyu, which was a family secret of the Shen family. One clue might be a bit forced, but these two combined made it much more convincing. No wonder the boss of this copy seemed to match the combat limit of a human and even had a physique simulating a human. Moreover, the rule that doctors and patients must annihilate one side to escape made it clear. Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen. Zheng Xun definitely couldn't eliminate Xiao Shen here. Their guild had only just begun to grow. Chapter 364. If you die, the doctor had his weapon taken away, but he did not show any panic. On the contrary, he distanced himself from Mo Qian, waiting for the hand that had taken the blow to regain feeling quickly. Jiyu Xiuqi sensed something unusual from the previous rounds of confrontation. It felt somewhat familiar. Major guilds regularly conduct various courses to enhance the combat skills of their players, which naturally includes competitive battles among players. Usually, everyone maintains a semblance of peace and is cordial. However, such moments provide a great opportunity for personal vendettas. The conclusion was drawn from the fact that the attendance rate for battle classes is always the highest. Especially in Team 1. Jiyu Xiuqi is very familiar with each member's habits and moves during battles. When he had the thought of familiarity, the opponent's every move, even his physique, intensified that sense of familiarity. Could it be Mo Qian? Jiyu Xiuqi suddenly recalled that he had met Mo Qian on the first floor. So it was highly likely that they were trapped in the same dungeon. However, unlike the reconciliatory scene on the second floor, Jiyu Xiuqi acted even more decisively. As for Mo Qian on the other side, he almost simultaneously discovered Jiyu Xiuqi's identity. Chapter 365. Returning to reality, Zhao Ran stopped Yu Shueshan just a second before she electrocuted the doctor. If it weren't for Zhao Ran, Yu Shueshan would have succeeded. Yu Shueshan, almost knocked away, was somewhat dissatisfied and questioned Zhao Ran why he had to ruin her good deed. Zhao Ran widened his eyes. What good deed? This doctor is a human. He was just distorted by the White Tower, which made him look like this. I know, it's Li Su. You know it. Yet you still acted. I was just trying to see if I could stun him and take him away as a patient. Yu Shueshan said openly, not feeling that there was any problem with her actions. Zhao Ran knew his guild had issues, but the extent of those issues still shocked him. Even though he was already not quite normal. He brought over a set of patient clothing, providing Yu Shueshan with another option as quickly as possible. No need for such violence. Just change his clothes directly. Zhao Ran initially wanted to take Li Su off the electric chair. But the latter was struggling due to the stimulation, so he didn't dare to fully let go. Yu Shueshan looked around curiously. Is this really going to work? If I change his clothes, shouldn't you step aside? Chapter 366. After the dungeon ends, the 7th hospital. Successfully cleared. Good news, good news. The 7th hospital's dungeon is finally over. Is he really foolish, or just pretending? The internal strife within Jiuding is severe. I've finally understood it today. As I said, Zheng Xun had no highlights in this dungeon. The dungeon of the 7th hospital finally ended, and both the live stream and forums were buzzing with discussions. The live stream was still ongoing, and Zheng Xun and others were waiting for the dungeon scene to disappear. Since we entered the dungeon directly from the 9th District Mental Health Center, will we also be teleported back to the original location? Mo Qian speculated. Does that mean there are no rewards? Yu Shueshan shrugged. Great, what a waste of effort. A few members of Jiuding were chatting aimlessly, while Jiyu Xiuqi remained silent. He looked at Zheng Xun, who, instead of his usual talkative self, was quieter than Jiyu Xiuqi. After Zhao Ran returned to reality, all the brilliance he had shown in the dungeon vanished, and he returned to his little world of mentally ill patients. Squatting on the ground and playing with something by himself. Zheng Xun was like a closed-off mushroom, sitting on the ground with his knees hugged. Hair messy and his ahoge sticking out in all directions. Zheng Xun. Chapter 367, returning to Minkyu. By the time Zheng Xun arrived at the Minkyu Guild, it was already 10 p.m., and most of the guild's players had gone to rest. Minkyu had changed its location, and the current office building was more impressive than the previous one. Under Xiao Jun's meticulous management, Minkyu was thriving. Dao Xueqing was wearing a soft lamb wool coat, with the coat's hood having 2 white rabbit ears. She had just changed the water in the little fish tank in the reception room, and was now holding the fish tank, ready to put it back in place. Inside the fish tank, only a red goldfish swam leisurely, its swaying tail creating ripples in the water. As Dao Xueqing passed by the entrance, she was about to place the fish tank on a huanghuali wooden stand, when someone gently knocked on the glass window from outside. Dao Xueqing was a bit surprised. It was so late, yet there was a visitor. When she looked up and saw Zheng Xun standing outside, she couldn't help but show a mix of surprise and joy. Zheng Ji, what brings you here? She opened the guild's door from inside to welcome Zheng Xun in. It was snowing outside, and Zheng Xun shook off the snowflakes from his coat's hood and shoulders. Sorry for coming without notice, Zheng Xun said. This time, he came to Minkyu without informing anyone. He just didn't know where else to go. Chapter 368, Death and Reunion. At that time, Zheng Xun didn't have any particular feeling about the name. He just glanced at it casually, and didn't leave a deep impression. The meeting ended within 10 minutes. And it seemed Xiao Jun had managed that timing well to invite Zheng Xun up. As soon as Zheng Xun entered the office, within 3 minutes, he couldn't sit still anymore and leaned on the desk. He always felt at ease at Minkyu, and Xiao Jun wouldn't scold him. 10 minutes later, he heard Xiao Jun speak from across the desk. You seem tired, Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun lifted his head, and all the virtual screens disappeared, leaving only Xiao Jun looking at him gently. Xiao Ji, Zheng Xun buried his face in his arms again, mumbling, long time no see. Xiao Jun organized the documents on the desk and set them aside. Then he walked over to the coffee table, poured a cup of tea for both Zheng Xun and himself, and returned to the desk. The porcelain cup made a clinking sound when it touched the table. Zheng Xun still refused to lift his head, although Xiao Jun was surprised that Zheng Xun hadn't returned to the mansion. Since he was already here and seemed in a bad mood, there was no need to bring it up. It would be better to chat about something light. Have you seen Xueqing downstairs? Chapter 369, Twin Zheng Xun was still yawning when he heard Cheng Ji speak, and he immediately woke up. The one pressing the elevator button was Dao Xueji, who looked as if he had just crawled out of some fierce battlefield, with torn clothes, a dusty face, and a pale complexion. He must have just returned from the dungeon. Dao Xueji was so sleepy that he could barely stand, and even Cheng Ji's shouting couldn't wake him up. But when he noticed that Zheng Xun was in the elevator, his awareness instantly returned. Zheng Xun Ji. As soon as Zheng Xun's name was mentioned, 2 identical voices echoed in succession. Zheng Xun. Where are you, Zheng Xun? Let me see, let me see. Wow. It really is Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun thought he was seeing double. Otherwise, how could there be 2 identical people in front of him? The 2 boys looked about the same age as Zheng Xun, perhaps a little younger. Later, when he asked Xiao Jun, he learned they were the vibrant yet annoying 19. Xiao Shen was also 19, which had once given Zheng Xun headaches. 19-year-olds could be quite troublesome, as Zheng Xun, now 20, remarked. They were a pair of twins. Gao Xiao and Gao Zihuan. Gao Xiao was the older brother with short hair, while Gao Zihuan, the younger brother, had slightly longer hair that brushed against his collar. Chapter 370, Understanding a Life Philosophy. On a rare dreamless night, Zheng Xun woke up to find himself in an unfamiliar room. It was spacious, a single room, simply yet warmly decorated. On the windowsill sat a transparent fish tank, with a black goldfish swimming about freely. On the bedside table was a small succulent plant. Vibrant and lively. He must still be at the Minkyu Guild. This was the room Xiao Jun had arranged for him. Zheng Xun stretched, feeling like he hadn't slept so soundly in a long time. He noticed a sticky note on the bedside, written by Cheng Ji. "If you're not dead, come downstairs to eat." The words were harsh, but surprisingly beautiful. Zheng Xun tore off the note, sank back into the blanket, and pressed his phone to his ear to call Cheng Ji. "Hey," Cheng Ji answered, and Zheng Xun immediately began shouting. "Cheng Ji, I want to eat. Didn't I tell you to come downstairs if you're not dead?" "What floor?" "I don't know." "Second floor. Just go out and ask someone if you're going to die." Cheng Ji was already annoyed early in the morning, but Zheng Xun didn't care about his curses and hung up. Then he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and even took a shower. When he went out, he realized he hadn't brought any change of clothes. Zheng Xun opened the wardrobe in the room and found the Minkyu team uniform. Chapter 371, The Old Place. When Zheng Xun saw the caller ID, he didn't even care about eating and immediately got up to answer. Cheng Ji had specifically prepared a meal for him, but he turned away without eating, making Team Cheng curse. Dao Xueqing smiled helplessly and pressed down with her palm to calm him. Zheng Xun walked into the hallway, facing an antique vase taller than him, his fingers idly tracing the blue and white patterns. After the call connected, there was silence for several seconds. Neither Zheng Xun nor the person on the other end spoke. Zheng Xun thought to himself, "You must think carefully before you talk to me, or I absolutely want to return to the mansion." About 10 seconds later, the other side spoke up. "Cuckoo," a sound mimicking a bird call. "Sister Nan." Zheng Xun instantly recognized who was on the phone, and his expression relaxed, though he felt a bit flustered. "Why are you calling?" Soon, a lowly voice came through, and no one knew how many voice packages Nan Xiong's phone had. "Zheng Xun. Are you angry?" "I'm not angry, I'm just playing at a friend's place." "Don't be angry, really." Zheng Xun didn't want to lose his temper with Nan Xiong. After all, she was always kind and friendly to him. Chapter 372, Kinyi. When he heard Happiness Community, Zheng Xun felt momentarily dazed. He even thought he had misheard. Happiness Community. Is that the instance I first participated in? Yes, Cheng Ji nodded and added, but that's a large community. The building my family lives in is on the outskirts of the community, so I don't know if it's included in your instance. Zheng Xun frowned. I've already cleared the instance at Happiness Community. After clearing it, the White Tower has two states. Either it closes for a while, waiting to change the instance background and refresh before reactivating, or all living and non-living things in that area disappear together. After clearing the Happiness Community instance, Zheng Xun was taken out by Xiao Jun, and he hadn't returned to District 1089 since. In a way, Happiness Community was where he started in this world. Ever since he set off, he hadn't had the time to look back, and couldn't stop moving forward. I haven't kept track of the developments at Happiness Community, so I don't know if any buildings remain, Zheng Xun said, feeling helpless. I checked, Cheng Ji said with a look that questioned the significance of the issue. After you smashed the old lady with a big hammer, that place did disappear, but only partially, not entirely. I checked in advance, and our building is still standing. Chapter 373, The three of us. Zheng Xun returned to his room. Dao Xueqing accompanied him to the door, looking at him with concern. Zheng Xun, you should change your clothes first. If you need anything, just call me anytime. She could tell Zheng Xun was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to anyone. Perhaps it was better for him to be alone for a while. Zheng Xun silently nodded, with clean clothes draped over his arm, and the raindrops from his hair leaving wet spots on the dry fabric. Thank you, Xueqing. I think I just need to sleep it off. Zheng Xun said good night to her, and only after she left did he gently close the door. Hearing the lock click behind him, Dao Xueqing turned around to see the door had closed. Zheng Xun took a shower, changed his clothes, and sat on the soft bed in his room. He didn't want to appear too pitiful, so after washing off the coldness, he felt much better. He remembered that he hadn't unpacked the rewards from the 7th hospital instance, so he opened the cloud space. He had stuffed a bunch of random things into the cloud space, even half a box of cookies. The most ridiculous thing was he had crammed 10 hard candies into separate slots. Fortunately, the cloud space that came with his bracelet was large enough. Zheng Xun entered the search box and pulled out the gift box. He opened it online, and a large number of coins fell out, along with 3 items. Chapter 374. Sudden incident. It was getting late, and Xiao Jun didn't stay too long, telling Zheng Xun to rest early. I still have some guild matters to handle, so I'll head upstairs. Good night, Zheng Xun. Sorry, Xiao Ji, for bothering you to come and talk to me, Zheng Xun said, feeling uncharacteristically shy as he scratched his head. It's just that there have been too many sudden situations lately, and I need time to sort things out and at least calm my emotions. Xiao Jun was a few years older than Zheng Xun, having experienced many things, and understood better. There's no need to rush, Zheng Xun. You're only 20. You have the right to feel lost and hesitant. Zheng Xun's expression relaxed, and Xiao Jun patted his shoulder before turning to leave. By the way, Xiao Ji, Zheng Xun suddenly called out to him. Xiao Jun turned back. What's up? The hallway lights cast a faint glow around Zheng Xun, and the hesitant look on his face seemed to melt away. Xiao Ji. If one day you find that someone you're close to has ulterior motives for getting close to you, and might even betray you, what would you do? Xiao Jun hadn't expected Zheng Xun to pose such a question. He stood still for a moment, contemplating before answering him. I think I should be grateful for his presence by my side, but from now on, we should part ways. Chapter 375. The most familiar stranger. Xiao Jun's contact was the person in charge behind the live streaming platform. Regarding the sudden incident, the other party also expressed confusion. Due to many confidentiality agreements, there were many things I couldn't explain in detail. However, I can assure you that our platform's operations had no involvement in this incident. Hacker. I can't say for sure, but I can do my best to help you delete these false news reports that have surfaced later. This friend offered to help Xiao Jun with this, but he also subtly informed Xiao Jun that he couldn't access the core parts of the current live streaming White Tower instance when their company took over the related business. The whole platform had already taken shape. Who developed this platform, and how did those strange live rooms that often suddenly open come to be? No one knows the answers to these questions. Xiao Jun expressed his understanding and gratitude for the assistance at this critical moment. No need to be polite. Zheng Xun is also a player I have been paying attention to. Speaking of which, he has a good reputation, and others have contacted me as well. After chatting for a bit longer, they hung up. When Xiao Jun searched the live streaming platform again, the video about Zheng Xun had indeed disappeared. Chapter 376. The beginning of everything. Zheng Xun was unaware of the huge stir he had caused online. He was wearing a black mask and was happily walking with Zhao Ran and Cheng Ji. Just before entering the airport's main door, someone suddenly splashed water on him. Zheng Xun reacted quickly, turning his face to avoid being hit by the unknown liquid. At that moment, Zhao Ran and Cheng Ji shielded him. Zhao Ran's reaction was entirely instinctive, while Cheng Ji was the only one of the three who knew what was happening. He angrily scolded the person who splashed the water. What are you doing? The person who splashed water was a young man dressed entirely in black, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, making it impossible to see his face clearly. After Cheng Ji spoke, the person gave a middle finger and ran away. Cheng Ji was about to chase after him when Zheng Xun grabbed his arm, stopping him. There were people everywhere. and many had already taken out their phones to take photos and videos, it wouldn't be wise to provoke a conflict, as it would be bad for both Cheng Ji and Mingqiu. Zhao Ran reacted quickly, quietly reminding the two, Red Warrior, Black Warrior, let's retreat. The three entered the airport, went through check-in and security, and entered the VIP lounge. There were noticeably fewer people here, although some were occasionally watching their actions. No one rushed over. Chapter 377 I will end all nightmares. It was similar to what Cheng Ji had said before. Happiness Community was actually a very large residential area. The White Tower hadn't taken everything, only the central area was empty, while the surrounding circle barely maintained its original state. To use an inappropriate metaphor, it was like a balding uncle with only a ring of hair remaining around the edges. Cheng Ji followed a string of addresses he had found at home to locate the building where he had lived in Happiness Community. The three men arrived at the bottom of the building. The residential buildings in Happiness Community were not tall. The one in front of them was only 6 stories high. With red walls and grey edges, the neatly arranged blue windows made the residential building look like blocks. At this moment, the three stood at the entrance of the unit, looking up from below. Logically, they should have recalled something at this point. However, they did not. Zhao Ran was still in a sick state, unable to remember anything from before. Cheng Ji had lost this part of his memory due to a blow to the head. As for Zheng Xun, he had just traveled from another world. The three of them all felt like outsiders. This was hard to play. Suddenly, Zhao Ran had a fit. He clutched his chest and bent over, startling the other two. What now? Chapter 378 This is me. Zhao Ran's emotions gradually calmed down, his rapid breathing slowed, and his gaze towards Zheng Xun regained clarity and a foolish look. Red Warrior, what's wrong with you? He asked this question, and even Cheng Ji, who was standing behind, breathed a sigh of relief. Never had he hoped so much for the return of the Cosmic Emperor. With Zhao Ran feeling better, Zheng Xun and the others thought about quickly taking him out of this room. I've looked at other places, Zheng Xun, there's nothing special, Cheng Ji said to Zheng Xun. Then uncrossed his arms and pulled out a thin hard card, handing it to Zheng Xun. I found this under the wool carpet. It was a business card. Zheng Xun took the card from Cheng Ji. Kinyi, Jiai Group, and a string of phone numbers. How did Kinyi's business card end up here? Zheng Xun held the old card, feeling puzzled. What, is he someone you know? Cheng Ji asked. Zheng Xun shook his head. I don't know him, but I've seen him. He showed up at Mingqiu's guild building that day, and Xiao Ji even saw him off. Oh, that makes it easy. Just go back and ask Xiao Ji what's going on. Zheng Xun pressed his finger on the string of phone numbers, thought for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed. Chapter 379 Never to see again. Zheng Xun's words left the other two stunned. You say this is you? Cheng Ji was the first to express disbelief. Look. Zheng Xun pointed to his head. He was now wearing a black knit hat, looking almost exactly like the kid in the photo with the bowl cut. Damn! Cheng Ji exclaimed. This looks like you just grew out of that photo. As Zheng Xun said this, the other two also saw the resemblance more and more. But Red Warrior, doesn't this mean you've known Black Warrior since childhood? Zhao Ran pointed out the key point. Speaking of which, if it weren't for his memory loss, they wouldn't have been so surprised by the photo for so long. Zheng Xun's reaction to this matter was not as strong as the other two. There were countless guys inside and outside the White Tower committing misdeeds with this face. Even if someone looked just like him, it didn't necessarily mean it was him. However, this photo looked old. Perhaps the Zheng Xun on it was the one from the original world. Zheng Xun wondered whether there was really a Zheng Xun in this world, and whether his appearance had replaced that existence. Such thoughts flashed through Zheng Xun's mind when Cheng Ji interrupted his train of thought with another exclamation. Chapter 380 Where to go after finishing their visit to Happiness Community. The three once again parted ways. They took Zhao Ran back to the mental health center, and as they parted, Zheng Xun looked at Zhao Ran, who had changed back into a patient's outfit, for a long time. When will you return to us? The matter of the photo once again proved that Zhao Ran was indeed Zheng Xun's childhood friend. Zheng Xun felt that even for the Zheng Xun who replaced him living in this world, he had an obligation to care for Zhao Ran. Moreover, Zhao Ran truly regarded him as a friend, having risked his own safety to save him more than once. He believed that Zhao Ran's condition was not serious enough to require long-term hospitalization. However, Zhao Ran shook his head. Red Warrior, Wang is a coward. Once we step out of this door, we have to face the mistakes we've made. I will face it, but I'm not ready yet. He was referring to the tragedy that occurred at the 7th hospital. All right, then I'll come to see you often. Zheng Xun did not push him. Zhao Ran had his own thoughts. I'm very happy to have gone out with you guys, Zhao Ran said to Zheng Xun at the end of their farewell. Zheng Xun took the elevator to the first floor, where Cheng Ji was sitting on a waiting chair, with his long legs crossed, looking extremely relaxed. Zheng Xun stared at him from a distance for a while, then walked closer and suddenly said, Chapter 381, I blocked myself. Jiyu Xiuqi had mentioned on the phone that there were many things happening with the guild recently, and he might not be able to visit Zheng Xun, hoping that Zheng Xun wouldn't mind. Zheng Xun certainly didn't mind. He even said he had already troubled Jiyu Xiuqi enough. Following the address Jiyu Xiuqi sent him, he arrived at a villa area. All right. It's not much different from what I expected. Jiyu Xiuqi had arranged everything in advance, and Cheng Ji's car smoothly entered the community. The car drove slowly as they found the destination based on the house number. Okay, my task is complete. Cheng Ji closed the trunk. And Zheng Xun had already taken out his backpack before that. You should rest, don't keep scrolling on your phone, there's nothing good to see. Cheng Ji advised Zheng Xun not to pay attention to those rumors online, but he couldn't help but scroll when he had a moment to spare, and as usual, he would use a secondary account to curse at people. Zheng Xun smiled slightly. I'll rest well, don't worry. Then I'm leaving. Cheng Ji didn't say much, waved at Zheng Xun, returned to the car, and left gracefully. Zheng Xun watched his car leave the community, then turned and entered the password. First, he opened the courtyard gate, then the door to the building. He turned on the lights in the hallway, and sure enough, it was neatly arranged inside and very clean, but there was no sign of life. Chapter 382, Rare Leisurely Days compared to the mysterious Qin Yi. There was much more news about Ying Siming's husband, Li Yao. Zheng Xun carefully sifted through useful information on the webpage. Li Yao's business was extensive, and he had a keen sense, almost succeeding every time he switched fields. But Zheng Xun was not interested in how successful he was. He was only focused on whether there was a way to contact him. Soon, Zheng Xun found a way. There was a news article about Li Yao's company collaborating with the Jurding Guild. Zheng Xun didn't care about the specifics of the collaboration, only that he saw Jiyu Xiuqi in the photo. He resealed the takeout box and threw it into the trash can outside the door, then washed his hands, sat on the sofa, and sent a message to Jiyu Xiuqi. Little Jiyu, do you know this person named Li Yao? Jiyu Xiuqi did not reply immediately, as he said he was very busy these days. Zheng Xun was not in a hurry. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, he turned off the TV and prepared to rest early. He found a bedroom that looked more like one for guests, which was very clean and ready for occupancy. Zheng Xun lifted the quilt and lay on the bed, putting his phone under the pillow. He didn't want to play with it for now. He thought about the things he experienced in the happy community before, and it still felt magical to him. Chapter 383, Fairytales and Rabbit Penguin Dogs. Li Yao's words made Zheng Xun sit up suddenly from the bed. What was destroyed? He asked. It seemed chaotic on Li Yao's end, as he could hear the sound of leather shoes on the floor, and even the sound of glass shards. Mr. Li, what happened at your home? I just got home from working overtime, and when I opened the door, I found that my house had been robbed. Li Yao was carefully walking on the floor, counting the damaged items. He hadn't hired anyone to come and clean up yet, but had called the police. Some valuable items were stolen, and many collectibles were smashed. More importantly, the notebook I wanted to give you is missing. Notebook? What notebook? It's a novel written by Simon herself. She has a habit of writing. The title page of that book has your name on it. I thought it might be useful to you. Li Yao discovered this notebook while counting the belongings. Because Zheng Xun had already gained fame in the White Tower by then. He instantly remembered it after receiving Zheng Xun's call. Mr. Li, I'm going to your house right now. Zheng Xun made a decisive decision. He could not delay any longer. It was already too late. Li Yao replied with okay and sent Zheng Xun his home address. Chapter 384. Falling from the building. Others told me she was crazy, and at first, I would refute them decisively, but gradually, I began to doubt her. Li Yao held his head in his hands, sitting dejectedly on the edge of the bed. This is also the reason I later regretted repeatedly, clearly. I was the closest person to her, yet I could only watch helplessly as she pushed herself towards a dead end. Li Yao regretted countless times that if he had been more attentive, if he had accompanied her more, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to this point. While Li Yao was deep in pain, Zheng Xun observed coldly. The room was in such disarray, the police said it would be difficult to extract fingerprints. As the intruder came prepared, the first suspect he thought of was the owner of the house, Li Yao. He was told the story about the notebook. But it could also be fabricated. Yet the pain on his face didn't seem fake. He truly loved Zheng Xun and regretted his own powerlessness at that time. But conversely, if things were as he said, Zheng Xun was restricted by the mastermind behind it, and she was destined to be unable to confide anything to her husband. While Zheng Xun was alive, she was already saying goodbye to her husband. Zheng Xun took a step forward, slightly bent over, and placed a hand on his knee. Mr. Li, everything that researcher Ying did was meaningful. She made her contribution, and the world will remember her. Chapter 385. An early end to the holiday. Zheng Xun was brought back to reality by the vibration of his phone. His hands had been in his pockets, and he had unknowingly grasped the phone. The buzzing brought him back to his senses. He took the phone out of his pocket, and the screen displayed that the caller was Xu Guan. He could already see the white sign on the roof of the District Mental Health Center ahead. Zheng Xun asked the driver to stop by the roadside, preparing to walk over. When the cold wind blew, his chaotic thoughts were instantly cooled. And by the time he answered Xu Guan's call, he had calmed down by about 80 to 90%. Team Xu. Zheng Xun. Xu Guan paused for a second, as if quickly deciding where to start. Have you seen the news about Meng Yijia? Yes. Qing Lan is handling this matter, don't panic. We will submit the relevant evidence to the police to prove that Meng Yijia's death has nothing to do with the guild. But Zheng Xun, you also need to be prepared. The police will contact you to understand the situation. Okay, I understand. Regarding Meng Yijia, Xu Guan spoke halfway, and then fell silent. To be honest, even he didn't expect the situation regarding Meng Yijia to turn out this way. He carefully considered his words and continued from where he left off. You and I both know that Meng Yijia is not innocent. It's just that I didn't expect him to be so ruthless, and leave no room for you and Qing Lan. Determined to destroy you both completely. Chapter 386. The shattered wax figure. Zheng Xun cooperated with the hospital staff, provided the information he knew, and then left. He didn't return to his previous residence, but instead found a nearby hotel to stay in. He needed to simulate. The hotel was within walking distance. Zheng Xun went downstairs and noticed a few sneaky figures near the entrance. He glanced over and saw about 5 people, all holding photography equipment. Zheng Xun couldn't be bothered with them. He had serious business to attend to and walked straight into the hotel. The room was clean and comfortable. Zheng Xun only turned on the bedside lamp, took a shower, changed clothes, and then returned to bed to activate the simulation function on his wristband. It had been a long time since he used this function, and he even felt a hint of unfamiliarity. Zheng Xun lay flat on the bed and clicked start. When he closed his eyes and opened them again, he was already inside the wax museum. The closest thing to him was a half-body wax figure of a woman. Printed on the ticket. It was pure white, except for a tear falling from its left eye, which was red. Its eyes were tightly closed, giving a sense of calm sorrow. Zheng Xun took 2 steps forward and paused. He discovered that behind this wax figure was another one that looked exactly the same. There were actually 2. He tried to reach out to move the wax figure, but just as his hand was about to touch the base of the figure, the woman with closed eyes suddenly opened them, her blood-red pupils staring intently at Zheng Xun, and her mouth opened to reveal sharp teeth, emitting a piercing scream. Chapter 387. The intruder. Zheng Xun glanced at the uniforms of the 2 people in front of him. The badges pinned on their collars had the words Yushin on them. Yushin Guild. The new guild that took in Meng Yijia. How did they end up here? Facing their provocation. Zheng Xun didn't plan to respond, but instead walked over to the teleportation portal, preparing to start the dungeon. He reached out to press the teleport button. At that moment, 2 annoying figures blocked his way. Hey, we haven't finished talking yet, why are you acting on your own? The curly-haired one spoke with a sarcastic tone, making it quite annoying. The straight-haired one chimed in. We are all new guilds, why does your Xuanhui guild think it's superior to others? Completely ignoring us. Zheng Xun saw them blocking his path, withdrew his hand, and didn't force his way through. Even without looking up, he could hear the buzzing sound of the camera drone. The live stream had already started. Every move he made was being watched. If he acted against these 2 annoying guys now, the trouble afterwards would probably be greater. Zheng Xun remained calm, refraining from following their words, and instead looked at the curly-haired one with a slight smile. Your curly hair is really ugly. Chapter 388. Risking life for a child. The Mingqiu Guild members actually came. As soon as Cheng Ji walked in, it was as if he had entered his own home. Relaxed and casual. He brought along 2 equally fearless companions, and the 3 of them stood together like brothers. Cheng Ji sauntered over to Zheng Xun's side, lowering his eyebrows. What are you doing here? I'm starting a dungeon. Go away, this dungeon is claimed by us Mingqiu, no other guilds are allowed to come. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? I'm being unreasonable. Zheng Xun was caught off guard by him, and Cheng Ji displayed a satisfied expression. Finally, you're the one getting the short end of the stick. You're not the usual Zheng Ersihui anymore. Seeing Cheng Ji acting carefree and nonchalant, Zheng Xun wanted to send him to work overtime. He pulled Cheng Ji closer and quietly spoke to him. Zhao Ran is missing. Are you saying a lunatic has escaped? Is that what you're concerned about? I'm so disappointed in you, Cheng Ji. It's fine, even if Zhao Ran has escaped, he won't harm society. He might just ask where to find his Biber baby. It's not that simple. Zheng Xun murmured his current discoveries to Cheng Ji. Chapter 389. The story of the Wax Museum. The Amazing Wax Museum is a place that has been abandoned for a long time. Before the incident, it was considered a well-known spot for locals. What makes this wax museum special is that it not only displays various lifelike wax figures, but also invests heavily in creating unique sound and light effects in each exhibition hall, providing visitors with an excellent interactive experience. The overall style of the Wax Museum is slightly spooky. After all, wax figures inherently possess an eerie feeling. Coupled with various props and mechanisms inside, it resembles a themed haunted house more than a mere exhibition hall. Later, this haunted house really did have an incident. The beginning of the story was when a couple came to visit the Wax Museum. The couple was from out of town and had long heard of the amazing Wax Museum, specifically coming here to check it out. That day, the girl wore a vintage luxurious dress, and her exquisite makeup complemented her outfit. She linked arms with her boyfriend, looking cute and charming. As she walked into the exhibition hall, she marveled at the various beautiful and vivid wax figures. When she reached a wax figure of a girl wearing a puffy dress with brown curly hair, she pulled her boyfriend over, intentionally standing next to the wax figure, smilingly asking him if they looked alike. Chapter 390, The Strange Painting on the Wall. Are there any other rules? Cheng Ji also walked over to Dao Xueqing's side and looked at the contents on the guide sign with her. Welcome to the amazing Wax Museum, where the real dream and absurd reality intersect. Our museum is dedicated to providing you with an exceptional audiovisual experience, and we hope you enjoy every minute spent in the museum. Dao Xueqing pressed her finger on the engraved area while reading the text above. The visiting hours of the museum are from 8 a.m. to 12 o'clock a.m. No visitors are allowed to remain in the museum after closing. Please plan your time accordingly and leave as soon as possible before closing. The museum has 4 exhibition halls. The first floor is the Fog and Mirror Exhibition Hall, and the second floor is the Sand and Light Exhibition Hall. The 5th exhibition hall is still under preparation. For your safety, please stay away from that exhibition hall. Currently, there are no guides or interpreters in the museum. You can go to the self-service guidance desk on the first floor to collect an audio guide with your ticket. Press 0 for a female voice guide and 1 for a male voice guide. Please do not touch other buttons at random to avoid danger. Before visiting our museum, you may have heard various rumors about it, such as the exhibits possessing souls or wax figures harming people. We solemnly declare that all wax figures in the museum are man-made artworks and will not cause any harm to visitors, as long as you strictly adhere to the visiting rules. Chapter 391 Manipulator. The left and right sides of a person's face are not completely symmetrical, but the faces of the people in the strange paintings before Zheng Xun display an unnatural symmetry. Either their spacing is too wide or too narrow, and the proportions are very unnatural. Moreover, no matter what pose they strike, they all face directly outward, giving a sense of being watched, which is quite uncomfortable. Zheng Xun glanced at those odd paintings a few more times, then withdrew his gaze. At this moment, the distance between him and the contestants from the Yushan Guild widened. He quickened his pace, and at the same time, the other party suddenly turned around and forcefully pushed open a door on the right. The two entered one after the other, and Zheng Xun followed behind. However, when Zheng Xun stood before the door, he suddenly stopped. The door in front of him was painted on the wall. It was about 2 meters high, with intricate wooden patterns, and even the floral patterns on the door's edge were lifelike. There were even symmetrical curtains on either side, which were undoubtedly painted as well. This was strange. Zheng Xun immediately pressed himself against the wall like a black gecko. He spread his limbs and kept exploring the wall, trying to find a mechanism. When Cheng Ji and the others arrived, they saw Zheng Xun struggling to squeeze himself into the wall. Chapter 392 Dusk. Because there are relatively few exhibition halls, it won't take much time to walk around. My suggestion is not to split up for now. Zheng Xun expressed his thoughts to his companions. The Wax Museum is a special instance. These wax figures are too similar to real people, and I suspect that the wax figures here may be replaced by players midway. Zheng Xun's hypothesis is very plausible. Everyone present has experience, even if they haven't personally participated in similar instances. They have studied other guild players' live streams. Displaying so many wax figures resembling real people clearly indicates some ulterior motive. Leading the Minkyu team is Cheng Ji, who also agreed. All right, it's settled then. He was very straightforward. Let's get the audio guides first. The 6 of them arrived at the self-service guide station, where a stack of tour brochures was placed, including the background of the museum's establishment, the number of wax figures inside, the artists who created the wax figures, and so on, along with a map of the museum and introductions to each exhibition hall, which was quite comprehensive. Next to the brochures, there were 6 audio guides. Dao Xueqing exclaimed. We have 8 players entering the instance, why are there only 6 audio guides? This obvious doubt also caught the attention of the others. Chapter 393 Fog rolling in Zheng Xun, who was in the instance, had very few thoughts in his mind, and his goal was clear. He was calm. In the past, when faced with one version of himself after another, with the ambiguous attitudes of Yuan Yuan and the Wall of South, and the many puzzles between the instance and reality, Zheng Xun had felt lost. But now he would not. Just as Zhao Ran had once believed in the Zheng Xun in the video solely based on their friendship from years ago, and had resolutely helped him, Zheng Xun, now standing in the instance, also wanted to take action. He wondered if Zhao Ran would be in this instance, or if there were clues hidden within the instance regarding Zhao Ran's whereabouts. Regardless of which it was, Zheng Xun needed to keep his spirits up and not miss any relevant information. This was not just a matter of clearing the instance. So Zheng Xun did not push through the instance as he usually did. He, along with other players who had not undergone simulations, planned to turn the wax museum inside out to see what secrets it held. The sharp sound that had come through his headphones earlier had impacted his eardrum, causing a brief ringing in his ears. Zheng Xun did not tell anyone and followed his companions. By the time he walked behind the curtain, his ear ringing had eased, fortunately not affecting his subsequent actions. Chapter 394 The Dao Family. The Dao family has 3 children. Dao Xueshan is the eldest brother, Dao Xueji is the second, and Dao Xueqing is the youngest sister. Xueji and Xueqing are about the same age, while Xueshan is 10 years older than Xueji. Their parents divorced shortly after Xueqing was born, with Xueshan following their father and the younger siblings following their mother. Despite their parents' broken relationship, the 3 siblings have always been connected. Dao Xueshan often sneaked away to visit his younger siblings, buying them things and taking them to school. Dao Xueqing remembers this vividly. On a snowy day, she and Xueji bundled up in their down jackets, carrying small backpacks, waiting for their older brother at the street corner. Their mother was busy, always tossing breakfast money on the table and letting them fend for themselves. Dao Xueshan was a great cook. He always brought them homemade meat buns or snacks, along with soy milk and milk tea, one small bag for each of them, dangling from their wrists. They held the buns in one hand while the other was held by their older brother, one on the left and one on the right. The road was slippery after the snow, the edges covered in ice, sparkling in the sunlight. The 2 little bundled-up kids walked and ate, unsteady on their feet. At times, Xueqing would slip and grab her brother's left arm, and at other times, Xueji would tightly hold onto his right hand. Chapter 395 After you left, Dao Xueqing had seen Xiao Jun once when she was little. At that time, Dao Xueshan was leading a team on an urgent mission, and a white tower had suddenly appeared near the school. This elementary school was where Dao Xueji and Dao Xueqing had transferred after changing schools. Dao Xueshan led the team in a battle for 3 days and nights, finally clearing the instance and closing the White Tower. That evening, after the teammates went out to celebrate, he bought a lot of snacks to visit his younger siblings. The 3 siblings gathered at the school gate, Xueji and Xueqing with their small backpacks, looking up and chatting with their older brother. At that moment, a young man passed by on the opposite side of the street. Dao Xueshan caught a glimpse of him and called out his name. Xiao Jun. Hearing her brother call out, Dao Xueqing tilted her head curiously. She had heard Dao Xueshan mention Xiao Jun before, a junior by a year. The 2 were quite fated, not only graduating from the same high school, but also entering the same university and applying for the same major. However, it wasn't until they both signed up for this secret mission that they truly got to know each other. The person across the street paused when his name was called. He seemed to hesitate for 2 seconds before deciding to cross the street and come to the school gate. He was tall, dressed in a black casual outfit with a stand-up collar, his skin fair, and his features handsome, though his expression was somewhat indifferent. Chapter 396 Farewell. Suddenly appearing, Dao Xueshan broke the encirclement around Dao Xueqing. He wielded his heavy sword with ease, unafraid even when surrounded by 5 living wax figures. Her brother was someone who always moved forward. Dao Xueqing slowly stood up, covering her arm where it was injured, still somewhat in disbelief about what was happening before her. Brother Xueshan had actually come back to life. She began to consider the reasonableness of this situation. Because Dao Xueqing had experienced being trapped in an instance herself, but had miraculously survived, she speculated that her brother might have had a similar experience. The White Tower instance was indeed ever-changing, anything could happen. Perhaps Dao Xueshan was familiar with this instance, understood the combat style of the monsters, and knew their weaknesses. He quickly dealt with the 5 wax figures, sustaining only minor injuries, and returned to Dao Xueqing's side. Xueqing, are you hurt? He nervously examined Dao Xueqing, who was staring at him in a daze. You have an injury on your arm, did you bring any medicine? Yes. Dao Xueqing took out the medicine from the cloud space, and Dao Xueshan treated her wound. His movements were skilled and meticulous. And Dao Xueqing stared blankly at her brother's hair whirl. This kind of scene seemed like something that could only appear in a dream, she even hesitated to blink. Chapter 397, Image in the mirror. The wax figure disguised as Dao Xueshan melted, and Dao Xueqing's legs suddenly lost the strength to support her body. A pair of hands caught her. Xueji. Dao Xueqing's eyes curved slightly, revealing a tired smile. It's just us now. Yeah, Dao Xueji replied softly. This is the reality we've long accepted. Dao Xueqing steadied her mind, returned the giant sword to her brother, and asked where he had just been. After entering the exhibition hall, I couldn't find the other companions, it was all foggy around. Dao Xueji's description mirrored Dao Xueqing's own experience. Then, I saw my elder brother. He continued, pressing his lips together, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock of that moment. He said he had been trapped in this instance, never expecting to reunite with me. Dao Xueji recreated the scene of their reunion, but Dao Xueqing knew that since he could appear before her, it meant he had personally dealt with the fake Dao Xueshan. I know that's not my brother, what has passed is gone. It takes immense courage to abandon illusions and face reality. The siblings were actually braver than others imagined. They supported each other, preparing to leave the exhibition hall. Chapter 398, Black Blade. The 2 brothers chatted casually while walking through the entire exhibition hall. There's nothing special here, Gao Ziao stroked his chin. And the entrance to the exhibition hall has already closed. Speaking of which, where did the other companions go after we came in? Gao Zihuan walked toward Gao Ziao while asking him. Who knows? Gao Ziao shrugged, indifferent. As long as the 2 of us brothers haven't separated, that's all that matters. Before arriving at the Minkyu Guild, the 2 brothers had wandered between several small guilds. The infighting in the small guilds was severe. And there weren't many resources to begin with. As newcomers, the 2 brothers were not in a good situation and often faced exclusion. Once, during a dungeon run, in a boss battle, the boss was only a rank, and the chances of winning were high. But just as Gao Zihuan was about to deliver the final blow to the boss, a so-called good teammate suddenly rushed out to backstab him. Fortunately, his brother Gao Ziao blocked a sword for him at a critical moment, but it was too urgent, and Gao Ziao was also injured, taking half a month to recover. In the hospital, Gao Zihuan sat on the edge of the bed peeling an apple. As he peeled, the fruit knife sank into the flesh, like piercing a person's heart. Chapter 399, Exhibit. The shadow of the knife blossomed into a brilliant and cruel flower under the moonlight. Gao Zihuan stood amidst the rapidly moving blade yet remained unaffected. He coldly watched as the wax figure was cut to pieces, its blood-red entrails exposed. He bent down to pick up a piece of intestine, it was made of wax. The arm that had turned into a sharp blade was flung out, and Gao Zihuan kicked it with the tip of his shoe. Very sharp. If he hadn't uncovered the other parter's disguise as Gao Ziao, he might have already lost his life. Unfortunately, the other party chose the wrong target for disguise. The brothers understood each other too well, and there wouldn't be a third person in the world who understood them better. But where did Xiao go? Gao Zhuan was searching around, passing by a tall knight's armor. This thing had surprisingly evaded the attack of the black blade. Just as he was wondering, a strange noise suddenly came from inside, clanging twice, along with muffled human voices. Is anyone there? Gao Zhuan had been tricked once before. But he still didn't learn his lesson. He leaned in, and someone suddenly popped out of the armor. Gao Zhuan. The face of the missing Gao Xiao appeared through the gap in the helmet, and Gao Zhuan instinctively reached for the hilt of the black blade to poke him. Chapter 400, Beach Sand. There was the sound of sand particles moving. After Cheng Ji entered the exhibition hall, he realized something was wrong. The 5 people around him were heading in different directions, seemingly searching for clues. But their figures gradually drifted away from him, fading in color. And even after he called their names, the 5 did not respond. It seemed that he was the only one who had entered this exhibition hall. Cheng Ji tapped twice on the virtual screen that popped up from his wristband, and a silver handgun appeared in the palm of his hand. Silver Wing. That was its name. Silver Wing is part of a series, with a total of 7 different models of guns. This was a gift from the White Tower to Cheng Ji. The sudden appearance of hot weapons among various cold weapons, and 7 of them at that, showed that the White Tower was quite generous to Cheng Ji. Cheng Ji was skilled with guns. He had held back quite a bit during the All-Star tournament. If he were to unleash all his strength, the game would have ended long ago. He held the silver gun in his hand, cautiously observing his surroundings. Rustle. The sound of sand still sliding down. It seemed that fine sand was permeating the air everywhere. Cheng Ji took out a mask from the cloud space and put it on his face to reduce the amount of sand and dust inhaled. It was very dark around. And due to the obstruction of the sand, even turning the wristband's flashlight to the maximum had no effect. Chapter 401, Returning to the starting point despite the sudden situation. Cheng Ji still relied on his quick reflexes to shoot bullets into the hearts of 2 wax figures. If they had been human or other monsters, they would have been dead long ago, but now, the bodies of the wax figures only had holes in them, with a small amount of fine sand flowing out like blood. After being shot, they still relentlessly chased after Cheng Ji. Cheng Ji didn't confront them head-on. He turned and ran while cursing. He knew that the White Tower had only given him hot weapons, and there would definitely be a problem. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. While running, Cheng Ji pulled out a long knife from the cloud space. At critical moments, he still needed to use a blade. The moment he got the knife, Cheng Ji immediately turned back to fight. He leaped, dodging the long spear in the warrior's hand while swinging the knife toward its head. The wax figure, after all, lacked the ability to think and could only fight according to its preset program. So when Cheng Ji's knife fell, it dodged to the side of the blade, but accidentally bumped into another wax figure that had come to life. Their heads collided, making a muffled sound. Cheng Ji seized the opportunity to cut off both of their heads at once. Thud, thud. The wax heads rolled to the ground. Chapter 402. This involves a core issue. Cheng Ji rarely encountered situations that made him feel desperate. He believed in survival in dire straits. But when those wax figures reappeared before him, as if the fierce battle had never occurred, he rarely felt a hint of despair. Not only that, but even the traces left by the fight had vanished. Exhausted and unable to find an exit, Cheng Ji faced yet another battle. He felt like he was going crazy. After analyzing the current situation and the strengths of both sides, he counted the remaining items in his wristband. After careful consideration, he became serious and took out the most important farewell letter from his cloud space. In this situation, there was no point in struggling. He might as well write a will. Some players keep paper and pen in their cloud space, just in case they face death and need to write something. If their companions find it and successfully bring it out of the instance, it could settle a concern. However, the scenarios mentioned above are idealized. In reality, writing a will is just a form of psychological comfort for the player. Now, Zheng Xun was about to write one for himself. He had already removed the pen cap. Brothers, your brave and clever, handsome and resolute father Zheng Xun, that is me, is about to die. At the moment of death. I only hope you remember one thing: looks are just one of my least outstanding qualities. Chapter 403, The Empty Room. Magic number 2 had a serious expression. Sitting cross-legged opposite Zheng Xun, suddenly began to reflect on himself. I remember I wasn't this cringy either. Number 2 wanted to hit someone, but held back. Holding back is growth. What I'm about to say, if you can't accept it, just treat it as a story. Then go ahead, I'll judge for myself. I want to tell you about a magic trick. I think you should get straight to the point. It seems like you want to start from the beginning of time, which is too convoluted. Shut up, I have to tell this magic trick. You have to listen even if you don't want to. Zheng Xun was not given the right to refuse. No one could say no to number 2. Number 2 began to elaborate. You must have seen on TV. A magician puts a rabbit into a hat, makes it disappear, and then brings it back, right? I haven't seen it. I don't like watching TV. Forget that. I suddenly realized I don't like watching TV either. My analogy was inappropriate. If you haven't seen it, then you haven't. Just listen to me. No? 2 said the key to this magic trick lies in the props, namely that hat. A magician is not a wizard without props. He cannot conjure tricks out of thin air. Chapter 404, The Unexpected Person. Just as number 2 said, while he was engaged in battle, Zheng Xun discovered a door that appeared and disappeared intermittently. The door was quite hidden, and it appeared for a moment and then vanished. Which was why he hadn't noticed it earlier. The moment Zheng Xun saw it, he quickly opened it. He looked back, and number 2, seemingly sensing it, also looked back and smiled. Zheng Xun felt complicated emotions. Goodbye. He bid farewell to himself. After leaving the exhibition hall, Zheng Xun entered a room full of mirrors. Is this the second exhibition hall? Zheng Xun adjusted his mood. He couldn't allow himself to be tangled in sadness. He needed to finish the current instance. There was no introduction audio in the headphones, which was a bit strange. This didn't look like an exhibition hall because it had nothing but mirrors. These tall mirrors seemed more like decoration than exhibits. Zheng Xun faced the same dilemma as the twins, the Dao siblings. He approached the mirror. But this time it was different. The person on the opposite side seemed eager to open the mirror. Zheng Xun. You Zheng Xun? Zheng Xun widened his eyes slightly, unable to believe that the zombie-like figure crawling out from behind the mirror was Zheng Xun. Chapter 405, You are part of the plan. When questioned by Zheng Xun, Zheng Xun did not panic. Ah, you mean that? I turned off the lighting earlier to save the wristband's battery. After turning it off, a section of the path was particularly dark, and I accidentally bumped into a pillar, causing the interpreter to fall out of my pocket and break. I tried several times to turn it on, but I couldn't. That thing is heavy in my pocket, so I just left it halfway. He gave Zheng Xun what seemed like a reasonable explanation, but Zheng Xun did not believe it, because the issue had gone off track from the start. The interpreter was an important tool. If there was a threat in the surrounding environment, to protect the tool, you should have put it in the cloud space. Didn't I say? The wristband's battery is low. If I put the interpreter in and can't take it out, wouldn't that be disastrous? Not carefully safeguarding it, and letting it get damaged is also a disaster. Zheng Xun found it hard to imagine that he was actually playing the role of the leader in such a situation. Any trained player would not make such a basic mistake. Zheng Xun shrugged. You know I'm a solo guild, no one tells me these things. Chapter 406, The correct way to clear the instance. In the control room, 2 corpses lay on the floor, their blood slightly dried. The door was suddenly pushed open. and moonlight poured into the room, casting the silhouette of a person. The person wore clothes and shoes that allowed for easy movement, and walked completely silently. He entered the room, the flashlight's beam sweeping around the control room, before landing on the corpse on the ground. It should be done by that butler. The man reached out to move the dead body, avoiding the blood to keep his hands clean. Looking at the frozen expression of terror on their faces, he spoke with a tone of regret. What a pity, 2 more dead. The company is already short-handed. He felt no sympathy, just thinking that their deaths were poorly timed. I finally get a break, and I still have to come and clean up the mess. He didn't want to collect the bodies, it was unnecessary. He simply took out disinfectant alcohol wipes from the cloud space and wiped his hands. The virtual screen popping out from the wristband usually carries the emblem of the Players Guild. In front of him, the lower right corner of the virtual screen displayed a company name, Cloud Rise. He was from the Cloud Rise group. The man put away the cloud space, pulled out a swivel chair, and sat down. In front of him, the scenes of the various exhibition halls in the Wax Museum unfolded. Chapter 407. Shadow Zheng Xun was engaged in a difficult climb. He didn't even know when this skill had been activated. Climbing from the bottom to the top. The angle of the light poles here was not too exaggerated, and he could stand and walk on top. Zheng Xun decided to stop his monkey bar antics and stood up straight. He stood on one of the poles, looking down at the situation below. As expected. My eyes still hurt. Zheng Xun decided to first observe the exhibition hall, and see how different it was from the simulation process, before making further plans. The first round was mainly to look at the environment. When he went around again, he would focus on the details. Zheng Xun did not intentionally slow down. After glancing back, he identified 3 or 5 landing spots ahead, and moved forward. The exhibition hall was not large, but very high. In the following moments, it felt like this exhibition hall had no boundaries, likely due to those dazzling lights. The shadow under the lights, the name of the exhibition hall, is indeed fitting. Zheng Xun walked from one end to the other, taking about 15 minutes. The path above is much harder to walk on than below. It should be faster on the ground. He roughly glanced around and didn't find anything strange. But he also didn't find a door representing the exit. Chapter 408, My Problem. Meng Yijia. This name seemed like a vengeful spirit, tightly entangling Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun learned of Meng Yijia's death in a taxi, and at that moment, his emotions didn't fluctuate much. Although the other party had harmed him multiple times, Zheng Xun didn't care about his reputation. He didn't pay attention to the various petty tricks of the other party. He spoke on the phone with Xu Guantong, who reminded him that Meng Yijia's death would bring him some trouble. Zheng Xun was prepared. But before the police contacted him, Zhao Ran had gone missing. And he hurriedly entered this white tower. Before entering the copy, the members of the Yushin Guild unpleasantly brought up Meng Yijia's topic. Although Zheng Xun didn't want to have any intersection with Meng Yijia, this person was like an adhesive bandage that couldn't be torn off, tightly clinging to him. Even after death, he wouldn't let up. Now he appeared before Zheng Xun. And apart from his pale complexion that looked abnormal, and a seemingly normal mental state that was actually a disguise, he looked no different. Not much different from when he was alive. At first, Zheng Xun didn't think Meng Yijia had really come back to life. It wasn't surprising for a wax figure resembling Meng Yijia to appear in a wax museum, and it could even move. Chapter 409, The Real Demon. Meng Yijia looked as if he could be questioned freely, which left Zheng Xun at a loss for where to start. There were too many things he wanted to ask. You said you and I are both subjects of an experiment, so let me ask you, who is conducting this experiment? Meng Yijia smiled and said nothing, indicating that this was a question he couldn't answer. Well then, Zheng Xun changed his approach and asked, are we subjects of the same experiment? To my understanding, yes. What is the purpose of this experiment? Is it just to send people here to traverse? Zheng Xun, I previously mentioned that we are experiments. Like lab mice tested with drugs, and this drug is ultimately meant to be used on certain people. Meng Yijia spoke very vaguely, but Zheng Xun understood. He claimed he was a pioneer, proving that if he succeeded, more people would come to this world in the same way. Why must we come here? Zheng Xun didn't understand. This is the world of the White Tower. The White Tower itself is an extremely unstable existence. Now it can coexist with humanity in the same space temporarily. But what if one day the White Tower gets bored of the game and directly opens multiple servers for a life-and-death battle, exterminating all humanity? That would truly be hell on Earth. Chapter 4:10, A Blank Slate. Meng Yijia's emotional fluctuations were great. He stood on a moral high ground, pointing fingers at Zheng Xun. But Zheng Xun remained unmoved. I have no memory of the things you're talking about and cannot distinguish between truth and falsehood. He paused, then continued. I'm not saying I don't remember to avoid responsibility. If I remembered everything, I would have taken countermeasures much earlier. Instead of passively searching for the truth like I am now. The truth. Zheng Xun, are those two words really that important? Meng Yijia found him utterly incomprehensible. What can you do after learning the truth? Just like you now, knowing everything, understanding your own position. You and those so-called friends of yours are fundamentally different from the very beginning. They have struggled in the world of the White Tower for so many years, witnessing their loved ones and best friends die tragically before them. If they knew you were on the White Tower's side, do you think they would still treat you the same as before? You're too naive, Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun's mind flashed with the lonely figures of many people, and his eyes drooped. Meng Yijia thought he was wavering inside and seized the opportunity to persuade him. Things haven't reached an irretrievable point yet. Zheng Xun, although your actions have caused quite a bit of trouble for the higher-ups, you are after all the first successful experiment subject. As long as you change your attitude in time, they will prepare a more perfect script for you. Chapter 4:11, My persona is a brute. This battle had almost no chance of winning. Zheng Xun was not one to easily give up. He continued to fight and looked for the right moment to unleash Da. Da usually appeared in shadow form, and in this space filled with light and shadow, it could gain a certain advantage. Subordinates deal with subordinates, while he focused on dealing with Meng Yijia. He couldn't let Meng Yijia leave this copy. That was the only thing Zheng Xun was clear about. The sword in Meng Yijia's hand was difficult to deal with. It made a mess of the light poles in the scene, with toppled lamp posts and shattered lights everywhere. Zheng Xun occasionally switched weapons, alternating between a hammer and a machete. However, it was hard for him to get close, and the effectiveness of his weapons was limited. Meng Yijia was like a nimble flea, jumping around and really annoying. Moreover, his mouth wouldn't stay shut. He took every opportunity to chatter, disturbing Zheng Xun's mindset. Zheng Xun, outsiders say you're a genius, but you know what you relied on to get to today. In the end, you're just a person relying on the weapons and subordinates given by the White Tower, as well as the simulation function, to pass through level after level. Without the White Tower, you're just an utterly mediocre person. You really talk too much. Chapter 4:12, The Hole. Zheng Xun adjusted his tactics in time. With the addition of Xiaoyin, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Previously, he and Da had some cooperation, but with Xiaoyin added, they indiscriminately killed everything. Zheng Xun and Da were familiar with Xiaoyin's fighting style, able to dodge in time when it was bumping around. However, Meng Yijia and Xiao Haimao weren't so lucky. Xiaoyin had been left idle for a long time. There hadn't been any suitable opportunities for it to fight. Either the wristband was confiscated, or it was feared it would accidentally destroy clues. But now, Xiaoyin seemed to have broken free from its restraints, moving at high speed in this not-so-large exhibition hall, leaving only white after images. It crashed into everything while complaining to Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun, why didn't you take me to play before? I'm angry. Zheng Xun and Da He huddled together, their mouths twitching. I didn't expect your bandit-like fighting style to be so effective. If I had known earlier, we wouldn't have suffered so much. I'm so angry, I'm furious. Xiaoyin was genuinely angry. The more it got angry, the more destructive it became. Zheng Xun saw that the effect was good. Go ahead and be angry. It would be best to take down Meng Yijia and his subordinates together. Chapter 4:13, Memories in the Image. New Exhibition Hall. Zheng Xun looked around. This was an empty room. Meng Yijia was gone, along with his subordinate in the black hat. Zheng Xun remembered that he had been to this exhibition hall during the simulation. He recalled that it was called Shadow. He took a step forward, and at that moment, the big black dog beside him seemed to be stimulated by something and suddenly blocked his way. Big Black. Zheng Xun was a bit surprised. What's wrong? Big Black didn't know what was wrong either. It just instinctively stood in front of Zheng Xun. No, it's nothing. In that instant, it seemed as if a bad premonition struck it. It hesitated for a few seconds, and Zheng Xun didn't rush it, patiently waiting for it. After a moment, it silently stepped aside, allowing Zheng Xun to pass. Don't worry, Zheng Xun placed his hand on Big Black's shoulder, as if coaxing a child. I will stay by your side. Big Black nodded and took hold of Zheng Xun's hand. I remember there should be exhibits here. In Zheng Xun's memory, the fifth exhibition hall was not empty. But now, besides some stones and dust that had fallen from the previous exhibition hall, there was nothing to be seen. Suddenly, a voice came from the interpreter, which had previously been calm and stable, now became sharp. Chapter 4:14, Chaotic Timeline. The scene in the second image was also familiar to Zheng Xun. The white building, the walls covered in ivy, and the tall fence, only this time the ivy hadn't yet withered, and it was rare for Zheng Xun to see them in their lush green state. A gentle breeze blew, and the layers of ivy leaves rustled against each other like green waves. Below, a thin hand supported itself under the leaves, plucking one and idly spinning it between its fingers. The lively child from the previous image was now in this image wearing a hospital gown, sitting in a wheelchair. He placed the ivy leaves on his lap, turning the wheelchair with both hands, gazing enviously at the children playing by the fountain. What happened to Zheng Xun's legs? Zheng Xun outside the image felt puzzled and continued to watch. The Zheng Xun in the picture tried to move the wheelchair himself towards the lawn. At that moment, a pair of hands rested on the armrests of the wheelchair and pushed it forward. Zheng Xun didn't turn around. He knew who it was but didn't greet him, becoming even more silent and passive than before. The camera only captured the man's chin behind him, indicating that it was a man. But his features were not in the frame. Chapter 4:15, Terrifying Opponent. The image of the Ximing building had some changes. The protagonist was still Zheng Xun, accompanied by Yi Yuan and Nan Qiong. The three were preparing to watch the New Year's Eve fireworks, but since it hadn't officially started yet, they wandered around the mall. Zheng Xun appeared very excited, perhaps because he hadn't been allowed to leave the mansion for a long time. He ran around the mall, looking at this and touching that. Curious about everything, full of energy. His legs were now able to move freely, showing no signs of any issues. Nan Qiong and Zheng Xun were together, eating while browsing, while Yi Yuan followed behind them, pushing an empty wheelchair, unsure of its purpose, perhaps to prevent Zheng Xun's legs from acting up suddenly. No matter how the two in front ran around, he could always appear around them first. As it got later, it was almost time for the fireworks show. Zheng Xun held a drink in his hand and took the elevator to the 6th floor with Nan Qiong and Yi Yuan. The 6th floor was already crowded with people, and they took a spot in the middle. The fireworks show officially began, and people exclaimed in amazement. Colorful fireworks bloomed one after another in the night sky. Zheng Xun was in the center, with Yi Yuan and Nan Qiong on his left and right sides. Chapter 4:16, Unsolvable Monster. What is it like to have a 1v1 with yourself? Zheng Xun could answer that question now. Very terrible. There is nothing worse than this in the world. He had always been confident and never low-key, and his strength indeed matched that. But when you mix in the world, you will eventually pay the price. How arrogant he was back then, relying on his strong abilities. Now he was being beaten badly by a version of himself that was just as strong. Yes. Even if this shadow person had the same physical quality and fighting level as Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun had just experienced a battle with Meng Yijia, and had not yet fully recovered his stamina. The shadow in front of him, however, was different. It was at its peak state. What's more terrifying was that this guy was just a shadow, it wouldn't feel tired at all. Did I owe something to this instance? Zheng Xun was chased around the room by the shadow, fighting back while fleeing. Although there had been a wax figure that looked just like him during the simulation. That was an artificially created dummy, and there was ultimately a difference from the real body. The situation was completely different now. The shadow and Zheng Xun were able to share sensations. When Zheng Xun felt his stamina recovering and his condition suddenly improving, the shadow's state also rose rapidly. Chapter 4:17. The original intention of my design. Zheng Xun's stamina had already dropped to about 20. He hadn't held out much hope to begin with. And as the battle dragged on, the chances of success dropped even lower. However, the shadow opposite him showed no signs of fatigue. Even though Zheng Xun wasn't yet at a disadvantage, he would eventually be killed due to exhaustion. Zheng Xun's vision began to double, those eerie smiles swayed in his sight. And he could only rely on instinct to fight back. It's over, Zheng Xun thought. This time, it was truly a disaster. At that moment, he thought he might die here, in a place where no one knew. He wondered how Cheng Ji and the others were progressing. If they honestly followed the rules and didn't enter the 5th exhibition hall, they should be able to leave the instance smoothly. Although the Wax Museum was an SS-level instance, the members of Mingqiu were all strong and united. Zheng Xun thought of his guild. His guild hadn't even made it into the top 20 yet. He still owed wages to Xiao Hua and Xiao Shen. The guild that Xiao Ji had worked hard to help him establish could only end here. Ultimately consisting of just 3 people. As Zheng Xun thought of this, he immediately told himself to stop. Chapter 4:18. The people in the wax figures. When Big Black chose to end itself, the final boss of the instance was killed, and the game instance ended prematurely. Cheng Ji and the others were originally discussing whether to clear the instance first or find Zheng Xun, when the surrounding scene suddenly changed. And the virtual electronic cube representing the end of the instance appeared. Before long, the scene would dissipate, and they would return to the first floor of the White Tower. Is that it? Gao Xiao expressed disbelief, but it seems like we didn't do anything. He looked at his younger brother Gao Zihuan, who shrugged, indicating that he was also unclear about what had happened. Dao Xueji and Dao Xueqing exchanged glances silently, and finally looked at their team leader Cheng Ji. Cheng Ji had not relaxed his furrowed brow since the instance suddenly terminated. This abrupt stop felt wrong. Unless Zheng Xun over there used some trick, and directly killed the boss. Speaking of Zheng Xun, when Cheng Ji asked this question, the other few people were also confused. It didn't matter that they didn't see the 2 players from the Yushan Guild, as they weren't concerned. But Zheng Xun couldn't have perished alongside the boss, right? Now everyone on the first floor of the White Tower was suddenly alarmed. And even the viewers watching the live stream couldn't figure out what was happening. Chapter 4:19. Encounter with Zhao Ren. Zhao Ren said he was originally doing well in the mental hospital, but every time some people would come to disturb his peaceful life. On the night he went missing, he was watching the White Tower baby. At that moment, he sensed an unusual aura. It was the aura of the dungeon. Zhao Ren spoke nonsense to Zheng Xun with a serious face. Zheng Xun looked at him expressionlessly, then grabbed his hair. You're so amazing. Now you can just smell your way through the dungeon without even looking. Zhao Ran's hair was grabbed into 2 clumps, and although he was mentally unstable, his temper was really good. If it were Cheng Ji, he would have fought Zheng Xun by now. He let out a couple of "oh" sounds, waiting for Zheng Xun to calm down before continuing. I'm not making up nonsense, really. If you've been through dungeons a lot, you can sense the different aura from reality. It's an intuition. Zhao Ran, with 2 clumps of artificial hair sticking up, earnestly explained to Zheng Xun. That makes sense. Zheng Xun thought about it. He found some truth in what he said, so he reached out and smoothed down Zhao Ran's artificial hair. He had a similar experience before. And it happened in the 9th District Mental Health Center. He was just walking normally in the corridor, going down the stairs, and suddenly entered the 7th hospital. Chapter 420, The Magic on TV. Zhao Ran, do you still remember how you got here? Zheng Xun asked Zhao Ran how he arrived, hoping to discover something that could help them return. Zhao Ran shook his head. That brick hit me too hard, and I didn't have time to brace myself. I don't even know who changed my clothes. He clenched the hem of his clothes with both hands, smoothing it out. What kind of clothes is this? A white shirt. Zhao Ran's current outfit was very strange. The lower half was still patient pants, but the top was a white shirt. It looked like someone had changed his clothes halfway and left for some reason. Zhao Ran couldn't accept his appearance. Do you have any clothes in your cloud space? Lend me some. What does it matter what you wear at a time like this? It looks pretty good to wear. What terrible taste do you have? This is considered good looking. Stop whining, hurry up and find the exit. The 2 of them were quick recovery types, as long as they took a short break. They could quickly regain their energy. Recharge for a minute, last for 2 hours. Why are there all wax figures in here, and they are all incomplete? Zhao Ran also noticed the unusual aspects of the wax figures. Does this have any special meaning? His mumbling reached Zheng Xun's ears, but Zheng Xun couldn't respond. He still hadn't figured out what situation they were in. Chapter 421, The World Outside the Glasses. Zheng Xun and Zhao Ran started from the center line of the room, splitting into 2 sides, each responsible for one side. They searched and communicated, sharing clues in real time and preventing one from disappearing while the other was left in the dark. Also, because they were both chatty, one could quietly search for clues while 2 together felt uncomfortable without talking. That magic trick, Zheng Xun brought up this topic. Isn't it a bit too bloody? This thing can be aired on TV, and even shown to children. It was only broadcast that once, then it was called off. And coincidentally, you and I saw it. Zhao Ran's voice came from afar. His actions were always unexpected, and he was currently climbing a wall. Were we the only 2 who watched it? Cheng Ji didn't watch. Cheng Ji doesn't watch TV, he finds it noisy. Zhao Ran, with his back to Zheng Xun, was tinkering with something and replied while busy. He said listening to the 2 of them talk was noisy enough. If he watched TV again, he was afraid he would annoy himself to death. Zheng Xun expressed his inability to understand. He himself was the loudest one. Yet he complained that others were noisy. Oh, Cheng Ji's personality has changed since childhood. He used to be gloomy and profound. Chapter 422, The Magic Begins. Zhao Ran was walking towards Zheng Xun. Zheng Xun stood still, not moving forward to greet him, nor did he step back in fear. He appeared calm, but his mind was racing. The person in front of him was not Zhao Ran. Yet he could speak about the shared past of Zhao Ran and Zheng Xun. Were these memories fabricated, or did they actually happen? Did he replace the original Zhao Ran midway, or has he been disguising himself from the beginning? Where did the real Zhao Ran go? These questions popped up one after another, and none had answers. Just a second ago, Zhao Ran's appearance had given Zheng Xun great comfort, but now, despite no change in appearance, it inexplicably sent a chill down Zheng Xun's spine. Zheng Xun, why aren't you saying anything? Zhao Ran put on a concerned look and asked Zheng Xun if he was feeling unwell. Zheng Xun planned to remain still. There was no rush to expose him. That wouldn't he benefit himself? Since the other party seemed so calm, it indicated that he wasn't in a hurry to deal with Zheng Xun. In that case, it was better to engage in conversation, looking for opportunities to take the initiative. Chapter 423, distracted as soon as Yuan's voice fell. The audience eagerly waiting outside the White Tower suddenly discovered that Zheng Xun's perspective was successfully connected. In the footage, Zheng Xun appeared to be in terrible condition, as if he had gone through several fierce battles. He gripped his weapon tightly, ready for the next fight at any moment. This perspective was a bit strange. It only focused on Zheng Xun, and did not capture the boss confronting him. Judging from Zheng Xun's tense and incredulous expression, the boss he faced was extremely fierce and difficult to deal with. The barrage of comments started flooding in again. Wow, Zheng Xun has appeared. What's wrong with him? He looks terrible. He must be acting again. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake, just get out of the dungeon safely. Zheng Xun still has fans. That's hilarious. Yeah, I think he's in big trouble this time. What goes around comes around, it's payback time. Zheng Xun's reputation was poor, and even the onlookers came to ridicule him. People really are a collection of contradictions. They love watching mortals become gods and enjoy the story of their downfall. The higher they are raised up, the harder they fall. Zheng Xun seemed no different from his fallen predecessors, once again powerfully affirming this statement. Chapter 424, Can Only Choose to Believe Qinglan Guild. Xu Guan had just finished a conversation with the upper management when someone left the meeting room. Meng Yijia indeed had conflicts with Qinglan, including with Xu Guan himself. Even though he left Qinglan, he still got himself into trouble. The upper management was very angry, and this anger also extended to Xu Guan. Although Xu Guan felt indifferent inside, he was not a pushover. He immediately retorted a few words, making the upper management restrain themselves. Qinglan currently could not do without Xu Guan. His words had to be heeded by those arrogant executives. As for Meng Yijia, Xu Guan said he would handle it properly, and would not leave any mess behind. After leaving the meeting room, and until he returned to his office, Xu Guan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Mingzhuan appeared at the right moment. Old Xu. Come in and sit. Luo Mingzhuan saw his expression and knew he had been tormented by the upper management. Those old men lived long and talked a lot. They were useless in critical moments, but came up with foolish ideas every day. Did you finish discussing Meng Yijia's matter? After Luo Mingzhuan entered and closed the door, he casually sat on the sofa. Sort of. Hearing such a hesitant answer from you, it seems Meng Yijia's matter is quite difficult to handle. Chapter 425, No more simulations. After Cheng Ji hung up the phone call with Xiao Jun, he felt helpless. The other 4 team members cautiously gathered around. Cheng Ji looked at the 4 young faces and steadied his mind. As the team leader, he could not let himself get flustered. Let's wait a bit. Zheng Xun should finish up soon. Brother Cheng, Dao Xueqing hesitated, feeling that whatever she said now would be inauspicious. She could only change the topic. Why don't we take a break here? Everyone is tired. Okay. Cheng Ji let the team members help themselves to food and water, while he kept his eyes glued to the screen of his wristband. On the screen, Zheng Xun was already fighting the boss. This time, the boss was a strange black shadow. They couldn't see its real face. Only Zheng Xun knew who he was battling. Zheng Xun was struggling. To the audience, it seemed the opponent understood every move Zheng Xun made, able to anticipate and counter his attacks in time. In the pauses between their fight, the boss made peculiar sounds, and Zheng Xun was talking to him. I want to save people. I don't want those. I only entered here to save people. The audience could only understand Zheng Xun's words. What the boss said was incomprehensible to anyone except Zheng Xun. Chapter 426, The Lights That Didn't Illuminate. In the Wax Museum dungeon, players from 3 guilds participated. In the end, only the Minkyu Guild's players successfully returned. 2 players from the Yushan Guild confirmed their deaths, and Zheng Xun was taken away. his life or death unknown. The scenes from that day recalled shivers down people's spines. After Zheng Xun was shot by the boss in the Wax Museum dungeon, the White Tower declared the dungeon over. The White Tower determined the players had cleared the dungeon, closing the Wax Museum dungeon. It seemed the boss that fired the final shot was not the final boss of this dungeon. The true final boss should have been dealt with by Zheng Xun, but for some reason, the White Tower did not release him immediately, giving the later boss an opportunity. When Zheng Xun appeared on the first floor of the White Tower, he was covered in blood, his face as pale as paper. The once vibrant person was now lying on the ground motionless, his life uncertain. Cheng Ji felt as if his legs were heavy as lead, every step was extremely difficult. The surviving players from the Minkyu Guild rushed forward, intending to take Zheng Xun back to the guild first. But someone was quicker than them. The door of the White Tower was suddenly opened from the outside, and a group of tall, strong men in black suits rushed in, seemingly bodyguards. Chapter 427, The Branch. The first weekend after the Wax Museum dungeon ended, Zhao Ren sent off the last group of players from the Jirding Guild who came to see him. He didn't know if it was because of Zheng Xun's incident, but they worried his mental state might collapse, and he might do something impulsive. Zhao Ren stated that the visits from these groups to the mental hospital were the real factors that could cause him to break down. He needed to rest quietly now, and hoped everyone wouldn't force themselves to express the little love they had left for their teammates. Zhao Ren's bedside was piled high with countless bouquets and fruit baskets, and even some worried he might get bored in the mental hospital. Sending him a complete set of White Tower baby DVDs, along with a huge pile of merchandise. Mo Qian was the last to leave. At that time, Zhao Ren was sitting cross-legged on the bed, fiddling with the merchandise sent by his teammates. Rabbits, penguins, and dogs. The bed was covered with trinkets, badges, and some useless fashionable junk. Mo Qian held in his hand a grey rabbit trinket, which only had two expressions, one of grievance and the other a mischievous smirk after a successful prank. I didn't expect you knew Zheng Xun. As expected of Mo Qian, he went straight for the heart. Zhao Ran, reminded of the sad topic, paused his fiddling with the little junk. We've always been friends, he said. Chapter 428, Return. In the Chelan Guild's captain's office, Xu Guan worked overtime until late at night. It was already 11:30 p.m. when he finally had time to rest. According to his healthy routine, it should have been time for bed. But recently, he was wrapping up the Meng Yijia incident, and there was too much to handle. Because the situation on Zheng Xun's side was clarified, Chelan also benefited from it. Now, only a few final steps remained. Xu Guan took a couple of sips of coffee without any sugar to clear his mind. Thinking of Zheng Xun, he put down the coffee cup and clicked on a video replay on his computer desktop. This was the last moment of Zheng Xun in the Wax Museum dungeon, where he was shot and slowly fell amidst the dust. No one knew what the boss looked like. People could only see Zheng Xun's figure falling. Xu Guan didn't know why he kept replaying this video. He could almost memorize every frame, but what was the point? Perhaps it was because he couldn't let go, not believing that such a powerful genius would fall here. Xu Guan lifted the coffee cup once again, listening to the gunfire in the video. Counting down 5 seconds. Zheng Xun in the footage would fall. Xu Guan had previously watched Zheng Xun fall to the ground the entire time, as if he was witnessing something. Chapter 429, Let me show you the illness. Zheng Xun had not fully regained his senses when he heard the doorbell. He alertly looked up. The apartment he rented was quite large, over 100 square meters. The front door was far from the bedroom. The doorbell rang 3 times, and at that moment, Zheng Xun was searching for a suitable weapon for self-defense. The person outside was not planning to wait. He directly entered the password to unlock the door. Zheng Xun. He rented the apartment by himself, and he had changed the password of the lock long ago. How could someone still know it? Zheng Xun put the cat down and searched in the kitchen. He couldn't find any knives, only a pot. At this moment, He remembered that he was such a lazy person. He never liked to cut vegetables when cooking, always using scissors to cut them directly over the pot. He wouldn't consider any vegetables that couldn't be cut with scissors. Zheng Xun resignedly picked up the pot and cautiously walked to the door. The person outside had already opened the door and was changing shoes. As he turned around, Zheng Xun was about to smash the pot into his face. The newcomer deftly dodged, and faced with Zheng Xun's sudden attack, he wasn't angry at all, even smiling good-naturedly. "Zheng Xun, it's been a while. And you're welcoming me in such a warm way." This person was much older than Zheng Xun, wearing a long black coat over a casual suit. Chapter 430. Brother Zheng Xun talked about his experiences at the White Tower from morning until evening. No matter how he explained it or how many times he repeated it, Zheng Lin couldn't believe him. What time travel? What White Tower? Zheng Lin's only faith was in science. Zheng Xun spoke until his mouth was dry. But he couldn't convince his brother that what he said was real. Zheng Lin found it hard to believe. "Zheng Xun, you're working too much overtime and starting to hallucinate." "Brother, Zheng Xun realized he couldn't deny Zheng Lin's words. He had indeed been working overtime every day. "I always disagreed with you going to work at such a young age. Wouldn't it be better to stay in school and continue studying?" Zheng Lin poured himself a cup of coffee, and Zheng Xun wrinkled his nose. The smell was quite unpleasant to him. It was strange that even if he didn't like drinking coffee, he shouldn't hate the aroma. Ms. Zheng curled up at Zheng Lin's feet, dependently rubbing against his leg. Zheng Lin gently pushed her away with the tip of his slipper. Only Zheng Xun liked these furry creatures. He cared for them out of affection for their owner, but didn't he really like them? Ms. Zheng, feeling wronged, ran to Zheng Xun's side and whimpered. Zheng Xun picked her up, smoothing her messy fur. "Speaking of work, by the way, brother, what day is it today? I should be going to work. I still have a lot of work to finish." Chapter 431. A late gift this time. Zheng Xun was obedient, staying home for 2 days to play games, sleep, play with the cat, and space out, without going out at all. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Zheng Lin's weather forecast was indeed accurate. The past 2 days had been filled with strong winds and heavy snow, and the temperature dropped sharply. Just opening the door made him feel cold all over. The house had underfloor heating, so comfortable it made him not want to go outside at all. After 2 days of living a life of leisure, the death and danger of the White Tower seemed far away from him. A comfortable and worry-free life, with a cat for company. Zheng Xun lay on the living room carpet, rolling over. Ms. Zheng treated him as an obstacle, jumping around. She was a little cat that could really curl up. Zheng Lin would call around 4:30 p.m. every day, usually just after his class, to check on Zheng Xun, making sure he hadn't managed to starve himself. This time, he had serious business to discuss. Zheng Lin said he had his eye on a house. "You pay the down payment, and I'll sponsor the rest. Or I can buy it directly, and you can move in." The more significant the decision, the more decisive Zheng Lin became. Zheng Xun felt it wasn't necessary. "My house is nice, there's no rush to change, brother. It was too noisy, that house is on the street, and it gave me a headache last night." Chapter 432. Haunted by nightmares. The car turned left, passing over a speed bump. Zheng Xun leaned against the window, his body becoming increasingly slumped. His face pressed against the glass. As the car went over the speed bump, the vehicle jolted twice, and Zheng Xun's head bumped against the glass with a thud. He woke up with a start, opened his eyes, and realized they had arrived. Zheng Lin was quick. 2 days ago he mentioned looking at the house. And now they were moving in. Zheng Xun estimated that Zheng Lin had prepared for the house purchase about 95, just waiting for a reply from him. The location of the house was excellent, quiet and secluded, but the surrounding facilities were very complete. It was clear that this community was not cheap. Zheng Lin bought a 7-story building, neither too high nor too low, just right in the middle. He parked the car in the underground garage, each of them carrying a suitcase, and took the elevator upstairs. The furnished apartment was ready to move in, requiring no extra effort, fitting Zheng Lin's pursuit of efficiency. I bought some home supplies in advance. Staying for 2 days is no problem. We'll drive to buy more on the weekend. If you need anything, make a list. Zheng Xun felt a bit awkward on the way there, thinking that he was too easily compromised by money. Now he expressed, "Brother, you will always be my brother. I will work for you all my life." Chapter 433. Familiar faces. Zheng Lin took Zheng Xun to a university, where he worked. "Do I really have to start class this early?" Zheng Xun expressed he wasn't ready yet and felt a bit excited. "You can wander around later, first. Come with me to meet someone." "Who?" "You'll find out soon." Zheng Lin had an appointment with a mysterious person at the campus cafe, and the two brothers, looking quite alike, attracted a lot of attention as soon as they entered. Zheng Lin scanned the room and found the person he was looking for by the window. Over here. Sitting by the window was a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, intelligent, elegant, and beautiful. She wore a white suit and skirt, with long, deep brown curly hair, one side hanging in front of her, the other cascading behind. "Hello." She stood up, shook hands with Zheng Xun, and greeted Zheng Lin. She seemed to be friends with Zheng Lin, their relationship close, without any sense of distance or formality. Zheng Lin helped Zheng Xun pull out a chair, letting him sit inside, while he took a seat opposite the woman. She introduced herself. "My last name is Li Siki. Nice to meet you, Zheng Xun." "Hello." Zheng Xun didn't quite understand why Zheng Lin suddenly wanted to introduce him to a stranger. Chapter 434. Cheng Ji You Are. Zheng Xun stared at the young man in front of him, a student from a university. From his eyes, it was evident he was likely a junior or senior. The young man seemed a bit surprised to see Zheng Xun here, looking as if he was very familiar with him. Yet Zheng Xun had no impression of this person until the young man said his name. "I'm Yan Jing, senior." Yan Jing. It was as if a switch had been flipped, memories of Yan Jing flooding into Zheng Xun's mind. In just a few seconds, all information about him was uploaded into Zheng Xun's brain. Yes, Yan Jing. He remembered now. Yan Jing was a junior in the same major as Zheng Xun. And like Zheng Xun, he had started college before turning 18. They met during a practical activity. Yan Jing greatly admired this senior. Being able to befriend him was a fortunate opportunity in his eyes. Zheng Xun was considered a prominent figure in their college during his time. When he first enrolled as a freshman, a photo of him standing in front of the guidance sign with his suitcase was posted on the confession wall and caused quite a stir. Many girls specifically went to see what he looked like when he reported in. Indeed, he was not a photo fraud, and in fact, he looked even more handsome in person. Chapter 435. Illness. Zheng Xun had a hot pot meal with Zheng Lin. The hot pot restaurant was very busy, packed with customers. Fortunately, they were lucky. Just as they arrived at the restaurant, a table became available. Zheng Lin let Zheng Xun order for himself, while he stepped outside to make a call. Zheng Xun took the menu, marked several items with checks, and then sat at the table waiting for the food. Outside, Zheng Lin could see his silhouette through the transparent window. Zheng Xun looked at his reflection in the glass and suddenly remembered something. He reached behind him, digging into his hat. Inside was a note. Zheng Xun glanced at Zheng Lin outside, who was still facing away from him on the phone. He flattened the note, which had a string of phone numbers. This should be Yan Jing's phone number. The other party hadn't given up on talking to him and wanted to discuss the important matter he had mentioned. Zheng Xun memorized the number, tore up the note, and threw it into the trash can under the table. He took out his phone and saved the number in his contacts. When he opened his contacts, Zheng Xun was surprised to find it completely empty. Something was off. Although he was reluctant to socialize at work, he wouldn't have saved not a single phone number. Zheng Xun immediately opened a chat app and randomly clicked on a colleague's chat page. Chapter 436. The Right Thing. Xiao Jun. Another familiar name, but the age, appearance, and profession didn't match at all. Xiao Jun was now a PhD student at a university. He happened to attend Zheng Lin's class today, because he was accompanying a friend. He hadn't expected to run into someone he knew in class. He was sitting right next to you. Xiao Jun sat across from Zheng Xun, speaking with a smile. Zheng Xun awkwardly coughed twice. Wasn't this catching him skipping class in the act? Before Zheng Lin returned, the two exchanged a few brief words. Xiao Jun was a talkative person, very much like the one Zheng Xun remembered. It was a strange feeling. Although they looked different, once they started talking, Zheng Xun felt that this person was indeed Xiao Ji. At the Minkyu Club, Xiao Jun once said that if it weren't for the existence of the White Tower, he would have continued his studies at school. Now seeing Xiao Jun, who was truly continuing his education, Zheng Xun felt genuinely happy and greatly comforted. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Zheng Lin walking back, and instinctively rushed to end the casual chat with Xiao Jun. Xiao Ji, let's talk later. I have something to attend to. Okay, I'll leave you my number. Chapter 437, The Opportunity to Become a Corporate Drone. A headache. Zheng Xun slept through the night. But the fatigue in his body showed no signs of relief. Instead, he felt worse. Mrs. Zheng had snuggled up next to his pillow all night. And when Zheng Xun woke up, she opened her eyes too. She saw Zheng Xun cradling his head in his hands, seemingly in pain. She meowed and pressed herself into his embrace, rubbing her furry head against him, trying to offer some comfort. Thank you. Zheng Xun hugged his cat, enduring the sharp headache, recalling what he had dreamed about last night. The dream was quite chaotic. He suddenly found himself descending into a residential area, where the buildings were painted in red and grey. He looked at the open door of a building in front of him, thought for a moment, and decided to go inside to take a look. After going up a few floors, suddenly, a long-haired female ghost rushed out, trying to bite him to death. Zheng Xun was startled and, in a moment of carelessness, fell from the window of the corridor. As he fell, a damp mattress caught him. He looked up and found himself in a hospital room. Outside the room, he could hear the sound of chains dragging on the ground, as if some monster was patrolling incessantly. Zheng Xun thought he couldn't stay here for long and immediately searched for an exit. On the ceiling of the hospital room, he discovered a vent. Standing on the bed, his arms just reached it. Chapter 438, The Empty Office Building. Zheng Lin agreed to let Zheng Xun go for the interview. Zheng Xun felt like he was digging a pit for himself to jump into. He prepared his resume, took a taxi, and sighed while sitting in the car. Wasn't this just purely seeking trouble for himself? The company Zheng Lin recommended was very close to his home, just a 10-minute taxi ride away. This was probably what Zheng Lin had calculated in advance. If it were too far, commuting every day would be exhausting. And Zheng Xun also thought it was nice to be closer to home. The company was called Yiheng, which specialized in software development. Just as Zheng Lin had said before, the company wasn't very large, occupying only 2 floors of an office building. Furthermore, this office building was particularly remote, although it was surrounded by other buildings. The nearby companies either went bankrupt or moved away, leaving only them still holding the fort. When Zheng Xun got out of the car, he thought he had gotten the location wrong. Why did it look like a haunted building? The building was not aligned north-south, the entrance was on the west side. The surroundings were desolate. Besides the taxi that had just dropped him off, there were no other vehicles or pedestrians. As the cold wind blew, Zheng Xun closed his eyes and began to doubt whether his brother was setting him up. Forget it. Let's go in and take a look first. Zheng Xun pushed open the glass door on the first floor. The long creaking sound made him almost think the door would shatter from just a gentle push. Chapter 439, The Game. Qinyi did not elaborate on his identity. Knowing Yan Jing, things will be much easier. Yan Jing, standing by, echoed his words. Senior Zheng Xun, please believe us. Due to several days of poor rest, Zheng Xun's brain was indeed not working quickly, but he hadn't lost his basic vigilance. I came for an interview. If you're not hiring, then I'll leave. As Zheng Xun said this, he was about to leave when Qinyi called out to him from behind. Zheng Xun. You should still remember the matter of the White Tower. Zheng Xun, who had already reached the door, stopped in his tracks. After experiencing so many perilous scenarios and meeting so many new friends, it all seemed to have turned into a dream. After waking up, everyone around you tells you it was all fake. Zheng Xun, you never went to the White Tower, those were just your imaginations. It seemed Qinyi could read minds, clearly articulating Zheng Xun's mental state over the past few days. In the end, he added, I'm not wrong, am I, Zheng Xun? Zheng Xun frowned and looked up to meet his gaze. You seem to know a lot. About you, I indeed know a lot, Qinyi replied calmly. Now can we sit down and talk? Chapter 440, What needs to be done? Zheng Xun asked clearly, and Yanjing and Qinyi exchanged a glance, the latter giving a slight nod. Yanjing turned around, his deep eyes fixed on Zheng Xun. Senior, regarding the first question, the force we need to deal with now, or rather, the force we have to confront now, is the Yunqi group. Yunqi? Yes. I don't know how much of your memory about Yunqi remains. The Yunqi group, on the surface, is a biotechnology company, but behind it, they are involved in many unspeakable dealings. When Yanjing spoke about the Yunqi group, his tone was very cold, indicating a deep connection with it. In Zheng Xun's chaotic memories, he retained some impressions of Yunqi group. He remembered the first time he saw this name was from a wealthy person who claimed to be his fan. That person was indeed from Yunqi group. If that's the case, people from Yunqi had been lurking around him for a long time. Regarding the White Tower, many things are top secret. So the information we have is not complete, and there are certain speculations. But one thing I am very clear about is the second matter. Senior, you should remember the 6 Yuan subcopies, Happy Community, 7th Hospital, Linshuan Mansion, Ximing Building, and the Wax Museum. You have cleared 5 of them. Chapter 441, Can't Hide. Can't hide. Qinyi is a steady person, but his driving skills are quite reckless. Zheng Xun seldom gets carsick. But this time, sitting in the passenger seat, he almost threw up. The suave Qinyi even handed him a pack of tissues. You'll get used to it next time. Qinyi's car was parked a street away from Yihang's company building. This not only made it convenient for him to leave, but also matched the excuse of getting lost that Zheng Xun had concocted. The time they took to come from that haunted building was about the same as Zheng Ling's time from a university to Yihang. Zheng Xun thought Qinyi's wild driving was already outrageous, but unexpectedly, shortly after he got out of the car, he saw his brother turning onto the road from another direction. Zheng Xun urgently opened the car door and jumped out. I'm leaving, contact you later. Be careful of Zheng Ling and stay safe. He reminded Zheng Xun, who looked back at him, said nothing, and turned to leave. After Zheng Xun got out of the car, Qinyi watched his back. Through the windshield, he saw Zheng Xun cross the street. At that moment, Zheng Ling had already gotten out of the car. The two talked for a couple of sentences outside the car, not much more. Looking like a friendly brotherly interaction without any conflict. Later, it seemed that Zheng Ling told Zheng Xun it was too cold outside and urged him to get in the car. Zheng Xun opened the front passenger door. Zheng Ling took the laptop bag from Zheng Xun's hands, tossed it to the back seat, and also got in. Chapter 442, Dream Body. Zheng Xun returned home. Zheng Ling had to go back to school for a meeting tonight, so after dropping Zheng Xun off, he drove away. Taking this opportunity, Zheng Xun was alone at home, settling down to think about his recent experiences. He thought he had only had a dream about the White Tower, but now someone told him it was not a dream, but a bloody reality. This means, after he fainted at the company, he was really transported to the world of the White Tower. But there's a question here. Did only his soul enter the first world, or did his body come along too? If it's the former, it makes sense. If it's the latter, then it means he has disappeared for several days in the first world. Given Zheng Ling's personality, he would never allow Zheng Xun to disappear for that long. Thinking about past experiences, even if he was just half a day late in replying to messages, Zheng Ling would fly over to check if he was dead or alive. In other words, if he disappeared, Zheng Ling would definitely notice. If the other party had no special reaction, it meant he was pretending that nothing had happened. The thought made his head hurt. His already not so flexible brain was now even more burdened. Zheng Xun sat on the bed, leaning back, and threw himself into the blanket. Chapter 443, His Day in Dreams. People are often out of control. Just like Zheng Xun right now, he actually had no intention of continuing to explore. Just wanting to wake up early from this nightmare, as usual. But things did not go as he wished. He did not succeed in escaping the dream. Instead, he was pulled by a force to the cafeteria. Minkyu Cafeteria had always had a good reputation. After changing to a new location, Xiaojun increased the investment in the cafeteria. To cater to the tastes of the contestants from all over, Xiaojun even invited many chefs who specialized in local dishes, trying to accommodate every contestant as much as possible. The restaurant had 2-person, 4-person, and 6-person tables. Zheng Xun saw that the 6-person table in the corner was full of people. It was Zheng Xun and the contestants from Minkyu, including Cheng Ji, Dao Xueqing, Dao Xueji, and the pair of twins. They were laughing and chatting, with Zheng Xun always being the focus of conversation. Xiaojun came over in the middle, and they all stood up to add a chair for him to join them for the meal. Xiaojun smiled and waved his hand, saying he had other matters to attend to and couldn't stay with them. Before leaving, he patted Zheng Xun's shoulder, but spoke to Cheng Ji. Cheng Ji, Zheng Xun's body hasn't fully recovered yet. After the game starts, please take good care of him. Chapter 444, Lemon Heart Candy back so soon? Yes. The efficiency of Wansha is quite high. The end of the copy was faster than I expected. Yi Yuan took the coat from Zheng Xun's hands today. From the neck up, he looked like a teapot. Did you have fun? It was okay. To be honest, I'm not quite sure what you mean by fun. Zheng Xun changed into slippers and went to wash his hands. Yi Yuan hung the coat on the rack, seemingly forgetting to close the door. The door was wide open, and Zheng Xun outside silently stared for a long time, having a psychological struggle for a while. Originally, Yi Yuan's act of locking him outside had made him very unhappy. He planned to make Yi Yuan cry and beg him to go back before he could enter the mansion. But now, the door was wide open. So why not go in? As the door creaked back to its original position, Zheng Xun squeezed in just before it completely closed. He was in. However, he did not see Yi Yuan crying and begging. Very annoying. Zheng Xun gritted his teeth, his facial expressions extremely rich due to dissatisfaction. Just as he raised his head, he bumped into Yi Yuan, who had appeared in front of him at some point. Yi Yuan reached out his hand, and Zheng Xun shrank his neck, thinking he was discovered. But his arm took a turn midway, and reached out towards his diagonal back. Chapter 445, The Most Absurd Evaluation. When Zheng Xun woke up from the dream, he was sprawled on the bed. He hadn't changed out of his clothes, with the hoodie's hood covering the back of his head. Because of the awkward sleeping position, his head ached faintly. This time it was not due to a nightmare. He turned over, but his head still hurt. It felt as if someone had stuffed him into a big clock, and was hammering it from the outside. Why does the back of my head feel a bit pressed? Zheng Xun gritted his teeth and reached under his head, feeling around. Finally, he pulled out a candy from his hood. Huh? Zheng Xun was a bit surprised. Isn't this the candy that fell out of my pocket earlier? He remembered he had only mentioned it casually, and Zheng Ling had also heard about it. But later he searched online and found no candy of that brand. So he had to give up. Could it be that his brother bought it for him? Zheng Xun squeezed the round candy ball through the wrapper. And many possibilities flashed through his mind in an instant. No, he had no impression at all. It must be Zheng Ling who bought it. But why stuff it in his hat? By the way, Zheng Lin said last night that he would come back later. I don't know if he has returned. Zheng Xun got out of bed to look for him. As he reached the bedroom door, he caught a whiff of breakfast. No need to look. It must be Zheng Lin back. Chapter 446. The first test subject Yun Jing said that the ultimate goal of all Yun Cheqian's plans was to take over the entire Yunqi group from his mother. At that time, the Yunqi group was not called by that name, it was the lifelong effort of Yun Jing's grandfather. My mother only liked teaching and was not good at doing business. Yun Cheqian seized this point, constantly persuading my mother to transfer control of the group to him. Yun Jing's mother was wary of her scheming husband, but unable to withstand his persistent nagging, she had her father arrange a position for Yun Cheqian in the group. Although Yun Cheqian was a man of poor character, his abilities were hard to despise. He started from that small position, continually expanding, gradually grasping power in his hands. At that time, Yun Jing's grandfather suddenly passed away, and his mother was greatly affected. My grandfather was killed by Yun Cheqian, and when Yun Jing mentioned this, his voice trembled slightly. He thought wouldn't he understand, that wouldn't he see his actions of increasing the dosage in his grandfather's medicine bowl. But I had already remembered things by then. Yun Jing had told his mother, but Yun Cheqian continued to maintain a facade, taking care of his grieving wife with meticulous attention. As for Yun Jing, he was merely a child in his eyes, who didn't understand and loved to lie. His exhausted mother had no energy to discern the truth of this statement. Chapter 447. Unable to meet again, the tragic death of his mother brought Yun Jing immense pain. And there wasn't even a complete corpse left behind. From that moment on, Yun Jing completely severed ties with the Yunqi group and Yun Cheqian. His mother could no longer return. Even if Yun Cheqian had deceived him into believing that as long as there was an empty house, his mother from another timeline would eventually appear, Yun Jing completely rejected this approach. A loved one is a collection of memories and the past. Even if they look identical on the outside, they cannot be considered the same person. Yun Jing's goal was clear. He aimed to target two ongoing matters at the Yunqi group. He wanted to end the White Tower game and close the empty house. These two matters were impossible for him to accomplish alone. Therefore, he was looking for allies. Qinyi took the initiative to contact him. At that time, Qinyi had also discovered that there were some unknown major movements happening within the Yunqi group, and that Yun Jing was the biological son of the group's owner. He initially planned to probe for some information indirectly. However, as their conversations increased, they both realized that their goals were aligned. Qinyi was unaware of the empty house plan, but he also wanted to close the White Tower game. Through his own connections, he investigated and found that the key to resolving these two matters was tied to one person. Chapter 448. Press Conference White Tower Forum. Bold prediction: the triumvirate of the White Tower Guild will be broken within a month by the Xuanhui Guild. As stated in the latest guild rankings, Xuanhui ranked 20th. Has there ever been such a rapid rise like a rocket before? A low-key player came to join the gossip. No one. Not saying anything, huh? Well, I won't say anything either. You Xuanhui fans really dream big. The three major guilds of the White Tower, Wansha, Jiuding, and Qinglan, rank higher in player scale, player quality, commercial value, and guild popularity. Which one does Xuanhui rank in now? Wansha, Jiuding, and Qinglan, sorted in this order, labeling the one above as a Wansha fan. Jiuding. Keep your skin hidden. I know whose fan you are without even clicking on your avatar. Where did these Wansha dogs come from, barking? As soon as I entered, I saw Wansha and Jiuding arguing. JPG. Qinglan, it's a three-person movie, I'll never have a name. JPG. Qinglan, don't involve me, go play by yourselves. JPG. Aren't we discussing Xuanhui? Why did the topic suddenly veer off? The original poster likely wanted to emphasize the recent significant rise of Xuanhui in the guild rankings. The background of this event is quite special. Zheng Xun was exonerated and even managed to re-enter the dungeon after wandering around the gates of hell. Xuanhui Guild has become the biggest traffic source recently, even surpassing the news of Wansha and Zheng encountering each other in the same dungeon. Chapter 449, Paying Debts That Day. Zheng Xun and Cheng Ji discussed entering the dungeon, and that night, Minkyu Guild released a teaser on their official account. Both Minkyu and Xuanhui Guild have been making significant moves lately. Xiaojun had prepared for a year and a half, and finally started to make a move to completely change Minkyu Guild's mediocre position and return it to its rightful height. Whether it was recruiting twins into a team with high salaries or suddenly activating the rental agreement with Zheng Xun, it was all part of his strategy. As for the Xuanhui Guild, Zheng Xun seemed to have finally realized that relying on himself alone to clear the dungeon was definitely not feasible. Thus, he signed a contract with Qin Yi, the owner of Jiai Group. From then on, Zheng Xun only needed to focus on clearing the dungeon, while Qin Yi would take care of everything else perfectly. Qin Yi announced two pieces of news at the press conference. First, they would recruit 2 more players into the guild, forming Team Xuanhui alongside Zheng Xun, Shen Guanyu, and Hu Ziyan. Second, the Xuanhui Guild would officially open recruitment channels, attracting players to reserve spots for Team 2, Team 3, and even Team 1. Any capable and talented player could apply. As long as they passed the assessment, they could become a formal player of the Xuanhui Guild. Chapter 450, Those Who Persist. Mink's team uniform is black, red, and gold. Although the guild's representative color is a bright red like flames, wearing that color makes one look like a walking firecracker, a living target for monsters, which is too eye-catching in the dungeon. Therefore, Xiaojun maintained the characteristics of the old version of the uniform, using black as the main color, with special patterns only at the collar, cuffs, and chest, thus designing the current team uniform. In fact, not just Minkyu. Most guilds still use deep colors as the basic tone for their uniforms, adding some other colors. Even Qinglan wouldn't really wear all green, looking like a cabbage entering the dungeon. The players, regardless of gender, are mostly tall and well-built. After all, those with poor health have already been eliminated by the White Tower's strict selection, leaving only the fit ones. Zheng Xun looked at the shiny players and then at his own black hoodie, muttering, "I'll go back and tell Boss Qin to get us a nice-looking team uniform too." Hu Ziyan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Zheng Xun to care about this, but he just smiled and had no objections. Shen Guanyu glanced at Zheng Xun without much expression and then looked away. With everyone gathered, Cheng Ji brought along the other 4 from Team 1 this time.